To survive, one must continuously vanquish monsters and acquire various mysterious cards. Guan Li has obtained the Infinite Legion system, enabling him to summon powerful legions at will. You bear the legacy of the dragon, capable of shattering mountains and seas. Apologies, but I possess a dragon legion, any one of which could obliterate the heavens and extinguish the earth. You wield a legendary sword path, capable of vanquishing hordes of demons. I command a sword immortal legion, ready to teach you the essence of existence. Let us observe how Guan Li navigates the apocalyptic world and asserts dominion over all. Chapter 1. The Infinite Legion System Unveiled. Have I crossed over? Guan Li gazed at the unfamiliar surroundings. Disbelief etched upon his face. Mere moments ago, he had been in a car accident, only for his soul to find itself here. This world bears a striking resemblance to Earth, yet its landmass is several times greater, and its population reaches a staggering figure. In Hua country alone, there are over 100 billion souls. Guan Li swung his legs over the bed, realizing he was in a dormitory. He had been a university student who skipped class today due to a night spent gaming. Is it truly possible to cross over? Am I fortunate or cursed? With a sigh, Guan Li resolved to make the best of his situation, a faint smile gracing his lips. The tales of the Central Plains Five Whites were deeply ingrained in his memory, particularly the infamous red-haired thief. With these recollections, he was certain he could usher in an era of grand narratives. Ding! The apocalyptic calamity shall descend in 10 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed in Guan Li's ears. Huh? What is this? I arrive only to find the apocalypse? This is targeted harassment. No sense of martial ethics. An ambush. On me, a mere novice. The sudden upheaval dashed his hopes of embarking on the path to greatness. 10, 9, 8. The apocalyptic calamity has arrived. 80% of humanity is infected with the zombie virus. Calamity monsters have emerged. They are slaughtering humanity. Survivors of the apocalypse, you have received one opportunity for an initial draw. Slay monsters to obtain item cards. Utilize your initial rewards wisely. It may grant you a modicum of ease in survival. As the mechanical voice ceased, Guan Li stood frozen. What on earth? 80% of humanity infected with the zombie virus. Is there any hope for merriment? Guan Li felt a pang of despair. After all, Hua country alone housed over 100 billion individuals. Roughly calculated, that amounted to 80 small targets. He checked his own status, relieved to find he had not become one of the fortunate. Well then, let's see what this initial draw holds. Perhaps I might acquire a divine talent. With thoughts of the draw, his anxiety began to dissipate. After all, crossers often enjoy an inherent advantage in such matters. Full of confidence, he initiated the initial draw. In an instant, the dormitory was enveloped in golden light. Before him appeared a colossal spinning wheel, divided into 10 sections. The rewards displayed were dazzling. Devouring talent, flame, burst dragon egg, ice dragon thunder spell, necromancer profession transfer book, meditation sword saint transfer book. The segments of the wheel were nearly all suffused with golden light, save for the last section. Wait, what does this blank segment signify? The smile on Guan Li's face froze in an instant, the anticipation of triumph evaporating. Calm down. It's merely a 10% chance. I, Guan Li, shall not permit any underhanded tactics. Guan Li took several deep breaths, refusing to believe he could be so unfortunate. Draw, just give me any reward. The pointer began to spin, and Guan Li's heart raced. Reward! Grant me a reward! He fervently prayed as the pointer gradually came to a halt. Ding! The draw is concluded. Please continue your efforts. The mechanical voice rang in his ears, and Guan Li's expression turned to one of disbelief. A blank segment? I finally felt hopeful, only to face such utter defeat. Blast! At that moment, Guan Li felt as though he had returned to his gaming days with Penguin. Even in this new world, he could not escape the curse of misfortune. Ding! The host has failed to draw. Conditions met. Activating the Infinite Legion system. Do you wish to bind it? A sudden voice resonated within Guan Li's mind. System? What's happening? His mind struggled to comprehend. Do you wish to bind? The voice repeated, and Guan Li remained bewildered. Will you bind or not? Bind. Of course, bind. Finally grasping the situation, he nodded eagerly. Congratulations, host. You have successfully bound the Infinite Legion system. The novice gift pack has been dispatched. Please check your inventory. Guan Li now understood that the distance from hell to heaven could be bridged by a mere system. He hurriedly opened the system interface, revealing his information displayed before him. Name, Guan Li. Strength, 1-star ability. None legion. None points, 0. Evaluation. A very weak host, liable to collapse at any moment. The interface was exceedingly succinct, and Guan Li suspected it was a sham, especially considering the evaluation. Well, let's check the novice gift pack. Guan Li felt a pang of worry. He could only pin his hopes on the novice pack. Though reluctant to admit it, he was indeed as defenseless as the system's evaluation suggested. He opened the system inventory, where a gift pack labeled Great Surprise lay quietly within the item slot. Open! With trembling hands, he slowly pressed the open button. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a random Legion Summon card X1. The reward has been automatically added to your inventory. The system's voice echoed, and Guan Li let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. This gift pack isn't too disappointing. Guan Li gazed at the card emanating mysterious hues within his inventory and chose to use it immediately. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skeleton Soldier Legion card. The enigmatic card gradually unveiled itself. In the air, a card depicting a skeletal soldier materialized. Guan Li reached out, grasping the Legion Summon card. Phew! At last, I possess some means of self-defense. Though merely an ordinary skeleton soldier, it was certainly better than nothing. The earlier spin's underhandedness had left a significant shadow on his heart. Given the current circumstances, it seemed only those with luck could obtain the so-called initial rewards. However, Guan Li was unconcerned with others' fates after all. It was not as if he were feeding them. The method to use the card was straightforward. It merely required crushing it. Following the prompt, Guan Li crushed the card in his hand. Instantly, 10 bare-bone skeleton soldiers emerged in the empty dormitory. Their hollow eye sockets burned with deep blue flames. Their armor and weapons, worn and decayed by time, appeared somewhat dilapidated. Among the skeleton soldiers stood a towering figure, seemingly their commander. Chapter 2. The Skeleton Soldier Legion. Master, you have revived us from the ancient graveyard. We shall fight for you across the lands. The towering skeleton spoke in a stiff voice, as all 10 skeleton soldiers knelt on one knee. In that moment, Guan Li felt a rush of adrenaline, eager to rush out and engage the zombies in a life-or-death struggle. Yet, that was merely a fleeting thought. He had only just begun. Surviving in a post-apocalyptic world would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. However, with the system at his disposal, he was determined to carve out a name for himself. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing. Rise! No need to kneel. Guan Li urged the skeleton soldiers to stand. He opened the system interface and selected the Legion page. Skeleton Soldier Legion upgradable. Number, 10 strength, 1-star commander. Bone skills. Cleave, bone blade, bone armor. Guan Li was relatively satisfied with the Skeleton Soldier Legion's capabilities. Though they were merely the most basic of skeleton soldiers and not particularly strong, they possessed the invaluable trait of immortality. Unless shattered to pieces, they would continue to fight as long as they could move. Most importantly, the Skeleton Soldier Legion could upgrade, signifying boundless potential. It was not the weakness of strength that was to be feared, but the permanence of weakness. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Legion. You may extract Legion skills, while each Legion may only extract once. Extract skill. System, I adore you. Opening the Legion page, Guan Li pondered for a moment, concluding that self-preservation was paramount. With skeleton soldiers at his command, he need not engage directly. System, extract bone armor. After selecting the skill, he proceeded to extract it. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill. Bone armor. Name, Guan Li. Strength, 1-star. Ability, bone armor, Legion, Skeleton Soldier Legion. Points, 0. Evaluation. Acquired a measure of self-defense, yet remains susceptible to collapse at any moment. At last, I can make a bold move. Just as Guan Li prepared to lead the skeleton soldiers into battle, a commotion erupted outside. At the pinnacle of immortality, I, Zhang San, reign supreme. You pitiful zombies, come at me! A proud voice resonated from outside the window. What the heck? Zhang San is so audacious? Daring to compete with Lan for supremacy? Guan Li, intrigued, hurriedly opened a crack in the window to peer outside. There, in the open area before the dormitory, stood a man clad in white, sword in hand, exuding an air of a swordsman. Several headless zombies lay strewn on the ground, evidently victims of the reckless Zhang San's handiwork. What a sight! It seems he drew an item. No wonder he dares to challenge Lan. Guan Li observed the long sword in Zhang San's grasp, which shimmered with a cold glint. Roar! Zhang San's bravado quickly attracted the attention of the lurking zombies. The few individuals remaining in the dormitory during class hours, coupled with some trapped zombies, found themselves confined within the dormitory. Yet, there remained hundreds of zombies surging forth from the surrounding dormitory buildings. Guan Li observed closely and discovered that these zombies were not as sluggish in their movements as depicted on television. Aside from their somewhat stiff limbs, their speed was not significantly slower than that of an average human. I am a celestial swordsman descended from the heavens. You wretches, prepare to meet your doom. Zhang San performed a flourish with his sword, his youthful spirit ablaze. With a swift strike, he severed the head of a zombie. However, just as he prepared for a second blow, the surrounding zombies lunged forward, rending flesh from his body with their claws. Ah! The excruciating pain elicited a horrific scream from Zhang San, causing his sword to clatter to the ground. Help! Someone save me! Realizing the gravity of his situation, Zhang San urgently called for assistance. Regrettably, no one paid him any heed. Seizing the opportunity, the zombies overwhelmed him, swiftly devouring him whole. The infamous outlaw met his untimely demise, a fate that evoked a profound sense of lament. Guan Li, witnessing the gruesome scene of the zombies feasting, was struck by the sheer brutality, with entrails and viscera strewn about. The zombies, treating their spoils as treasures, savored every morsel with delight. He closed the window and calmly walked into the bathroom. Guan Li's stomach churned violently, threatening to expel the remnants of yesterday's lunch. Alas! What a waste! Just as he finished retching, regret washed over him. In this apocalyptic world, food was a precious commodity. Gazing at the remnants in the pit, a bold thought crossed Guan Li's mind. Though it was not the same time, it was the same restroom, old 8, allow me to perform for everyone. Suddenly shaking his head, he dismissed that image from his mind. I, Guan Li, would rather starve or fall to the zombies than consume a single bite. Leaving the restroom, Guan Li sat on the bed, contemplating his next course of action. The fate of Zhang San served as a cautionary tale, imparting a crucial lesson: to develop cautiously and avoid recklessness. Ding! Choice reward triggered. Choice 1. Confront the zombies outside the dormitory. Reward title: I am super brave, slight increase in strength. Choice 2. Lurk in the dormitory and await rescue. Reward old 8's secret mini hamburger X100. Choice 3. Leave the dormitory and clear the floor of zombies. Reward skill upgrade opportunity X1. The sudden options plunged Guan Li into contemplation. The first choice was immediately dismissed, even with 10 skeletal soldiers at his command. Facing hundreds of zombies would surely lead to his demise. The second option was equally unappealing. The mere mention of old 8's secret mini hamburger did not inspire confidence. Only the third option resonated with a rational mindset. After a moment of organization, he packed the last 2 remaining instant noodle packets from the dormitory into his bag. A few bottles of mineral water were swiftly gathered as well. Grasping a fruit knife from the table, he slowly opened the dormitory door. 2 skeletal soldiers ventured forth to scout the path. In the narrow corridor, a few scattered zombies wandered aimlessly. The appearance of the skeletal soldiers immediately drew their attention. A cacophony of growls erupted as several zombies charged at the skeletal soldiers. Guan Li, stepping out, was met with this scene. Rather than panic, he calmly commanded the skeletal soldiers to engage. The 2 skeletal soldiers brandished their rusty swords, striking at the zombies' necks. Crack! The rusted blades shattered into 2 pieces, leaving the skeletal soldiers momentarily astonished. The skeletal soldiers mused. We were prepared to fight to the death, yet our lord has perished first? The zombies, undeterred, lunged at the skeletal soldiers. Fortunately, while the swords were destroyed, the skeletal frames remained resilient, sustaining only minor cracks without complete failure. The skeletal soldiers discarded their broken blades and extended sharp bone blades from their arms. Several zombies' heads were swiftly severed. Awakening from a dying illness, I realized I was the fool. Guan Li was taken aback by the unexpected strength of the skeletal soldiers. The commotion soon attracted a dozen more zombies, surrounding them from all sides. Bones! Eliminate them! Guan Li, maintaining his composure, directed the skeletal soldiers in battle. Yes, master! The skeletal soldier raised its weapon, cleaving towards an oncoming zombie. With a powerful swing, the zombie was instantly split in 2. However, the blade bore several new cracks from the strike. Observing from the rear, Guan Li noted this development. Reflecting on the earlier power of the bone blades, he recognized which skill required upgrading. Chapter 3. Upgrading skills. Upon vanquishing the undead, the leader of the skeleton army discovered a white card bursting forth from the corpse. Although Guan Li felt a surge of excitement, he refrained from acting impulsively. While his legion could engage in combat with the zombies, he himself was not yet ready. Advancing recklessly would likely lead to his demise. The skeleton soldiers, however, proved to be formidable, their bony frames exhibiting no fear of the zombies' assaults. Armed with razor-sharp bone blades, they effortlessly severed the heads of the undead. With an overwhelming advantage, the battle was resolved swiftly. The leader of the skeletons wielded a damaged great sword, delivering the final blow to the last zombie. Marking its twilight, "Curse that blacksmith, scoundrel, this was my coffin fund," the leader lamented, and Guan Li cast a sympathetic glance his way. After the skirmish concluded, Guan Li assigned 5 skeleton soldiers to maintain vigilance while the others were tasked with clearing the battlefield. The skeletal warriors worked swiftly, soon rendering the area pristine. They collected a white card and a 1-star crystal core. Food card. Grants 1 portion of food. Observing the card in his palm, Guan Li crushed it. A fragrant piece of cumin grilled meat materialized in his hand. Without concern for the surrounding corpses, he indulged heartily. The food produced by the card was remarkably delectable, rivaling the standards of a 5-star chef. In no time, the sizable chunk of grilled meat was devoured. Wiping his greasy hands, Guan Li retrieved a bottle of Farmer's 3 punches from his backpack. This food card is rather stingy, not even providing any water. He scoffed, stowing away the remaining half-bottle. System. What is the purpose of this crystal core? Guan Li inquired, examining the core in his grasp, its bloodstains having been meticulously wiped away. Host. This crystal core is a product of energy condensation. For a creature to evolve, it must absorb energy. The zombies you mention are, in fact, the result of failed evolution. Residual energy cores remain within their bodies. The system's voice elucidated Guan Li's confusion. Evolution? Guan Li questioned. Perplexed? Indeed. Evolution is a potential for all living beings. Those who evolve can be termed as awakened ones. An awakened one can reach heights unattainable by ordinary humans. This represents a breakthrough, shattering the shackles of genetics. Becoming an awakened one opens up limitless possibilities. The system patiently detailed that I see now. Understanding the significance of the crystal core, Guan Li returned to his dormitory, instructing the skeleton soldiers to stand guard. The method of use had already been conveyed by the system. Grasping the crystal core, he began to absorb its energy. The core melted in his palm, a surge of mysterious power flooding into his being. Guan Li felt a warm sensation enveloping him, as if he were on the verge of ascension. His cells greedily absorbed the core's energy, and it felt as though a shackle within him was gradually being undone. This state persisted for several minutes. Once the energy was fully absorbed, Guan Li opened his eyes, feeling an unending reservoir of strength coursing through him. He struck the iron-framed bed, leaving deep impressions of his fists. Damn, incredible. In his previous state, this feat would have been impossible. Beyond strength, he sensed an enhancement in speed and reflexes. System. What level am I at now? Guan Li inquired with curiosity. 1-star awakened one. This marks the beginning of your evolution. The system chimed in. All right, after absorbing the crystal core, Guan Li shouldered his pack and exited the dormitory. He needed to clear the zombies from the floor to receive the reward options. His floor contained approximately 50 dormitories. Bone. Take 4 skeleton soldiers and clear the zombies on the left side. Understood, Master. The leader of the skeletons nodded, leading his soldiers away. Bang, bang, bang. Outside dormitory 250, Guan Li knocked on the door. Soon, he heard the growls of zombies from within. Break down the door. Prepare for combat. Confirming there were no living occupants, Guan Li commanded the skeleton soldiers to advance. The sharp bone blades easily pried open the door lock. The entrance to dormitory 250 swung wide, revealing a zombie, its intestines hanging grotesquely, lunging toward the skeleton soldiers. Fortunately, the skeletal warriors were well prepared. Their sharp bone blades swiftly sliced through the zombie's neck. Newly mutated zombies were not particularly strong, lacking even a single star in strength. As long as an ordinary person could overcome their fear, they could dispatch these creatures with ease. The system had mentioned that zombies could evolve, but Guan Li was uncertain about the extent of such evolution. After thoroughly scouring dormitory 250, he found only 2 sausages. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, he thought, stuffing them into his backpack. He continued to the next dormitory, employing the same method, knocking, luring out zombies, and then executing them in a single strike. With 5 skeleton soldiers at his command, if he couldn't eliminate them swiftly, they would swarm the enemy. The zombies in the right side dormitory were completely cleared. Through scavenging, he acquired over 20 bottles of mineral water, 5 bags of bread, 3 bags of instant noodles, and 10 sausages. Despite having the cards, food remained scarce due to the exceedingly low drop rate. Until he became more affluent, he would have to practice frugality. He gathered several bags and assigned the task of carrying water to the skeleton soldiers. Upon completing the floor clearing task, a system notification chimed. Reward, skill upgrade opportunities X1. Not long after, Bone returned with the remaining skeleton soldiers. Master. This is a card dropped by the zombies. The leader of the skeletons presented a white card respectfully. Guan Li accepted the card, marveling at the abysmally low drop rate. Only 2 cards and 1 crystal core had dropped from the zombies on this floor. Such rates rivaled those of major gaming companies. Weapon card grants a fine steel tang knife, capable of effortlessly slicing through GE's watermelons. Guan Li's eyes gleamed, and he promptly crushed the card. A tang knife, approximately 90 centimeters in length, appeared in his grasp. Holding the tang knife, Guan Li swung it through the air a few times. Feeling its perfect balance, the previous fruit knife was promptly retired. System: can the skill upgrade opportunities be utilized for the Legion? Indeed, host. The system confirmed. Guan Li accessed the panel of the skeleton army and selected the Bone Blade skill. Selected Bone Blade skill. Would you like to upgrade? Upgrade. Without hesitation, Guan Li affirmed his choice. Ding, congratulations, host. The Skeleton Soldier Legion has acquired the Bone Blade skill. The upgrade completed swiftly, accompanied by the system's notification. The skeleton soldiers were impervious to the zombies' bites. Their only shortcoming lay in their attack power. Fortunately, the Bone Blade skill compensated for this deficiency. Given that the zombies were currently weak, the Bone Blade could easily breach their defenses. However, as zombies would evolve, Guan Li recognized the need to enhance the Bone Blade skill to bolster the skeleton soldier's offensive capabilities. Show me your new skills. After the upgrade, Guan Li instructed the skeleton soldiers to demonstrate. Compared to the previous Bone Blade, the bone knife was sharper and longer. The original Bone Blade had merely utilized a portion of an arm as a blade, often leading to significant limitations. The bone knife, in contrast, extended a blade of approximately 80 centimeters directly from the edge of the arm, allowing for agile and unrestricted use. After upgrading the skill, Guan Li triggered another set of options. Option 1. Find a comfortable dormitory and take a nap, gaining the skill drowsy, instantly fall asleep. Option 2. Clear all zombies in dormitory building number 1, rewarding 1-star crystal cores x5 and 10 burdensome survivors. Option 3. Fight your way out of the dormitory building, eliminating all zombies in the open area, rewarding a random talent skill card x1 and a Legion advancement card x1. Chapter 4. Clearing the zombies. Guan Li swiftly disregarded Option 1. Instant sleep? What a useless ability. Option 2's reward seemed somewhat meager. 5 1-star crystal cores, in addition to 10 burdensome survivors, hardly sparked his interest. He had no illusions about the utility of what the system deemed burdensome. Upon reviewing the options, only Option 3 appeared to offer a reasonable reward. Having determined his objective, Guan Li, accompanied by the skeleton soldiers, proceeded towards the staircase. The immediate priority was to strengthen his own power. He intended to seize as many cards and crystal cores as possible while the zombies had yet to evolve. The stairwell was dimly lit, the flickering emergency lights casting an eerie glow. Guan Li instructed the skeleton soldiers to lead the way, positioning himself in the center of the formation. Caution was always prudent. He harbored no delusions of invincibility. In the lobby on the first floor, a congregation of over a dozen zombies awaited. Observing the tightly shut gate and the gruesome bloodstains, Guan Li could surmise the scene that had unfolded. It was likely that the elderly residents of the dormitory had locked the gate upon seeing the zombies outside. Unaware that the undead had infiltrated the building as well, the barricade had likely prevented the zombies in the lobby from being lured outside. Take them down, Guan Li commanded, choosing to strike first and directing the skeleton soldiers to engage. The zombies, alerted by the commotion behind them, ceased their assault on the gate. They lunged at the skeleton soldiers with claws outstretched. The upgraded bone blades were extraordinarily sharp, rendering the task of dispatching these freshly infected zombies remarkably simple. Each strike from the skeleton soldiers accurately cleaved through the zombie skulls. Guan Li felt a rush of adrenaline as he fixated on a solitary zombie. Stealthily approaching, he swung the tang knife. Crack! A flurry of actions ensued. But the outcome was less than stellar. The blade of Guan Li's tang knife became lodged in the zombie's shoulder. What the hell? That's incredibly off-target, Guan Li exclaimed, feeling exasperated, yet accepting the mishap as a learning experience. After all, this was his first attempt at hacking a zombie. Errors were to be expected. Zombies were not watermelons, willing to lie still for him to strike. The zombie, swaying its decaying body, opened its gaping maw. Seemingly intent on a close encounter, the foul stench of its breath nearly caused Guan Li to faint. Get away, you filthy leech! With a swift kick, Guan Li struck the zombie squarely in the abdomen. Under the force of the blow, the tang dao was drawn from its sheath. Guan Li steadied his breath and gripped the blade with a newfound firmness, no longer trembling. Die! The tang dao in his hand cleaved through the zombie's neck with precision. Thud! The decapitated head tumbled to the ground. Exhaling in relief, Guan Li realized that this decisive strike marked a transformation within him. He was gradually adapting to the harsh realities of this apocalyptic world. The leader of the skeletons, Bone, commanded his skeletal soldiers to dispatch the remaining zombies. A mere dozen zombies yielded only 3 crystal cores, While not a single card was in sight, it dawned on Guan Li just how rare these cards truly were. He picked up the crystal cores and began to absorb their energy. Bone and his skeletal warriors stood guard around him. The 3 one-star crystal cores were quickly consumed. System, why hasn't my level increased? Guan Li inquired, puzzled. Under normal circumstances, the energy from these cores should have sufficed for an upgrade. Host. Each individual's potential varies. Naturally, the effects of absorbing crystal cores differ. The system explained earnestly. To put it simply, the capacity of a cup and that of a pool are not comparable. The greater the host's potential, the more energy can be contained. Consequently, the energy required for a breakthrough is also greater. Such advantages will gradually manifest as one's strength increases. One must bear the weight of the crown. I understand, Guan Li nodded. Having read numerous web novels, he was aware that protagonists often bore their own flaws. Undoubtedly, he had his own shortcomings as well. Gazing at the tightly locked shutter door, an idea began to form in his mind. Although the skeletal soldiers had acquired the bone blade skill, confronting hundreds of zombies head-on was clearly not a rational choice. Guan Li approached the shutter door and retrieved a key from the debris, partially opening the door to leave a gap for 2 figures. The zombies, devoid of any intelligence, were at a fatal disadvantage. Bone, we'll defend this central opening. The rest of you, guard the flanks. Guan Li quickly organized the forthcoming hunt. Despite the protection of the Legion, he chose to join the fray himself. The gap in the shutter door was wide enough for the bone blade to pass through, allowing the skeletal soldiers to pierce the zombie skulls. Clang, clang, clang. Guan Li gripped his Tang Dao and struck the shutter door with force. The wandering zombies outside were instantly drawn to the cacophony. Howling, they rushed towards him like wolves spotting prey. Guan Li swiftly retreated behind the shutter door. Kill! Hundreds of zombies collided against the shutter door, the stench of decay overwhelming. The door held firm against the majority of the zombies, while the narrow passageway allowed only 2 to enter at a time. As they stepped into the hall, their heads were swiftly severed. The remaining zombies pounded against the shutter door, as the skeletal soldiers thrust their bone blades with deadly accuracy, piercing the zombies' skulls. As the front line of zombies fell, those behind pressed forward. The skeletal soldiers continued their relentless assault, penetrating the heads of the undead. Hundreds of zombies were crammed against the shutter door, and under the terrifying pressure, the door began to bend and warp. Guan Li knew it would not hold much longer. He dared not hesitate, wielding his Tang Dao with fervor to slay the zombies. As time passed, his movements became increasingly fluid. What once required several strikes to fell a zombie now only necessitated a single precise blow. The chaos of battle ignited a fervor within Guan Li, propelling his growth. The shutter door was almost entirely deformed, on the verge of collapse. However, the external zombies had been largely cleared. The few that remained posed little threat. Even in numbers, the skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor skill, encasing their vulnerable spots in a layer of bone. The zombies' claws proved to be little more than a mere annoyance to them. Seeing the opportune moment, Guan Li commanded the skeletal soldiers to retreat. The remaining zombies surged into the hall, numbering around 20 or 30. Kill! Blood surged through Guan Li's veins as he directed the skeletal soldiers to charge with unbridled ferocity. He himself wielded the Tang Dao, seeking out more zombies to slay. In the hall, carnage ensued, heads rolling amidst the chaos. The remaining zombies were swiftly eradicated. Objective complete. Reward. Random talent skill card X1, Legion advancement card X1. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Guan Li instructed the skeletal soldiers to clean the battlefield, with Bone standing protectively at his side. He then examined the rewards he had received from the objective. Random talent card. Grants a random talent upon use. Legion advancement card. Can be used for Legion advancement. Without hesitation, Guan Li crushed the talent card, a radiant light enveloping him. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the talent. Immunity gene. Negates all negative effects. The system's voice resonated within him. Guan Li immediately felt a subtle transformation within his body. Negates all negative effects. What about zombie infection? He seized a zombie's claw and made a small incision on his arm. As the zombie virus entered his system, it was swiftly dispelled by a mysterious force. Incredible! A divine talent, Guan Li rejoiced. Mom, you need not worry about me being infected by zombies anymore. Chapter 5. The Teaching Building System. I want to upgrade the Legion, Guan Li exclaimed eagerly. The skeletal soldiers had proven to be so formidable. He could only imagine what upgrading them would entail. Ding! Please select the Legion to upgrade. The system responded. Choose the Skeleton Soldier Legion, Guan Li declared. Ding! Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier Legion requires 10 Legion advancement cards. The system's unyielding tone doused Guan Li's excitement with cold reality. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. System, is your item description reliable? Guan Li inquired tentatively. Would I provide you with a false description? Just tell me whether you want to see it. The system retorted within his mind. Fine, I want to see it. It's always a delight to check item descriptions. Guan Li felt a surge of frustration but had no recourse against the system. He could only continue swinging his Tang Dao at the fallen zombies. Master, the battlefield has been cleared. Bone respectfully presented the crystal cores and cards to Guan Li. He beheld the cards and cores in Bone's grasp. His earlier disappointment began to lift. 5 white cards. 1 greenish white card and 7 1-star crystal cores. Food card X2. Legion advancement card X1. Explosive arrow X2. Causes an explosion upon impact, inflicting damage to targets within a 10-meter radius, equivalent to that of a grenade. Ah. So the drop cards can also yield advancement cards, Guan Li mused, finding the logic reasonable. Relying on option rewards to obtain advancement cards was likely more challenging than cutting through a mountain of obstacles. After all, the rewards from options might not always include advancement cards, and the options themselves were triggered at random, relying solely on luck. After reviewing the 5 white cards, he was left with the greenish-white card. Aesthetically, the greenish-white card appeared more exquisite. Judging by the drop rate, it was rarer than the white cards. Black Iron Crossbow. Crafted from black iron, it possesses superior penetration power. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand, and a crossbow materialized before him. The crossbow, entirely black, felt substantial in his grip. What a bountiful harvest! Life is truly becoming more rewarding. In that moment, Guan Li felt that all his efforts had been worth it. Well done! He patted Bone on the shoulder. Master, it is my honor to serve you, Bone replied solemnly, performing a knightly salute. Yes, keep up the good work. I, Guan Li, will never treat you poorly, Guan Li said earnestly. Since the Legion could not absorb crystal cores, he was left with no choice but to absorb them himself, despite the bittersweet nature of it. Absorbing crystal cores was indeed a remarkable endeavor. Guan Li gazed at the crystal cores in his hand and began to absorb their energy. Waves of warmth coursed through his body, enhancing his strength. After a brief while, he had absorbed all the crystal cores. He felt considerably more powerful. Even against a champion fighter, he would now find himself victorious with ease. Guan Li stored the black iron crossbow in the system's backpack, as items provided by the system and cards could be safely kept there. After a moment of rest, Guan Li, accompanied by his legion, departed from the male dormitory. It was approaching noon, and he needed to seize the opportunity to eliminate more zombies. Brother, are you running for your life? Can you take me with you? As Guan Li exited the dormitory, a voice called from behind. He turned to see a boy at a window on the 4th floor, desperately waving his arms. Guan Li ignored him and continued on his way. With his current strength, he could easily rescue the boy, but there was no need to carry an extra burden. It would only impede his progress. This was an apocalypse, where morality and conscience held no sway. It's already a miracle I haven't stabbed you in the back, Guan Li thought. Damn, you useless trash. I hope you get bitten by a zombie soon. As the boy realized Guan Li's indifference, he resorted to cursing angrily. Left with no choice, he retreated back into the dormitory, waiting for rescue. Guan Li paid no heed to the boy's insults. Classmate, please save me. I can promise to be your girlfriend, a sultry voice called from above as he passed the female dormitory. On the 5th floor balcony, a girl clad in lace lingerie waved at him. The girl's beauty was striking. Being a university student, she was exceptionally well developed. With her ample curves, alluring lips, and long, fair legs, clad in enticing black lace, she was the epitome of a heartthrob for many. Sorry. I prefer men. You've mistaken the wrong person. With tears in her eyes, Guan Li resolutely turned away, leaving without a backward glance. Alas! Please do not go. I will introduce my boyfriend to you. The girl, unwilling to give up, cried out hastily. Oh my! Guan Li felt a jolt of surprise and quickened her pace, lamenting inwardly how wild the youth of today had become. Upon reaching the exterior of the teaching building, it had transformed into a veritable hellscape of flesh and blood. The onset of the apocalypse coincided perfectly with a social welfare event, resulting in a multitude of students congregated outside. The arrival of the end times marked the beginning of their nightmares. Former classmates, who once shared daily companionship, had morphed into bloodthirsty demons. Sweethearts, in a desperate bid to survive, could betray one another to the jaws of zombies. As the apocalypse erupted, the malevolence of human nature began to unfold. Help me. Please save me. I beg you. A zombie with a severed leg trailed closely behind her. Guan Li furrowed her brow and swiftly dispatched the undead creature. Can you take me to the hospital? I do not want to die. The girl pleaded, her voice barely audible, on the brink of shock. I am sorry. Let me free you from this suffering. With that, Guan Li raised her tang knife and granted the girl a final release. Taking a few deep breaths, she quickly composed herself. This was the apocalypse. Death had become the norm. Wailing, Guan Li and the skeletal soldiers attracted the attention of the horde of zombies. Fall back. Retreat into the teaching building. Today's welfare event had attracted thousands of participants. And the number of zombies was surely substantial. In the area directly before Guan Li, there were already hundreds of the undead. Confronting such a massive horde, the skeletal legion was far from a match. If they were surrounded, danger would be imminent. Guan Li acted swiftly, darting into the nearby teaching building, with the skeletal soldiers following closely behind. Inside, the floors were stained with blood, and several scattered zombies roamed. Guan Li wielded her tang knife, slashing down the nearest undead. A white card burst forth. She collected it without a second thought. It was a food card that asked for the crystal core. She had no time to examine it. Dozens of zombies stumbled into the building. Sensing the moment was right, Guan Li hurriedly retrieved her black iron crossbow. Damn it! I'll blow you all to bits. Loading an explosive arrow, she aimed at the throng at the entrance. Whoosh! The explosive arrow soared into the mass of zombies, sending chunks of flesh flying. Chapter 6. The Berserker. What a thrill! Guan Li reveled in the carnage, watching the zombies meet their gruesome fate. Regrettably, the explosive arrow had limited power and could only take down those in close proximity. Glancing at the cards strewn on the ground, she hesitated before rushing upstairs. The explosive arrow had eliminated some of the zombies, but the remaining horde was still capable of overwhelming her. Choice 1. Stay and fight the horde. Reward. Insanity Frenzy skill. Upon activation, strength increases by 1 level but loses rationality for 10 seconds. Choice 2. Utilize the advantageous terrain of the 4th floor to clear the horde. Reward. 100 points. Legion Advancement Card X5. Choice 3. Escape down the left corridor. Reward. Talent of Swift Escape. Speed slightly increased while fleeing, significantly decreased while being chased. Without a moment's thought, Guan Li opted for the second choice. While the rewards for the other two options were appealing, their side effects were too great for her to consider. She dashed up to the 4th floor, where a tightly locked door awaited at the end of the corridor. She recalled it was a hall typically used for speeches and meetings. The options provided by the system closely aligned with the situation at hand. The advantageous terrain of the 4th floor referred specifically to this hall. Calling to the skeletal soldiers, she charged toward the end of the corridor. A few scattered zombies blocked her path, which she effortlessly dispatched. With her tang knife, she broke the lock on the door. Quick! Barricade the entrance. Once inside the hall, Guan Li swiftly issued commands. The skeletal soldiers began moving tables to construct a makeshift defense line. Watching the approaching horde of zombies, Guan Li prepared for a desperate stand. Though rudimentary, the barricade could hold off the undead for a time, allowing her to gradually whittle down their numbers. She drew her black iron crossbow and fired an arrow down the corridor. The violent explosion eradicated numerous zombies, but it also attracted the attention of nearby undead. At this point, Guan Li could not afford to be distracted. She needed to deal with the immediate threat. After a brief pause, the zombies continued their relentless advance, trampling over the remains of their fallen. The foremost zombie had already climbed over the tables and entered the hall. Kill! The skeletal soldiers activated their bone armor and began to slay the invading zombies. Guan Li, wielding her tang knife, relentlessly struck down any zombies that slipped through. The skeletal captain, far superior in strength to the ordinary soldiers, managed to take down 2 zombies with each swing of its bone blade. As time passed, Guan Li found her rhythm. The tang knife felt like an extension of herself. The entrance to the hall was now strewn with corpses, with only a few zombies left stubbornly resisting. A few decisive blows from Guan Li eliminated the last of them. Sighing in relief, the system's voice echoed in her mind. Objective completed. Reward. 100 points. Legion Advancement Card X5. Ding. Host has acquired points. Activating the trading mall. Points can be obtained through completing objectives, defeating monsters, trading, and other means. Eagerly, Guan Li opened the system interface. Indeed, the interface now featured a new tab alongside Character, Inventory, and Legion, the mall. Entering the Points Mall. A mysterious virtual panel materialized before her, displaying an array of supplies, items, weapons, skills, and Legion cards to in the Points Mall. There was no limit to what one could acquire, provided they had sufficient points. For Guan Li, the most pressing need was undoubtedly the Legion cards. With a mere thought, the items on the virtual panel transformed into various Legion cards. She glanced over a few, her lips twitching in disbelief. They are prohibitively expensive. Even the cheapest Legion card required tens of thousands of points. As for the more powerful legions, the number of zeros was simply staggering. Guan Li understood that she was currently in no position to make a purchase. What comes will come. Since she could not afford a Legion card, she might as well opt for some basic supplies. White steamed bun. A very decent bun, priced at 1.500 milliliters purified water. Drinkable purified water. Free from any harmful substances, Priced at 1 point, strength pill, double strength for 10 seconds, a premium product from Jiangnan. Priced at 10 points, urea bag, a weapon exclusive to the South Jiang gangsters. Priced at 10 points, high-protein beef, offers 6 times the energy of regular beef. Priced at 5 points, Guan Li casually glanced over the options. The basic items were indeed very affordable but varied widely. Although she was unsure why a urea bag was included, the notoriety of the South Jiang gangsters was unmistakable. Thus, Guan Li decided against purchasing anything. Master, I sense a powerful presence approaching. The skeletal captain's voice interrupted her thoughts. She hastily closed the points maul, gripping her weapon tightly. Thud thud, a dull sound resonated around her. Guan Li could distinctly feel the ground trembling beneath her feet. This is bad. Quick, hide, she shouted, rolling to the side. The skeletal captain also took evasive action at the same moment. Boom! A towering figure crashed through the wall. Debris flew, filling the hall with dust. What on earth is that? Guan Li quickly regained her footing, glaring at the looming figure through the haze. The skeletal soldiers stood ready, forming a protective barrier around her. As the dust settled, the figure was revealed to be a mutated zombie, standing over 2 meters tall. Its body rippled with bulging muscles, grayish-white veins pulsating just beneath the skin. Its arms were disproportionately massive, well over 3 times the size of a normal human's. Name: Berserker Strength, 2 stars ability. Charge: Power Punch Evaluation. A mutated zombie with enhanced strength, beware of its arms. Guan Li scanned the brief information that appeared in her mind. Good heavens! A mutated zombie? No wonder it's so formidable. She was taken aback, realizing that the zombies were evolving sooner than expected. A grave expression crossed her face. This mutated zombie possessed 2-star strength. Though they had the advantage in numbers, she knew it would still be a fierce battle. Bone, are you afraid? Guan Li asked. I shall shatter any obstacles for my master. The skeletal captain brandished its bone blade, activating its armor. Kill. The skeletal soldiers rallied, their eyes ablaze with the fire of their souls. Good. Let us take down this brute. Encouraged by the resolute response of the skeletal legion, Guan Li felt a surge of confidence. Roar. The berserker emitted a fearsome roar. Though it did not comprehend Guan Li's musings, it recognized that the creature before it was a source of protein. The berserker lunged forward, its legs slightly bent, activating its charge skill to barrel toward Guan Li. Chapter 7. Bountiful Harvest. While the berserker appeared clumsy, its charge skill dramatically increased its speed. Scatter. Guan Li knew better than to withstand the assault head-on. The weakness of zombies lay in their lack of intelligence, and she had to exploit that. With a swift command, the skeletal soldiers dispersed. The berserker plowed through tables and chairs like a bulldozer. Boom. It failed to halt in time, crashing into the wall and getting stuck in the crevice. What a chance! Seizing the moment, Guan Li gripped her tang knife and charged forward. The battle-hardened skeletal soldiers also took advantage of the opportunity. Before the onset of battle, Guan Li commanded the skeletal leader to lead the legion in search of opportunities to launch an attack. After all, the legion would not betray him. It mattered little who was in command. The tang dao in his hand struck fiercely against the back of the brute. He felt a tremendous resistance against the blade. The finely tempered steel tang dao, which could slice through zombies as easily as cutting vegetables, barely managed to breach the brute's defenses. Hiss! Such strength! Truly, it is a mutated zombie. This level of power utterly crushes that of ordinary zombies. The skeletal soldiers surged forward, and under the command of the leader skeleton, their bone blades descended upon the brute's legs. In an instant, a significant amount of grayish-white flesh was severed. Roaring, the brute bellowed in fury. Pulling its upper body free from the crevice in the wall, with a sweeping motion of its arms, a gale of force surged forth. This is bad. Guan Li had not anticipated the brute's rapid escape from its bindings. Bone armor. Almost instinctively, Guan Li activated the skill. A layer of white, bone-like armor quickly enveloped his vital areas. Boom! Guan Li's body was sent flying. Protect the master. Destroy this creature. Upon witnessing Guan Li's injury, the leader skeleton's eyes ignited with fury. It executed a cleaving strike, the bone blade embedding itself into the brute's robust arms, leaving behind a gruesome gash. The brute, enraged, hurled the skeleton aside. It had no interest in this bony creature. The skeletal soldiers charged, their bone blades hacking furiously. Yet the brute's tough hide and formidable 2-star strength rendered their assaults largely ineffective. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Guan Li rose from the ground and charged once more at the brute. Roar! The brute launched a punch, aiming to crush Guan Li. His pupils constricted, and he quickly bent down to evade. The brute's arm grazed his body, leaving a fiery sting on his back. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he swung the sharp tang dao towards the brute's neck. This area was its most vulnerable point. Whoosh, the keen blade nearly sliced through its throat. Just a bit more, and he could sever its head. But alas, the brute reacted swiftly. It seized Guan Li's clothing, flinging him away. Clutching its slashed neck, the brute let out a furious roar. Just a hair's breadth away from death. The fear of mortality instinctively made the brute guard its throat. Damn! This hulking beast is not as foolish as it seems. Observing the brute's demeanor, Guan Li felt a sense of foreboding. With the neck off limits, he would have to target the head. However, the brute's muscular cranium appeared quite formidable, presenting a challenge, unless an idea struck him, and he quickly commanded the legion to restrain the brute. Bone, block its path, at your command, master. The brute, initially intent on pursuing its advantage, was suddenly ensnared. The skeletal soldier's resilience rivaled that of zombies, almost akin to being immortal. Each time the brute sent them flying, they would soon return to the fray. Seizing this moment, Guan Li searched the point's shop. Soon, his eyes lit up. Found it. This is the one. Armor-piercing arrow. Crafted from special materials, possessing exceptional penetration capabilities, priced at 20 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li purchased 3 armor-piercing arrows. 100 points were swiftly expended. In this dire situation, it was a matter of either the brute's demise or his own. Points could be earned again, but if he were to perish, that would be the end of the line. Even with just one arm, the brute remained incredibly powerful. Many skeletal soldiers had already suffered grievous injuries. Guan Li even witnessed the brute charging its punch, instantly pulverizing 2 skeletal soldiers into shattered bones. Even the leader skeleton staggered from the impact, its soul's fiery light dimming considerably. Damn it! How dare you harm my skeletons? You shall perish. Guan Li fitted an armor-piercing arrow to his bow, aiming for the brute's head. Whoosh, the sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed. A dark glimmering arrowhead pierced into the brute's cranium. Roar, the brute howled in rage, wildly flailing its arms and striking at the surrounding skeletal soldiers. The threat of death unsettled it. Doesn't he die? Guan Li's expression turned cold. Fortunately, he had not skimped and had prepared 3 armor-piercing arrows. He fitted the second arrow, targeting the wound on the brute's head. Whoosh, another sound of slicing air erupted. This arrow pierced straight through the brute's skull. Boom, the brute collapsed to the ground. Like a machine running out of fuel. Finally, it is dead. Killed the brute. Gained 100 points. The system's voice resonated in his mind. Guan Li's spirit soared as he pondered. So, only by slaying mutated zombies can one earn points. Master, are you unharmed? The leader skeleton approached Guan Li. I am fine. Guan Li shook his head. Although the situation looked dire, he had merely sustained superficial injuries. Bone, go and clear the battlefield. Yes, master. The leader skeleton nodded and turned to begin the cleanup. Aside from the brute, there were still hundreds of ordinary zombies in the hall. System. What happens when soldiers fall in battle? Guan Li, feeling there might still be a chance for recovery, hurriedly inquired of the system. Host. When soldiers fall, they will return to the Legion space for revival. The system's words filled Guan Li with joy, dispelling the gloom in his heart. He opened the Legion panel to access the skeletal soldier interface. At that moment, the 2 fallen skeletal soldiers were in the countdown for revival. A string of numbers was steadily decreasing next to their information. Guan Li calculated it to be approximately 6 hours. System, is the revival time for soldiers fixed? He casually asked. Host, the revival time depends on the strength of the soldiers. The stronger the soldier, the longer the revival time required. Oh, I see. Guan Li nodded and exited the system interface. He looked at the corpses strewn about and joined in the cleanup efforts. The hall was littered with bodies, and Guan Li easily cleaved through the zombie skulls with his Tang Dao. Whenever he found a crystal core, he picked it up without a trace of disdain for the bloodied filth. 20 minutes later, Guan Li gazed at the rewards before him, grinning from ear to ear. 35 1-star crystal cores, 1 2-star crystal core, 33 white random cards, and 1 green random card. A resounding success. Chapter 8. Legion Advancement. Everyone, rest in place. Guan Li surveyed the skeletal soldiers, all of whom were missing limbs. Although they could still fight, their effectiveness had been significantly diminished. The skeletal soldiers' recovery abilities were formidable. In the brief time spent cleaning the battlefield, the cracks in their bones had already healed completely. The broken bones were slowly regenerating. At this rate, they would soon return to peak condition. Seizing this opportunity, Guan Li decided to digest the spoils. He opened all 33 white random cards. Food card X13, 500 milliliters purified water X12, Desert Eagle handgun X1, advancement card X4, explosive grenade X3. The notification sounds rang out repeatedly, and Guan Li's face lit up with satisfaction. The food cards and water needed no further explanation. They were essential for survival in the apocalypse. A Among the items, the most exciting for Guan Li was undoubtedly the advancement cards. With the 4 advancement cards he had just obtained, combined with the previous 7, he was now able to advance the Legion. Next were the explosive grenades and the Desert Eagle handgun. The grenades were undeniably effective weapons against zombies. As for the handgun, it was said in the underworld. The gun is fast beyond 7 steps and accurate and quick within 7 steps. Clearly, the handgun held immense deterrent power over ordinary people. While the crossbow arrows were good, they required reloading after each use, making them far less convenient than a gun. Concentrating, Guan Li conjured a silver handgun into his hand. It felt heavy and substantial. The handgun came with 7 rounds of ammunition, which was already sufficient for Guan Li. The system kindly provided a manual for the handgun's use. After a few moments of adjusting, he stored it away. A green card. I wonder what it will yield. Gazing at the sole green card, intricately engraved with mysterious patterns, a faint green glow emanated from it. Acquired Gale Technique X1. Can comprehend Gale Technique upon use. Wow, what a brilliant green light, Guan Li exclaimed. The Gale Technique skill card before him radiated dazzling azure light. Dio, you wish to learn the skill. Gale Technique? Learn. Without hesitation, Guan Li selected to learn. Ding, congratulations, host. For mastering the Gale Technique. Gale Technique grants the user the power of the Gale. Wow, incredible. Guan Li promptly activated the Gale Technique. In an instant, he felt his body become light as if he were treading on the winds of a tempest. He sprinted with all his might, covering several meters in the blink of an eye. Fast, Guan Li exclaimed. With the Gale Technique's enhancement, his speed had at least doubled. Approximately 3 minutes later, that sensation of lightness gradually faded. A simple test provided Guan Li with a preliminary understanding of the Gale Technique. Its duration was 3 minutes, doubling his speed. This was an excellent skill that could save his life in critical moments. Although the Gale Technique had no cooldown time, it did consume energy. After absorbing the crystal cores, Guan Li felt a mysterious energy surge within him. This energy could be likened to a blue bar of sorts. Using bone armor also required energy. In his hand, Guan Li held a crystal core the size of a pigeon egg. Compared to the 1-star crystal cores, the 2-star cores were even more translucent, allowing him to see the energy swirling within. Grasping the 2-star crystal core, Guan Li began to absorb it. The energy flowed into him, washing over every corner of his body like a rushing river. Ah, amazing, Guan Li couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding soldiers stared at him in a daze. The commander of bones wore an expression of bewilderment. After a moment, Guan Li exhaled a heavy breath, feeling an undeniable surge of power within him. Without a doubt, he had surpassed his previous limits. Name: Guan Li Strength, 2-star abilities, White Bone Armor, Immune Gene, Gale Technique Legion, Skeleton Soldier Legion Points, 140 Evaluation. Keep striving, you have become a high-level cannon fodder. The corners of Guan Li's eyes twitched involuntarily. The system's sharp tongue was as infuriating as ever. Having broken through to 2-star strength, Guan Li felt the Tang Dao in his hand become significantly lighter, a testament to the immense boost in his power. Observing the remaining 1-star crystal cores, he absorbed them all, but their effect was disappointingly minimal. 35 crystal cores only provided a slight enhancement to his capabilities. Sigh. These 1-star crystal cores are utterly inadequate. Guan Li shook his head. As one progresses, the path to improvement becomes increasingly arduous. Once his strength was enhanced, Guan Li turned his attention to his legion. After relentless effort, he had finally gathered the necessary advancement cards. System: advanced the Skeleton Soldier Legion. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Soldier Legion. It requires 10 Legion advancement cards. Do you wish to proceed? Advance. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li confirmed the upgrade. Ding. Commencing the advancement of the Skeleton Soldier Legion. The commander of bones, still unclear about the situation, was abruptly drawn back into the Legion's space. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation for the upgraded Skeleton Soldier Legion. As the advancement process required time, he settled into a comfortable position. From his backpack, he retrieved and crushed 2 food cards. A carbon-grilled lobster and a golden steak materialized before him, filling the hall with their enticing aroma. Wow, this lobster is enormous, and this steak smells divine. Guan Li's mouth watered profusely as he indulged. The items provided by the food cards were random. After devouring the lobster and steak, he contentedly fetched a bottle of mineral water. Gulp, gulp. After downing a bottle, he felt slightly satiated. Alas, with his strength enhanced, his appetite has grown as well. At this rate, he might become a bottomless pit. Why do people eat? Just as Guan Li pondered this philosophical question, the system's voice chimed in. Ding. The Skeleton Soldier Legion has successfully evolved. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Li rejoiced, casting aside his philosophical musings. He opened the Legion panel to glean more information. Skeleton Warrior Legion, upgradable, number, 15, potential, 3-star, strength, 2-star, commander, bone, skills, // bone blade, bone shield, white bone battle armor. The number of Legion members has increased. Skills have been added. Skills have been enhanced. Strength has risen. The information about the Skeleton Warrior Legion flooded Guan Li's mind, leading him to 3 swift conclusions. System. What does this potential signify? Guan Li inquired, seeking clarity. Host. Potential represents the current realm that the Legion can surpass. The higher the potential, the greater the strength limit of the Legion. Oh, now I understand. Guan Li nodded, instantly grasping the meaning of potential. Eagerly, he summoned the Skeleton Warrior Legion. In a flash of white light, the skeleton warriors appeared before him. The commander of bones had grown taller, nearing 2 meters in height. Its skeletal frame had thickened and hardened. In addition to its bone blade, it wielded a rectangular bone shield, intricately adorned with fearsome skull patterns that exuded a sense of weightiness. The 15 skeleton warriors held bone blades and round bone shields. Chapter 9. The human-faced mantis. The 15 skeleton warriors stood in precise formation, exuding an impressive aura. Aha! The fallen soldiers have even resurrected. Guan Li gasped in delight at this unexpected boon. Thank you, Master. Grant us new life. The soldiers knelt on one knee. Rise. Guan Li raised his hand, pleased as he regarded the skeleton warriors. Should they encounter any aggressors again, they would undoubtedly be capable of subduing them effortlessly. With all members at 2-star strength, they were a force to be reckoned with. Let us proceed. Continue our exploration, Guan Li commanded, leading the skeleton warriors out of the hall. Upon returning to the lobby on the first floor, he recalled that a few cards had been left behind. Where are the cards? Guan Li looked at the corpses on the ground, which were entirely devoid of any items. Their heads had been cleaved open, brains thoroughly muddled. Clearly, other survivors had already rummaged through this place. Sigh. Consider it a charitable act. Guan Li shook his head, not dwelling on it too much. He questioned himself what choice he would make in such a situation. Undoubtedly, he would choose to take. Only a fool would leave empty-handed. This was the end of the world, after all, with no constraints in place. The darker aspects of human nature were laid bare. Option 1. Clear the zombies from the playground. Reward, 2-star crystal core X10. Option 2. Clear the zombies from the main teaching building. Reward, random Legion card X1. Option 3. Leave Z University through the dog hole at the east gate. Reward, key to a certain community's main gate. Just as Guan Li was about to make a move, 3 options materialized in his mind. Without a moment's thought, he opted for the second choice. In the presence of a Legion card, the other option seemed utterly worthless. The main building was adjacent to the one he occupied. He recalled a corridor that would lead directly there. Without hesitation, Guan Li advanced with his skeleton warriors in tow. Roar. Several wandering zombies, upon spotting the living Guan Li, let out a chorus of growls. One of the zombies, its belly swollen, dripped green liquid from its mouth. Name: Corrosive 1 strength, 2-star abilities, corrosive spray evaluation. A mutated zombie capable of spraying highly corrosive liquid. Guan Li's gaze swept over it, and a string of information appeared in his mind. Well, another mutated zombie. Had this been before, Guan Li might have found it troublesome. However, having just enhanced his strength, he was eager to test his skills. Bone! Leave this mutated zombie to me. Guan Li gripped his Tang Dao and charged towards the corrosive one. Gulp. Gulp. The corrosive one, feeling insulted by the audacity of such a weak human, began to convulse its throat. Unleashing a stream of green corrosive liquid, Guan Li activated Gale technique, his speed dramatically increasing, allowing him to effortlessly evade the corrosive spray. The corrosive one had not anticipated such swiftness. It attempted to spray again, but needed a 2-second interval to do so, a window wide enough for Guan Li to strike 10 times. With a swift motion, Guan Li brought his Tang Dao down upon the corrosive one's head. Slash. The grotesque, decayed head was cleaved in half. Kill the corrosive one. Gain 75 points. The system's notification rang out, leaving Guan Li momentarily stunned. The points reward has diminished. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly deduced the reason. This was likely tied to his recent breakthrough. The greater the challenge in killing, the higher the points awarded. As for the minimum reward, that remained to be seen. The corrosive one generously dropped the 2-star crystal core. But regrettably, no card was found. Guan Li picked up the crystal core and absorbed it in his palm. A warm current flowed through him, further enhancing his strength. The skeleton warriors swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies. Though, disappointingly, none dropped any items. Onward, Guan Li pressed forward, sprinting towards the end of the corridor, arriving at a tightly sealed aluminum door. This was the passageway leading to the main teaching building. A few mangled corpses lay before the door. creating an eerie sight. Rather than mere bodies, they resembled dismembered remains. Blood and flesh were scattered chaotically on the ground, and the evidence suggested that this was no zombie's doing. Guan Li's heart raced with alarm. The wounds on the corpses were clearly inflicted by sharp instruments. All units, be on guard. Unknown creatures ahead, Guan Li warned, instructing 2 skeleton warriors to scout ahead. The skeleton warriors raised their bone shields and cautiously pushed open the aluminum door. A pungent scent of blood assaulted them. Beyond the door lay a scene of carnage. Corpses littered the corridor, blood staining the ground crimson. A massive mantis, nearly 2 meters in height, stood with its back to Guan Li. Its sharp forelimbs tearing into a corpse, voraciously feasting. Blood splattered, painting the surrounding walls in a gruesome display, with various colorful entrails pooling on the floor. Despite his previous experiences, Guan Li still felt a wave of nausea wash over him. Russell, the gigantic mantis, seemed to sense a presence behind it. Clutching its meal, it slowly turned to face Guan Li. Upon seeing its visage, Guan Li couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. It was indeed a mantis, but the face devouring the corpse bore human-like features. Name: human-faced mantis potential, 5-star strength, 2-star abilities, claw slash, charge slash, mimetic exoskeleton, leap strike evaluation. A disaster creature descending from the rift. With a twisted life structure and formidable strength. Beware its forelimbs. Good heavens! It possesses 4 abilities. Guan Li's expression grew grave. He had not anticipated encountering a disaster creature so swiftly. He could sense the formidable power of the human-faced mantis. If he were to categorize star levels into beginner, intermediate, and advanced tiers, he was at the beginner level, while the human-faced mantis was at least advanced. If it continued to consume, it would surely break through to 3-star strength. Danger! Extreme danger. Guan Li felt an instinctual urge to flee. However, he understood that running would only seal his fate. The narrow corridor left him nowhere to hide. He tightened his grip on the Tang Dao. Cold sweat beading on his forehead. Fight. It had to be a battle. Only then could there be a glimmer of hope. He commanded 15 2-star skeleton warriors at his side. One cannot rule out the possibility of a counterattack. The rustling sound echoed as the mantis with a human visage curiously scrutinized Guan Li. A peculiar smile crept across its anthropomorphic face, a smile that only emerged when it had locked onto its prey. The human before it had already been designated as its meal. With a swift lunge, the human-faced mantis surged towards the skeletal warrior. Its razor-sharp forelimbs struck out. The skeletal warrior, quick to react, raised its shield in defense. Sparks flew as the forelimbs scraped against the bone shield, which was nearly cleaved in half by the force of the blow. Such incredible speed, such terrifying power, such a keen edge. The human-faced mantis displayed its formidable prowess with its initial strike. Were it anyone else, they might have already lost the will to resist. Yet Guan Li remained composed, wielding his Tang Dao as he aimed a strike at the mantis. Chapter 10. Fierce Battle Clang. The sound of metal clashing resonated. Guan Li felt as though his blade had struck solid steel. The once invincible Tang Dao left merely a shallow white mark on the mantis's carapace. The mantis, visibly displeased, declared that the ant should obediently accept its fate. It slashed its forelimbs towards Guan Li. He crouched low, evading the horizontal strike. The mantis's attack had left a momentary opening. Seizing the opportunity, the skeletal warriors on either side launched a triple slash. Their bone blades, moving at an astonishing speed, struck thrice in rapid succession. Do not question how this was accomplished. The system's design is simply extravagant. In an instant, the mantis was besieged by a flurry of strikes. Targeting the same spot caused considerable damage. With a swift motion, Guan Li took advantage of the chaos, driving his Tang Dao into the mantis's abdomen, where the flesh was softer compared to the hardened carapace. The blade easily penetrated, and green blood began to flow profusely. The mantis, in pain, unleashed its abilities. A glimmer of white light appeared on its sharp forelimbs. As it executed a crossing slash, a white energy blade swiftly severed one of the skeletal warriors into fragments. The crossing energy blade left deep gouges in the wall. Guan Li's pupils constricted in alarm. That had been a close call. Had it not been for the timely intervention of a skeletal warrior, he might have met his end. Protect the master. Eliminate this creature. The leader of the skeletal warriors, Bone, felt a surge of responsibility upon witnessing Guan Li's peril. In an instant, it unleashed a tremendous power. The skeletal armor enveloped the majority of its form in a flash. The upgraded skeletal armor provided greater coverage and enhanced defense. Resembling true armor, the remaining 14 skeletal warriors donned their skeletal armor, surrounding the human-faced mantis. How dare you harm my master, die, you vile insect. As a leader, Bone's strength far surpassed that of ordinary soldiers. It wielded its bone knife, striking at the mantis. The triple slash commenced, delivering 3 rapid blows. Under the immense force, the mantis was actually pushed back. Boom! The mantis retreated repeatedly, crashing into the adjacent classroom. Charge! Guan Li bellowed. Adrenaline surging. What of the calamity monsters? Before the might of his legion, they were all but refuse. Guan Li steadied himself, gripping his Tang Dao as he rushed into the classroom in the midst of their fierce skirmish. Most of the furniture within the classroom lay in disarray. Upon entering, Guan Li beheld the mantis, toppled on the ground. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that one of the skeletal warriors had acted unscrupulously, ambushing the mantis's hind leg amidst the chaos. You truly are a genius. Seizing the moment, Guan Li produced a spherical object from his hand, a fragmentation grenade. Everyone, clear out. With a swift motion, he pulled the pin and threw it in one fluid motion. Guan Li's command resonated with utmost authority among the skeletal warriors. Almost synchronously, they all rolled aside. Boom! The mantis stood bewildered, rooted to the spot. In the next moment, a searing wave of heat blasted it away. Rising from the ground, Guan Li gazed towards the explosion's epicenter. The sight of the mantis was utterly tragic. One of its forelimbs had been almost obliterated, and 2 of its legs lay shattered. The area beneath its abdomen was a charred mess, exuding a pungent stench. Yet, even so, it remained defiant. Remarkable. It still clings to life. The mantis's anthropomorphic visage twisted in agony. Now, strike while it falters, take its life. Guan Li had never adhered to the notion of martial ethics. If an ambush was possible, he would never engage in fair combat. If a group assault was feasible, he would never resort to dueling. Under the relentless onslaught of the skeletal soldiers, the mantis's wounds tore further open, with foul green blood oozing from its injuries. It emitted a roar, its remaining forelimb flailing in desperate strikes. After gathering power for a protracted period, it unleashed the crossing slash once more. However, with but one forelimb remaining, it could only produce a single energy blade. The skeletal warriors, undeterred by death, retaliated even when struck by the energy blade, slashing back relentlessly. Yet the mantis was still a living creature. Its stamina waned as the battle wore on, and its injuries left it weakened. The skeletal warriors felt no such constraints. They fought with abandon. As time passed, the mantis's wounds multiplied. Coupled with the damage inflicted by the fragmentation grenade, it had reached its limit. The speed of its slashes had noticeably slowed. The mantis gradually fell to the disadvantage, but a dying camel is larger than a horse. Its final desperate counterattack cost Guan Li 3 skeletal warriors. The mantis glared intently at Guan Li, its eyes filled with resentment. He understood that the mantis was nearing its end. He quickly commanded the skeletal warriors to launch a final assault. Bone, leading the charge, swung its bone knife with ferocity, repeatedly striking at the mantis's wounds. It is over. Guan Li observed the mantis, noting a strange glimmer cross its face. Suddenly, an ominous premonition surged within him. The skeletal warriors' collective assault on the mantis dissipated in an instant, leaving Bone in a state of confusion. Guan Li felt the hairs on his body stand on end. The looming threat of death prompted him to activate the Gale technique and the skeletal armor. Mimetic shell, jump slash, charge slash. In a flash, Guan Li recalled the 3 abilities of the mantis. Throughout the encounter, it had not employed any of them. The mantis was cunning, biding its time for this singular strike. He felt a chilling edge brush against his cheek. A slender line of crimson appeared. The mantis materialized before Guan Li. Thankfully, bolstered by the Gale technique, he seemed to glide upon the wind in the next second. He vanished from his position. The mantis let out a roar, and in its visage, Guan Li witnessed its defiance. This truly is the end. A fragmentation grenade rolled from beneath the mantis. It was a remnant left by Guan Li as he departed. Boom! The scorching wave of heat struck Guan Li's face. In close proximity, he felt the full force of the grenade's explosion. He could not help but admire the mantis's remarkable vitality. Enduring the blast of a fragmentation grenade, it still managed to survive. The overwhelming impact sent Guan Li flying. Yet, in comparison to the mantis, his predicament was merely a trifling matter. Cursing as he crashed against the wall, Guan Li slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his attire. The explosion had only resulted in minor scrapes. He was otherwise unscathed. Kill the human-faced mantis, earn 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, mimetic shell. The notification from the system rang out, and Guan Li felt a profound sense of relief. The human-faced mantis was truly dead. Opportunities are always intertwined with risks. Although the battle had been arduous, the rewards were indeed substantial. Chapter 11. Strength Enhancement Master. Your subordinate is at fault. I have caused you harm. Bone, the leader, rushed to Guan Li's side in a frenzy. No worries. This is not your fault. Guan Li waved his hand, hastily urging the skeletal warriors to rise. Despite their victory over the human-faced mantis, the condition of the soldiers was far from ideal. Many skeletal warriors were missing limbs, and 4 had perished. In contrast to the skeletal soldiers, the skeletal warriors required a longer resurrection time. Approximately 7 hours. Regroup, Guan Li issued the command. The battered skeletal warriors were ill-suited for continued combat. He did not mind the delay, and thus allowed them to recuperate. Approaching the human-faced mantis, he picked up the deep green card. With his Tang Dao, he sliced open its corpse. The hardness of the mantis's carapace had greatly diminished after death, allowing him to breach it with ease. The green blood flowed freely, creating a nauseating stench that assaulted his senses. Guan Li waved his hand to disperse the foul odor. He rummaged through the carcass for some time before finally retrieving a vibrant green crystal. The crystal emitted a faint glow, rendering even the most precious diamonds of his past life pale in comparison. A treasure, Guan Li's eyes sparkled as he felt the surging energy emanating from within. Initially uncertain, he approached it with a mindset of experimentation. To his astonishment, he discovered that the calamity monster also possessed a crystal core. 2-star crystal core, deep green card, 1,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity, mimetic shell. These constituted the entirety of his gains from this encounter. Holding the 2-star crystal core, Guan Li began the absorption process. A torrent of power surged into his body, with every organ greedily absorbing the cascading energy. After several minutes, the pure energy gradually dissipated. Gasp! Guan Li gripped his Tang Dao, effortlessly performing a flourish. He felt as though the weight of the blade had diminished significantly. He estimated that after absorbing the mantis's crystal core, his strength had likely reached the intermediate level of 2 stars. Following the absorption of the crystal core, he turned his attention to the deep green card. This was a random card, which Guan Li held in his hand and crushed. With a crisp crack, a sound echoed through the air. Acquired. Qingfeng Knife X1. Name. Qingfeng Knife Type. Weapon Grade. 2 stars Talent. Sharpness Skill. Open-close /. Charge / Evaluation. A blade forged from the forelimbs of a human-faced mantis. Its slender and sharp body can effortlessly cleave through steel plates. The flickering azure light harbors a mysterious power. Guan Li gazed at the description of the Qingfeng knife, a smile gracing his face. Just as he lamented the absence of a suitable weapon, it had presented itself before him with a mere thought. A long knife materialized in his hand. The hilt measured 20 cm, while the blade extended 1 meter, its entirety a mesmerizing blend of azure and silver. The hilt was crafted from some kind of shell material, intricately carved with the visage of a fearsome mantis. The cold light emanating from the blade seemed to manifest the image of a mantis brandishing its forelimbs. What a fine weapon, Guan Li exclaimed in admiration. The craftsmanship of this blade, if placed in his past life, would undoubtedly be deemed master level. He sliced through the air several times, activating the open-close / skill. The blade of energy coalesced within the sword, striking the corpse of the human-faced mantis. Splatter! In an instant, blood and flesh flew in all directions. Guan Li's eyes brightened, eager to unleash another strike, but found himself unable to summon the blade of energy again. Open-close / cooldown time 3 minutes. The system's notification chimed in perfectly. Guan Li nodded, instantly comprehending the situation. He hastily attempted another skill, charge /. He felt a surge of power coursing through the blade. His figure rapidly vanished from sight. Whoosh! A gash appeared on the wall, indicating the distance of the charge /, approximately 3 meters. Both skills of the Qingfeng knife had a cooldown of around 3 minutes. Guan Li was thoroughly satisfied, as this effectively granted him 2 additional skills without any cost. He stowed his steel Tang knife back into the system's backpack. In this post-apocalyptic world, weapons were a form of hard currency. This Tang knife could likely be exchanged for quite a few valuable items. After consuming the crystal cores and cards, Guan Li shifted his focus to the next prize, a skill upgrade opportunity. Due to the advancement of his legion, the skills he extracted also underwent upgrades. His bone armor automatically evolved into bone battle armor. Thus, this aspect was momentarily settled. Gale Technique, Guan Li recalled this life-saving skill. Had it not been for the Gale Technique, he might not have evaded the fatal strike from the human-faced mantis. System, upgrade Gale Technique. Resolute in his decision, Guan Li acted without hesitation. Ding! Gale Technique upgraded to Shadow Gale Technique. Shadow Gale Technique bestows the user with the power of Shadow Gale. Guan Li felt a measure of confusion, uncertain of the effects of this newfound power. He decided to put it to the test to truly grasp its essence. Upon activating Shadow Gale Technique, he immediately sensed his body becoming lighter. A single step propelled him several meters forward in an instant. This speed surpassed his normal state by more than double. Remarkable, Guan Li gasped in astonishment. After approximately 4 minutes, the sensation of lightness gradually faded. He concluded that compared to Gale technique, Shadow Gale technique offered greater speed enhancement, a longer duration, and a slight increase in energy consumption. Guan Li was immensely pleased, sensing that there was still potential for further development in Shadow Gale technique. The spoils from the human-faced mantis left only one final item. Mimetic shell. Mimetic shell adheres to the skin, capable of simulating the surrounding environment to achieve concealment. Note: this item is a consumable and can only be used once. Guan Li regarded the palm-sized shell in his hand before placing it into his system backpack. Master! The soldiers have completed their preparations. Commander Bone approached Guan Li from behind, speaking respectfully. The skeletal warriors stood at attention. Aligned in formation. 3 warriors would form a group to clear the zombies within the building. Observing his soldiers, Guan Li issued his orders. With 11 skeletal warriors, plus Commander Bone, they could conveniently form 4 groups. Note: the Legion commander is counted separately from the Legion's number. Master, allow your subordinates to accompany you. Commander Bone quickly interjected. No need. Split up, time is of the essence. Guan Li declined Commander Bone's offer. This, Master, please take extra care. Otherwise, we shall be held accountable for your demise. Commander Bone would not defy Guan Li's orders. His previous suggestion stemmed purely from concern. Rest assured, if I were that weak, how could I lead you? Guan Li smiled gently. Your subordinate understands. Commander Bone's expression turned solemn. Let us proceed. Each group will be responsible for 1 floor. I shall directly handle the 5th floor. Understood. The skeletal warriors exited the classroom, embarking on their separate missions. Guan Li ascended the stairs, arriving at the 5th floor. Along the way, he encountered several wandering zombies, which he dispatched with ease. His solitary actions were intended to hone his abilities, fully aware that such a strategy was crucial to avoid any potential decapitation scenarios. And no matter how formidable the Legion, there would always be oversights. Should a decapitation occur, it would certainly be quite embarrassing. Chapter 12. Survivors. Upon reaching the 5th floor, it was evident that the number of zombies had noticeably diminished. Due to the elevation, aside from directly mutated zombies, it was challenging for the lower-level zombies to ascend. However, numerous gruesome corpses still littered the ground. The scarcity of zombies did not imply their absence. Holding the Qingfeng knife, Guan Li resolved to first clear the left side area. The main teaching building was vast, with numerous classrooms on each floor, all in disarray. Creak. As he walked through the corridor, Guan Li discovered several zombie corpses sprawled on the floor. The skulls of these zombies had been violently shattered, their brain matter strewn about. Realizing this, Guan Li understood immediately. Another group of survivors had commenced their own actions. In this apocalyptic world, many were timid. Yet there were also those bold enough to act. Newly infected zombies were relatively weak. Any normal person could dispatch them with ease, provided they overcame their fear. Guan Li was not overly surprised. No matter how this group dealt with the zombies, as long as they did not provoke him, it was of no concern. Stepping over the corpses, Guan Li arrived before a classroom. Low growls of zombies emanated from within. Without hesitation, he forcefully broke the door open. Inside the classroom, a dozen zombies stood motionless. The moment Guan Li appeared, he captured their attention. The zombies collectively turned their heads, fixating on Guan Li at the doorway. Their gaze is akin to that of a wolf spotting prey. Yet, it was evident that Guan Li was no ordinary target. Roar! The zombies surged forth, charging at Guan Li. They swung their dark claws, intent on devouring him alive. Oh, how foolish! Guan Li smiled, and with a swift motion, the Qingfeng knife sliced through the air. Whoosh! One zombie's head was sent soaring. However, the death of their companion did not instill fear in the remaining zombies. Guan Li pressed into the classroom, the Qingfeng knife dancing through the air. Compared to the Tang knife, the Qingfeng knife was far sharper, seamlessly cleaving through the zombies without any sense of obstruction. Moments later, all the zombies in the classroom lay defeated. Guan Li swiftly dispatched the remaining zombies, swiftly cleaning the battlefield. The dozen or so zombies yielded only 3 one-star crystal cores. After collecting the cores, Guan Li exited the classroom, continuing his purge of the undead. Half an hour later, within a pristine classroom, Guan Li savored half a roasted pig, a contented expression gracing his face. After slaying the zombies, indulging in some culinary delights made life seem increasingly promising. On the desk beside him lay a burlap sack, filled to the brim with crystal cores. After half an hour of diligent work, Guan Li had amassed a total of 43 one-star crystal cores. As for 2-star crystal cores, perhaps due to the weakness of the zombies, none were to be found. He also collected a good number of cards. most of which were food or mineral water related. Selling my love, you bear the burden of conscience. He munched on the roasted pig, humming a tune from his hometown. Someone is coming. Guan Li stuffed the remaining roasted pig into his mouth, then wiped his hands on his clothes. Damn it! This wretched world. If the apocalypse hadn't erupted, I would be with Xiao Qian right now. In the corridor outside the door, several students, dressed as survivors, cautiously treaded. They remained vigilant, wary of a potential zombie ambush. Brother Yu, please accept my condolences. If only Sister Quan knew, she would not blame you. A bespectacled man consoled. Wang Yu recalled the moment the apocalypse began, when he had been fervently pursuing Li Qian for 3 months, on the brink of achieving his desires. Then, the cursed apocalypse struck, and the beautiful Li Qian instantly transformed into a zombie. With a heavy heart, Wang Yu had to strike her down with a chair, but in a twist of fate, he acquired a crystal core. After absorbing the core, his body was significantly enhanced. Initially bewildered, he had followed his teachers and peers to the rooftop. There, 2 performance rooms awaited, sufficient to accommodate over 1,000 people. In the hours that followed, they frantically dialed for help, but every call ended in a busy signal. It was then that he realized the moment to change his fate had arrived. As time progressed, the survivors on the rooftop grew increasingly restless. Some proposed leaving the university to seek rescue, while others suggested remaining in the performance room to await the city defense team. Still, a faction advocated for hunting zombies to scavenge for supplies. Those choosing to hunt zombies understood the gravity of the situation. In this apocalypse, the city defense might be unable to protect themselves, and no one could be relied upon except for themselves. Wang Yu was one such individual. He was fortunate enough to have absorbed a crystal core, awakening his potential. During the initial lottery, he received a large cleaver. Unwilling to settle for mediocrity, he sought to become strong. Thus, he gathered a few close friends to brave the apocalypse together. In this desperate struggle for survival, the scarcity of resources was paramount. After several hours of effort, the small team had managed to gather a considerable amount of supplies. Brother Yu, there seems to be a situation ahead, Four-Eyed remarked. A few zombies with shattered skulls lay sprawled in the corridor. Be careful. Wang Yu gripped his large cleaver, feeling a wave of tension wash over him. After all, in this apocalypse, there were many who would resort to treachery. Wang Yu's small team cautiously approached the classroom. In the classroom, a blood-soaked man sat beside a desk. A survivor, Guan Li, wielding a Qingfeng knife, observed him with vigilance. Cough, brother. We were merely passing by. Wang Yu awkwardly cleared his throat. The man before him instilled a sense of trepidation. If nothing's amiss, I shall take my leave. Wang Yu hastily spoke. The other's strength was unfathomable. There was no need to incur enmity. Wait a moment, Guan Li suddenly interjected, halting the group before him. A promising idea flickered in his mind. Brother, what is it? Wang Yu, alarmed, retreated a few steps, gripping his large cleaver tightly. If the other posed a threat, he could retaliate at any moment. Guan Li regarded him with a satisfied expression. To dare emerge at such a time was no act of the weak. This expression, in Wang Yu's eyes, resembled that of a hunter assessing his prey. Brother, although my strength may not match yours, should it come to a true confrontation, you might not fare well, Wang Yu exclaimed. If it's a case of black eating black, it would be wise to target the softest fruit. He assumed Guan Li intended to engage in such treachery. What nonsense, Guan Li replied, somewhat bemused. The other's imagination was overly vivid. How could one conjure such notions without any provocation? A talent like this should be penning stories. What a pity. Could it be, brother, that you do not wish to engage in black eating black? Wang Yu gradually grasped the situation. The other seemed devoid of hostility. Nonsense. If I intended to engage in such activities, I would have struck long ago. An ambush would be far more convenient, Guan Li retorted. Exasperated, if he wanted to engage in such dealings, it would require little effort. He could have easily dispatched foes in the classroom moments earlier. Chapter 13. The top floor. That makes sense, Wang Yu pondered. Recognizing the validity in Guan Li's words, he understood that he was no match for the other's power. If Guan Li wished to engage in treachery, he could have acted directly. None of them could withstand it. I apologize, I misunderstood you, Wang Yu admitted, his tone sincere. No harm done. In these apocalyptic times, one must tread carefully. Your caution is warranted, Guan Li replied. If he were in Wang Yu's position, he would undoubtedly act similarly. After all, encountering a stranger in a world like this, especially one armed, warranted vigilance. It would be sheer folly to let one's guard down, for one could never know the true nature of the other. By the way, I am Wang Yu, brother. What brings you to halt us? He inquired. Do you dare to slay zombies? Guan Li asked. Indeed. All 6 nodded in affirmation. They had the audacity to venture from the top floor to scavenge for supplies. They possessed a modicum of courage. Even Si Yin had personally slain zombies. Do you desire these? Guan Li waved a burlap sack before their eyes. These are crystal cores. The six stared in astonishment. In this apocalypse, nothing surpassed the value of food, save for crystal cores. After all, they could enhance one's strength and grant awakening. Wang Yu was a prime example, having absorbed crystal cores to become awakened. Dispatching zombies with the ease of daily tasks, we want them, they eagerly nodded. They were straightforward, devoid of convoluted motives. Such individuals were easy to communicate with if you desire them. I can provide. Guan Li produced 6 crystal cores and tossed them to the group. They quickly reached out, grasping the precious cores. Big brother, what do you require us to do? Wang Yu asked after receiving the cores. He was no fool. He understood that there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The other's generosity in bestowing crystal cores surely came with a request. Assist me in clearing out the zombies from this building. Guan Li stated his terms. Is it truly that simple? The group exchanged incredulous glances. Yes, it is indeed that simple, Guan Li affirmed with a nod. What of the supplies we gather? Wang Yu queried. All shall belong to you, Guan Li replied generously. The request was merely to clear out the zombies in the main building, without specifying who would do the clearing. Offering 6 crystal cores in exchange for their assistance seemed a fair deal to Guan Li. After all, for him, acquiring the Legion card was of utmost importance. Securing it sooner would provide greater assurance, however. I have one condition. The clearing must be thorough. Each classroom, corner, and even the restrooms must be inspected to ensure no zombies remain, Guan Li proclaimed. No problem, leave it to us. Wang Yu declared confidently, then began absorbing the crystal cores. Moments later, all 5 completed their awakening. Wang Yu, already awakened, merely felt a slight enhancement of his strength. Thank you, big brother. This favor will be unforgettable for a lifetime. The 6 expressed with excitement. After all, the gift of crystal cores was akin to a rebirth. Enough of the pleasantries. If you truly wish to thank me, focus on slaying zombies. The 6th floor is yours. Do not venture below the 5th floor. Otherwise, you will meet a gruesome fate, Guan Li remarked, tossing a few parting words before exiting the classroom. The 6 hurried to catch up, only to find that Guan Li had already vanished. A master. Undoubtedly a master. Wang Yu concluded within himself. Let us not linger. Given that big brother trusts us so, we must repay him, Wang Yu urged. Commencing the hunt for zombies, Guan Li ascended to the 7th floor. Qingfeng knife in hand, clearing out the wandering zombies. The number of zombies on the 7th floor was few, and he quickly completed the task. Ascending further led him to the top of the main teaching building. Here, there were no additional classrooms, only 2 performance rooms and a few storage areas. Observing the surroundings, Guan Li felt little interest. Just as he turned to leave, a scream echoed from the performance room. Ah, a zombie. Someone has turned into a zombie. What is happening? Everyone, remain calm. Help, someone, please. A zombie bit my foot. Woe is me. I do not wish to die. Guan Li halted, his gaze fixed on the performance room. Damn it. Trouble always finds me. Initially, he only needed to clear the zombies below to fulfill his task. Yet now unforeseen chaos erupted. How could there be zombies in the performance room? Surely, someone had been bitten and was now hiding among the crowd. Such selfish individuals are never in short supply. Guan Li kicked open the door and charged into the performance room. The space was vast, now filled with hundreds of students. With a single glance, Guan Li identified the one who had turned into a zombie. It was positioned in the far corner, having already slain a dozen students. Those students quickly transformed, attacking their peers. In mere moments, dozens had succumbed to the undead. Everyone scrambled towards the adjacent performance room, which remained relatively safe. You scoundrel! How dare you push me, good brother? Pull me up! Don't leave me behind! Teacher! How could you? The crowd descended into chaos, trampling one another in a desperate bid for survival. Guan Li shook his head, witnessing the grotesque extremes of human nature magnified. Gripping his Qingfeng knife, he charged toward the zombies. While everyone fled, Guan Li pressed forward. He could manage a dozen zombies, but should their numbers exceed 100, he would unhesitatingly retreat. Within his capabilities, he would intervene, but if the situation spiraled out of control, his safety would take precedence. The demise of others held no significance for him. With swift strikes, Guan Li dispatched the zombies. As one zombie feasted upon a student, its head was severed cleanly. Help me, the student pleaded, but received only a blade in response. His eyes had already glazed over, betraying his transformation into a zombie. Guan Li activated his shadow dash, his speed surging dramatically. The Qingfeng knife in his hand continued to reap the heads of zombies. The recently infected zombies lacked strength, and Guan Li's current power allowed him to dispatch them with ease. Who is that? So impressive. Heavens, he is actually slaying zombies. So handsome. He is my dream lover. The fleeing students and teachers began to take notice, pausing to gaze back. They beheld a blood-splattered young man relentlessly cleaving zombies. Is that Guan Li? He is from our class, an excited girl exclaimed. Indeed. I remember him. He once confessed to me. Why did I not accept? A maturely dressed girl lamented. The admiration in the girl's eyes was palpable, while envy flickered in the boys' gazes. They all wished that the one vanquishing zombies was themselves. Chapter 14. Moral coercion in the performance room. Everyone held their breath, fixated on Guan Li as the last zombie fell. Cheers erupted. We are safe. Guan Li paid them no mind, instead beginning to clear the battlefield. The crowd displayed puzzled expressions. What is Guan Li doing? They recalled the voice from before the apocalypse. Killing monsters could yield rewards. Initially skeptical, they now believed after witnessing Guan Li's prowess. Guan Li, I will assist you. A boy stepped forward. Stand still. Do not move. Guan Li shot him a cold glance, easily discerning the other's intentions. He aimed to take advantage of the chaos and pilfer something. Guan Li, we have been classmates for 2 years. How can you be so ungracious? The boy's face darkened, asked the eldest son of Shanghai Group, when had he ever endured such indignities? Apologies. I am not well acquainted with you. Guan Li cast a fleeting glance at him, recalling a vague impression. The young man was named Zhao Hai, the scion of a publicly listed conglomerate. Beyond that, they had no further connection. In truth, Guan Li had previously possessed a rather reclusive disposition. Not only did he seldom interact with his classmates, but even with a few roommates, communication was scant. If any connection could be established, it was only with a girl named Lin Nana. Regrettably, she was a materialistic individual. When faced with Guan Li's confession, she had vehemently rejected him. Since that moment, Guan Li had become even more withdrawn, immersing himself in gaming daily. How dare you presume that having some abilities grants you the right to be arrogant? My father will soon send someone to rescue me. At that time, don't expect me to take you along. Zhao Hai, having lost face, could only seek to regain it verbally. Fool! Who does your father think he is? Guan Li retorted mockingly, continuing to clear the battlefield. What a joke! Nearly 80% of humanity has been infected by the zombie virus. What can the owner of a listed company accomplish? In this apocalyptic world, currency holds no value whatsoever. It's hardly even fit for wiping oneself. Very well. You've got guts. We shall see. Zhao Hai spat out a harsh retort before retreating to his group. He dared not confront Guan Li directly. After all, the knife in Guan Li's hand was still dripping with blood. Witnessing Zhao Hai's humiliation, others abandoned any thoughts of intervening. Alas! How has Guan Li become like this? So cold and indifferent. Indeed, we are all classmates. Shouldn't we support one another? Once a person possesses strength, they often change. Precisely. He is nothing more than a selfish little man. Many in the crowd murmured amongst themselves, completely forgetting who had just saved them. Guan Li remained focused on his task, ignoring their voices. Dozens of zombies had yielded 13 one-star crystal cores and 3 white cards. Food card X2. Advancement card X1. Guan Li stowed his belongings and approached the crowd. Excuse me, Guan Li. A stout, balding man emerged from the throng. Guan Li recognized him as the vice principal, a frequent attendee at academic speeches. What is it? He inquired, regarding the bald man. I am Chen Xiong. You must know me. A flicker of displeasure flashed in Chen Xiong's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. As a shrewd individual, one must learn to master their emotions. Otherwise, they cannot ascend to such a position. I see, Vice Principal Chun. Is it? Guan Li nodded, offering a polite smile. Yes, Guan Li, such a young talent already exhibiting such skills. Truly, heroes emerge from youth. Chen Xiong exclaimed with admiration. Having worked in education for decades, he was quite experienced in managing students. Individuals like Guan Li, brimming with youthful fervor, could easily be swayed with a few compliments and promises of benefits. Vice Principal Chen strides with remarkable agility. Guan Li maintained his smile. When Chen Xiong had fled earlier, he had outpaced many students. Chen Xiong found himself at a loss for words. Why was this not following the script? Guan Li, you are indeed humorous. As the vice principal of Z University, I wish to express my gratitude. In this moment of peril, Guan Li stepped forward and saved us. Once the situation stabilizes, I will contact higher authorities to award you a medal. Chen Xiong feigned a bow. Had it been anyone else, they might have been exceedingly excited. After all, receiving a medal from the school was of high value to IT, would greatly enhance one's employability post-graduation. Yet, Guan Li appeared utterly indifferent, showing no signs of enthusiasm. Stabilize the situation? Is that even possible? This group before him was still lost in their blissful fantasies. Guan Li, as the university's pride, you should step up and protect everyone. Chun Xiong asserted, sensing the moment was ripe to appeal to a sense of duty, convinced that no one would refuse under such noble intentions, especially with so many female classmates watching. Apologies. I am not interested. Vice Principal Chun, if there is nothing further, please clear the way. Guan Li's words left Chun Xiong momentarily stunned. Huh? What is happening? Could it be that I did not articulate my point clearly? Ahem, Guan Li. Perhaps I was unclear earlier. Chun Xiong attempted to continue, but was interrupted by Guan Li. Vice Principal Chen, please step aside. Guan Li's voice turned icy, sending a chill through the air. This fellow evidently thought himself a fool. Attempting to impose moral obligation? How laughable. Without morality, there can be no coercion. Under the weight of Guan Li's formidable presence, Chun Xiong found himself retreating involuntarily. Guan Li brushed past him, making his way outside the performance room. Guan Li, do you remember me? Lin Nana rushed out from the crowd. Not familiar. Guan Li shook his head, continuing his exit. You? Lin Nana was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a blunt response. Scumbag. Wretch. Good for nothing. Lin Nana ran back in tears. Her friends softly comforting her. Nana, don't cry. Such a person is worth it. Indeed. What is so impressive about killing a few zombies? He knows nothing about caring for girls. I hold such disdain for individuals like him. As Guan Li overheard these words, he gradually came to a halt. Allow me to share some good news. Cataclysmic monsters have descended. They do not resemble ordinary zombies that merely wander around aimlessly. If you wish to survive, seize the opportunity to grow stronger. Furthermore, food and water. Surely there is none in the performance room. With that, Guan Li delivered a few parting words before leaving without looking back. Inside the performance room, the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, clearly at a loss. Guan Li spoke the truth. There was no food or water here. They may not have felt the urgency yet, but what about in the near future? Rescue was uncertain, and remaining here was not a viable option. Chapter 15. Trading Supplies Teacher. Guan Li makes a valid point. The issue of food is indeed critical. A bespectacled young man with a scholarly appearance spoke up. His name was Wang Wenli, the president of the student council. Wang Wenli excelled academically, easily acquiring various foreign language and piano certifications. He was, without a doubt, the epitome of a model student in the eyes of teachers and the envy of parents. Yes, teacher, we must devise a plan. Having just experienced the zombie attack, the students' nerves were even more frayed. The food issue loomed large. Chun Xiong observed the panicked students, feeling increasingly agitated. He had initially thought he could easily subdue Guan Li and make him a tool for his own ends. However, it now appeared that his plans had gone awry. Having witnessed the ferocity of the zombies, he was also filled with dread. He had worked hard to reach his current position and had yet to enjoy the finer things in life. He could not afford to perish now. Classmates, we must have faith in Huagua. In times of peril, the city defense will surely come to our rescue. Everyone, remain calm. Do not succumb to fear. Although Chun Xiong was impatient, he understood the necessity of maintaining appearances. After all, he held the highest position in the room, with teachers and students alike looking to him for guidance. Yes, Vice Principal Chen is correct. We must believe in Huagua and the city defense. The disaster struck rather abruptly, and the city defense has yet to respond. If we can endure this period, help will soon arrive. A beautiful female teacher chimed in, her gentle voice gradually easing the students' tension. Precisely, students, do not lose your composure. What Vice Principal Chen and Teacher Lin Shunai said is spot on. The city defense will undoubtedly mobilize for rescue. Many teachers stepped forward to stabilize the group's emotions. Now, let us begin forming groups. The building likely contains ample supplies. We shall gather them and await rescue from the city defense. Seeing that his efforts were effective, Chun Xiong quickly began issuing orders. These students, who had yet to enter society, were the easiest to manage. Watching the crowd busy themselves, Chun Xiong felt he could exploit this situation. Yes, students, follow Vice Principal Chun's directions. The boys organized search teams for supplies while the girls handled logistics. Several male teachers took charge of the operations in the face of calamity. I hope everyone remains selfless. All supplies gathered must be surrendered for collective distribution, Chun Xiong proclaimed. Only by controlling the supplies could he secure his position within the group. Regardless of whether the situation calmed down or not, he had to ensure his own safety. As for the dangerous tasks, they could be left to the students. Understood. Vice Principal Chun. A portion of the boys made their way downstairs to begin searching for useful supplies. Ding! The zombies in the main teaching building have been cleared. You have received a random Legion card X1. As Guan Li descended, the system's voice echoed in his mind. A surge of joy filled him. The task had finally been completed. Master. Just as Guan Li prepared to check his reward, he was suddenly called by a voice. He turned to see Wang Yu and several others excitedly waving at him. "Oh, it's you all?" Guan Li responded with a smile. Although Wang Yu and his companions were somewhat weaker, they at least had the courage to fight zombies. Why that alone? They far surpassed those on the top floor. For those with bravery, Guan Li held a certain admiration. Who knows, perhaps one day in the future, a top-tier powerhouse might emerge from among these 6 individuals. Yes, following the guidance of the master, we managed to slay quite a number of zombies. In Wang Yu's grasp lay a blood-stained fire axe, its origin shrouded in mystery. Ah, remarkable. Quite promising indeed. Guan Li nodded approvingly, lavish in his praise. "Thank you for your kind words, esteemed one," Wang Yu replied, a hint of bashfulness as he scratched his head. "You didn't seek me out merely to discuss this, did you?" Guan Li inquired with a note of suspicion. "Hee, esteemed one. We wish to barter for some supplies," Wang Yu said, rubbing his hands together. "I see. What do you wish to trade for?" Guan Li exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. "Humans are like iron, food is like steel. One meal skipped leaves one famished. While crystal cores are valuable, they cannot substitute for sustenance." Guan Li recognized that he could exchange various necessary supplies through the points marketplace. For him, this could indeed be a lucrative venture. After successfully trading for an alloy crossbow, Guan Li proceeded to experiment. He discovered that as long as an item held value, it could be traded at the marketplace. For instance, a discarded Tang Dao could fetch 10 points. "Esteemed one, I wish to exchange for some food." Wang Yu's face lit up with anticipation, his hunger causing his vision to blur. Initially unbothered, it was after the fierce battle with the zombies that his stomach began to protest. The noodles he had for breakfast had been thoroughly digested, and although he had consumed half a slice of bread at noon, the recent skirmish had nearly depleted that as well. No problem. Absolutely satisfied, Guan Li opened his backpack, revealing a significant amount of food. 5 bags of instant noodles, 12 sausages, 5 loaves of bread, and 4 bottles of mineral water, all scavenged from his dormitory. Wang Yu swallowed hard. "Esteemed one, how do we exchange for these? 3 one-star crystal cores, take them or leave them. No deception here. Absolutely no bargaining," Guan Li declared, waving 3 fingers before Wang Yu. These food items could be exchanged for merely 10 points. And the trading price for a 1-star crystal core ranged from 5 to 10 points. The higher the quality of the crystal core, the greater the price offered by the system. Regardless of the calculation, Guan Li was guaranteed a profit. He felt confident that Wang Yu would not refuse, for in a state of hunger, one would be willing to do anything, even against their own will. However, Guan Li sensed some potential in Wang Yu and his companions. Deciding to make an investment. "I'll trade." Wang Yu nodded, producing 3 one-star crystal cores, the wise choice. "I conduct my business with utmost fairness." Guan Li readily tossed over the backpack while collecting the crystal cores in return. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 24 points. The system's notification chimed, confirming that the quality of Wang Yu's crystal cores was commendable. "Esteemed one, we too wish to exchange for food." The remaining 5 chimed in unison. Their abilities were slightly weaker, enabling them to offer only 1 to 2 crystal cores. Satisfactory, Guan Li accepted the crystal cores and swiftly procured food from the points marketplace. A total expenditure of 30 points yielded him 8 one-star crystal cores. He had managed his quantities deftly, ensuring a profitable gain. Ding! Transaction successful. Earned 64 points. In just a few minutes, Guan Li netted a profit of 34 points. Although the amount was modest, it was akin to pulling off a heist without expending any effort. Guan Li needed only to access the points marketplace. Delightful, it was akin to earning points while reclining. Chapter 16. Luck is required for opening cards. This transaction constituted a win-win scenario. Wang Yu and his companions obtained essential survival supplies, their faces gleaming with joy. After all, while crystal cores were precious, they could be acquired by slaying zombies. Food, on the other hand, could only be sourced through scavenging unless one were to obtain a food card. Moreover, food was a consumable in a post-apocalyptic world. It was undoubtedly in short supply. Without crystal cores, humanity might survive, but without food and water, survival was impossible. Wang Yu gazed at the food in his backpack, realizing that if rationed, it would suffice for several days. They were solely concerned with food, completely overlooking Guan Li's miraculous ability to transform items in this new world. The emergence of zombies rendered anything possible. It was only reasonable for Guan Li, as an esteemed individual, to possess a personal space. All were astute individuals. Since Guan Li chose not to elaborate, they refrained from inquiring further. "Wang Yu, I see you possess potential," Guan Li declared, presenting the discarded Tang Dao. "Consider this a complimentary gift." Wang Yu accepted the blade, his expression one of astonishment, clearly taken aback. "Thank you, esteemed one. Should we meet again, I shall repay this kindness," he stated earnestly. The more he observed Wang Yu, the more he found him agreeable. It is said. A child worthy of teaching? Very well. Until we meet again. Guan Li waved a hand and swiftly vanished into the corridor. Brother Yu, what shall we do now? Si Yin inquired. Given the current circumstances, relying on the perimeter was evidently unfeasible. Our fate cannot be entrusted to others. Will you follow me? Wang Yu surveyed the group. Revealing his burgeoning ambition, we will. The five responded in unison. Then let us slay zombies together and enhance our strength. Having witnessed Guan Li's might, Wang Yu understood that in this apocalypse, the strong would reign supreme. Previous positions of power, status, and identity would undergo a complete overhaul. Might makes right. Such were the rules of the apocalypse, Brother Yu. We will heed your command, the others affirmed. Let us head to the neighboring teaching building. We shall commence our endeavor there. Wang Yu organized his backpack, embarking on his destined journey. Guan Li returned to the first floor, making his way to the classroom of the human-faced mantis. He had arranged to meet with the commander. Bone, after completing their tasks. Their encounter with Wang Yu and his companions had delayed him somewhat. Considering the speed of the skeleton soldiers, they should have already arrived. Upon reaching the classroom of the human-faced mantis, he indeed found the skeleton warriors standing in orderly formation. Master, Commander Bone greeted eagerly upon Guan Li's return. Thank you for your efforts, Guan Li nodded, offering words of encouragement. It is no trouble. Serving the master is our honor. Master, here are the spoils from the zombie extermination. Commander Bone removed his backpack and presented it respectfully before Guan Li. Peering through the zipper's opening, Guan Li beheld a bounty of crystal cores amassed within. In addition to the cores, there were dozens of delicate cards. Utilizing the system, he quickly assessed the quantities: 292 one-star crystal cores, 6 two-star crystal cores, 56 white random cards, 1 white green card, and 1 green card. Judging by the haul, it appeared the skeleton warriors had encountered mutated zombies. Contemplating the situation, Guan Li concluded that only a formidable calamity creature, such as the human-faced mantis, could inflict casualties upon the skeleton warriors. As ordinary 2-star zombies posed little threat to them, the power and utility of the Legion were gradually becoming apparent. Were it not for Guan Li, acquiring such a substantial quantity of crystal cores and cards in a brief time would be inconceivable for anyone else. Even with teamwork, the spoils would necessitate division. Guan Li, however, faced no such dilemma. The soldiers of his legion selflessly contributed everything. After tallying the 1-star crystal cores, he found a total of 342. Should he convert them all into points, it would amount to a significant sum. Yet, Guan Li refrained from rushing to trade. If supplies could be exchanged for crystal cores, then crystal cores could also procure items. Cards. He needed more cards. After securing the 300 cores in his backpack, he lamented that while the system backpack was commendable, it could only accommodate system rewards, such as cards. Crystal cores, however, could not be stored within. Alas! If only I had a personal space, Guan Li mused inwardly. Carrying over 300 crystal cores was akin to bearing a mobile treasure trove. Grasping the 6 2-star crystal cores, he began to absorb them. The 1-star cores offered minimal benefit, yet the 2-star cores still provided a substantial enhancement. Warm currents coursed through his body, causing Guan Li to shudder momentarily. Delightful. He felt every cell within him invigorated. Upon completion of the absorption, he unleashed 2 powerful punches, creating gusts of wind. Although his strength had evidently increased, he remained at the intermediate stage of 2-starred. Tio advanced to the advanced stage. He would need to absorb a considerable number of crystal cores. Master, you have grown stronger once again, Commander Bone exclaimed. Just a tad, Guan Li replied, slightly embarrassed by Bone's adoration. After absorbing the crystal cores, his attention shifted to the cards. First, he opened the 56 white random cards. Acquired food card X10. Acquired advancement card X4. Acquired supply card X6. Restores energy quickly upon use. Acquired universal handgun bullets X10. Suitable for any handgun. Acquired regular crossbow arrows X15. Basic arrows capable of penetrating weak defenses. Acquired scrap shovel X1. A. Shovel rendered useless. Devoid of any value, but could be recycled. Acquired scrap car parts X10. Useless car components, seemingly without any value, but could be recycled. A series of notifications echoed in Guan Li's mind. The greater the number of cards opened, the more diverse the rewards. Observing the pile of scrap parts and the discarded shovel, Guan Li felt somewhat speechless. Especially the shovel, which was rusted beyond recognition, stained with an indistinguishable, dried red liquid beneath the mottled rust. Scrap car parts. Trade for 1 point, scrap shovel. No value whatsoever. Guan Li, feeling at a loss, opted to trade away the scrap car parts. Transaction successful, earned 10 points. As for the rusted shovel, he tossed it into the system's backpack. Though it served little purpose, he was reluctant to part with it. Such is the essence of thriftiness. It was only now that he realized cards functioned much like a lottery. What one could obtain was entirely reliant on chance. With good fortune, even a white card might yield powerful items. Conversely, bad luck could result in receiving nothing at all. This was a lesson that Guan Li had learned through personal experience. Chapter 17. The Nightblade Assassin Legion. After activating all the white cards, Guan Li shifted his gaze to the remaining two cards, one white-green and the other green. Without hesitation, he selected the latter to open. Zombie Trap X1. After activation, a trap can be set that emits an aroma, attracting nearby zombies. The trap will explode 10 seconds after being placed. Spatial Ring X1 contains a space of 10 cubic meters and can be upgraded through special items. Upon glimpsing the second reward, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Guan Li's eyes. A spatial item. Just what he had been wishing for. Behold, it had arrived. Gazing at the spatial ring, he slipped it onto his thumb. The ring was entirely black, crafted from a unique material. Its appearance was quite plain. Even if placed on a street vendor's table, it would likely go unnoticed. Yet the intricate carvings upon it exuded an air of mystery. Ding! A binding request has been detected from the spatial ring. Would the host like to bind it? While Guan Li contemplated, the system's voice chimed in to bind. He nodded decisively, without a trace of hesitation. Ding! Binding successful. As the system's voice faded, a connection was established between him and the ring. He casually grasped a crystal core from his backpack and, with a mere thought, it vanished from his hand. After several attempts, he successfully stored all the crystal cores within the ring. He skillfully mastered the use of the spatial ring. With just a thought, he could retrieve items from within. Excellent, Guan Li felt quite pleased. Once all rewards had been activated, Guan Li slowly withdrew a card that radiated a golden glow. The back depicted a mysterious door, while the front bore a question mark, Random Legion card. As he gazed at the golden card in his hand, his breath quickened. With a slight exertion, he crushed the gossamer thin card in an instant. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have obtained the Nightblade Assassin Legion. The mysterious golden card gradually revealed its design. The image depicted a man clad in black, his expression stern, wielding a long sword that gleamed with deadly intent. Behind him loomed countless shadowy figures. Guan Li crushed the card. A summoning array materialized before him. 11 ethereal figures appeared, slowly solidifying into corporeal forms. We greet you, our master. The foremost figure knelt before Guan Li, while the other Nightblade assassins followed suit. Rise quickly. Guan Li hurried forward to assist the leading figure. The other Nightblade assassins then stood upright. Clad in black, these assassins seemed capable of blending into the darkness. Their physiques were well-proportioned, each around 180 centimeters tall. Their appearances varied, yet they all shared a singular trait. They were strikingly handsome. Of course, they still paled in comparison to esteemed readers. The 3-foot green blade in their hands glimmered with a chilling light. The foremost figure was indeed the man from the card's illustration. With a demeanor that exuded calmness, his starry brows and sword-like eyes conveyed the essence of a martial arts master from a legendary tale. Guan Li promptly examined the information of the Nightblade Assassins. Nightblade Assassin Legion, upgradable, number, 10, potential, 4 stars, strength, 2 stars, leader, Shunlian, skills, shadow stealth, Nightblade sword technique, night energy, shadow step, throwing projectiles, Shunlian. Guan Li paused momentarily. At your service. What orders does my master have? Shunlian stepped forward, bowing with clasped hands. Nothing urgent. I just feel this name seems somewhat familiar. He shook his head, recalling the history of a world he once knew, where a notable figure also bore the name Shunlian. Indeed. Shunlian nodded and stepped back, refraining from further inquiries, eyeing Guan Li's presence. His words were absolute commands. He needed only to execute, not to question. This is Bone. From now on, we are all comrades. Guan Li gestured toward the Skeletal Warrior Legion. Due to their shared legion status, a faint connection existed between the two. Otherwise, Shunlian would have undoubtedly mistaken the Skeletal Warriors for foes to be dispatched. Shun, Bones. The leaders of the two legions exchanged greetings. Though their words were succinct, Guan Li understood that they had already regarded each other as life and death companions. Humans are inherently driven by desires. Conflicts between different factions are inevitable. However, such discord would not occur within the legions. They were loyal to Guan Li, and internal strife was utterly inconceivable. Excellent. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. With the system in place, this was indeed a serendipitous turn of events. With the acquisition of a new legion, Guan Li could once again extract skills. He gazed at the Nightblade Assassin skills, momentarily hesitant, but soon reached a decision. System. Extract night energy. Guan Li selected night energy. Ding. Beginning extraction of night energy. The system's voice soon echoed, and Guan Li instantly felt a mysterious force coursing through him. The energy within him began to merge with the night energy, resulting in a more refined and potent ability. Is this what night energy feels like? He directed a powerful punch towards the corpse of a mantis-like creature. A black force accompanied his fist. The corpse of the mantis was instantly penetrated. Not bad, Guan Li was elated. He then attempted to condense the night energy onto his green blade, unleashing a wave of black blade energy. The power generated was no less formidable than his signature move. The opening slash. The most crucial aspect was that the strength of the night energy depended on one's own capabilities. The stronger the individual, the greater the potential of the night energy. Upon mastering night energy, his strength surged significantly. With 2 legions at his disposal, Guan Li sensed it was time to depart from Z University. The number of zombies within Z University was relatively sparse. Tio continued growing stronger. He needed to eliminate more zombies. In other words, Z University could no longer satisfy his ambitions. Guan Li yearned for the thrill of adventure. Everyone, are you ready to slay the enemies? He addressed the legion soldiers before him, akin to a general rallying his troops. Despite their small number of only 20 soldiers, their spirit was undeniable. Master, please give your command. Both Bone and Shun Lian spoke almost in unison. Target. The playground outside the lecture building. Move out. With a swift motion, Guan Li led the way out of the classroom. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation. Through the glass doors of the hall, he beheld the playground teeming with zombies, thousands of them, including numerous mutated zombies. After all, the zombies in the playground had feasted well and evolved at a pace far surpassing those within the lecture building. Guan Li surveyed the area, feeling a slight sense of relief upon not spotting any signs of calamity monsters. If these zombies were accompanied by creatures like the mantis, he would have been compelled to retreat. He glanced at his legion, all poised for action. The final battle before leaving Z University was about to commence. Chapter 18. Exploding the Zombies Master. Shall we eliminate these fiends? Shun Lian's eyes glimmered with ferocity. Facing the thousands of zombies, his demeanor remained unfaltering. Not yet. Allow me to present them with a grand gift first. Shun Lian, can you silently place this device in the midst of the zombie horde? Guan Li retrieved a card from the system's backpack. The zombie trap, a recently acquired item, was about to come into play. Absolutely. Shun Lian accepted the card. His form gradually became ethereal, ultimately transforming into a shadow that melded into the ground. Impressive, Guan Li murmured quietly. Shun Lian, now a shadow, swiftly traversed the outermost ring of zombies. The dim-witted zombies remained oblivious to the shadow moving stealthily among them. Shun Lian soon reached the heart of the horde. The shadow he had conjured emerged from the ground, immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding zombies. Without a hint of panic, Shun Lian crushed the card in his hand. A metallic box, wrapped in flesh, materialized before him. The zombies were instantly captivated, their restlessness escalating as they surged toward Shun Lian's position. Witnessing the commotion, Shun Lian dropped the metallic box and swiftly submerged into the ground. The box emitted an aroma that rendered the zombies entranced. Even the mutated zombies could not resist their curiosity. Gravitating toward the center point, 5 towering brutes and a dozen bloated corruptors surrounded the trap. Additionally, there were a few mutated zombies that Guan Li had never encountered before. The area surrounding the zombie trap became densely packed with zombies, all staring quizzically at the metallic box that had drawn them in. Master. Shun Lian returned to Guan Li's side. Prepare to watch the spectacle. Guan Li pointed toward the distant horde of zombies. One of the brutes, intrigued, picked up the metallic box. It examined it closely. 3, 2, 1, boom. Guan Li mentally counted down. The metallic box in the brute's grasp erupted in a blinding flash. Boom. The deafening roar echoed throughout Z University. Even the surrounding lecture buildings trembled in response. All survivors were drawn to the sound of the explosion. At the city defense. Most people felt a surge of joy in a nation where strict control over firearms was the norm. Such devastating weaponry could only be wielded by city defenses. They cautiously peered through the cracks of the window, casting their gaze towards the playground. A searing wave of flames swept across a vast multitude of zombies. Those unfortunate undead near the epicenter of the explosion were blown to smithereens. Even the zombies further away from the blast were toppled to the ground by the scorching shockwave. Excellent, absolutely splendid. Let us obliterate these monstrosities, the crowd exclaimed with exhilaration. However, they soon regained their composure, for the expansive playground was devoid of any figures from the city defense. This indicated that the preceding explosion was not orchestrated by the city's protectors. Are you serious? Did they really go this far? Students within the teaching building, who had been stealthily eliminating zombies, turned their attention towards the window. The number of zombies on the playground was staggering, easily amounting to thousands. No one dared to provoke them. Doing so would be akin to lighting a lantern in a latrine. Seeking death. Tiangu. What should we do? A rather gloomy man observed the scene unfolding on the playground. A chill emanating from the palm of his hand. Huang Lintian, a favored child of destiny, he had received a class change to an ice mage in the initial lottery. What a reckless fool. Let us just enjoy the show, Huang Lintian remarked coldly, harboring no belief that anyone within Z University could surpass him. After becoming an ice mage, his strength surged to 2 stars. However, his expertise lay not in close combat, but in casting spells. With a single ice explosion spell, he could annihilate dozens of zombies, immensely powerful. After absorbing a considerable number of crystal cores, his strength escalated even further. During his search, he encountered several survivors who had also received initial rewards. These individuals were fortunate to have obtained their initial rewards, yet equally unfortunate, for Huang Lintian had set his sights on them. After a fierce battle, they all perished at his hands, their hard-earned resources falling into his possession. As for the consequences of his actions, Huang Lintian was utterly unconcerned. He understood the harsh reality of the apocalypse. Strength is the rule. Following the wave of heat, several notification chimes echoed in Guan Li's mind. Kill violent being, earn 50 points. Kill violent being, earn 45 points. Kill violent being, earn 65 points. A total of 5 notifications, all pertaining to the extermination of violent beings. Since the zombie traps had been laid by him, the rewards for the kills were undoubtedly credited to his account. As for the fluctuations in points, they were due to the varying strengths of the violent beings. 5 violent beings contributed a total of 267 points. The zombies had been scattered. Now was the opportune moment. Guan Li surveyed the dispersed horde of corpses, realizing it would be difficult for them to regroup in a short time. Charge! His gaze sharpened as he brandished his Qingfeng blade and dashed forward. Shen Lian and Gu, leading their legion of soldiers, followed closely behind. A zombie that had just risen was swiftly cleaved in two. Black blood splattered, staining Guan Li's attire. He paid it no mind, continuing to wield his Qingfeng blade and eliminate the reanimating zombies. Although the explosion was powerful, its effects were confined to the epicenter. The zombies further away had merely been knocked over by the shockwave, sustaining minimal damage. Guan Li estimated that the explosion had killed only a few hundred zombies. Yet, there remained 1,000 or 2 on the playground, but fortunately, they were not particularly formidable, most possessing merely 1-star strength. A master, truly a master, Wang Yu exclaimed excitedly from within the teaching building. Indeed. He is incredibly fierce. The others nodded in agreement. Goodness, it's Guan Li. How brave he is, the students on the top floor gasped in awe. Brave? I see it as courting death. Zhao Hai scoffed disdainfully, wholly unconvinced that Guan Li would emerge alive. Is there truly such a formidable person within the school? I wonder if there is a chance to forge a connection. The students who chose to take the initiative were all captivated by the commotion on the playground. That moment, Guan Li was undoubtedly the brightest star at Z University. A skeleton? It seems this fellow has rather good fortune. Huang Lintian mused, but he scoffed inwardly, feeling utterly superior. Just a mere skeleton soldier. The lowest of the low. A subordinate beside him quickly echoed his disdain. Clearly, everyone was familiar with online games and recognized skeleton soldiers as the most trivial of creatures. As for the shadow swordsman, Huang Lintian regarded him merely as a fellow student, paying little mind. Everyone, follow me downstairs, Huang Lintian commanded, flanked by dozens of remarkable students, all awakened individuals who had absorbed crystal cores. Yes, Tiangu. They did not question further. Killing was not a novel endeavor for them. Huang Lintian cast one last glance at the playground. This was an opportunity. If he could seize it, he would leap to greatness. Chapter 19. The Licking Lord on the playground, Guan Li moved with agility, weaving effortlessly among the zombies. Wherever he went, a zombie fell. A card dropped from one of the zombies, which Guan Li promptly collected, before continuing his search for the next target. Many zombies were just beginning to rise unsteadily from the ground, only to be met with the sharp edge of a long blade. The skeletal warriors wielded their bone blades, relentlessly cleaving through the undead. Encased in their bony armor, the zombies struggled to breach their defenses. Each skeletal warrior could easily maintain the upper hand against a dozen zombies. You lot, even uglier than I am. Die, Gu swung his shield, sending the nearest zombie flying. With a swift leap, he effortlessly severed its head. The structure of the skeletal warriors was unique. Every strike allowed them to maximize their power, employing a reckless fighting style. Shen Lian, witnessing Gu's valiant efforts, was naturally unwilling to be outdone. He wielded his longsword, executing the Nightblade technique. Sword energy shot forth, slaying one zombie after another. 10 shadow swordsmen followed suit. unleashing the Nightblade technique. Black sword energy rained down into the throng of zombies. After a wave of attacks, nearly 100 zombies lay slain. Impressive, Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. After the sword energy swept through, the shadow swordsman engaged in close combat with the zombies. Manifesting sword energy consumed a great deal of internal power, necessitating a period of recovery before it could be used again. The shadow swordsmen were all at 2-star strength, even without the enhancement of internal power. They could still easily dispatch zombies. Suddenly, as Guan Li was busy slaying zombies, a sound like something slicing through the air reached his ears. It seemed an object was hurtling towards him. He activated the shadow dash technique, swiftly evading the incoming attack. Turning to look, he saw a pink flesh snake, over 10 meters long, its tongue lined with sharp barbs. Humph! Attempting to ambush me? Guan Li scoffed, swinging his Qingfeng blade without hesitation. With a crack, the flesh-tongue's defense proved inadequate, and it was severed. The several-meter-long tongue fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. Master, my lord, Gu and Shun Lian rushed to Guan Li's aid upon witnessing the ambush. I am fine. Continue exterminating the zombies, Guan Li instructed. Understood. Gu and Shun Lian nodded, returning to their task. Guan Li turned back to confront the creature that had attacked him. It was a mutated zombie. Its form grotesquely distorted, currently crouched on the ground, retracting its severed flesh tongue. Its skin appeared to be peeling away, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. Various blood vessels were exposed to the air. Its once human arms had morphed into reptilian limbs. Equipped with razor-sharp claws capable of easily puncturing concrete. Its twisted nose twitched incessantly, seemingly to discern its surroundings. Its mouth, split to the ear, revealed jagged teeth, while its eyes had completely degenerated. Its writhing brain was enveloped in a thin, transparent membrane. This mutated zombie had entirely transcended the boundaries of humanity. Name, Liquor Strength, 2 stars ability. Tongue attack, rapid movement evaluation. The body has transformed in an entirely different direction, completely abandoning human form, devolving into a beast. Beware of its highly agile tongue. Guan Li's gaze swept over the information provided by the system. So, it's the liquor. In his past life, he had encountered the biohazard series. The mutated zombie before him bore a resemblance to the liquor from that universe. Seizing the opportunity while the effects of the shadow dash technique still lingered, Guan Li took the initiative to strike. In the blink of an eye, he was before the liquor, swinging his Qingfeng blade. The liquor reacted swiftly, raising its forelimbs in defense. Clang! The clash of metal rang out as the Qingfeng blade met its claws, sending sparks flying. Although the liquor managed to block the attack, its strength paled in comparison to Guan Li's. He observed its hind limbs retreating across the ground. Cross-slash. Seeing this, Guan Li unleashed his skill. Raising the Qingfeng blade, he executed another rapid slash. 2 intersecting blades of energy struck the liquor's claws. Crack! The hardened claws shattered, and the liquor's form was sent crashing to the ground. Guan Li aimed to capitalize on his advantage. But the liquor promptly reacted. With a swift motion, a barbed tongue shot towards Guan Li's head. Damn it, again? He activated his bony armor. A rudimentary set of skeletal armor coalesced around him. Guan Li reached out and seized the incoming flesh tongue. The barb scraped against the bony armor, igniting sparks. Clearly, the liquor's assault could not penetrate the defenses of the bony armor. Come here. Gripping the fleshy tongue, Guan Li yanked forcefully. The immense strength abruptly pulled the liquor towards him. Hello, liquor. Goodbye, liquor. The Qingfeng blade found its mark, piercing directly into the liquor's brain. The thin membrane encasing its head burst forth, showering Guan Li in a spray of brain matter. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Kill the liquor and earn 75 points. A green card fell from the corpse of the liquor, which Guan Li promptly collected. He then rummaged through the liquor's head, extracting a crystal core the size of a pigeon's egg. Satisfied, Guan Li discarded the now worthless liquor. Scanning the playground, he noted that the horde of corpses had been scattered by the Legion. The 20 or so members of the Legion charged fiercely at the thousands of zombies. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the horde was annihilated. His gaze shifted to the mutated zombies. Treasure. Here I come. Guan Li displayed a maniacal grin as he approached a corrosive. The creature appeared momentarily bewildered by the human's unusual expression. Unable to comprehend, it chose to disregard it. Its throat writhed, and a mass of corrosive liquid was instantly expelled. Whoosh! Guan Li had anticipated this and deftly dodged the incoming fluid. With a swift strike, the corrosive fell. Kill the corrosive and earn 50 points. The corrosive did not drop a card, nor did it possess a crystal core. Alas, compared to the liquor, you are utterly pathetic. A disgrace among zombies, Guan Li expressed his disdain. Corrosive, damn you. Guan Li sought his next target point one by one. The mutated zombies fell on the playground. Hiss. How did he manage that? It's terrifying. Is he even human? Ah, such thick thighs. I can't believe I missed my chance. The students on the top floor wore expressions of astonishment. What is so impressive about that? Zhao Hai remained defiant. He did not bother searching for supplies. Choosing instead to stay in the performance room. If you're capable, why don't you do it? Exactly. Just bluster. Several girls' retorts turned Zhao Hai's face a shade of deep anger. When had he ever faced such treatment? Damn it! You lot! You used to flirt with me every day, and now you turn your backs. Infuriated, Zhao Hai lashed out. You? Sob sob sob. A few girls turned and ran away. Zhao Hai clenched his fists. Vowing to gain immense strength. Chapter 20. Ambush. The number of zombies on the playground dwindled. As Guan Li gazed at the darkening sky, he unleashed his full power, ruthlessly slashing at the zombies. This battle must be resolved before nightfall. Meanwhile, in the nearby teaching building, Huang Lintian was plotting something. He flawlessly missed the scene of Guan Li eliminating the zombies. Brother Tian, what is our next move? A subordinate, with a fierce gaze, inquired of Huang Lintian. Clearly, this group had quickly adapted to the apocalypse. Let those guys tangle with the horde. Once they're all dead, we'll go out to reap the rewards. Huang Lintian's plan was simple. In essence, it was a case of the clam and the snipe fighting. While the fisherman benefits, Tio put it plainly, it was about claiming kills. He already had designs on the horde on the playground. Even if Guan Li did not intervene, he would find a way to gradually clear the zombies. After all, killing zombies would yield cards and crystal cores. These were the resources for his own strengthening. Huang Lintian was a clever man. He recognized that the newly infected zombies were not particularly strong. Seizing this opportunity, he could rapidly grow stronger and then take over the entire Z University. He had already devised plans for the future, aiming to expand his influence from Z University and eventually establish his own base city in the apocalypse. With someone stepping up to take the lead, Huang Lintian found it most desirable. Those guys seem to possess considerable strength. If they successfully clear the horde, what should we do? A bespectacled boy remarked. He was also a lucky one named Lin Ong, who had obtained a telekinetic class upgrade from the initial lottery. The telekinetic class allowed one to manipulate objects through mental power. Huang Lintian glanced at him, filled with wariness. Lin Ong, possessing the telekinetic class. This guy posed a significant threat to his dominant position. As the second in command of the team, Lin Ong had a considerable number of supporters. Had it not been for Huang Lintian's slightly superior strength, the position would likely have changed hands. What are you afraid of? Even if that group outside does manage to eliminate the zombies, they are merely on their last legs. We, the elite troops, can easily handle them. Huang Lintian scoffed. He had absolute confidence in his own strength. How shall we divide the spoils? Lin Ong inquired. I'll take 6, you take 4. Huang Lintian felt displeased internally. Lin Ong was ambitious, starting to negotiate terms with him already. However, now was not the time to fall out with him. His team consisted of 89 members. 50 followed him, while the remaining 39 listened to Lin Ong. Fine. Lin Ong nodded, not haggling. This figure had met his expectations. Huang Lintian was not a man to be trifled with. If pushed too hard, it could lead to a complete fallout, an outcome he did not desire. Just as Huang Lintian and his group were deliberating within the building, Guan Li had already dispatched the last zombie on the playground. The sun, stubbornly, cast its final rays on the horizon. Clean the battlefield, Guan Li commanded, as the soldiers moved into action in an orderly manner. At this pace, it seemed they would have to spend the night at Z University. Guan Li was unaware of how perilous the nights in the apocalypse could be, but he certainly knew they were far from safe. There was no need for him to take risks. Staying at Z University for the night was the wisest choice. The Legion had clear divisions of labor. The Nightblade collected cards, while the skeleton soldiers gathered crystal cores. Brother Tian, the battle outside seems to be over. Those guys truly have some skills. The entire playground as zombies were completely cleared. Now they are busy collecting their spoils. A subordinate rushed in. They actually cleared them? It appears these guys really possess some ability. Both Huang Lintian and Lin Ong displayed expressions of surprise. Yet, astonishment aside, the plan continued as usual. That group outside, having undergone a fierce battle, was undoubtedly exhausted. Prepare yourselves, Huang Lintian instructed. Yes. Everyone was eager, readying their weapons. On the playground, Guan Li picked up a crystal core, polishing it in his hand. Killing zombies is truly a delightful endeavor. Just as he was about to store the crystal core in his spatial ring, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloped him. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li rolled to the side. Whoosh! An arrow of ice crystal struck the spot where he had just stood. In ambush, Guan Li's expression darkened. Almost immediately realizing this possibility, In an instant, a surge of fury ignited within him. Tio thinks someone had targeted him. Very well. If they wished to play, he would not shy away from the challenge. Enemy attack. Protect the master. The skeletons reacted instantly, raising their massive shields to shield Guan Li. The remaining skeleton warriors also ceased their tasks, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Over there, Guan Li's gaze fixed on the nearby teaching building. The ice arrow had been fired from there. Damn it. It actually missed. Huang Lintian cursed. Having been discovered, he ceased to hide. Since the ambush had failed, he would confront him directly. Guan Li watched as dozens of students charged out of the teaching building. Their faces fierce and blood-stained, exuding an aura of ruthlessness. Without a doubt, this group had blood on their hands. Guan Li narrowed his eyes. Things were getting interesting, though they had the advantage in numbers. He felt no concern. Most of the students among them possessed only 1-star strength, with merely a handful reaching 2-star. In contrast, all of his group were at 2-star strength. Kid, you're quite lucky. You managed to evade my ice crystal arrow. Huang Lintian spoke first. Not bad. Guan Li stepped out from behind the shield, displaying a warm smile. Yet beneath it lay a chilling intent to kill. He could let Wang Yu go, for although Wang Yu had robbed him, he had not attacked him directly, indicating some semblance of a moral code. However, those before him must die. Not even Jesus could save them. They had crossed Guan Li's bottom line. Kid, submit and die. I might just grant you a swift end. Huang Lintian proclaimed. Heh, competing with me, Guan Li? Do you possess such strength? Guan Li raised his middle finger, making an internationally recognized gesture. Kid, you're courting death. Huang Lintian's face instantly turned cold. Brothers, charge. Whoever kills this kid will get a larger share of the spoils. Huang Lintian ceased wasting words. Kill. The students gripped their weapons and charged at Guan Li. Kill. Leave no one alive. Guan Li's gaze turned frigid as he issued the command. Understood. Bone and Shun Lian exchanged knowing smiles. They had slain so many zombies, yet never had they killed a human. Chapter 21. One-sided battle. Yu Gu. Should we help? Four-eyed asked from the corridor on the 7th floor. We must help. Let us go. Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Having witnessed Guan Li's prowess, he decided to take a gamble. After a moment of hesitation, the others ultimately decided to follow. The forces of both sides soon collided. Huang Lintian's subordinates brimmed with confidence, believing the skeleton warriors before them to be utterly weak. After all, everyone had played online games and knew that skeleton soldiers were merely the most basic of monsters. Yet, they forgot that this was reality. Little skeleton, time to send you on your way. A boy wielding a fire axe swung it at a skeleton soldier. In but a fleeting second, the smile on his face became frozen. The fire axe struck the skeleton warrior, leaving behind only a faint white mark. For the skeleton warrior, this barely qualified as an injury. With a swift motion, the skeleton warrior swung its bone blade, severing the boy's head from his shoulders. The severed head rolled onto the ground, its eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. He could not comprehend why the skeleton soldier was so immensely powerful. In the blink of an eye, over 20 students had fallen. The sudden turn of events caught Huang Lintian completely off guard. He had initially believed that Guan Li was at the end of his rope. Easily defeated. You little brat. Don't get too cocky. Let me show you the might of ice magic. Ice explosion. A staff appeared in Huang Lintian's hand, simple in design, seemingly crafted from some kind of vine. Gripping the vine staff, he unleashed an attack at the most concentrated area of the skeleton warrior. The intense ice elemental energy erupted instantaneously. Boom. Several skeleton warriors were sent flying, their bony exteriors coated in a layer of ice. Turns out he is a mage. Quite interesting. Guan Li quickly noticed Huang Lintian hiding behind the crowd. No wonder he dared to ambush me. He had something to rely on, but a mere ice mage is hardly a cause for concern. Shun Lian, capture that guy for me, Guan Li commanded, pointing toward Huang Lintian. As you wish. Shun Lian transformed into a shadow, silently approaching Huang Lintian from behind. Due to the dim light, no one noticed the moving shadow. It was only when Shen Lian revealed himself that Huang Lintian sensed something was amiss. Lin Ong, save me. With his hair standing on end, Huang Lintian urgently called for Lin Ang's help. As an ice mage, he was not adept at close combat. Shun Lian solidified his form, thrusting his long sword forward. Save you? Not a chance. Guan Li produced a silver handgun. The moment Lin Ong made his move, he pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of gunfire rang out as Lin Ong was struck by bullets, collapsing to the ground. A 2-star awakened could not withstand the damage of bullets. If they were tougher awakened beings, it would be a different story. But alas, neither of them fit that description. Lin Ong fell, wounded. In this dire moment, Huang Lintian unleashed his latent energy. A 2-centimeter thick ice shield rapidly formed before him. Crack! Shun Lian pierced through the ice shield, but failed to strike Huang Lintian. The brief obstruction allowed him to narrowly evade the blow. But could he truly escape? Die! A towering figure appeared before Huang Lintian. A massive shield came crashing down upon him. Crack! Huang Lintian's brain matter splattered, his body slumping lifelessly to the ground. Pa! You dare to ambush my master? Unaware of your impending doom. The imposing figure, of course, was the arriving Bone. Capture the thief before the king. Guan Li's objective was clear. Tiango is dead. What should we do? Upon witnessing Huang Lintian's gruesome demise, the crowd immediately fell into disarray. The soldiers of the Legion pressed their advantage, slaughtering another 10 students in a matter of seconds. Run! Finally, the group could no longer hold their composure, fleeing toward the playground exit. With their leader slain, who would still fight? Guan Li ordered a pursuit, unwilling to let them escape. The murderer must be prepared for the possibility of being killed in turn. Though the skeleton warriors were not particularly swift, their formidable strength easily allowed them to catch up. As for the knight swordsmen, they were capable of slaying one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace behind. Those fleeing were utterly powerless against them. The playground was a scene of one-sided carnage. Ah! The sounds of anguish echoed repeatedly. Guan Li remained unfazed. In the performance room on the top floor, many girls appeared pale. Guan Li, how dare he kill? Did he not fear the repercussions of the law? A sense of foreboding filled the hearts of the onlookers. Perhaps Guan Li was right. The world had indeed changed. Murder was no longer a distant concept. Don't kill me, I beg you. Lin Ong, lying on the ground, struggled helplessly. Blood holes marred his shoulders and arms. Guan Li, gripping the Qingfeng knife, maintained a stoic expression. Even if I die, I will take you down with me. Realizing that pleading for mercy was futile, Lin Ong, knowing his fate was sealed, unleashed his telekinesis, sending a fruit knife hurtling towards Guan Li. I was already prepared for you, Guan Li sneered. Bone armor coalesced around him. The fruit knife struck the armor and was deflected harmlessly away. Guan Li surged forward, forcefully stomping down on Lin Eng's arm. A heart-wrenching scream erupted. I told you not to attempt an ambush. Guan Li delivered another kick to his knee. Crack! The immense force shattered Lin Eng's kneecap. Ugh! Lin Eng's eyes rolled back as he nearly fainted from the pain. Kill me! Just kill me! He howled, akin to a frenzied beast. Satisfaction? Taking pity, Guan Li swiftly severed his head. He did not wish to waste time. As the darkness had fully descended in the dimly lit playground, cards emitted a faint glow. Moonlight filtered down, barely illuminating the corpses on the ground. Kill! The sounds of slaughter resounded in the dark playground. Just as Guan Li intended to strike, he heard a voice from the opposite side. Expert, I, Wang Yu, have come to assist you. Guan Li, I've already finished. You only just arrived? Make sure to take note. Dante engage. Guan Li quickly halted the soldiers. Phew. Wang Yu rushed to Guan Li's side, breathing heavily as he said, Expert, you are incredibly fast. Upon hearing this, Guan Li's expression darkened. Write that down. It must be noted. It is not that I'm too fast. It's that you're too slow. Guan Li retorted. Wang Yu opened his mouth to respond, but reason prevailed, and he fell silent. The events unfolded and concluded in mere minutes. Unless he jumped from the 7th floor, there was no way he could have arrived in time. Help me clear the battlefield. Each person will receive 5 one-star crystal cores as remuneration. Trust those who are useful, and distrust those who are not. He deemed Wang Yu to be relatively reliable. Though there was an element of opportunism, he still wished to assist. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed. The 6 individuals displayed expressions of excitement. This was akin to receiving 5 crystal cores for free. Chapter 22. Night Chat Shen Lian. I leave this to you. Guan Li gave him a knowing look, and Shen Lian instantly understood in the darkness. The actions of the Night Legion would not be hindered. Rather, they would become more agile. Yes, my lord. Shen Lian nodded, comprehending Guan Li's intention. He began to clean up the battlefield while keeping an eye on Wang Yu and his companions. On the 6th floor of the teaching building, Guan Li found a clean classroom. They would temporarily spend the night here. Several skeleton warriors stood guard around Guan Li. He produced a food card and crushed it. A massive poultry leg appeared before him. It was so large that it could not fit in a single pot. A rich aroma wafted through the classroom. Bones, would you care to partake? Guan Li casually inquired. Master, we do not require sustenance. They pointed to their own bodies. Aside from bones, there was nothing superfluous. Pardon my intrusion. He lifted the roasted leg in his hands, taking a satisfying bite. Oh my, this is truly delicious. Guan Li activated his skill, devouring the leg with great enthusiasm. The roasted leg was quickly consumed. After satisfying his hunger, Guan Li retrieved a 2-star crystal core and began absorbing its energy. This was a crystal core contributed by the esteemed Lick Master. "Expert, may we enter?" Wang Yu's voice called from outside the door. "Let him in." As soon as Guan Li spoke, the skeleton warriors parted to make way. Wang Yu and his companions approached Guan Li. He held an old-fashioned kerosene lamp in his hand. "Did you send Shan Lian back?" Guan Li asked. Expert, your foresight is remarkable. Truly, you are like Zhuge Liang reborn." Wang Yu flattered. Shan Lian said that our pace was too slow and was hindering their progress. "Expert, we do not require the remuneration," Wang Yu awkwardly stated. "Rest assured, I will fulfill the promise I made to you." Guan Li retrieved 31-star crystal cores from his spatial ring. "Expert, we feel undeserving of this." Wang Yu did not take the offered cores. "Take them. Just call me Guan Li." The earlier events had merely served as a small test for them, not a genuine request for assistance. After all, with the Knight Swordsman Legion present, cleaning the battlefield was a simple task. Their trial had been successfully passed. The group restrained themselves, not attempting to steal anything. "Then we thank you, Brother Li." The group accepted the crystal cores. Their faces alight with joy. They clutched the cores, beginning their absorption. A moment later, each of the 6 experienced significant enhancements in strength. "You are on the verge of breaking through to 2 stars? Guan Li observed Wang Yu. The energy emanating from him was already very close to 2 stars. Wang Yu nodded. "Here, break through first." Guan Li tossed 10 1-star crystal cores toward him. This, Wang Yu looked astonished, as if Guan Li had just tossed him a handful of candy. "Thank you, Brother Li." At that moment, Wang Yu could think of nothing else to say but gratitude. He absorbed the crystal cores. A surge of powerful energy radiating from him. It was evident that he had successfully broken through. "Wow, I feel my strength has increased tremendously. Is this what it means to be at 2 stars? How terrifying." Wang Yu's youthful spirit ignited fervently. Gurgle gurgle, the sounds of hungry stomachs echoed as Wang Yu and his companions' bellies betrayed them. "All right, here come the food thieves again." Their eager gazes nearly communicated their intentions to Guan Li. 6 food cards were crushed, and an array of delectable dishes materialized in the classroom. The rich aroma wafting from the food made even those on the top floor salivate profusely, so fragrant. Who is indulging in the barbecue? It must be Guan Li. Everyone seems to conjure up the image of that cold figure. After all, he is undoubtedly the strongest in the entire Z University. Not only is his own strength formidable, but he also commands a dozen subordinates and a legion of skeletal soldiers. At this moment, the crowd gradually comes to terms with reality. A few attractive girls gather together, seemingly engaged in a hushed discussion. "Wow, Brother Li is quite generous." A flicker of envy passes through Wang Yu and his companions' eyes. This is barbecue. It is in an entirely different league compared to bread, instant noodles, or ham sausages. Enough chatter. Can't the meat satisfy your hunger? Yes. I'll sew my mouth shut right away. Wang Yu, no longer wasting words, seizes a beef leg and starts to gnaw. With an array of delectable seasonings, even barbecued flip-flops would taste divine. The group devours their meal ravenously, not forgetting to lick their fingers afterward. Once they have eaten their fill, Guan Li engages in conversation with them, primarily to get acquainted. Wang Yu is a local from Z City. Both his parents work in enterprises. While not wealthy, they belong to the lower middle class. Guai grew up in a single-parent household, raised by his father. Li Ming lost both of his parents in childhood and was brought up by his grandmother. Just months before the apocalypse, his last remaining relative also passed away. However, this news is somewhat welcome to him, as surviving in this damned apocalypse is nothing short of torment. Lu Tianming hails from another region and is studying at a university in Z City. His parents are merely ordinary workers. Xiao Bin is also from out of town. His father is a university lecturer, and his mother is a corporate manager, giving him a relatively comfortable background. Yu Hai shares a similar story with Li Ming. Having been raised by the elderly, recently, his grandfather also passed away. My lord. The battlefield has been thoroughly cleared. Shun Lian strides in from outside. The Knight Swordsmen are hidden in the dim corners of the classroom. Should Guan Li encounter any danger, they can arrive in an instant. Well done. He accepts the heavy sack from Shan Lian. Serving my lord is an honor for us subordinates, Shan Lian says, slowly retreating to the side. Utilizing the system, he scans the contents of the sack. 441-star crystal cores, 35 2-star crystal cores, 137 white random cards, 5 green random cards, and 1 deep green random card. There is also a vine staff, a contribution from Huang Lintian. This fellow is rather poor, having nothing left but this item. Of course, Linong is even poorer, lacking a weapon entirely. The only throwing knife he possessed has already been bent by Guan Li. Noticing Guan Li counting the spoils, Wang Yu and the others discreetly distance themselves. They find a quiet corner, preparing to enjoy a good sleep. After all, there are no entertainment activities in this apocalypse. During the long, dark night, sleep is their only solace. Having exhausted themselves throughout the day, they quickly drift off into a deep slumber. As for safety concerns, they are entirely untroubled. The classroom is filled with Guan Li's subordinates. The sound of their loud snoring fills the air, reaching Guan Li's ears. These fellows. He is somewhat speechless and decides to leave the classroom. In another quiet classroom, Guan Li begins to absorb the crystal cores in his possession. One by one, the 2-star crystal cores are swiftly assimilated. A warm current rushes through his body like a torrent, continuously washing over him. Countless cells awaken, greedily absorbing the pure energy contained within. The energy within the crystal cores is akin to a potent tonic. Once absorbed by the human body, it facilitates a transformative evolution towards greater strength. Guan Li exhales a breath of turbid air. He clenches his fists, feeling the surge of his own power. My current strength should be nearing the pinnacle of 2-star status. If I encounter a man-faced mantis again, I am confident I can defeat it. Chapter 23. A midnight visitor. Upon absorbing the crystal cores, Guan Li shifts his focus to the cards. He starts with the white random cards. Food card X30, Advancement card X15, Supply card X23, Purified water X20, Large cleaver X1, a sharp iron cleaver, Ordinary crossbow bolts X13, Incendiary crossbow bolts X3, creates a burning area of 10 meters after detonation. Frost crossbow bolts X2, freezes targets within a 10-meter radius after detonation. Lockpicking skill X1. After learning, master various lockpicking techniques. Glass marbles X2, utterly useless trinkets, recommended for disposal. Universal pistol bullets X8, enhanced potato seeds X19, genetically enhanced potato seeds. The series of notifications regarding the obtained items echoes in Guan Li's mind. The rewards this time are quite decent. With the exception of the glass marbles, everything else holds some utility. Learning the lockpicking skill, Guan Li immediately feels numerous lockpicking techniques integrate into his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the lockpicking skill. This is a handy little trick. While it may not be immediately useful, having more skills is never a disadvantage. After finishing with the white cards, he moves on to the green ones. The ratio of their quantity indicates the rarity of the green cards. Guan Li directly utilizes them, opening 5 green cards. Acquired Decayed Burning Fruit X1, severely energy depleted. Can only provide partial burning ability, may be traded. Acquired Intermediate Advancement card X2, can be used for Legion advancement. Acquired Firearm Proficiency X1, after learning, can skillfully handle various firearms. Mother no longer needs to worry about my shooting skills. Acquired Strength Pills X1, double strength for a short duration, lasting 1 minute. Having opened all the green cards, a mix of surprise and disappointment flickers in Guan Li's eyes. The disappointment stems from the subpar quality of the rewards, while the surprise arises from the 2 intermediate advancement cards. Currently, the Legion does not require intermediate advancement cards, but it is always good to be prepared. Learning the firearm proficiency, Guan Li instantly feels like a seasoned marksman. He retrieves a Desert Eagle and quickly disassembles it. In mere moments, a pile of parts appears on the table. After another brief period, a fully assembled Desert Eagle is back in his hands. Having more skills is never a burden. As for the Decayed Burning Fruit, it resembles an apple, already rotting considerably. The exposed flesh flickers with hints of flame. Guan Li hesitates for a moment, but ultimately decides against consuming it. Who knows what negative effects this decayed item might have? Decayed Burning Fruit. Trade value 5,000 points. What the heck? So expensive. Guan Li is taken aback. However, he quickly regains his composure. After all, it is a fruit that grants abilities. Even though it has rotted, its value remains high. Without hesitation, he chooses to trade it. Trading the Decayed Burning Fruit yields 5,000 points. With the points credited, Guan Li feels a rush of good fortune. The earlier disappointment vanishes entirely. Only 1 card remains. Holding the deep green card, Guan Li crushes it. Given the multitude of zombies defeated, the rewards from this card should not disappoint. Acquired Legion Expansion card X1, upon use, increases the specified Legion's numbers by 10. Guan Li's eyes light up upon reading the item description. This is indeed a valuable asset, capable of augmenting his Legion by 10 soldiers. What is his greatest trump card at present? The system, the Legion. This is his core. Anything that can enhance the Legion's strength is a boon. Guan Li does not use the Legion expansion card immediately. Both the Skeletal Warriors and the Knight Swordsman possess commendable strength. He finds himself momentarily hesitant. Returning to the classroom where the Legion is stationed, he observes the flickering kerosene lamp casting a dim light. The glow sways constantly, as if it could extinguish at any moment. Apart from the lamp, the only illumination in the classroom comes from the moonlight streaming through the window. Shunlian, prepare yourself. I am about to upgrade you. Guan Li announces upon entering the classroom. Yes, thank you, my lord. Shun Lian's eyes brighten with anticipation. System. Advance the Knight Swordsman Legion. Guan Li retrieves the Knight Swordsman Legion back into the system space. Ding. Upgrading the Knight Swordsman Legion. This requires 20 advancement cards. Would you like to proceed with the advancement? Advance. Without the slightest hesitation, Guan Li confirms the advancement. Upgrading the Knight Swordsman requires 20 advancement cards. This situation likely correlates with the Legion's strength. After all, the skeletal soldiers only needed 1-star strength for their advancement. There is no need for excessive deliberation on this matter. As long as the advancement cards are sufficient, let us proceed. Commencing the advancement of the Knight Swordsman Legion, Guan Li decides to open the point shop. He purchases a simple folding bed for 3 points. Such a basic item is not very expensive. Gazing at the appearance of the folding bed, though it is quite rudimentary, it is far better than sleeping on the floor. Guan Li glances at the corner, where Wang Yu and the others are sprawled in a disheveled manner. Sigh. How delightful it would be to have a folding bed. Guan Li adjusts the bed and sets it up comfortably. He lies down, settling into a pleasant position. After a long day of toil, it is time to rest. The skeletal warriors do not require sleep. They will keep watch. Just as Guan Li is about to close his eyes, a series of footsteps echo from the corridor outside the classroom. Is someone there? Just as he intends to rise and investigate, he hears a chorus of startled exclamations from outside. Ah, a monster. Those are several melodious voices. Although tinged with a hint of fear, they remain enchanting. Why, Lord? We have captured a few individuals. How would you like to handle them? Bone tosses a girl in front of Guan Li with little regard for delicacy. Shortly after, 3 more girls are similarly thrown before Guan Li. Sitting on the folding bed, he gazes at the 4 girls before him. One of them seems somewhat familiar. Guan Li recognizes a familiar figure on the ground. It is Lin Nana. At this moment, she has removed her makeup, revealing her true appearance. Though not as breathtaking as before, there remains a certain purity reminiscent of a student. As for the other 3, his impression was only of one, Zhang Xinyue, one of the campus beauties of Z University. It is said that her father is a wealthy entrepreneur in Z City. Owing to these 2 illustrious identities, many affluent heirs have pursued her fervently. In the past, Guan Li felt like nothing more than a penniless wretch in her presence. Apart from Lin Nana and Zhang Xinyue, the other 2 girls also possessed commendable looks. In former times, they would have been the center of attention. Yet now, they appeared remarkably disheveled. Guan Li gazed at the 4 girls seated on the floor. Their nocturnal visit surely harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 24. A desire for opportunity. Guan Li, are these all your subordinates? Lin Nana quickly responded. She had seen these skeletal warriors during the confrontation in the afternoon. The dimness of the corridor had startled her. But now, aided by the faint light, she could clearly discern the skeletal warriors. Despite their fearsome appearance, they stood respectfully behind Guan Li. Enough of the pleasantries. State your business. Guan Li sat on a folding bed. Scrutinizing the 4, their earlier intrusion had disrupted her slumber, leaving her in a rather foul mood. Guan Li, do you still love me? Lin Nana finally voiced her feelings after much hesitation. She knew it was shameless, but survival rendered her pride inconsequential. If she could rekindle the man's affections, her safety would surely be secured. You are not beautiful, so do not harbor unrealistic expectations, Guan Li retorted. What? Lin Nana did not anticipate such callousness from Guan Li. After all, he had once adored her deeply. Get lost? Guan Li waved her hand dismissively, and Bone immediately understood, grasping Lin Nana and tossing her out of the classroom. Whoa. Lin Nana sat on the ground, feeling rather lost. What about the 3 of you? If there's nothing else, then be gone, Guan Li stated. Bone approached the 3, preparing to physically escort them out. Wait, I have something to ask of you. The girl who spoke was unfamiliar to Guan Li, but her exquisite visage and alluring form certainly placed her among the campus beauties. Speak, Guan Li replied, her tone tinged with impatience. I do not wish to die. Therefore, I propose a deal, Su Shui declared. A deal? What can you offer me? Money? That stuff is too hard to use for wiping. Guan Li coldly responded, I am young, beautiful, and have a splendid figure. If you agree to protect me, I will be yours. I am quite open-minded and willing to accept any arrangement, Su Shui hastily asserted. She understood that a powerful individual like Guan Li would likely appreciate a harem, and she was ready to offer her body. Believing he would not refuse, get lost, Guan Li frowned. What did this woman think of herself? A breeding sow? A paragon of might? Su Shui's complexion turned ashen. She could not fathom why Guan Li remained unmoved. She was undeniably beautiful. Her figure was impeccable. Previously, she had attracted countless suitors. Bone. Show her the door. Guan Li waved her hand, and Su Shui was unceremoniously ejected. What about you two? Do not waste my time. She directed her gaze at the remaining two girls. Jiang Xian stood up and exited the classroom. Her bargaining chip was akin to Su Shui's, offering her body. And you? Guan Li turned her attention to the campus beauty. Zhang Xinyue, her delicate features, illuminated by the moonlight, appeared exceptionally enchanting. Though her figure was somewhat slender, it did not detract from her beauty. Zhang Xinyue's appearance could easily score a 90 if she intended to barter her body for protection. You may leave as well, Guan Li declared, rising to her feet. Her dark, mysterious eyes held a depth that was both captivating and intimidating. Guan Li, I wish to survive. Could you grant me an opportunity? Zhang Xinyue inhaled deeply and asserted with determination. A glimmer of tenacity shone in her gaze. As a wealthy heiress and the campus beauty of Z University, this Zhang Xinyue exhibited a remarkable resilience. Should she survive, she might indeed witness a miracle. Very well. Prove your worth by slaying a zombie. Guan Li replied. If she could conquer her fears, he would contemplate assisting her. If she was merely all talk, then she could serve as fodder for the undead. He exited the classroom, and the three girls had already departed. Let us go. Do you not desire an opportunity? Guan Li looked at Zhang Xinyue. Zhang Xinyue nodded, following behind Guan Li. Together, they traversed the eerie corridor, arriving at the adjacent building. Werwo. A zombie lunged towards them. Guan Li raised her hand and swiftly dispatched it. You go. Guan Li temporarily lent her discarded tang knife to Zhang Xinyue. Stepping back to observe coldly, should Zhang Xinyue falter in the face of the undead, her fate would be sealed. I want to live. Zhang Xinyue grasped the tang knife, her eyes fixed on the advancing zombie. A fervent determination surged within her. She swung the tang knife towards the zombie's head, but due to her lack of strength, the blade became lodged in its neck. Werwo. The zombie flailed its arms. Trying to grasp Zhang Xinyue, she stumbled backward. Observing this, Guan Li showed no inclination to intervene. Zhang Xinyue released the tang knife, rolling aside as the zombie missed and fell to the ground. Die! She retrieved the tang knife and struck at the zombie. Crack, brain matter and vile blood splattered forth. Gasping for breath, Zhang Xinyue's hands trembled uncontrollably. Well done, Guan Li approached, reclaiming the tang knife from her. Search its head. See if there are any crystal cores. She pointed to the zombie's head. Crystal core? Though puzzled, Zhang Xinyue stepped forward. She reached into the skull and fished out a crystal core. What is this? Zhang Xinyue inquired, bewildered. A crystal core. It can enhance human capabilities. This is your reward. Absorb it. Guan Li instructed. Thank you. Zhang Xinyue nodded and began to absorb it. A warm current coursed through her body. Guan Li, wielding the Qingfeng knife, stood guard beside her. After several minutes, Zhang Xinyue slowly opened her eyes. How extraordinary! My strength, speed, and reaction time seem to have improved. Zhang Xinyue exclaimed, astonished. The opportunity has been granted. If you wish to survive, strive to slay more zombies. Guan Li replied, I can only stay at Z University for one night. If you desire more resources, trade them for crystal cores. Having said this, Guan Li turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. Zhang Xinyue lingered in the corridor, a flicker of resolve flashing in her eyes. Outside the performance room, the three girls appeared to be waiting for something. Why hasn't Zhang Xinyue returned? Jiang Xian asked. Perhaps she has caught someone's eye, Su Shui replied, her tone tinged with jealousy. Let us go. She likely won't be back. Lin Nana expressed her disappointment. Humph, just a Guan Li. I am not interested, she declared. If Zhang Xinyue desires him, then let her have him, Su Shui remarked nonchalantly. All right, Xiao Xue, let us return. There are plenty of impressive young men inside the performance room. Jiang Xian proposed. Su Shui nodded. The three made their way back into the performance room. Upon returning to the classroom, Guan Li heard the system's notification sound. Ding! The Nightblade Swordmaster Legion has successfully advanced. Please check your status. The system's voice resonated in Guan Li's mind. At last, the advancement is complete. A joyous expression graced Guan Li's face. Chapter 25. Shadow Sword Cultivator. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. The system's prompt rang out. He summoned the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Thank you, my lord, for granting us new life. Shen Lian knelt on the ground. The Shadow Sword Cultivators also knelt in unison. Rise, Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Yes, the Shadow Sword Cultivators rose, positioning themselves before Guan Li. She scrutinized the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion closely. Externally, there appeared to be no significant changes, clad in black, wielding 3-foot Qingfeng blades. Yet their aura had undergone a profound transformation. The Shadow Sword Cultivators exuded a more subtle presence, making them nearly undetectable in the shadows. Guan Li accessed the attributes panel of the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion. Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, upgradable, number, 15, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, leader, Shun Lian, skills, Shadow is 1, Shadow Sword Technique, Shadow True Essence, Shadowless Step, Sword Control Technique, Shadow Binding. The number had increased. Skills had expanded. Skills had been enhanced. Strength had improved. It was directly rated at 3 stars. Incredible, Guan Li exclaimed. Each advancement bolstered the strength of every soldier. System, what are the requirements for the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion to advance again? Guan Li inquired of the system. Ding. To advance the Shadow Sword Cultivator Legion, 100 Legion advancement cards are required. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification echoed in Guan Li's mind. The strength must reach 6 stars, system. How can the Legion's strength be enhanced? Guan Li questioned. While she could absorb crystal cores herself, the Legion could not. Legion soldiers are continuously improving. As long as enough is accumulated, their strength can be enhanced. The host may also choose to utilize treasures to expedite the enhancement process, the system's voice replied. Guan Li nodded in understanding. She opened the points mall. Everything the Legion required could be procured there. Ghost grass. Contains abundant spiritual energy, capable of enhancing training speed, priced at 500 points. Demonic Eagle Beast Bone. Contains a significant amount of necromantic power, capable of enhancing training speed, priced at 600 points. Treasures that enhance training speed are indeed diverse. Items with the same attributes can provide additional speed enhancements. You have purchased Ghost Grass, spending 500 points. You have purchased Demonic Eagle Beast Bone, spending 600 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li directly purchased both items. Although over 1,000 points were spent, it was undoubtedly worth it. Points are earned to be utilized. He cannot afford a new Legion card for now. So he decided to strengthen the 2 existing Legions. Guan Li allocated the Ghost Grass for the Shadow Swordmaster Legion and the Demonic Eagle Beast Bone for the Skeleton Warrior Legion. After absorbing the treasures, both legions exhibited a remarkable breakthrough in strength. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion has achieved a 3-star strength. The system's notification echoed in his mind. A breakthrough? Guan Li exclaimed in astonishment. The effect of this Demonic Eagle Beast Bone is truly extraordinary. Thank you, Master. The soul flame in the bones blazed even more fervently. The Shadow Swordmaster Legion, though not having achieved a breakthrough, could distinctly feel their strength gradually increasing. The effect of the Ghost Grass was still ongoing. Once fully absorbed, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion should be able to reach a mid-level 3-star strength. With the enhancement of the Legion's strength, Guan Li felt elated. As this also prepared him well for his departure the next morning, night deepened. Weariness overtook Guan Li, and he no longer resisted, collapsing into a sleep. The bones exchanged glances with Shan Lian, instinctively guarding Guan Li's side. The Legion soldiers also stood watch in every corner of the classroom. The night was destined to leave many restless. The survivors, filled with trepidation, were on edge to eye in the performance room on the top floor. 3 young women quietly pushed open the door and entered. Most of the students were still awake. The return of the trio did not draw much attention, as many had stealthily slipped out. No one bothered to inquire about their intentions. After the events of the afternoon, most had come to accept the reality. The apocalypse had arrived, and they could perish at any moment. Zhang Xian, I have something to say to you. After the 3 returned, a robust young man approached them. The other 2 women said nothing further and went straight back into the performance room. Zhang Xian regarded the young man thoughtfully. She recognized him as Li Zichao, one of her admirers. Let's go outside to talk. This place is not suitable. Zhang Xian's eyes darted away as she exited the performance room. Lin Nana glanced back, speaking with a touch of jealousy. Our Miss Zhang has found a new target so quickly. Her words dripped with sarcasm. Lin Nana, what do you mean by that? Is your jealousy making you lose your mind because Guan Li abandoned you? Li Zichao has always pursued Xiao Xian. What does that have to do with you? The young woman, clearly closer to Zhang Xian, swiftly retorted. Tixing, are you so noble? Don't think I don't know you've had a crush on Li Zichao all along. Unfortunately, he doesn't fancy you, Lin Nana replied sharply. You unwanted trash. The girl shot back immediately. You? The 2 exchanged a few heated words before parting ways unhappily. Li Zichao, being among the first to leave, had slain numerous zombies in the teaching building today. According to Guan Li, killing zombies could strengthen one's abilities. Thus those who had slain zombies became the targets of flattery from everyone. Following these awakened individuals ensured their own safety. At the very least, it guaranteed a slightly safer existence. A chow. Are your feelings for me genuine? In a certain classroom, Zhang Xian wore a bashful expression. Of course, Xiao Xian, you know my feelings for you. Li Zichao declared with deep affection. I used to feel inferior, thinking I was unworthy of someone as noble as you. But now, it's different. I am on the verge of breaking through to 2-star strength. Trust me, I can protect you. Li Zichao slammed his fist onto the desk, shattering the sturdy wooden surface in two. Chao. I believe in you. Please don't disappoint me, Zhang Xian said, embracing him tenderly. Xiao Xian, I will treat you well. Li Zichao kissed her lips, and springtime blossomed within the classroom. Such occurrences were far from rare that night. Many girls, utilizing their advantages, sought out targets in advance. For them, it was merely a matter of changing boyfriends. Of course, there were still many girls who maintained their principles. As the saying goes, everyone's choices are different. The cold moonlight enveloped the ravaged city. On the streets, numerous terrifying figures lurked, occasionally discovering food hidden in the shadows. They emitted horrifying howls and terrified cries for help. The dilapidated streets, collapsed buildings, and burning vehicles all proclaimed, this world no longer belonged to humanity. Chapter 26 Departure from Z University. As the cool morning air heralded the unique temperature shift of summer, Guan Li awoke. Rising from his folding bed, he gazed out at the sunlight filtering through the window. And everything appeared exceptionally tranquil. If it were not for the thick black smoke rising in the distance, it would seem as if everything remained as it once was. But Guan Li knew there was no turning back. The skeleton soldiers who had fallen yesterday had been revived by the system. He summoned them directly, fully assembling the Skeleton Warrior Legion. After a night of absorption, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion had broken through to mid-level 3-star strength. Holding the Legion expansion card in his hand, Guan Li decided to utilize it for the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. Bone had no objections, yet Guan Li felt slightly guilty, as the Skeleton Warrior Legion was the first to follow him. However, such situations would frequently arise in the future. To avoid favoritism, he could only find ways to compensate the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Bone, next time, I'll help you all advance. This was Guan Li's promise. Master, whatever decision you make, I will support you. This statement warmed Guan Li's heart. He did not indulge in sentimentality. Those who achieve great things do not sweat the small stuff. The road ahead was still long. Ding! The Shadow Swordmaster Legion has expanded by 10 members. The system notification resounded. A summoning array appeared in the classroom, and 10 Shadow Swordmasters gradually materialized before Guan Li. We pay our respects, my lord. The newly summoned Shadow Swordmasters respectfully knelt before him. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, my lord. Seeing the 40 Legion soldiers, Guan Li instantly felt emboldened. He crushed a food card, and a sumptuous breakfast materialized before him. Fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and soy milk, all in generous portions. After consulting Shen Lian, he learned that the Shadow Swordmaster Legion had minimal food requirements, as swordmasters typically practiced fasting. Ignoring them, Guan Li began to enjoy his breakfast. This tastes like meat buns. Wang Yu's nose twitched as he quickly opened his eyes. The others followed suit, gazing at Guan Li like hungry wolves. I'll be damned. A freeloader. Guan Li swiftly devoured the bun in his hand. Li Ge, good morning. Wang Yu greeted him as he got up. Yes, I must leave Z University. Until we meet again. Guan Li replied. Li Ge, can I follow you? Wang Yu asked shyly. To become strong, one must forge their own path. Guan Li looked at him, his eyes devoid of any emotion. I understand, Li Ge. I will forever remember this kindness, he said before bidding farewell to Guan Li Ge. Until we meet again. The others also bid farewell to Guan Li. Go! I look forward to the day we meet again. Once Wang Yu and the others left the classroom, they vanished from sight. Guan Li waited for a while. Seeing no one else coming, he prepared to leave. Just as he was about to head downstairs, a voice from afar called out to him. Wait a moment, Guan Li, wait for me. Zhang Xinyue jogged over, finally catching up. Sorry, I was delayed by a zombie. Thank you for your patience. Zhang Xinyue's clothes were already stained black with foul blood, and her aura had significantly strengthened in just one night. She had nearly reached 2-star strength. Congratulations, you have chosen the right path. Guan Li said with a smile. He didn't see the other three. A look of understanding crossed his face. Each person's choices are different. Some aspire to be strong, while others seek to rely on the strong. Your words have enlightened me. Thank you, Guan Li. Zhang Xinyue bowed deeply. How many zombies did you slay in one night? Guan Li inquired. I've lost count. It should be no fewer than 20. Zhang Xinyue paused for a moment before slowly responding. 20? Not bad, Guan Li nodded. The darkness of night greatly increased the difficulty of killing zombies. What do you wish to exchange with me? Guan Li sensed her potential for investment. Weapons, food. Zhang Xinyue stated her desires. Guan Li glanced at the weapon in her hand, a dull fruit knife smeared with foul blood. Satisfied, a large cleaver appeared in Guan Li's hand. Though the machete lacks elegance, it is sufficiently sharp and far superior to a fruit knife. How can we exchange? Zhang Xinyue gazed at the machete, Finding it rugged enough that it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon against zombies. She had deliberately saved some crystal cores for the purpose of trading with Guan Li. 2 crystal cores, a fair price for all. Guan Li held up 2 fingers. Investment is one thing, but one must not incur too great a loss. The recycling value of this hefty machete is a substantial 10 points. Excellent, I will trade. Zhang Xinyue showed no hesitation. The experience of hunting zombies the previous night had made her acutely aware of the importance of possessing a reliable weapon. Guan Li accepted the crystal cores and handed the machete over to her. What about food? How do we exchange for food? Zhang Xinyue inquired. 10 loaves of bread, 10 sausages, and 5 bottles of mineral water, 2 crystal cores. Guan Li proposed a price that was almost at cost. Can we lower it a bit? I can forego the sausages. Zhang Xinyue stammered slightly. Never mind. 1 crystal core will suffice. I shall take a loss on this deal. Guan Li discerned the other party's embarrassment. Thank you, Zhang Xinyue exclaimed joyfully, promptly handing over the crystal cores. Guan Li then gave her the supplies along with the discarded shovel. He had never quite figured out its particular use, so he decided to give it away. What is this? Zhang Xinyue observed the shovel with curiosity. Ahem. This is a treasure. Whether you can truly wield it depends on your own understanding. Guan Li wore a mystical expression. Others might not believe him. But to his surprise, Zhang Xinyue did. She solemnly accepted the shovel and expressed her gratitude. Guan Li, I will make good use of it. Zhang Xinyue clutched the shovel as if it were a precious artifact. Guan Li began to wonder if he had made a mistake. What if she used it to bash zombies? Be sure to take good care of it. Do not use it to strike zombies. Understand? He hastily cautioned. Yes, I understand. Zhang Xinyue carefully stored the shovel away. The time is nearly upon me. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. Guan Li waved goodbye as he departed with his group. Guan Li, we shall surely meet again. Zhang Xinyue watched his retreating figure. The shovel she had secured glimmered with a subtle red hue. Unknown to Guan Li, this shovel would alter her destiny. Upon arriving at the school's playground, Huang Lintian's corpse had begun to emit a foul odor. He noticed what appeared to be bite marks on the body. Guan Li paid little heed, as he was on the verge of leaving. The fate of the students here held no significance for him. Having cleared the zombies from the playground was already an act of mercy on his part. He led his group toward the school gate. Chapter 27. The Darkness of the Apocalypse. Guan Li. It seems he is about to depart. Inside the performance room on the top floor, many individuals peered through the gaps in the windows to observe the situation in the playground. Everyone was on edge, unable to sleep. Even if they did doze off, they could be easily startled awake. This resulted in many individuals in the performance room sporting dark circles under their eyes. What? If Guan Li leaves, what shall we do? Who will protect us? The strength of Guan Li was something they had all witnessed. He was akin to a guardian deity. Now that this guardian was set to depart from Z University, many students found it hard to accept. Chen Xiong's face also bore a grave expression. He had personally seen how formidable Guan Li was, as the latter had single-handedly cleared the zombies from the playground. The performance room was suddenly rife with unrest. Chen Xiong knew it was time for him to step forward. Classmates, do not panic. Although Guan Li is leaving, we still have classmates Huang Xiao, Li Zichao, and Wang Li. Their strength is also quite formidable. Guan Li may be strong, but he is not under our control. The few who had just exited were entirely different. Last night, he had already gathered them and promised many benefits. As long as he was the leader of this team at Z University, they would enjoy the best resources and treatment. With their strength and his position as vice principal, their cooperation would undoubtedly yield a win-win situation. The individuals felt that Chen Xiong's words held merit and readily agreed. Ahem. Classmates, Chen, the vice principal, speaks the truth. We are not like that selfish scoundrel Guan Li. As long as we are alive, we will ensure everyone's safety. In this time of crisis, let us unite and weather the storm together. As the few of them noticed that Chen Xiong was nearing the end of his speech, they eagerly stepped forward to begin their own addresses. They exuded a sense of righteousness, instantly earning cheers from the crowd. Well said. In such a precarious moment, we must support one another. Many voiced their agreement. The girls nodded in unison, gazing at the few with expressions of adoration. Li Zichao's eyes appeared slightly sunken, clearly indicating he had exerted considerable effort the previous night. In stark contrast, Zhang Xian's complexion was exceptionally rosy. Compared to the surrounding weary individuals, her appearance was strikingly vibrant. Xiaoxin, you look much better than yesterday. A girl approached Zhang Xian, her tone laced with unmistakable envy. The girl was the one who accompanied Zhang Xian to find Guan Li the night before. Her name was Su Shui, the daughter of a local leader. Though her family was not as affluent as Zhang Xinyue's, they were still relatively well off. Not at all, Xiaoxue, you must be mistaken. Zhang Xian smiled charmingly, revealing a unique allure. Many boys around were captivated by her smile. Xiaoxin, you are now relying on Li Zichao. You mustn't forget about me. Yesterday, that wretched Lin Nana was bad-mouthing you behind your back. Upon hearing that, I confronted her directly. Su Shui was also perceptive, realizing she needed to cling tightly to Zhang Xian's influence at this moment. Lin Nana? That little vixen. Just you wait. Zhang Xian replied with a cold chuckle. Under the guidance of the awakened individuals, the groups were soon organized at a total of 10 teams, each consisting of 30 to 50 members, had been formed. Every team was led by an awakened individual. Teams with fewer awakened members had larger numbers. Classmates, the zombies in the main building and the nearby structures have mostly been cleared. These areas contain a wealth of supplies. Our task is to collect these supplies. Standing at the forefront of the 10 teams was a young man adorned with ear studs, exuding a hint of swagger. His name was Huang Xiao, a 2-star intermediate awakened individual. Additionally, he possessed the profession of Earth Warrior, enabling him to conjure a protective earthen shield on his body during battle. This shield boasted formidable defensive capabilities, rendering ordinary bullets incapable of easily penetrating it. Understood. We will ensure the task is completed. The ordinary students felt their blood boiling. The thrill of survival in this apocalypse strangely excited them. Perhaps it was because they were under the guidance of powerful awakened individuals that their fear began to dissipate. However, they would soon learn the true despair and terror of the apocalypse. As for how the entire faculty and student body of Z University evaluated themselves, Guan Li remained indifferent. That moment, he had traversed the playground. Behind the playground lay the school's library, which now stood with its doors firmly shut. A few fallen zombies lay at the entrance, and the ground bore the chaotic stains of blood, hinting at a fierce battle that had once erupted here. As Guan Li passed by the library, he sensed several malevolent gazes directed his way. He raised his head to glance at the 3rd floor of the library, where a few men with fierce expressions were fixated on his position. These individuals were certainly not students of Z University. Guan Li made a throat-cutting gesture, taunting them. After a brief hesitation, the group of men chose to back down. They drew the curtains and no longer paid heed to Guan Li. Consider yourselves wise. Guan Li continued on his way, leaving the premises without any further delay. He had no interest in whether they were up to no good. It had nothing to do with him, as long as they did not provoke him. It sufficed. Phew. Big brother. That guy's gaze just now was terrifying. It made me feel suffocated. On the 3rd floor of the library, several men associated with gang sighed in relief. Apart from them, there were also a dozen other men dressed like thugs within the library. These thugs wielded machetes, crowbars, and baseball bats. A group of students had been cornered by them. A few raggedly dressed girls appeared to have been subjected to violence, while the remaining boys resembled deflated balloons, obediently remaining in place, too fearful to resist. Damn it. Next time, keep your eyes peeled. This is the apocalypse. If you run into trouble, it would be your own fault if you die. One of the men cursed. Yes, I understand. The younger one nodded submissively. You come with me? The gang member pointed at a girl. The girl stood up in fear, unwilling to defy his orders. Those who had resisted were already fed to the zombies. She did not wish to die and had no choice but to acquiesce. What are you looking at? Be careful that I do not kill you. A few boys merely raised their heads, only to be met with punches and kicks from the thugs. Faced with these merciless devils, they had long lost the courage to fight back, for being a hero came at a price, one that could cost them their lives. The bloodstains on the ground were a harrowing sight. They dared not lift their heads, fearing they would meet the same fate as the bloodstains below. Pa, do not be ungrateful. If it weren't for the boss, you would have died at the hands of the zombies long ago. As a form of gratitude, shouldn't you do something for us? In the past, these university students held themselves in high regard and looked down upon others. But now, are they not reduced to begging? They have suddenly realized that this chaotic end times may not be as dire as they once thought. Things they never dared to imagine are now within reach through sheer force. There are no restraints. The power of strength speaks volumes. The darkness of the apocalypse is gradually unfolding. Chapter 28. The venomous fuzzy spider. After traversing the library, just a short distance away lies the gates of Z University. Once, this place was bustling with eager students, a sight of immense aspiration. Now, it is stained with blood, littered with corpses. The disordered security office, bloodied windows, and twisted gates tell a grim tale. The stone tablet that once represented Z University's honor is now drenched in crimson. In this scene, the words of educators inscribed on the walls appear profoundly ironic. Suddenly, Guan Li's presence draws the attention of the zombies at the entrance. Clad in security uniforms, these zombies advance towards him relentlessly. Without needing a command, the soldiers of his legion charge forth. The shadowy sword cultivator moves with grace, his long sword slicing through the air. Swish, 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 one by one. The heads of the zombies tumble to the ground. Rest in peace, dear security guards. May there be no zombies in paradise. Though many zombies have evolved to a 2-star strength after a night of transformation, they still seem pitifully weak before the Legion. Ah, the speed of their evolution is indeed astonishing. While the Legion can easily dispatch them, Guan Li cannot help but acknowledge the rapid pace at which these zombies are advancing. The power and speed of these 2-star zombies surpass that of their 1-star counterparts. A dozen zombies have contributed 3 2-star crystal cores and 1 white-green card. The probability of ordinary zombies dropping crystal cores is significantly lower than that of mutated zombies. Guan Li grips the crystal cores and begins to absorb them. A warm current courses through his body, swiftly assimilated. As his strength increases, the rate of absorption accelerates considerably. Once he has finished absorbing the cores, he casually crushes the white-green card. Acquired Advancement Card X1. A pleasant little surprise indeed. Without lingering, Guan Li strides towards the gates. Beyond the gates lies a once thriving street. One of the more renowned universities in Z City. Substantial funds were invested in its development. Now, this once bustling avenue has turned eerily silent. Startling bloodstains splatter across the storefronts on either side. Guan Li notices a long dragging mark on the ground. All of this indicates that the street is far from safe. Stepping out of the university, 3 options appear in Guan Li's mind. Option 1. Stay at Z University. Await military rescue. Reward. Stamina Potion X1. Option 2. Leave via the left street. Reward. 2-star Crystal Cores X5. Option 3. Slay the hidden disaster monsters within Z University. Reward. Random Skill X1. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li dismisses the first option. The reward for the second option is decent, effectively allowing him to obtain 5 2-star crystal cores for free. However, for Guan Li, acquiring 2-star crystal cores is not particularly challenging. The third option, on the other hand, offers a random skill as a reward. Though it carries an element of chance, it undeniably stands as the most advantageous of the 3 choices. Let us go. We shall investigate. Guan Li leads his legion towards the quiet student street. Within the street, no zombies are in sight. Yet, the absence of danger only heightens Guan Li's vigilance. The threat posed by disaster monsters is considerably greater than that of zombies. Master, it's too quiet here. Something feels off. Bone, wielding a bone shield, scans the surroundings cautiously. Indeed. Everyone, remain alert. Guan Li advises. He harbors little concern, for all 40 soldiers of his legion possess 3-star strength. With such a formation, even 4-star monsters would find it challenging to contend with Guan Li. As they venture deeper into the street, Guan Li senses a sharp drop in temperature. He glances back, noting no abnormalities at the street's entrance. A few headless corpses lie sprawled within the adjacent shops. How bizarre! Guan Li furrows his brow. The entire street is devoid of any sound, as though it were isolated from the outside world. Suddenly, a rustling noise pierces the silence of the street. Guan Li remains alert, yet finds nothing amiss. My lord. The source of that sound seems peculiar, Shun Lian remarks gravely. Upon hearing Shun Lian's words, Guan Li too senses something amiss. The noise does not emanate from the surroundings, but rather from above. He abruptly looks up, his gaze meeting a vast web that envelopes the street. Spiders of monstrous size emerge from the buildings on either side. Their bodies dwarf those of normal humans, with 8 spear-like legs extending nearly 3 meters. The green fuzz covers their backs, legs, and mandibles, while their enormous compound eyes, each the size of a fist, whirl incessantly. Guan Li's eyes scan the scene, revealing information about the disaster monster before him. Name: Venomous Fuzzy Spider. Potential: 5 stars strength, 2 stars abilities. Silk Spitting, Toxic Fuzz, Spear Strike, Front/Evaluation. A disaster monster from the abyss. Absorbing poisonous substances, its body covered in green toxic fuzz. With a sudden lunge, the venomous fuzzy spider hanging from its web spits silk at Guan Li. His pupils constrict as he rolls to the side. The silk pierces the ground, penetrating the hard concrete surface. What the hell? Is this really silk? Guan Li stares at the shattered ground, feeling an uncomfortable tightening. Puff, puff, puff. A dozen venomous fuzzy spiders simultaneously unleash silk upon the street. The soldiers hastily evade. The webs hang 5 to 6 meters above the ground, far beyond the reach of the skeletal soldiers. The shadowy sword cultivator condenses sword energy, capable of striking the venomous, fuzzy spiders. Shun Lian attempts to sever the silk, only to discover its extraordinary resilience. The sword energy strikes the web, producing a series of metallic clangs, but failing to cut through. Cannot be severed? Then let us burn it. Guan Li retrieves his black iron crossbow, loading a burning bolt. Everyone, retreat back into the shop. At his command, the Legion soldiers hurriedly withdraw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 burning bolts are swiftly loosed, landing upon the web. Flames rapidly spread along the silk, engulfing the air in a sea of fire. Crackling sounds echo as one venomous fuzzy spider after another plummets to the ground, engulfed in flames, emitting anguished cries. Charge! Let us take them down. Seeing the venomous fuzzy spiders fall, Guan Li rallies his soldiers. Onward! Kill! The shouts of battle erupt into the air. Puff! Green spider blood spurts forth. The Qingfeng blade cleaves into the venomous fuzzy spider, leaving a deep gash. With a shriek, the creature writhes in agony. Guan Li capitalizes on the moment, crushing its skull. The venomous fuzzy spider collapses, breathless. Kill venomous fuzzy spider, gain 100 points. Bone raises his shield, violently smashing the head of the venomous fuzzy spider. Shun Lian thrusts his long sword, impaling the creature's brain. The Legion soldiers swarm forward, overpowering the fallen venomous fuzzy spiders effortlessly. Kill venomous fuzzy spider, gain 95 points. Kill venomous fuzzy spider, gain 110 points. Kill venomous fuzzy spider, gain 120 points. The system's notifications resonate in Guan Li's mind. Chapter 29. The Crimson Queen. Damn it. Were you not just adept at spitting silk? Let's see you do it again. Guan Li kicks the corpse on the ground, shouting that a dozen venomous fuzzy spiders have granted him 1350 points. Additionally, he has acquired 8 2-star crystal cores and 5 deep green random cards. Guan Li surveys the battlefield strewn with corpses, a wave of confusion washing over him. With all the disaster monsters vanquished, why has the option not yet completed? A furious roar erupts. As Guan Li ponders, the glass of the surrounding shop shatters, cracking under the force. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Guan Li looks up, only to behold a massive spider scaling the wall. Its pairs of crimson compound eyes scrutinize Guan Li intently. Good heavens! Its size rivals that of a tank. The giant spider, blood red from head to toe, bears 8 sharp spears covered in eerie blood patterns. On its enormous back, a dark red ghastly face shifts and writhes as if alive. Guan Li's gaze sweeps across the creature, and the system promptly reveals its information. Name: Crimson Queen, boss level, potential, 7 stars strength, 3 stars advanced abilities, web bomb, bloody fury, frenzied strike, wailing ghost, 8-fold slash, queen's command evaluation, a disaster monster from the abyss, a rare spider queen with the power to command spider legions. Guan Li breathes a sigh of relief, grateful for his timely arrival. The Crimson Queen has not yet hatched many offspring. Otherwise, it would have posed a significant problem. A dozen venomous fuzzy spiders might not frighten Guan Li, but what about dozens? Hundreds? Even he could not withstand such a horde. The Crimson Queen glares furiously at Guan Li. Having painstakingly cultivated the dozen venomous fuzzy spiders to 2-star status, it had expended considerable resources. Yet, in the blink of an eye, they have all been annihilated by this human. Its enraged roar seems to demand the return of its kin. Ha! A solitary creature dares to howl before my legion. I have never encountered such shameless spiders. Brothers, let us take it down. Guan Li draws his black iron crossbow and looses an arrow at the creature. The armor-piercing arrow, left over from slaying the violent ones, flies through the air. Whoosh! The armor-piercing arrow strikes the Crimson Queen, producing sparks as it glances off her armored exterior. The Crimson Queen's body has developed a shell, its defense surpassing that of the violent ones. Even the armor-piercing arrow merely leaves a white mark, failing to breach her defenses. Truly a boss-level foe. The strength is indeed formidable. Guan Li's expression turned somewhat grave. This Crimson Queen is undoubtedly a minor boss. Roar. The Crimson Queen was thoroughly incensed, advancing with her spider spear towards Guan Li. She vowed to tear him apart. Protect the master. Bone raised his shield, positioning it in front of Guan Li. Kill. With a single command from Shen Lian, he was the first to draw his sword and charge forward. The shadow swordsmen surrounded the Crimson Queen. Hiss! The Crimson Queen halted, warily surveying her surroundings. The power of the shadow swordsman instilled a sense of dread within her. She found it perplexing. How could a mere ant command such formidable subordinates? Of course, this question would remain a mystery until her dying breath. Swordsmanship. Shun Lian hurled his sword into the air. The sword soared through the sky, directly targeting the Crimson Queen. Whoosh! The blade grazed the Crimson Queen's spider spear, leaving a trail of crimson blood. Shun Lian skillfully manipulated the flying sword, continuing his assault on the Crimson Queen. The surface of the sword was enveloped in shadow essence, significantly enhancing its power, effortlessly breaching the defenses of the Crimson Queen. Over 20 shadow swordsmen simultaneously executed their swordsmanship. The scene was truly magnificent. Wow! This is incredibly impressive. Guan Li observed as a multitude of flying swords rained down upon the Crimson Queen. She swung her spider spear, retreating under the relentless onslaught. This was the first time the Shadow Swordsmen had unleashed their full power. Indeed, they were powerful. Under the siege of the Shadow Swordsmen, the wounds on the Crimson Queen multiplied. Being a boss-level monster, she still struggled to resist. Spider web cannon? The Crimson Queen opened her mouth, expelling a large mass of spider silk. The silk spread out in the wind, transforming into several enormous webs. The Shadow Swordsmen utilized their shadow steps to evade the web attack. Seeing this, the Crimson Queen turned to flee. Although she possessed the strength of a 3-star high, she was outnumbered. The strength of the Shadow Swordsmen had all reached 3-star intermediate. Under group attacks, even she would be crushed. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Once she gathered more subordinates, she would return. As a leader, the Crimson Queen naturally possessed considerable intelligence, as she had to command her minions. However, it was already too late for her to escape. Shadowbind. Shun Lian swiftly changed his hand movements, employing another skill. A black shadow chain slithered towards the Crimson Queen, ensnaring her hind legs and pulling her down to the ground. Hiss! The fury of Crimson. The ghastly face on her body glowed with a blood-red light. The Crimson Queen's power surged dramatically. The shadow chain creaked under the strain. The remaining Shadow Swordsmen hastily unleashed their shadow binds. Over 20 black shadow chains ensnared the Crimson Queen, resembling a giant zongzi. Despite her enhanced strength, she could not break free from the bindings. The numerous shadow chains had completely wrapped around her body. It was our turn to take the stage. Seeing Shun Lian immobilized, Bone charged forward with the skeletal warriors. When casting Shadowbind, one must be fully committed. Guan Li did not remain idle either. He drew his Qingfeng knife and surged towards the Crimson Queen. The skeletal warriors executed a triple slash. The bone knife struck the Crimson Queen, and a foul green blood gushed forth. The Crimson Queen struggled incessantly but could not move, helplessly enduring the onslaught of the skeletal warriors' blades. Be careful. This creature may launch a mental attack. Observing that the Crimson Queen had ceased her struggles, Guan Li felt she had ulterior motives. Indeed, after Guan Li uncovered her scheme, the Crimson Queen erupted in fury. The ghastly face on her back began to contort grotesquely, rapidly shifting through various forms. Simultaneously, waves of demonic sound emanated from her. She had been biding her time for this ultimate move. Mental attacks are insidious and difficult to defend against. Even if one possesses immense strength, it is hard to resist. The soldiers were momentarily stunned by the mental assault. Seeing this, the Crimson Queen hastily dragged her wounded body to flee. She was nearly at her limit. Even if she could slay a few soldiers, it would undoubtedly lead to her demise. The duration of the wailing was a mere 3 seconds. If faced with a steadfast will, it could be even shorter. Trying to escape? No way. Guan Li saw the Crimson Queen attempting to scale the wall to escape. He would not allow that to happen. A prey must have the awareness of being hunted. He activated the shadow sprint technique and charged towards the Crimson Queen. Chapter 30. An unexpected joy hiss. The Crimson Queen was baffled. Why was this human before her unaffected? Guan Li was immune to her tricks, thanks to his innate genetic talent. Ignoring all negative effects was not mere bravado. The Crimson Queen let out a reluctant wail. She could not fathom that she would meet her end at the hands of a human. Guan Li's Qingfeng knife plunged deeply into the Crimson Queen's head, where the skeletal warriors had already cleaved a fissure. Thud! The sound of her skull being pierced echoed. The massive body of the Crimson Queen swayed and collapsed to the ground. Guan Li withdrew his knife, which dripped with white brain matter. Kill the Crimson Queen, gain 2,000 points, barrier Halo X1. Complete the option, gain teleportation X1. The system's prompt resonated in his mind. A look of joy spread across Guan Li's face. Both skills sounded excellent. As the Crimson Queen perished, the soldiers gradually regained their senses, looking around in confusion. My lord, I was bewitched by the monster. I apologize for startling you. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Shun Lian knelt before Guan Li. The first thing he did upon awakening was to plead for forgiveness. My lord, I also deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Bone also knelt on the ground. All the soldiers knelt in submission. Rise. I do not blame you. Everyone, stand up. Guan Li observed the kneeling soldiers. Yes, thank you, my lord. Thank you, master. After the soldiers stood, they guarded the perimeter. Guan Li noticed a light blue card had dropped from the Crimson Queen. This was the first time he had seen a card of this color. Additionally, a crystal-clear crystal core was extracted from the Crimson Queen's head. This was a 3-star crystal core, emanating a rich aura. Although the rewards were modest, they were exceptionally precious. Just this crystal core alone was enough to incite fierce competition. In Guan Li's hands were 8 2-star crystal cores, the spoils from the toxic fluff spider he had just defeated. He absorbed them directly. The pure energy coursed through his body. The barrier he was on the verge of breaking through instantly vanished. 2-star high. Guan Li did not cease his absorption. He clasped the 3-star crystal core tightly in his hand. Boom! The energy within him surged like a rushing river. Guan Li gritted his teeth, enduring the torrent of energy. Under this energy's infusion, his body was growing stronger. This absorption lasted a full 10 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, his aura was entirely different. This the strength of 3 stars. Guan Li clenched his fists, feeling a boundless power within him. On the second day of the apocalypse, while everyone else struggled, he was already far ahead. Teleportation. Able to instantly move 10 meters in any direction, cooldown 120 seconds. Guan Li checked the newly acquired skill. Incredible! He exclaimed in awe. Just imagine. In the heat of battle, if I suddenly appeared behind you, what would that be like? Although there is a cooldown of 120 seconds, this skill is undoubtedly a divine technique. Teleportation. Guan Li activated the skill. And in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The next second, he reappeared on the street 10 meters away. My lord. Amazing master. Incredible. The two commanders praised him. The soldiers joined in applause. Undoubtedly a tool. Ahem. Let us keep it low-key. You're making me feel a bit embarrassed. Guan Li coughed lightly. Besides teleportation, killing the Crimson Queen had also granted him another skill. Barrier Halo. Upon activation, grants all Legion targets a barrier halo, capable of immunizing one negative effect. Upon reading the skill description, Guan Li's eyes brightened. He had just been troubled about how to shield his Legion from mental interference. Now, with the barrier halo, all problems were resolved. After learning the barrier halo, Guan Li cast it upon the Legion soldiers. A golden halo appeared around them, dazzlingly bright. The halo lasted for 5 minutes before gradually fading. This means that during these 5 minutes, the Legion would be immune to any negative effects. Guan Li was in high spirits. Both skills, whether teleportation or barrier halo, were undoubtedly divine techniques. Just these two skills made all his efforts worthwhile. Guan Li looked at the 5 green cards and opened them all at once. Gained Advancement Card X1. Gained Intermediate Advancement Card X1. Gained Undead Spider Spear X1. Contains powerful undead energy. Capable of enhancing training speed. Gained AK-47 Firearm X1. A firearm used by bandits, possessing formidable power and recoil. Gained Genetic Fertilizer X1. Modified fertilizer that promotes rapid plant growth. Guan Li felt somewhat disappointed. These rewards were not particularly impressive, however, he understood. After all, he had just received 2 divine skills. If he were to gain 2 more divine skills, it would be somewhat excessive. One doesn't cheat like this. The Skeletal Warrior Legion had temporarily reached a bottleneck. To continue growing stronger, they would need to advance the Legion once more. Although the Undead Spider Spear could also be utilized by the Shadow Swordsman Legion, it would diminish the additional bonuses. As a prudent man, Guan Li would not waste it. He stored the Undead Spider Spear for use once the Skeletal Warrior Legion evolved. Is this the AK-47 used by bandits? Guan Li mused as he held the firearm in his hands. He pulled the trigger and unleashed a barrage towards the surrounding shops. Though wielding the firearm with one hand, there was not the slightest tremor. His formidable strength had rendered the recoil of the weapon inconsequential. What a thrill! The magazine was emptied in a swift motion, and he holstered the gun. Back in his days of playing on the FC, he had long dreamt of the day he could wield a real AK-47. Today, that dream had finally come true. This was not mere extravagance. It was the fulfillment of a dream. All rewards had been unlocked. Leaving only a pale blue card in Guan Li's hand, he took out the card, examining it closely. The intricate patterns on the card were remarkably vivid, resembling a towering ancient tree that emanated a soft blue glow. With a slight exertion, he crushed the blue card. Random Legion Card X1 obtained. What the hell? Had he struck gold? Guan Li suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over him. He had indeed drawn a Legion card. A golden card materialized in his hand, its reverse side adorned with a grand door and its front featuring a question mark. Clutching the random Legion card, Guan Li was filled with excitement. Curious about what Legion he would acquire this time, he crushed the random Legion card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Elf Archer Legion. After the golden card was crushed, a brand new card appeared in his palm. The back remained that mysterious door, but the question mark on the front transformed into the image of a sharp-eared elfin maiden. Her figure was voluptuous, her face exquisitely beautiful, with golden hair and azure eyes. Chapter 31. The Elf Archer Legion. What a splendid day! A radiant smile broke across Guan Li's face. Crimson Queen, my darling. I adore you beyond measure. He gazed at the corpse of the Crimson Queen, feeling as if it were a little fairy. After all, she had contributed so much. Clutching the Elf Archer Legion card, Guan Li crushed it without hesitation. Boom! A soft sound echoed as the card shattered into countless fragments. Before him appeared a summoning array enveloped in white light. 12 ethereal figures gradually materialized. As the white light faded, 12 stunning elfin maidens stood before Guan Li. These elven beauties were all strikingly lovely. If they were at Z University, any one of them could easily be crowned the belle of the department. Their eyes sparkled in various colors: emerald, sapphire, amethyst, and ruby, while their hair cascaded in shades of gold, purple, white, and green, as if they had stepped straight out of an anime. The elven maidens possessed slender, curvaceous figures, clad in green corsets and brown shorts, presenting a refreshing appearance that showcased their delicate arms and shapely legs. Their smooth, toned limbs bore no trace of excess, and their long legs were both refined and resilient. They donned high-heeled shoes crafted from vines. Though their attire was indeed enchanting, Guan Li felt a twinge of concern regarding their defensive capabilities. Fortunately, they belonged to a ranged archer legion, which meant that direct confrontations would be infrequent. Even if their defenses were somewhat lacking, it wouldn't pose too much of an issue. The advantages of lightweight armor were evident, especially since their mobility would remain unaffected. After all, agility was crucial for a ranged legion. The foremost elven maiden was a breathtaking sight. Her flawless visage bore no imperfections, and her large, expressive eyes seemed almost sentient. Her dark hair cascaded down to her waist, and her slender waist could be grasped with but one hand. Her long, fair legs were toned and full, while her delicate hands appeared almost weightless. Her pointed elven ears added an exotic charm. "Archer Eileen, at your service, master." Eileen bowed, crossing her arms respectfully before her. The other elves mimicked her gesture. "No need for formalities," Guan Li replied, waving his hand. "Thank you." "Master." Eileen rose, her gaze shyly fixed on Guan Li. He felt a bit bashful but proceeded to inspect the details of his legion. He vowed to himself that he was pure of heart. Elf Archer Legion, upgradable, number 12, potential, 6 stars, strength, 3 stars, beginner, leader, Eileen, skills, nature's power, perception, thorn arrow, archer focus, natural healing, piercing arrow. Having reviewed the information on the elf archers, Guan Li felt immensely satisfied. The Crimson Queen had truly delivered. The initial strength of the elf archers was already at 3 stars. Moreover, the number of skills they possessed was impressive, totaling 6. Most importantly, the elf archers were exceptionally beautiful system. Upgrade the Elf Archer Legion, ding. Upgrading the Elf Archer Legion requires 100 Legion upgrade cards. The Legion's strength must reach 6 stars. The system's notification resonated within Guan Li's mind. As anticipated, the upgrade conditions were akin to those of the Shadow Sword Masters. "Eileen, what is your effective range?" Guan Li inquired. "Master, we can inflict effective damage on targets within 300 meters. Beyond that, our lethality diminishes. If the distance exceeds 500 meters, our shots become ineffective," Eileen answered, her voice melodious, like the chime of silver bells. Guan Li nodded, feeling relatively content with that range. The arrows used by the elf archers needed to be purchased from the points marketplace. Fortunately, the cost of basic arrows was not exorbitant. Approximately 1 point could buy 10 arrows. Guan Li spent 100 points to acquire 1,000 feathered arrows from the marketplace. He accessed the system to equip the Elf Archer Legion with the arrows, which resided in the system's storage, ready for use at any moment, a most convenient arrangement. With the arrow supply issue resolved, it was time to extract skills, a segment Guan Li was most eagerly anticipating. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to extract the perception skill. System, extract perception. Guan Li selected perception. Ding. Initiating extraction of perception. The system's voice soon resonated, and Guan Li felt his surroundings becoming increasingly vivid. Hidden scenes within the buildings became clear to him. After experimenting for a while, he discovered that the range of his perception was limited to about 5 meters around him. This ability was quite advantageous, allowing him to better pinpoint enemies lurking in the shadows. The entire student street had been thoroughly cleared by the Crimson Queen. Numerous resources lay within, and Guan Li couldn't possibly overlook them. Shen Lian mobilized the team to scour the surrounding resources. Gather at the end of the street in 10 minutes. Guan Li issued his command decisively. Understood. Shen Lian nodded, leading the Shadow Sword Masters as they vanished from sight. Guan Li traversed the student street, patiently awaiting Shen Lian's return. 10 minutes passed swiftly. He observed the Shadow Sword Masters returning, laden with an abundance of supplies: flour, rice, bottled water, canned goods, and much more. They had refrained from taking perishable items like raw meat and vegetables, which would spoil overnight. Even if they had not gone bad, they had likely been spoiled by the toxic hair spiders. Much of the raw meat was covered in toxic fuzz, resembling mold. Naturally, Shun Lian wouldn't bring such items back. Even though Guan Li was immune to toxins, the sight alone was off-putting. My lord, I've only managed to gather this much. There are still plenty of supplies left. Should I make another trip? Shun Lian reported, placing the supplies on the ground. There were over 1,000 pounds of rice, 700 to 800 pounds of flour, 12 cases of bottled water, totaling 180 bottles, and 200 to 300 cans. Guan Li meticulously stored each item within his spatial ring. No need. Leave some for them. He shook his head, opting not to send Shan Lian back for more. The them he referred to were, of course, the teachers and students of Z University. There was a supermarket in the student street with a warehouse filled with supplies. Shan Lian had only taken a portion, leaving enough for the survivors at Z University. Guan Li could be ruthless, but there was no need for it. He prided himself on not being a good person, but he did not consider himself a villain either. Everything he did was for survival. My lord is merciful. Shun Lian nodded, his admiration for Guan Li soaring. Let us go. Continue hunting zombies. Guan Li pressed on without pause. Zombies and monsters were perpetually growing stronger. If he wished to survive, he had to become even more formidable. Having left the student street, he halted after traversing over 100 meters. Chapter 32. The zombie tide. He gazed ahead at the street, a shiver running down his spine. The entire thoroughfare was littered with abandoned vehicles. Has anyone witnessed the process of making sausages? The scene before Guan Li bore a striking resemblance to that. Numerous cars belched thick, black smoke, vividly illustrating the chaos that ensued during the disaster. On such a densely populated street, the number of zombies was a given. Every available spot along the street was occupied by these creatures. Furthermore, many zombies had undergone evolution, with mutated zombies visible throughout the area. Compared to this, the Z University playground seemed like a mere skirmish. Roar. The moment Guan Li appeared, he instantly drew the attention of the zombies. They all turned to face his direction. Guan Li turned to make a hasty retreat, only to find the street behind him already surrounded by zombies. Damn it, I've been encircled. He glanced around, estimating that there were at least 10,000 zombies on the streets ahead and behind him. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, realizing the magnitude of the horde. It could only be described as a zombie tide. Even though he commanded 3 legions, facing such a formidable army left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. After all, the total number of his legions combined barely exceeded 100. Despite their formidable strength, the sheer number of zombies was daunting. Withdraw. Retreat into the building. Guan Li quickly commanded. If he were to be completely surrounded by zombies, it would mean certain doom. The streets were lined with numerous buildings, and there were plenty of alleys to navigate. He could fully capitalize on the terrain here. The Legion soldiers were immensely powerful, effortlessly dispatching ordinary zombies. As long as they were not encircled, there should be no significant issues. Even if they were overmatched, he had means to retreat unscathed. Thus, Guan Li was inclined to take a chance. A gamble, turning a bicycle into a motorcycle. The Legion dispersed, rushing towards the surrounding buildings. By Guan Li's side were 3 skeletal warriors, 2 shadow swordsmen, and 4 elven archers. This was an office building, towering over 30 stories tall. Each floor served as a grand platform. Suddenly, dozens of zombies surged from the stairwell. Guan Li retrieved his last explosive grenade. He pulled the pin and hurled it. The explosive grenade landed amidst the horde of zombies. Detonating in an instant, a searing wave of heat swept outward. The once pristine white walls were instantly charred black. If the building's manager were still present, he would surely faint on the spot. A terror attack. This was a terror attack. Alas, the manager would not appear, for he had likely become one of these undead hordes. The stairway was narrow. One explosive grenade eradicated nearly 100 zombies. Guan Li noticed that not all zombies pursued into the building. Those arriving from afar, lacking a target, continued to wander aimlessly on the streets. An idea struck Guan Li. Damn it! This flock of foolish zombies. Since they wouldn't ascend the building on their own, what was there to fear? He and his soldiers stealthily climbed to the 3rd floor. Approaching a window, he gazed downward. The aimless tide of zombies roamed the streets below, drawn only by the sound of the earlier explosion. The zombies attracted by the noise had already been dispatched by the skeletal soldiers. These zombies, utterly incompetent, Guan Li calculated roughly. The elven archers possessed the strength to annihilate 2-star zombies in an instant. Each 2-star zombie consumed 1 arrow. With nearly 10,000 zombies on the street, that amounted to 10,000 arrows. This was under the condition of a single decisive strike. However, the total expenditure would not exceed 15,000 arrows. At most, spending 1,500 points could eliminate these zombies. This was a lucrative deal. It was feasible. After considering this, Guan Li resolved to make a bold move. Everyone, do not act recklessly. First, Eliminate the surrounding zombies through mental connection. Guan Li relayed the command. Upon receiving the order, the soldiers acted immediately. My lord, I have cleared the surrounding zombies. Any further instructions? The voice of Shen Lian came through. Shortly thereafter, the voices of Bone and Eileen followed. Eileen, your archers might have to exert themselves, my lord. Please issue any commands. I shall do my utmost to fulfill them. Eileen's sweet voice chimed in. Guan Li briefly explained his plan to her. No problem. Eileen responded. Shen Lian, Bone, your soldiers shall ensure the safety of the elven archers. Guan Li instructed. No problem. Shen Lian and Bone quickly replied. The legions coordinated their efforts. Let us begin. 12 elven archers were to eliminate nearly 10,000 zombies. This was no small task. After all, elves were not skeletal warriors. They could not engage in endless combat. However, Guan Li had anticipated this issue. Supply cards. They could swiftly replenish energy, though 29 supply cards were limited. They would suffice for a while. Even if they ran out, he had the point shop. He could purchase items for rapid energy recovery, though the price was steep, around 5 points each. Yet, gazing at the mass of zombies below, this expenditure was undoubtedly worthwhile. Whoosh. An arrow silently pierced the skull of a zombie. The remaining zombies showed no reaction, continuing their aimless wandering on the streets. They lacked intelligence and would not ponder why their companions had fallen. Soon after, another arrow flew through the street. A zombie collapsed to the ground. Guan Li had spent 2,000 points to acquire 20,000 standard arrows. Minutes passed. Nearly 100 zombies had fallen on the street. The operation progressed smoothly. Guan Li leaned leisurely against the window, savoring canned beef. After 10 minutes of continuous shooting, the elven maidens were glistening with perspiration. Clearly, their stamina was waning. They were not undead beings capable of ceaseless combat. Guan Li, ever considerate, used supply cards on the elven maidens. They felt a surge of inexhaustible energy within. Their previously fatigued bodies began to regain their peak condition. The elven maidens revived their fighting spirit. Continuing their efforts on the front line against the zombies, 20 minutes passed. 1,000 zombies had already fallen on the street. The area before Guan Li's office building was nearly cleared. Some mutated zombies began to sense something amiss. They raised their heads to look towards the positions of the elven archers. Then, with an arrow falling, they collapsed to the ground. Roar! A brute picked up surrounding zombies and hurled them towards Guan Li. Damn it! Guan Li cursed loudly. He swung his Qingfeng knife, swiftly dispatching the zombie that had entered the building. Shoot it dead. His temper flared. Whoosh! A dozen arrows rained down, turning the brute's head into a pincushion. It fell straight down, filled with rage and unwillingness. Chapter 33. Clearing the zombie tide as more and more zombies fell, the mutated ones also sensed the danger. They raised their heads, gazing at the windows from which arrows were being shot. Roar! The mutated zombies let out a furious roar, eager to eliminate those lurking in the shadows and launching arrows. Unfortunately, these mutated zombies could not command their minions. The ordinary zombies continued to wander aimlessly on the streets. Though the mutated zombies were infuriated, they were powerless. After all, their intelligence was only slightly higher than that of ordinary zombies. Unable to command the ordinary zombies, what could they do? They had no choice but to charge in themselves. Several brutes lifted discarded cars around them. Get down! Guan Li quickly retreated. Boom! The wrecked cars smashed against the third-floor window. The surrounding walls trembled slightly, and glass shattered everywhere. Eileen, deal with those troublesome brutes, Guan Li commanded directly. These brutes severely hindered the efficiency of zombie elimination. Fortunately, the number of brutes within the horde was not particularly high. The elven archers temporarily abandoned their assault on ordinary zombies. They focused their efforts to first deal with the brutes. Seeing this, Guan Li knew he could not remain idle. He took out the black iron crossbow, swiftly installing a bolt. Frost arrow. The azure arrowhead radiated a chilling aura. As it entered the horde, it detonated instantly. Ice elements spread out, freezing the zombies within a 10-meter radius. Even the brutes were immobilized, becoming enormous living targets. The elven archers concentrated their fire, swiftly taking down 6 brutes. The uproar caused by the brutes unsettled the zombies on the street. Damn it, Guan Li cursed. The plan for quiet accumulation of wealth was thoroughly disrupted by the brutes. Drawn by the noise, zombies surged into the building where Guan Li was located. You continue to shoot the zombies. Skeleton warriors and shadow swordsmen, come with me. Guan Li remained calm, quickly devising a countermeasure. The zombies only noticed his building. Among the few mutated zombies attacking the building where the 3 leaders were, only a small number posed a threat. Guan Li instructed them to continue shooting the zombies on the street. My lord, do you require assistance? Shen Lian's voice rang out. Can you make it over? Though many zombies had been cleared, their numbers remained terrifying. Even the shadow swordsman could not break through the encroaching horde. No problem, Xunlian affirmed. Good. Leave some soldiers behind to protect the elven archers. The others come to assist. Guan Li agreed to Xunlian's proposal. His soldiers here were indeed somewhat insufficient. The zombies pouring into the building numbered at least several thousand, aside from the 4 elven archers. He had only 3 skeletal warriors and 2 shadow swordsmen. Understood. Moments later, from the shadows of the 3rd floor window, 15 shadow swordsmen slowly emerged. Guan Li suddenly recalled the unique ability of the shadow swordsmen. As long as there was a shadow, they could infiltrate. Of course, there were limitations to their range. However, the 2 buildings were merely separated by a street. That distance was certainly manageable, my lord. Xunlian led the soldiers to Guan Li's side. Prepare for battle. Guan Li held his Qingfeng knife firmly in front of him. The low growls of zombies echoed in the stairwell. The mixed voices of thousands of zombies sounded like roars from hell. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been paralyzed with fear. Yet Guan Li wore an eager expression. There were 2 stairwells on the 3rd floor, at the end of the left corridor. A rotting zombie charged out. Following closely, dozens of zombies poured forth. The scene was nothing short of spectacular. Here they come. Let us fight. Guan Li wielded his sword in his right hand and held the crossbow in his left. The crossbow was already equipped with a frost arrow. Whoosh! The ice-blue arrowhead struck the horde. Intense ice elemental energy surged forth. The zombies within 10 meters were instantly frozen. Kill! With a command from Guan Li. He was the first to charge out. The 3rd floor was spacious enough for him to maneuver. The zombies crashing in from behind shattered those ice sculptures, without needing Guan Li to intervene. They self-destructed. Swish! Guan Li unleashed a slicing strike. The condensed energy blade cleaved several zombies before him in 2. Behind him, a dozen shadow swordsmen executed their sword control techniques. Their long swords danced through the air, reaping the heads of the zombies. How exhilarating! Guan Li exclaimed loudly. The zombies fell in droves as if they were harvested wheat, showcasing the formidable power of the sword control technique in an instant. Alas, the technique was excessively draining, depleting his true essence in less than 10 seconds. The shadow swordmasters could only resort to close-quarters combat. Guan Li wielded his Qingfeng blade, relentlessly slaying the zombies before him. The filthy blood splattered across his face, but he paid it no heed, even going so far as to lick the blood from his lips. A pungent, foul odor filled his mouth, reminiscent of rotting sea fish fermenting in a sewer. Bah! He regretted his actions. It seemed that the immunity gene did not shield him from the unpleasantness of taste. Roar! Just as Guan Li was embroiled in battle, a zombie's roar echoed from behind. He took a moment to glance back, noticing that the number of zombies on the other side had significantly decreased. It appeared the main force was all in front of him. Xunlian, take half the soldiers and intercept the zombies behind us. Ensure the safety of the elven archers. Understood. Xunlian nodded and swiftly departed. The 4 elven archers focused intently on eliminating the zombies, activating their archer focus skill, which allowed them to shoot with increased speed, undistracted by external disturbances. With delicate fingers, they brushed against the bowstrings, launching arrows at a remarkable speed. Such was the might of the System-S products, so audacious, so unreasonable. The zombies lunged forward, eager to taste the sweet flesh, but alas, a long sword pierced through one's skull just in time. Xunlian had arrived. Kill! He swept his blade, sending several zombies crashing to the ground. The elven archers remained unfazed, their fingers still deftly plucking the bowstrings, swiftly dispatching zombies in the streets. Impressive. Attack speed maximized. Guan Li seized a moment to glance back. That a rain of arrows fell upon the street. With the horde so densely packed, aiming was hardly necessary. As time passed, the once nearly 10,000 zombies had been reduced by half. A portion surged into the building where Guan Li was, but the vast majority had already succumbed to the archers' arrows. During this time, they had eliminated numerous mutated zombies, and the system's notification tones echoed persistently in Guan Li's mind. He estimated that these mutated zombies had yielded at least over 2,000 points. Among them, one particularly vengeful creature even granted him a cooking skill. Such rewards alone were enough for Guan Li to break even. Chapter 34. A bounty of riches. The commotion of slaying zombies quickly attracted the attention of surrounding survivors. Many human beings still roamed this street, suffocated by the overwhelming number of zombies. These survivors lacked the courage to confront the undead, as nearly 10,000 zombies wandered beneath their feet. Any disturbance could result in being torn to shreds, leaving no opportunity to become a zombie themselves. In this atmosphere of despair, some mentally fragile individuals chose to leap to their deaths. Those who fell into the horde were instantly reduced to mere skeletons. The remaining survivors hid in their homes, fearful of making too much noise. They locked their doors and windows, drawing the curtains, waiting for the city's defense to rescue them. Earlier that morning, explosions echoed through the streets, igniting hope in the dreams of the survivors. They believed the city's defense had arrived, however. Upon peering through the curtain slits to observe the street, their rekindled hope was dashed once more. There was no sign of the city's defense. The explosions may have been caused by some reckless fool igniting gas, but soon, they saw hope once again. The number of zombies on the street began to rapidly diminish. Clearly, someone was clearing out the undead. It wasn't the city's defense, but rather another group of survivors. Everyone pressed against their windows, cautiously observing the situation outside. They noticed several buildings continuously firing arrows, causing the horde to shrink under the rain of arrows. Regardless of whether it was the city's defense or not, as long as someone could rescue them from this desperate prison, it would suffice. This hopeless cage, surrounded by zombies, felt like an isolated island. Once their food supplies ran out, death would be their only fate. Guan Li remained oblivious to the presence of survivors on this street. He was currently focused on exterminating the zombies on the third floor. The relentless fighting left him feeling quite fatigued. Thankfully, he possessed restorative energy items. Whenever he felt exhausted and his energy depleted, a single potion would quickly replenish his stamina and vitality. With sufficient points, he could even become a perpetual motion machine. There was no other way. He was free to do as he pleased. Gradually, the number of zombies before Guan Li dwindled. Eventually, he fought through the horde and reached the stairway. Inside, dozens of zombies lunged toward him. Damn! Guan Li was startled and quickly used his teleportation technique, vanishing from his spot. The zombies fell short, tumbling over one another in a chaotic pile. The arriving Shadow Swordmasters ruthlessly collected their heads. Meanwhile, Shun Lian and the Shadow Swordmasters had already cleared the zombies from their side. Over 2,000 zombies had been eradicated on the third floor. The streets were littered with corpses, and the ground was strewn with countless arrows. Thousands of zombies still roamed the street, heedless of resistance. Seeing this, Guan Li led his soldiers down. Eileen, keep providing ranged support. Leave 2 soldiers at each location to ensure the archer's safety. The rest, charge with me. With nearly 10,000 zombies, Guan Li would avoid the brunt of their attack. But with 1 or 2,000, he would choose to confront them head-on. Guan Li burst from the building, instantly drawing the attention of the zombie horde. They flailed their arms, rushing toward him. Swift shadow technique. Guan Li's speed surged, allowing him to maneuver gracefully, weaving in and out of the zombies. The undead could not lay a finger on him. His Qingfeng blade cleaved through them, harvesting one after another. The elven archers inside the building continued to provide covering fire. Before Guan Li could even intervene, the zombies were already falling. Even an old man trying to scam could not do it with such finesse. On the other side, Bone, accompanied by soldiers, charged forth. It swung its shield, toppling large groups of zombies, then smashed their skulls with its colossal foot. The skeletal warriors were far more civilized, effortlessly reaping the heads of zombies with their bone blades. The street became a stunning spectacle. A battalion of dozens battled against a couple thousand zombies. Roar! A long tongue from a licker shot directly toward Guan Li. He swiftly seized it. Do you think you can bully me now? With a strong tug, the licker was hurled toward his Qingfeng blade, meeting its demise. Killed a licker, gained 30 points. Guan Li discarded the corpse from his blade and continued to slay zombies. Under the relentless assault of the battalion, the number of zombies in the street dwindled. The ground was now covered with corpses. Wow! Incredible! He single-handedly killed so many zombies. What did I just witness? Was that blade energy? Am I dreaming? My goodness! In just a single day, what on earth happened? The survivors hiding in their rooms expressed disbelief. However, regardless, it was good news. The zombies had been cleared, and they were saved. Naturally, Guan Li was unaware of the thoughts of the survivors above. His eyes were solely focused on the spoils of war. The ground was strewn with zombies and cards. All right, life is looking up. Guan Li revealed a joyful smile. Although he could not achieve wealth quietly, the ultimate outcome was still the same. A small-scale zombie horde had been obliterated. All these spoils were his alone. Shun Lian, Bone, clean up the battlefield. Eileen, maintain vigilance around us. Guan Li promptly issued his orders. Eileen and 12 elven archers cautiously observed their surroundings, their longbows drawn tight, ready to deliver deadly strikes to any enemies. Guan Li was not concerned that anyone would dare to steal the spoils, for the corpses littering the ground served as a potent warning. Nonetheless, a degree of caution was always prudent. Shun Lian led the soldiers to clear the battlefield inside the building, where there were also a couple thousand corpses. Bone took charge of cleaning the streets. Guan Li was in no rush. He had all the time in the world to wait. He opened his system backpack and learned the cooking skill. This reward was granted by a mutated zombie clad in a 5-star chef's attire. After acquiring the cooking skill, Guan Li felt a wealth of culinary knowledge flood his mind. Yet another trivial skill. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. An endless stream of crystal cores and cards were presented to Guan Li. The cards were stored in his system backpack, while the crystal cores were placed in his spatial ring. Half an hour later, the cleanup was nearing completion. All zombies on the battlefield had been decapitated. Even if there were any that had been overlooked, they were a negligible few. For Guan Li, this was of little concern. He began to tally his spoils. After a few minutes, a satisfied smile spread across his face. This haul could be aptly described in 4 words: a bounty of riches. Chapter 35. A frenzy of cards. There were a staggering 3,514 1-star crystal cores. 2/3 of the zombies in the horde possessed 1-star strength, making the drop rate for 1-star crystal cores remarkably high. There were only 535 2-star crystal cores. In comparison to 1-star cores, the drop rate for 2-star cores was significantly lower. Finally, the 3-star crystal cores numbered just 5. This was due to the fact that there were only 5 3-star zombies in the entire horde, boasting a 100 drop rate. Such a rarity was indeed exceptional. In addition to the crystal cores, there were also cards, a total of 1,235 white random cards, 344 white-green random cards, 96 green random cards, 20 blue-green random cards, 4 blue random cards, and 1 dark blue random card. These constitute the spoils acquired from vanquishing the horde of undead. It cannot be said that they are merely abundant. They are, in fact, exceedingly plentiful. In addition to this, slaying the mutated zombies has yielded further rewards from the system. A grand total of 6,380 points, along with 1 cooking skill and 1 great recovery pill. Among these, Guan Li has already mastered the cooking skill. Great recovery pill. Consuming it restores all injuries instantly. Note: for individuals with strength exceeding 5 stars, the effect will be significantly diminished. These are the system's supplementary rewards. And regardless of what they may be, Guan Li stands to gain immensely. He examines the situation within his spatial ring. The crystal cores have accumulated to staggering heights. If exchanged entirely for points, it would amount to a considerable fortune. After a brief contemplation, Guan Li resolves to trade all of the 1-star crystal cores to the points shop. With the prior stock and this recent acquisition, he possesses a total of 4,214 1-star crystal cores. Ding! Transaction successful, earning 29,498 points. The system's voice resonates within his mind. The points gained from the transaction, combined with the system's awarded points exceeding 6,000, results in Guan Li amassing a total of 35,878 points. This represents an unprecedented bounty for him. The points previously spent have been recouped in one fell swoop, and he has even turned a profit. Slaying zombies has proven to be quite a delightful endeavor. For other survivors, zombies are the embodiment of catastrophe. However, for Guan Li, they are akin to a treasure trove on the move. Rest in place. Guan Li commands. Seizing this opportunity, he intends to enhance his strength. Grasping a 3-star crystal core, he begins to absorb its energy. A crystal core the size of an infant's fist is swiftly consumed. Guan Li feels a significant increase in his power. Without pausing, he continues to absorb the remaining 4 3-star crystal cores. The pure and potent energy surges within him. Every cell in his body greedily absorbs the energy. After a few minutes, Guan Li clenches his fist and strikes a nearby scrapped sports car. Bang! The car door is obliterated. The immense force propels the vehicle aside. Though he has yet to reach the intermediate level of 3 stars, he is quite close. Gazing at the wrecked Lamborghini, Guan Li feels immense satisfaction. He never imagined that one day he would possess the strength to smash such a luxury vehicle. Following the absorption of the crystal cores, he eagerly anticipates the next stage. Opening the cards, with over 1,200 white random cards, Guan Li opts to open them all at once. Acquired food card X385, acquired supply card X230, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X150, acquired advancement card X40, acquired regular arrows X200, acquired universal rifle bullets X100, suitable for any rifle, acquired rotten seeds X35, seeds that have decayed from prolonged storage, barely edible, acquired moldy bread X60, bread that has become moldy from long storage, can fill the stomach, but tastes dreadful, discarded mechanical parts X35, severely deformed mechanical components, seemingly of little use. A series of notifications echoes in Guan Li's mind. The more than 1,000 white cards yield only basic items. Apart from the advancement cards, there are no surprises. Mediocre is the only way to describe it. These rewards are neither particularly good nor bad. They are truly flavorless and regrettably wasteful. Discarded mechanical parts. Recycling price 0.1 points. Guan Li does not hesitate and promptly chooses to recycle them. Ding! Transaction successful, earning 3.5 points. Even the smallest morsel counts. Guan Li collects the remaining items back into the system's backpack. The moldy bread and rotten seeds can at least be considered food. In this apocalypse, life is invaluable. What does it matter what one eats? You ask if moldy bread is edible? Apologies, eat it or not. He is not a benevolent soul. He will not waste precious food. As his strength continues to grow, he feels his appetite expanding as well. Although several hundred food cards may seem plentiful, they are still insufficient. Thus, Guan Li is determined to conserve as much as possible. After opening the white cards, it is time for the white-green cards. He simultaneously opens over 300 white-green cards. Acquired advancement card X20. Acquired quality food card X100. Consuming it grants energy-rich food. Acquired armor-piercing arrows X80. Arrowheads crafted from special materials. Possessing excellent armor-piercing capabilities. Acquired intermediate supply card X45. Using it enables rapid energy recovery with more pronounced effects. Acquired universal rifle bullets X99. The system's notifications continue to resonate in Guan Li's mind. The rewards are similar to the previous batch and are not particularly impressive. All are consumable materials. Guan Li stores the obtained items back into the system's backpack. Moving on, he selects the green random cards. Totaling 96. Acquired quality food card X30. Acquired advancement card X15. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5. Acquired recovery card X21. Aids in healing injuries. Acquired incendiary arrows X13. Ignites a radius of 5 meters. Acquired explosive arrows X12. Inflicts explosive damage on targets within a 5-meter radius. All the green cards have been opened. Again, they yield merely consumables. Guan Li remains undeterred, collecting all the acquired items back into the system's backpack. The remaining cards are the relatively rare blue cards. Continuing on, Guan Li opens 20 blue-green cards in one go. Acquired Black Branch Bow X1. Equipment forged from black branches, possessing greater power. Acquired Scale Armor Shield X1. Made from the scales of a scale beast, combined with sturdy cold iron, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Acquired Intermediate Advancement Card X5. Acquired Xian Iron Sword X1. A finely crafted sword made from Xian iron. Capable of slicing through hair. The acquired Precision Skill X1. Upon activation, enters a state of precision, becoming infallible within a range of 100 meters. Acquired Intermediate Supply Card X10. Acquired Broken Undead Branch X1. A branch from the Abyssal Undead Tree. Infused with potent undead energy, capable of enhancing training speed. The system's notifications continuously echo in Guan Li's mind. As expected, higher tier cards yield superior rewards, equipment, skills, and items to bolster the strength of his legion. Chapter 36. Legendary Weapons. Guan Li presents the Scale Armor Shield to Bone.it. Is an imposing shield measuring 2 meters in length and 1.5 meters in width. Adorned with a pattern reminiscent of scales, exuding a sense of security. Thank you, Master. The soul fire within Bone's eye sockets brightens immediately. It eagerly accepts the Scale Armor Shield. Name: Scale Armor Shield. Type: Shield Grade. 3-star beginner talent. Thick armor skill. Rebound force. Scale Beast Charge Evaluation. Forged from the scales of a scale beast and sturdy cold iron, it possesses formidable defensive capabilities. Bone raises the Scale Armor Shield and executes the Scale Beast Charge. Its speed suddenly accelerates, and an illusory scale beast appears on the shield. Boom. Bone crashes into a building, creating a massive hole and sending dust flying. Not bad. 3-star equipment certainly packs a punch. Guan Li is thoroughly pleased. The Black Branch Bow is given to Eileen, while the Xian Iron Sword is entrusted to Shan Lian. Name: Black Branch Bow. Type: Bow and Arrow Grade. 3-star beginner talent. Armor piercing skill. Focused shot. Black Branch Arrow Evaluation. A bow crafted from branches of the dark forest, infused with mysterious power. Eileen takes hold of the Black Branch Bow and shoots an arrow into the distance. Whoosh! The thick wall is effortlessly penetrated. Thank you, Master. She smiles sweetly. Name: Xian Iron Sword. Type: Sword Grade. 3-star beginner talent. Sharp skill. Leaf Blade Sweep Evaluation. A long sword forged from Xian iron, exceptionally sharp. Shan Lian receives the Xian Iron Sword and performs the Leaf Blade Sweep. Instantly, true energy condenses around the sword, forming leaf blades. He sweeps forward, and the leaf blades fly forth with lightning speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The nearby floor-to-ceiling window shatters explosively. Thank you, my lord. Shan Lian clasps his hands together. Slightly bowing, the 3 leaders experience a notable enhancement in their strength upon receiving their equipment. Meanwhile, Guan Li begins to master the precision skill. He retrieves his crossbow and casually shoots an arrow. The bolt flies forth, striking the head of a dummy. He proceeds to attempt a few more shots. As long as he locks onto a target, He hits nearly all of them. Upon deactivating the precision skill, a sense of emptiness washes over him. He is hungry. The duration of the precision skill consumes energy continuously. Having just engaged in battle and now experimenting with the precision skill, his stomach begins to protest. Satisfied, Guan Li retrieves 3 food cards in one go. Instantly, 3 delectable meals materialize before him. He activates the skill, Gluttonous Feast. Moments later, the food is completely devoured. A feeling of contentment envelopes Guan Li's entire being. Having eaten his fill, he continues to open cards. There are only 5 cards left. Nearly 10,000 zombies have only yielded 5 rare cards. All 4 blue cards are opened. Acquired Advanced Advancement Card X2 can be used to promote a more powerful legion. Acquired Evil Repelling Sword Manual X1. To practice this skill, one must first undergo self-castration. A remarkable sword manual that grants immense power upon cultivation, but requires a slight sacrifice. Acquired Everlasting Lamp X1. A lamp made with merfolk oil as the wick, capable of burning indefinitely. 3 notifications ring out in succession, leaving Guan Li utterly astounded. His eyes twitch uncontrollably. He gazes at the ancient sword manual. The azure cover bears the words Evil Repelling Sword Manual inscribed in archaic script. What is the Evil Repelling Sword Manual? Guan Li is acutely aware. Engaging with this artifact could lead to monumental consequences. Fortunately, the items obtained are not subject to autonomous learning. Guan Li let out a slight sigh of relief. He contemplated discarding the Evil Repelling Sword Manual, yet hesitated to do so, for it was, after all, an item extracted from a blue card. Tasteless to consume, yet regrettable to forsake. After some reflection, Guan Li ultimately decided to keep it. Even if he had no use for it, it could be traded with others. After all, the denizens of this world are oblivious to the existence of the Evil Repelling Sword Manual. In this precarious world on the brink of collapse, a small price paid could yield immense power. What a bargain! Guan Li securely tucked the Evil Repelling Sword Manual away. He dared not place such an item into the system's backpack. Guan Li feared that one day, he might provoke the system's ire and inadvertently trigger his own cultivation. As for the everlasting lamp, it bore the design of ancient times, appearing somewhat antiquated. Its wick still flickered with a candle flame. According to the description, this everlasting lamp was capable of burning indefinitely, a splendid tool indeed. With the power grid in disarray, illumination during the night relied solely on candlelight. He stowed the everlasting lamp into the system's backpack. Once inside, everything seemed to freeze, as time ceased to flow. In Guan Li's hand remained the last card. Its deep blue surface emanated a gentle glow, with clear engravings depicting a towering ancient tree. The entire card exuded an air of mystery. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation regarding what this card might bestow upon him. He grasped the card and gently crushed it. Crack! The card in his hand shattered, transforming into a faint luminescence. Acquired Legendary Weapon Summoning Card X1. A brilliant golden light erupted, illuminating the surrounding streets. Guan Li's 24K titanium dog eyes nearly went blind from the brilliance. Wow, a golden legend! He exclaimed in astonishment. The radiance persisted for several seconds before gradually retracting into the card. Holding the golden card, Guan Li observed that both sides bore a mysterious giant question mark, with a heart brimming with excitement. He crushed the card. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired the legendary weapon, Bloodthirsty Blade, sealed. The system's notification echoed in Guan Li's mind. Before him, a summoning array materialized in the void, releasing a dense stench of blood. Guan Li instantly felt as though he were standing before a sea of blood. Countless withering souls languished within its depths. Despite all he had endured, Guan Li could not suppress a shiver. The sensation came swiftly and departed just as quickly. A snow-white longsword emerged from the summoning array. Guan Li extended his hand and grasped the pristine sword. In an instant, the summoning array vanished. Ding! Detection of legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty Blade. Binding request issued. Does the host wish to bind? The system's voice resonated in his mind. Bind. Guan Li nodded. The next moment, he felt a sharp pain radiating through his arm. Lowering his gaze, he assessed the situation. Blood-colored tendrils had appeared on the hilt of the bloodthirsty blade, densely covering its surface like a cracked earth, resembling molten lava from the depths of hell. The earlier pain had resulted from the tendrils piercing his arm. Now, those blood-hued tendrils had fully fused with Guan Li's right arm. With every movement of the tendrils, vast quantities of blood were siphoned from his body. My lord, master! Upon sensing Guan Li's peril, the 3 commanders rushed forward to offer aid. I'm fine. Remain vigilant. Guan Li quickly called out to halt them. The blood-colored tendrils had completely integrated with his arm. To separate them now, only one method remained: surgical amputation. Guan Li had no intention of embarking on a journey to become a legendary hero just yet. Understood. The commanders would not defy his orders. They promptly instructed their soldiers to remain on high alert. Guan Li sensed that the bloodthirsty blade bore no malice. It merely seemed intent on consuming his blood. System, what is happening? Guan Li inquired. Perplexed, reporting to the host, the bloodthirsty blade is currently binding with you. The system's voice clarified. I see. You certainly have an insatiable appetite. At this moment, Guan Li had already become a mere husk. He retrieved a great recovery pill and swallowed it whole. His previously emaciated body began to recover rapidly. Chapter 37. Bloodthirsty blade. Guan Li felt a slight resurgence of strength, but it soon waned once more. After consuming the great recovery pill, the blood-colored tendrils became increasingly animated, their rate of consumption quickening. What the heck? Why is it intensifying? In an instant, Guan Li's body reverted to a mere shell. This time, the speed was considerably swifter than before. He hurriedly accessed the points marketplace, directly searching for items to restore his vitality. Blood chi pill, price 100 points. Blood recovery pill, price 200 points. Gold wound powder, price 150 points. Rejuvenation pill, price 300 points. Jade dew pill, price 1000 points. Soul blood pill, price 2500 points. Buy all of them. Guan Li's face had turned an ashen white. If this continued, he would soon find himself among the ranks of skeletal warriors. Having purchased over 10 types of recovery pills, he spent more than 9,000 points. Without a moment to lament, he hastily tossed a blood chi pill into his mouth. The moment it touched his tongue, the medicinal power surged forth. A wave of blood vigor coursed through his body. Yet, before long, it was forcefully siphoned away. His body, which had just begun to show improvement, weakened once again. Guan Li dared not delay. He hastily stuffed all the pills into his mouth. The terrifying potency of the medicine erupted forth, flooding his body with a torrent of blood energy, akin to a raging river. Guan Li's body could barely withstand such a violent influx. This is it. I'm doomed. He felt the blood energy within him spiraling out of control, transforming into violent currents that assaulted his very being. The speed was astounding, rivaling the devastation wrought by a tornado in a parking lot. His body began to swell rapidly, like an overinflated balloon poised to burst. Guan Li despaired, realizing he might actually be crushed to death. What a suffocating demise this would be. Suddenly, the bloodthirsty blade in his hand radiated a crimson glow. A powerful suction force drew out the violent blood energy from within him. Guan Li's swollen body swiftly returned to its original form. Phew, this legendary weapon truly delivers. He exhaled in relief. After absorbing the blood energy, the bloodthirsty blade returned a surge of pure energy to him. His body, once ravaged by blood energy, gradually began to heal. Soon, he was back at peak condition. Not only that, the pure energy continuously fortified his physique. In mere seconds, Guan Li felt as though a barrier within him had shattered. I actually broke through. His strength had now reached the intermediate level of 3 stars. All the excess blood energy had been transformed into pure energy by the bloodthirsty blade. Ding, legendary weapon. Bloodthirsty blade, sealed, binding successful. The system's notification resonated in Guan Li's mind. He looked down to find that the blood-colored tendrils on his arm had retreated back into the bloodthirsty blade. The once snow-white blade was now adorned with cracked blood-colored tendrils. The hilt he grasped felt as though it were composed of some strange organic material, its surface resembling molten lava flowing from the depths of hell. Impressive. After absorbing blood, the bloodthirsty blade's appearance could only be described in 7 words. Incredibly stylish and outrageously cool. My lord, master, are you all right? The 3 commanders, seeing that Guan Li had recovered, rushed forward with concerned expressions. I'm fine. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. His mood was exceptionally buoyant. The gains from this encounter had far exceeded his expectations, especially the bloodthirsty blade in his grasp. This was a legendary weapon, albeit in a sealed state. Yet, judging by the earlier events, it was undeniably formidable. Name: bloodthirsty blade, sealed, type: sword potential, legendary grade, 6 stars, beginner, talent, legendary sharpness, legendary armor piercing, blood absorption, sealed, skills, blood soul slash, blood demon S-hand, blood shadow clone, sealed, evaluation. Originating from the deepest abyss, this is an object of utmost evil. Its essence is an ordinary iron sword that, having absorbed the blood of countless abyssal creatures, has nurtured a legendary spirit within its blade. Each successive owner will be eroded by the sword's spirit within. It is a double-edged sword. After reviewing the information on the bloodthirsty blade, Guan Li realized that legendary weapons are indeed exceptional, as even their descriptions are rich in detail. System: Will I be at risk of being eroded by the sword spirit? Guan Li was genuinely concerned about the implications of the description. Though legendary weapons are remarkable, he would prefer to forego them if they posed a threat to his well-being. Returning to the host, the bloodthirsty blade has already bound with you and will not cause any negative effects. Moreover, the host possesses immunity genes, rendering you impervious even to a legendary weapon. The system's voice reassured him. Upon hearing this, Guan Li felt a wave of relief wash over him, since there would be no adverse impact. He could wield it boldly. He grasped the bloodthirsty blade and swung it towards a nearby wrecked vehicle. Whoosh! The bloodthirsty blade cleaved the vehicle in two effortlessly, without a hint of obstruction. Wow, what sharpness! He hadn't even exerted much force, yet it had effortlessly sliced through the vehicle. Congratulations, Master. You have acquired such a divine weapon. The three commanders exclaimed in unison. Let us keep a low profile. Guan Li replied somewhat bashfully. We are low-key individuals, after all. We mustn't draw too much attention. He returned the green edge blade to the system's backpack. With the acquisition of the bloodthirsty blade, the green edge blade could gracefully retire. Guan Li then decided to test the skills of the bloodthirsty blade. Blood Soul Slash. He sensed a significant depletion of energy within him. The blade of the blood-drinking sword radiated a crimson glow. Terrifying, blood-red sword aura surged forth, cleaving towards the towering building ahead. Within that sanguine energy, countless wailing phantoms could be discerned. With a thunderous roar, the walls of the building were instantly severed in two. Collapsing with a resounding crash, how formidable, Guan Li gasped in astonishment. Truly a legendary weapon, capable of such immense power with merely one skill. Although the energy cost was substantial, it was undoubtedly worth it. Blood Demon's Hand. Guan Li unleashed his second skill. He immediately felt more than half of his energy siphoned away. The blood-red tendrils that had previously vanished re-emerged once more. These sanguine appendages swiftly intertwined, enveloping his arms. Moments later, they coalesced into a gruesome, imposing blood-soaked arm. The arm was adorned with blood-red scales, and a chilling bone spike protruded from the elbow. Guan Li felt as though his arm was encased in a formidable armor. Stunning! Incredible! He commanded Bone to unleash a full-force attack with the Blood Demon's Hand. The sharp bone blade struck, leaving only a faint white mark, yet that mark quickly vanished without a trace. An awe-inspiring defense. An extraordinary healing ability. Guan Li immediately assessed the situation. However, the Blood Demon's Hand consumed a tremendous amount of energy. The recent recovery from injuries had already depleted a significant portion of his energy. Guan Li could only sustain the power for about 10 seconds before he could no longer endure. The Blood Demon's Hand swiftly disintegrated, transforming into a multitude of blood-soaked tendrils, retreating back into the blood-drinking sword. Chapter 38. The advancement of the skeleton warriors. After dispelling the Blood Demon's Hand, Guan Li utilized an intermediate supply card. The energy he had expended was rapidly replenished. Moments later, he was once again brimming with vitality. The initial two skills of the blood-drinking sword had brought Guan Li immense delight. He firmly believed that the final skill would be equally impressive. Blood Shadow Clone. Guan Li activated the skill. He instantly felt 2/3 of his energy drained away. A blood-colored silhouette detached itself from his body. A clone, perhaps? As the illusory blood shadow emerged, Guan Li sensed a connection forming in his mind. He attempted to control the shadow, executing basic movements such as throwing punches and kicking. The blood shadow before him effortlessly complied. Impressive, Guan Li exclaimed in admiration. Attack that vehicle over there. He gestured towards a nearby abandoned car. The blood shadow clone immediately complied, delivering a powerful punch that left a clear imprint on the vehicle. That was only 1/3 of its actual strength. From that single punch, Guan Li gleaned an understanding of the blood shadow clone's capabilities. A fearless clone that could accomplish an astounding array of tasks, a truly remarkable skill. The blood-drinking sword was indeed a legendary weapon. All three skills could be classified as divine techniques. The abilities of the blood-drinking sword extended far beyond this. However, due to being sealed, the remaining powers could not be unleashed. Yet, Guan Li was not anxious. Every journey must be undertaken step by step. After all, he did not dare to wield a fully unsealed legendary weapon. The sealed blood-drinking sword had nearly drained him dry. Fortunately, he possessed a points shop from which he could redeem powerful healing potions. If it were anyone else, they would have likely succumbed long ago. Thus, possessing points was truly advantageous. The blood shadow clone lasted approximately 1 minute before gradually dissipating. These three skills had no cooldown period. As long as there was sufficient energy, they could be used in succession. Only one blood shadow clone could exist at a time. If a new clone was summoned, the previous one would dissipate. This was understandable. If infinite clones could be summoned, it would be utterly unbalanced. Guan Li felt elated. Bone, prepare yourself. I am about to advance your legion. The previous card had provided numerous advancement cards, sufficient for the Skeleton Warrior Legion to undergo a new round of advancement. At your command, thank you, Master. The soul fire of Bone blazed with even greater intensity. Lacking eyes, it could not express its emotions through sight, but instead conveyed its feelings through its actions. System. Advance the Skeleton Warrior Legion. Guan Li recalled the Skeleton Warriors into the system space. Ding. Upgrading the Skeleton Warrior Legion. A cost of 50 Legion advancement cards is required. Shall we proceed with the advancement? The system's prompt echoed. Advance. Without the slightest hesitation, Guan Li chose to proceed. Although he was unaware of why advancing the Skeleton Warrior Legion required 50 advancement cards, he did not hesitate as long as he had them. He had also noticed a pattern. The higher the advancement requirements, the stronger the post-advancement power. The Skeleton Warrior Legion required a full 50 advancement cards this time, and Guan Li began to feel a sense of anticipation. Ding! The Skeleton Warrior Legion begins its advancement. The system's prompt resonated. Guan Li's initially accumulated 78 advancement cards were quickly reduced by more than half. However, he felt no regret. With enhanced strength, the difficulty of acquiring advancement cards would significantly decrease. This is what it means to take one swift step, propelling oneself forward with each successive stride. While others struggled between life and death, Guan Li had already begun to amass wealth in silence. He suddenly recalled a saying. The disparity between people is greater than that between a person and a pig. Guan Li plunged the blood-drinking sword into the ground. Once bound, it became his exclusive weapon. Even if lost, he could retrieve it through mental connection. He retrieved a food card, crushed it in his hand, and a fragrant grilled steak materialized. After testing the blood-drinking sword, his stomach once again raised a rebellion. The grilled steak was quickly devoured, yet Guan Li remained unsatisfied. He retrieved another food card and crushed it. This time, it was a leg of a crawling creature, roasted to a golden crisp, looking incredibly appetizing. Guan Li grasped it in his hand and began to eat heartily. A few survivors cautiously approached. The streets were quite desolate, and Guan Li naturally noticed the survivors drawing near from a distance. These were mere ordinary people, and the soldiers did not intervene. Given Guan Li's current strength, even if they were armed, he could easily handle them. Guan Li paid no heed to the survivors. Continuing to indulge in his feast, hello. A few survivors ventured closer, attempting to greet Guan Li. He still ignored them. Hello. Ah, you. What a nuisance. Please, spare me. The crowd shifted through various languages, persisting in their attempts at communication. Damn it. What gibberish are you speaking? I can understand Mandarin. Guan Li rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat speechless. Oh, hello there, young brother. A middle-aged man stepped forward from the crowd. He was clad in a designer suit, adorned with a luxurious watch, and his expensive leather shoes gleamed brightly. Sporting a mature slicked-back hairstyle, he exuded the aura of a successful individual. Guan Li set down his food and glanced at the man. The garments he wore were worth at least 100,000. In the past, Guan Li would not have dared to even dream of such things. I'm sorry. I'm not your brother. Seeking to get close? Don't even think about it. So aloof. So pretentious. Not satisfied. Feel free to come and take a bite out of me. The man was clearly taken aback by Guan Li's unexpected reaction. Could it be that he wasn't dressed sufficiently well? Or perhaps the rustic fellow before him couldn't he recognize his designer attire? Though he harbored resentment, he was compelled to lower his head given the current circumstances. The man, named Zhang Qi, was a well-known entrepreneur in Z City. His rise to success was attributed to his two virtues, patience and perseverance. Ha ha ha, young brother, you're quite humorous. May I ask if you were the one who killed all these zombies? Zhang Qi greeted with a smile, as if the previous events had never transpired, and of course, it was me. Was it you? Guan Li looked at him as though he were an imbecile. You? The man was infuriated. He was all too familiar with the look in Guan Li's eyes. It was the look one would give to a fool. Young brother. I'm Zhang Qi, the chairman of the Zhang Group. I often appear on television. You must have seen me, right? Zhang Qi, unwilling to remain low-key any longer, laid his cards on the table. I'm the chairman. Haven't he seen you? Our village doesn't even have internet access. Guan Li decisively shook his head, casually taking a bite of the delicious roasted leg. This action elicited tears from the corners of the onlookers' eyes. So tantalizing. From yesterday until now, they had only consumed a bit of dry bread. After all, they had no habit of storing food and dared not eat excessively. Hey, young man, do you have any more to eat? Is 100,000 enough? Just for that leg. Zhang Qi salivated profusely, waving his hand grandly as he spoke. He was convinced that Guan Li would not refuse. The boy from a village with no internet had likely never seen such wealth. I don't want money. I am not interested in it, Guan Li smiled slightly, replying. His tone was eerily reminiscent of a certain prominent figure. Chapter 39. The ugly side of humanity. Ahem, young man. You might not quite grasp what 100,000 represents. Let me put it this way. With that kind of money, you could return to the countryside and marry a plump and fair bride. Zhang Qi, observing Guan Li's demeanor, assumed the other had never encountered money before. He hurriedly explained. What use is money now? To wipe your backside. Guan Li looked at him, his expression akin to that of someone confronting a simpleton. Are you mocking me? Zhang Qi quickly realized, his face turning beet red. Mocking you? Don't flatter yourself. Guan Li finished his food in a few bites. Kid, do you know who I am? Zhang Qi exclaimed in fury. After being humiliated repeatedly, he could no longer contain himself. Who are you? Guan Li retorted. I am Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi replied. Oh? And then? Guan Li responded flatly. I'm worth over 100 million. Zhang Qi declared once more. Oh? And then? Guan Li's tone remained unchanged. Biffed. Zhang Qi felt a heavy pressure in his chest, and blood gushed forth. Alas! What a small capacity for endurance. Guan Li shook his head. Biffed. Zhang Qi vomited blood uncontrollably. Darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed. Good heavens, am I going to be killed by my own anger? Guan Li kicked him a few times, but there was no response. Benefactor, you're so formidable, could you perhaps lead us to the city defenses? A graceful woman, swaying her serpentine waist, approached Guan Li. Absolutely not. Without a moment's hesitation, he firmly rejected her. Clearing out the zombies and rescuing the survivors here was entirely an unintended action on his part. The thought of dragging along these burdensome individuals was out of the question. Benefactor, please don't be so heartless, the woman implored with a coquetry in her tone. Your charms are lost on me. Guan Li waved his hand, signaling her to halt, yet she persisted, inching closer to him. Eileen, whoosh, a glistening arrow whizzed past her delicate face. Ah! The woman shrieked, falling to the ground in fright. She quickly reached up with her slender fingers to touch her cheek, relieved to find no disfigurement. You, scoundrel, are going too far. A bald man surged from the crowd, helping the woman to her feet while taking the opportunity to grope her. She felt it, yet said nothing. Indeed, young man. I advise you not to be too arrogant. The beautiful woman's plight instantly ignited the protective instincts of the men. Ha! Saved a bunch of ingrates, Guan Li sneered at the confrontational crowd. Kid, I admit you possess some skill, but I advise you not to be so presumptuous. The previously unconscious Zhang Qi staggered to his feet. Seeing Guan Li provoke the ire of the masses, he seized the opportunity to stir the pot. Do you wish to die? Guan Li glared at Zhang Qi, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his heart. Zhang Qi's heart skipped a beat. However, bolstered by the crowd behind him, he found his confidence. Fear not, everyone. I don't believe he dares to kill. This kid must possess treasures. Zhang Qi declared loudly. Let us rob him. It would be a case of robbing the rich to help the poor. The crowd's eyes brightened at Zhang Qi's words. He was right. With Guan Li's prowess, he surely had treasures. If they could obtain them, might they not become like him? The greed within everyone began to surface, exposing the ugliness of human nature. Enough, after all, he has saved us. Some survivors with remnants of conscience quickly voiced their thoughts. Humph! You fools, if you're afraid of dying, then get lost. Zhang Qi retorted coldly. Kid, I don't care if you're pretending to be foolish or truly are. I advise you to hand over your belongings, lest you suffer bodily harm. Zhang Qi's gaze was sharp, convinced he had the upper hand over Guan Li. He did not believe Guan Li would dare to kill. After all, he was still too young. To provoke the wrath of the crowd was akin to courting death. Guan Li's tone instantaneously turned icy. This is the inherent vice of humanity. Everyone, attack. Zhang Qi was the first to strike, charging at Guan Li, followed by over a dozen men. Eileen, eliminate them all, Guan Li commanded. As you wish, Eileen's voice responded. Following her words, a flurry of arrows was unleashed. As the arrows rained down, screams echoed through the street. Help! There's murder! Terror flashed in Zhang Qi's eyes as he watched the men in front of him collapse lifelessly. A stream of yellow warmth flowed from his expensive trousers. He had wet himself. Zhang Qi turned to flee, but after just a few steps, he felt a searing pain in his back. Lowering his head, he saw an arrow had pierced through his body. Ugh! Stumbling forward a few steps, he then fell into a pool of blood. After a chaotic barrage, over a dozen men lay dead. The survivors around them turned pale, especially the woman, whose legs trembled in fear. You are fortunate. Your innate conscience has spared your lives. Guan Li surveyed the crowd before him, his gaze sharp, causing them to avert their eyes. Take care of yourselves. After his words, Guan Li led his troops away. Benefactor, could you tell us where the city defenses are? A pregnant woman, seeing Guan Li about to leave, hastily inquired. Upon turning to see her condition, Guan Li's tone softened considerably. I apologize. I am also unaware. If I encounter them, I will inform them of the survivors here. Guan Li shook his head. Thank you. A glimmer of disappointment flickered in the pregnant woman's eyes, yet she still expressed her gratitude to Guan Li. Those zombies should still have residual crystal nuclei in their heads. You might try your luck. Absorbing the crystal nuclei will enhance your physical capabilities. This way, you may find survival a bit easier. With that, Guan Li departed the street with his soldiers. The survivors began to search for the crystal nuclei that Guan Li had overlooked. After leaving the street, Guan Li found a place to rest. He felt pity for the group of survivors, but his capacity to assist was limited. In this apocalypse, there were too many deserving of sympathy. He could not possibly extend his hand to everyone. If he did, even a saint would wear themselves out. Guan Li could only do what was within his ability, disregarding matters beyond his capacity. His own safety remained paramount. He took out several food cards and indulged in a hearty meal. The few delectable dishes were swiftly consumed, and he let out a satisfied belch. How delightful, leaning back on the sofa. Guan Li closed his eyes to rest, quietly awaiting the advancement of his skeleton warriors. Approximately half an hour later, the system's voice finally echoed in his mind. Ding! Skeleton Warrior Legion advancement complete. Please check the system. Guan Li opened his eyes. Finally, the advancement was complete. Chapter 40. The Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li eagerly opened the system. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Skeleton Undead Legion. The system's notification chimed once more. Skeleton Undead? Confusion spread across Guan Li's face as he summoned the Skeleton Undead Legion. A massive summoning array materialized within the room. Fortunately, the space was ample enough to accommodate it. A foul stench emanated from the summoning array, thick with the essence of death, saturating the surrounding air. The transformation of the Skeleton Warrior Legion this time appeared quite significant. Anticipation gleamed in Guan Li's expression. Within the summoning array, 30 skeletal figures emerged, each unique in appearance, wielding various weapons, shields, spears, staves, and sword shields. Among them, Bone had undergone the most drastic change. Its size had surged to approximately 2.5 meters, resembling a small giant, draped in a cloak of bones and adorned with a splendid crown. It knelt before Guan Li. Thank you, Master, for granting us new life. Though Bone wore a crown, its loyalty to Guan Li remained unwavering. It knelt before him in homage, while the other skeletal undead followed suit. Rise, Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Master. Bone stood up, maintaining a silent vigil before Guan Li. Guan Li began to review the information regarding the Skeleton Undead Legion. Skeleton Undead Legion can be advanced. Total number, 30. Potential, 7 stars. Strength, 3 stars. Advanced. Unit types, Skeleton Shield Spear Soldiers, 10. Skills, Shield Charge, Spear Throw, Bone Shield Circle, Spear Stab, Bone Armor. Unit types, Skeleton Mages, 10. Skills, Fireball Spell, Lightning Strike. Unit types, Skeleton Sword Shield Soldiers, 10. Skills, Whirlwind Slash, Shield Charge, Bone Armor. Leader, Bone. Skills, Royal Command. Strength Aura, Rage, Heavy Slash, Beast Horn, Bone Armor. The panel of the Skeleton Undead Legion had undergone a substantial transformation. The once singular unit types had diversified. Although the overall strength had not dramatically increased, the rise in numbers was sufficient to fill the gap. Moreover, the Skeleton Undead Legion had begun to manifest new unit types. Did this imply that further advancements could yield even stronger unit types? He found himself increasingly eager for the next advancement of the Skeleton Legion. System. Advance the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li wished to ascertain the conditions for advancement. Ding. Advancing the Skeleton Undead Legion requires 10 Intermediate Legion advancement cards. The Legion's strength must reach 7 stars. The system's notification resounded in his mind. As expected. The conditions for Legion advancement primarily hinged on meeting the potential upper limits. This was not a daunting task for Guan Li. In his hand appeared a piece of withered wood, exuding a rich aura of the undead. Guan Li presented the broken branch of the undead tree to the Skeleton Undead Legion for utilization, significantly accelerating their strength enhancement. We cannot be partial. Guan Li opened the point shop and purchased 2 items to bolster the Legion's strength. Dark Spirit Source Fruit contains rich spiritual energy capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Priced at 2,000 points, Greenwood Fruit contains natural power capable of enhancing cultivation speed. Priced at 2,500 points, in an instant, 4,500 points were spent without regret, as these items would greatly benefit the Legion. Thank you, my lord. Shunlian and Eileen carefully accepted the items. Both legions felt a marked increase in their enhancement speed. Guan Li once more accessed his personal panel. Name: Guan Li. Strength: 3-star intermediate. Abilities: Bone Armor, Immunity Gene, Shadow Step, Lockpicking, Firearm Mastery, Night Inner Strength, Teleportation, Barrier Aura, Perception, Precision Technique, Legion, Skeleton Undead Legion, Shadow Swordmaster Legion, Elf Archer Legion. Points: 33, 135. Evaluation: you have become a formidable cannon fodder. Please continue to strive. The corner of Guan Li's eye twitched involuntarily. This system's penchant for sarcasm was as unyielding as ever. The bone armor remained intact. As long as this skill existed within the Bone Legion, Guan Li could continue to benefit from it. Should the skill disappear, he would be granted another opportunity to extract it. This setting was remarkably user-friendly, a resounding endorsement. The bone armor. Rapidly, Guan Li's body was enveloped in a suit of armor. Its form resembled a ferocious beast, nearly encasing his entire being, with only a slight omission around the head. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Guan Li could only describe it in 2 words: stylish. Atop his shoulders were a pair of menacing skeletal heads. The gauntlets sprouted wicked barbs, akin to the claws of a ferocious predator. The chest piece bore a massive skull, emanating an eerie aura. Guan Li dismissed the bone armor. Sustained activation required energy. After preparing himself, he resumed his journey. Z City was vast. Even the area surrounding Z University was enough to take one's breath away. On the streets, several crimson-eyed huskies were hunched over, feasting on corpses. Judging by the blood on the bodies, they had not been dead long. Damn it. Have even the animals begun to mutate? Guan Li observed the huskies, noting their visibly altered state. The usually goofy and adorable Siberian huskies had reverted to their primal ferocity, with bared fangs capable of tearing flesh apart. Oh whoa! The huskies spotted Guan Li and let out a roar. Abandoning their meal, they lunged toward him. After mutation, these huskies had grown remarkably robust. Kill! Without hesitation, Guan Li issued the kill order. 10 fireballs erupted, most striking the frenzied huskies. 6 were engulfed in flames, howling in agony. The remaining mutated huskies deftly evaded the attacks. These creatures possessed intelligence, understanding how to avoid danger. They were not like zombies, who would merely withstand blows with foolish tenacity. Yet, how effective was dodging fireballs? The skeleton mage chanted once more, invoking the lightning strike. 10 bolts, each as thick as a human arm, descended upon the horde of mutated huskies. Woo-woo! Many were reduced to charred remains. Regrettably, there would be no more animal lovers to condemn Guan Li's actions. The last 2 battered huskies approached him, bloodied and bruised. Swish! The bloodthirsty blade slashed out. The 2 mutated huskies collapsed. Their bodies severed in twain. Blood-red tendrils shot forth from the blade, greedily consuming the flesh and blood of the huskies. In the blink of an eye, 2 desiccated corpses lay upon the ground. Guan Li was unfazed by this scene. Blood absorption was merely the capability of the bloodthirsty blade. This ability was exceedingly useful, silently siphoning the blood of opponents during combat. With Guan Li's consent, the bloodthirsty blade unleashed its tendrils, beginning to devour the flesh strewn about. Observing the corpses of the mutated huskies, Guan Li felt a tinge of curiosity. What could have caused their mutation? Could it be the aura emanating from the rifts? Chapter 41. Brother Kitchen Knife. Guan Li shook his head. This was not his concern. Even if animals began to mutate, so what? As long as his strength remained formidable, there would be no issues. Once the bloodthirsty blade had consumed the flesh of the mutated huskies, its blood-red tendrils returned with several crystal nuclei. It was only interested in blood and flesh. 3 2-star crystal nuclei were tossed into the spatial ring. Mutated creatures were merely a minor interruption. Guan Li continued onward. After just a few steps, he unexpectedly triggered an option. Option 1. Proceed to the aquarium to slay the soon-to-be-born Xuanjia Tortoise King. Reward: Xian Turtle Essence, Xian Scale Battle Armor, 6-star Crystal Nucleus. Option 2. Venture to the Tropical Rainforest Pavilion in the Southern District to kill the soon-to-be-born Silverhorn Giant Python. Reward: Silver Serpent Essence. Random Skill Book, 7-star Crystal Nucleus. Option 3. Head to the Z City Central Shopping Mall to slay the soon-to-be-born Zombie King. Reward: Zombie King's Treasure, 5-star Crystal Nucleus. Guan Li hesitated for a moment before dismissing the first 2 options. The difficulty level of these choices was exceedingly high. Though the rewards were enticing, the challenges were daunting. The Xuanjia Tortoise King required combat in the water, while the Silverhorn Giant Python demanded battle within the tropical rainforest. Such environments favored the monsters, placing Guan Li at a significant disadvantage. Only the Zombie King was located within the shopping mall. This terrain would be more advantageous for Guan Li. After weighing the pros and cons, he decisively selected the third option. His current position was not far from the central shopping mall. Let us go. As Guan Li glanced at the Z City map by the roadside, he followed the street beneath his feet. He needed to traverse 2 residential areas, a natural park, 3 commercial streets, and a football field. As he walked along the street, zombies lurking by the roadside launched an attack. Though these zombies were grotesque, they were merely 1 star in strength, nothing more than a hollow shell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A volley of arrows flew forth, instantly decapitating the zombies by the roadside. Why aren't you absorbing? Guan Li looked at the bloodthirsty blade. His expression puzzled. The blood-red tendrils quickly formed 2 crooked characters. Unappetizing. Guan Li was momentarily speechless. This creature was even picky. With no other choice, he instructed his soldiers to quickly search the corpses. 5 1-star crystal nuclei were unearthed by the soldiers. He opted for a trade, obtaining 38 points. At the end of the street stood an opulent residential complex. Passing through here would save him considerable detours. Wurwa. Several zombies trapped in a security kiosk noticed Guan Li and stretched their claws through the windows. Bone swiftly rushed forward, dispatching several zombies with his battle knife in an instant. Unfortunately, luck was not on their side, as no crystal nuclei or cards dropped. Following the spacious road, they successfully entered the residential complex. The landscaping was meticulously maintained. Zombies clad in security uniforms wandered the streets. Aileen shot several arrows, effortlessly eliminating these zombies. The complex was eerily quiet, with few zombies present. After all, this was a residential area, and even if there were zombies, they were likely confined within their homes. Bright red cloths hung from the walls of the buildings, bearing various distress messages. The survivors on the upper floors waved the red cloths upon seeing Guan Li, signaling for help. They dared not shout aloud, fearful of attracting the attention of the zombies. The evolved zombies possessed immense strength, and ordinary doors might not withstand their onslaught. Just yesterday, many had provoked the zombies outside, only to be overwhelmed when the undead breached their defenses. Having learned from past mistakes, the remaining survivors had become exceedingly cautious. Guan Li naturally ignored their pleas for help. The survivors, now desperate, hastily scribbled messages on the red cloths. I have a lot of money. Whatever you want, I can give you. This was a plea from a man clad in designer clothes. Handsome, come save me. I can offer anything you desire. This was a message from a beautiful woman with ample curves. I am a leader of XX. If you rescue me, I will arrange a job for you. This was a plea from a balding, greasy man. Guan Li disregarded all of them. These conditions held no value in the apocalyptic world. Money? What use is that? Status? That is a relic of the past. A beautiful woman? That would only bring calamity upon oneself. You shall not die well. The man in designer clothes scrawled on the red cloth. You heartless bastard, I will kill you. The rotund balding man threw a kitchen knife. At this distance, if aimed accurately, it could indeed strike Guan Li. Seeking death, Bone raised his shield, deflecting the kitchen knife. The skeleton mage behind him conjured fireballs. 10 fireballs soared toward the kitchen knife guy. Damn it, magic? The man shivered, hurriedly retreating indoors. The fireballs struck the 7th floor balcony, turning the once pristine white wall pitch black in an instant. Master, shall we kill him? Bone inquired. This would not be a difficult task, though it would waste some time. Shun Lian, you go. Guan Li's tone was chilling. Ignoring his pleas for help, the man sought to endanger his life. What a malicious heart. Guan Li would not show mercy to such individuals. Understood. Shun Lian vanished from sight. Let us go. Continue forward. Guan Li did not linger. With Shun Lian's speed, he would soon return after completing his task. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. What impulse. That guy was surprisingly formidable. In the luxurious living room, kitchen knife guy panted heavily. Had he not dodged in time, he would have likely been incinerated by the fireball. Even so, he was drenched in cold sweat. Damn it. What is happening in this world? Why has even magic emerged? Kitchen knife guy cursed. He had initially believed that the appearance of zombies was merely the result of an unknown viral infection. Once things settled, he could return to his former life. However, it was becoming increasingly apparent that this was unlikely. The city's defenses had yet to provide any aid, and the situation was clearly dire. That guy! He should have left by now. Kitchen knife guy peeked through the curtain. Glancing downstairs, he saw Guan Li's figure gradually fading into the distance, and he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew, thankfully, I live on a high floor. Kitchen knife guy sat on the ground. However, he had not rejoiced for long before he heard violent banging sounds coming from outside his door. Woo-woo. The moans of zombies pierced his ears. Zombies? How could zombies be here? Kitchen knife guy's face turned ashen in an instant. He had checked his floor yesterday, and it had seemed perfectly safe. The sound of pounding from outside grew increasingly intense. Kai Daogu hastily rose to his feet. intent on barricading the door. A sharp click signaled the unlocking of the door. Kai Daogu was taken aback. Who had opened the door, however, before he could ponder further? A zombie surged in. Kai Daogu let out a blood-curdling scream as a zombie knocked him to the ground. Its claws ripped open his abdomen, spilling his entrails onto the floor. The zombie greedily devoured him. Yet, Kai Daogu did not succumb to death. He remained conscious, helplessly watching as the zombie feasted upon his very being. The sheer despair of the experience overwhelmed him. Through a crack, he glimpsed a man standing in the corridor. A smile graced the stranger's face, a smile that suffocated him. Chapter 42. Encounter with an awakened one. Regret washed over him. Regret for having provoked that young man. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Shen Lian's form gradually faded, disappearing into the corridor. Everything that had transpired moments ago was undoubtedly his handiwork. Shen Lian could traverse the shadows, a feat that posed little challenge for him. Guan Li crossed through the community and arrived at another street. Shen Lian's figure rapidly coalesced. My lord, the task is complete. That fellow met a gruesome end. Shen Lian declared. I shan't concern myself with the details. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. He brought this upon himself. There is nothing more to say. Numerous zombies roamed the street, all of them taking notice of Guan Li's group. After all, the Legion had grown increasingly formidable, now numbering 67. Even the desire for discretion had become impossible. The zombies howled, charging towards Guan Li. Just as he was about to strike, a massive crocodile suddenly burst forth from an alley. The crocodile stood 3 meters tall and measured 5 or 6 meters long. Its armored scales bulging like small packages. Its 4 powerful claws were adorned with razor-sharp ice. With a crunch, several zombies were instantly severed in two by the ice giant. Roar! A frigid breath escaped the crocodile's maw. It opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of icy air. The zombies on the street were instantly frozen. The chilling aura was palpable even to Guan Li, who was at a distance. Following this, the ice giant swung its massive tail, shattering the frozen zombies into mere fragments. Within mere seconds, dozens of zombies had been eradicated. Though they were merely low-level 1-star zombies, this feat was sufficient to demonstrate its strength. Guan Li did not rush to intervene. He noticed a figure atop the ice giant. A human? Huh? A human? The individual on the ice giant also noticed Guan Li. It was a pale-skinned girl, her delicate features devoid of color. Her long black hair flowed smoothly. Little Croc, forward! The girl commanded the ice giant to approach Guan Li, maintaining a distance of 5 or 6 meters between them. Clearly, she regarded Guan Li with a degree of caution. I am Han Xiaolu. And you? She inquired as she leaped down from the giant. Guan Li, he replied. He sensed no ill intent from the girl. Is this your ability? Summoning skeleton soldiers? I thought I was the only one to gain a special power. Han Xiaolu blinked, curiosity evident in her eyes. Sort of. What about you? Guan Li provided a vague response. The skeleton army was indeed summoned by him. I obtained Little Croc from my initial reward. Additionally, I possessed the power to control ice, Han Xiaolu stated, demonstrating as she swiftly conjured an ice crystal in her hand. Guan Li's instincts heightened. One must always remain wary. He discreetly ordered his soldiers to prepare for battle. Should Han Xiaolu launch a sudden attack, he would be ready to counter. However, it was clear that he was overthinking it. The girl before him had no such intentions. After showcasing the ice crystal, she stored it away. Guan Li felt no embarrassment. In the apocalypse, human hearts are the hardest to gauge. Well, you are quite fortunate, Guan Li nodded, his gaze sweeping over the colossal beast beside Han Xiaolu. Name: Ice Giant Crocodile, Evolvable, Potential, 8 stars Strength, 3 stars Intermediate Ability, Frost Armor, Ice Breath, Frantic Tail Swipe, Death Strangle Evaluation. A giant crocodile infused with the bloodline of ice, possessing tremendous potential. Not bad, compared to my best friend. I consider myself quite lucky. Han Xiaolu recalled her friend who had directly transformed into a zombie. Had she not obtained the ice giant at a critical moment to slay her zombified friend, she might have perished during the onset of the apocalypse. Where do you plan to go? Han Xiaolu questioned. Looking for the city defense army, Guan Li fabricated a casual excuse. He certainly could not divulge his true intentions. Wonderful. I am also seeking the city defense army. Shall we form a team? It would be good to look out for each other. A delighted smile graced Han Xiaolu's face. Apologies. I prefer to go solo. Guan Li replied. You, going solo? Han Xiaolu pointed at the dozens of soldiers behind him. Indeed, solo, Guan Li replied without a hint of hesitation. Very well. If that's the case, I shall not intrude, Han Xiaolu nodded. Not pressing the issue. Little girl, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. In this apocalypse, do not trust others too easily. After delivering his warning, Guan Li turned and left without looking back. Han Xiaolu remained rooted in place, a puzzled expression on her face. Little Croc, do I appear foolish? The ice giant nodded, then shook its head. How infuriating. You've lost your meal for today, Han Xiaolu declared with a fierce expression. The ice giant, QAQ. Encountering Han Xiaolu was merely a minor interlude. Guan Li traversed the street, the ice giant gradually fading from view, eyeing an alley. Several large mutated cats perched on the walls. Watching Guan Li with predatory eyes, however, after weighing their options, they chose not to attack. The man before them was too formidable. As they watched Guan Li depart, the mutated wildcats concealed themselves, awaiting the next prey. As Guan Li passed through the alley, a natural park came into view. The plants have begun to mutate. He stood on the street, gazing at the natural park 100 meters away. Dense foliage obscured the entrance, with numerous leaves sprawling onto the street. Reflecting on the overnight transformation, Guan Li observed that the park had become a lush forest. The entrance of the natural park resembled a beast bearing its fangs, eager to devour any passerby. Guan Li felt no fear. He boldly stepped into the park. The thick foliage shielded him from the blazing sun, causing the surrounding temperature to drop significantly. Rustle. A wandering zombie materialized before Guan Li. Judging by its attire, it appeared to be an elderly man practicing Tai Chi Wuwo. The elderly zombie spotted Guan Li and immediately lunged at him. Unfortunately, it was far too weak. Guan Li's bloodthirsty blade swiftly dispatched it. A few drops of filthy blood splattered from the blade, clearly repulsing it. Guan Li pressed onward. The most perilous threats within the park were not these zombies. Following the paved path, he arrived at the edge of a lake. Beside the lake, a creature with the body of a man and the head of a lion was drinking water. Oh, a situation. Guan Li instructed his soldiers to conceal themselves among the surrounding trees. A disaster creature. A glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. Master, shall we eliminate it? A skeleton crept silently beside Guan Li. There was no choice. The creature was too tall. Even crouching, it was challenging to remain hidden. Guan Li smiled knowingly and replied, "Let's do it." Chapter 43. The lion-human monster Guan Li commanded his soldiers to encircle the entire artificial lake. Disaster creatures are not zombies. They possess considerable intelligence. If they find themselves outmatched, they may choose to flee. The soldiers quietly surrounded the artificial lake as the lion-human creature lounged lazily by the water's edge, entirely unaware that danger was approaching. Name: Lion-human monster, boss level, potential, 7 stars strength, 4 stars intermediate ability, claw kick, thunder fist, earth-shattering claw, golden claw strike evaluation. A disaster creature that descended from a rift, possessing formidable strength and the ability to wield thunder and gold elements in battle. Guan Li surveyed the lion-human monster, the system providing the details. 4 stars intermediate. Guan Li's expression grew serious. The soldiers in his legion were all of 3-star strength. Shall we engage in a higher-level battle? Guan Li inquired. For others, fighting above their level may pose a significant risk, but for Guan Li, it was not a daunting task. After all, he had the advantage of numbers. A flurry of punches could defeat even a seasoned master. The legion soldiers were poised and ready, awaiting Guan Li's command. Archers, prepare. Skeleton mages, ready yourselves, Guan Li ordered. The elven archers drew their bows, employing armor-piercing arrows. Regular arrows would struggle to inflict meaningful damage on a creature of this caliber. The skeleton mages raised their skeletal staffs, aiming at the lion-human monster. Fire! Guan Li commanded. Whoosh, boom. 12 arrows shimmering with icy light hurtled toward the lion-human monster. Above the creature, 10 bolts of lightning coalesced, preparing to strike it down. Roar! The lion-human monster emitted a furious roar, sensing danger and attempting to evade. Alas, it was too late. 12 armor-piercing arrows embedded deeply into its flesh. The lightning strike crashed down upon it but was absorbed by a layer of golden light. Can it absorb thunder elements? Interesting. Guan Li was momentarily surprised that the thunder strike had not harmed it. However, this would not alter its fate. The lion-human monster was doomed. Charge! Attack! Guan Li wielded the bloodthirsty blade and surged forth from the thicket. Immediately, soldiers emerged from all directions, roaring fiercely. The lion-headed beast, realizing it had been encircled, was engulfed by a sudden blaze of fury. Had it truly been reduced to prey? Unforgivable. It yanked out the shattered arrows embedded in its flesh. Blood streaming from the wounds, yet, in mere moments, the injuries began to heal at a visible pace. The lion-headed beast's sharp claws slashed forward, unleashing a golden energy blade. The skeletal sword and shield soldiers and skeletal spear and shield soldiers hastily raised their shields in defense. The golden energy blade struck the shields, cleaving them in twain with a resounding crash. Several skeleton soldiers, sheltered behind the shields, had their shoulders grievously severed. Such a powerful assault. Undoubtedly a 4-star calamity creature. Even as the battle commenced, injuries were already manifesting. Fortunately, the skeletal soldiers felt no pain. Even with a shoulder lopped off, they continued to fight valiantly with their remaining arms. Bone spears and bone daggers struck the lion-headed beast's tough hide, leaving only faint white marks, failing to pierce its defenses. However, the pain ignited the beast's wrath. How dare these bony insects attack it? It swept its leg, sending 3 skeletal spear and shield soldiers flying. Fireball, seizing the moment as the lion-headed beast landed. A barrage of searing fireballs rained down upon it. A howl of anguish erupted from the beast as charred marks appeared across its form. Since it could absorb lightning energy, fireball magic was the perfect counter. Following the fireballs, 12 armor-piercing arrows were unleashed, striking the beast's arms, shoulders, chest, and vital areas. It howled once more. Indeed, the lion-headed beast was formidable, but it was merely one creature against a legion of soldiers. With the soldiers' seamless cooperation, the lion-headed beast found itself besieged from all sides. At that moment, Guan Li charged forward, blood soul slash. He swung the bloodthirsty blade, unleashing a wave of crimson sword energy. The lion-headed beast instantly sensed an overwhelming aura approaching. It dared not hesitate, hastily gathering its strength. Thunderous fist. Golden lightning erupted from the beast's fist as it thrust forward, conjuring a lion's head of electricity. The 2 energy attacks collided, the crimson sword energy slowly dissipating while the thunderous lion's head vanished without a trace. Guan Li possessed the strength of a mid-tier 3-star. With the bloodthirsty blade, he barely managed to hold his ground against the lion-headed beast, a feat in itself. As the beast took a moment to catch its breath. Shun Lian, waiting patiently at the side, finally found his opportunity. Sword control technique. The shadowy sword cultivators collectively executed the sword control technique. 26 flying swords sliced toward the lion-headed beast. Roar. The beast attempted to retaliate. But the thunderous fist had drained too much energy. It was utterly incapable of launching another attack in such a short time. Reluctantly, it could only retreat from the onslaught. Armored charge. The skeletal warrior, brandishing a heavy shield, charged directly at the lion-headed beast. The powerful impact sent it reeling. Though it did not inflict significant damage, it managed to redirect the beast's trajectory, the path of the flying swords. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sharp flying swords struck the lion-headed beast, leaving a myriad of wounds. The beast knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Although the sword marks began to heal, their recovery was noticeably slower than before. Clearly, its rapid healing abilities had limitations. Roar, a cornered beast still fights. The lion-headed beast's eyes burned crimson as it fixed its gaze on Guan Li, unleashed all its might and charged directly at him. Protect the master, the skeletal warrior shouted, attempting to intercept the lion-headed beast, but alas, it was too slow. The beast barreled through several shadowy sword cultivators and reached Guan Li. Possessing considerable intelligence, it discerned that the creatures surrounding it were all focused on this human. If it could seize him, escape would be within reach. A splendid idea, but I am no pushover. Guan Li had honed himself precisely to prevent such scenarios. Teleportation. His figure vanished from sight. The lion-headed beast lunged at empty air. Confusion flickering in its eyes, it could not comprehend why the human before it had suddenly disappeared. Guan Li reappeared behind it, blood demon's hand. A grotesque, blood-soaked arm swiftly coalesced. Sensing the power emanating from the arm, Guan Li struck at the lion-headed beast. Empowered by the blood demon's hand, his strength surged dramatically. He easily breached the beast's defenses. The lion-headed beast attempted to retaliate, but the preceding battle had left it battered and bruised. The bloodthirsty blade, sensing a delectable prey, plunged into the lion-headed beast's flesh, causing blood-red tendrils to spread forth. Terror etched across the beast's face. He lunged at Guan Li. Observing this, Guan Li smiled faintly. He relinquished the bloodthirsty blade. As the lion-headed beast grasped the hilt, attempting to withdraw the blade, the insatiably bloodthirsty weapon refused to relent so easily. The bloodthirsty blade voraciously siphoned its lifeblood. The beast's arm became ensnared by the blood-red tendrils. Moments later, its body was entirely enveloped by the sanguine appendages. Chapter 44. The football stadium. The lion-headed beast struggled a few times before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Had the lion-headed beast been at its peak, the bloodthirsty blade might not have been able to subdue it. However, after a series of battles, its strength had dwindled to a mere shadow of its former self. The bloodthirsty blade was like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Lion-headed beast slain, 2,000 points gained. Lion-headed beast summoning card X1. The system's notification echoed. The blood-red tendrils enveloping the lion-headed beast receded like a tide, revealing a ghastly, fearsome corpse before Guan Li. The beast's remains, skin stretched over bones, had lost all flesh and blood. Guan Li stepped forward, retrieving the blue card that had dropped from the lion-headed beast. He withdrew the bloodthirsty blade, along with the resplendent crystal core. The core, entwined in the blood-red tendrils, was extracted from the beast's carcass. Well done. Guan Li patted the bloodthirsty blade, which quivered slightly in response. Grasping the crystal core of the lion-headed beast, Guan Li commenced absorption. The energy contained within this 4-star core surged forth like a torrent, continuously flooding into his body. Guan Li voraciously absorbed the pure energy. Pop! The sound of a barrier shattering echoed. He opened his eyes, his aura becoming increasingly formidable. After absorbing the lion-headed beast's crystal core, he successfully advanced to a high-tier 3-star. The surging energy within him seemed to whisper that 4-star strength was now within reach. Upon finishing the absorption, Guan Li picked up the summoning card provided by the system. Lion-headed beast summoning card. Can summon a mid-tier 4-star lion-headed beast for battle, immune to death during the summoning. Ignores all negative effects, lasts for 1 minute. After reading, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. This was a rather splendid one-time card. It could summon an invincible 4-star fighter. Guan Li tucked the card away, reserving it as a trump card. The strength of the lion-headed beast was indeed impressive. Coupled with the invincibility buff, its power would increase further. Guan Li's ability to defeat it was entirely due to the numerical advantage of his legion. With so many soldiers overwhelming it, the lion-headed beast had no chance of survival. In the recent battle, 5 soldiers had perished. Among them were 3 skeletal sword and shield soldiers and 2 skeletal spear and shield soldiers. The fallen soldiers returned to the system for revival, while the remaining injured soldiers rested on the spot. Holding the blue card dropped by the lion-headed beast, Guan Li gently crushed it. Acquired Legion Upgrade Card X1. Using it will elevate the Legion's strength by 1 level. Applicable only for below 10-star strength. What a marvelous find! Guan Li's eyes brightened. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved to use the upgrade card on the Skeletal Undead Legion. The current strength of the Skeletal Undead Legion hovered around high-tier 3-star. If upgraded again, it would ascend to low-tier 4-star. Guan Li needed a legion with 4-star strength, and the Skeletal Undead Legion had the largest numbers. Using the upgrade card on them was the wisest choice. System. Upgrade the Skeletal Undead Legion. Weighing the pros and cons, Guan Li did not hesitate further. He was not one to dither. He acted decisively. After activating the upgrade card, the Skeletal Undead Legion was enveloped in a radiant white light. Their auras intensified. Congratulations, Xin Lian and Eileen exclaimed. Hee hee, thank you. The skeletal warrior chuckled heartily. Among the legions, a harmonious atmosphere prevailed. Onward. Let us find a place to rest before nightfall. Seeing that the legion soldiers had nearly recovered, Guan Li pressed forward. The area of the natural park was not excessively vast. Besides the lion-headed beast, Guan Li encountered several other mutated creatures. These creatures posed little threat and did not cause much trouble. Approximately half an hour later, Guan Li cleared the thorns before him. He bent low and crawled through the broken railing. This was not a dog hole, merely a broken railing. Upon returning to the street, the sun had begun its descent. Woof, woof, woof. A few wobbly zombies lunged at Guan Li. He swung the bloodthirsty blade with ease, dispatching them effortlessly. The legion soldiers followed him through the railing. Emerging onto the street, Guan Li did not linger, continuing onward in less than 2 days. This once opulent metropolis had taken on a faint sense of decay. The desolate streets were littered with wrecked vehicles. The once lively thoroughfare had transformed into a haven for zombies and monsters. The former inhabitants now cowered in the shadows, trembling in fear. As Guan Li stepped into the street, zombies lunged toward him. Eileen's team fired continuously, taking down the undead before they could close in. The skeletal sword and spear shield soldiers led the way, followed by the shadowy sword cultivators and ranged soldiers. Guan Li was safely ensconced at the center of the formation. The team steadily advanced through the narrow street, flanked by buildings that cast envious glances their way. After 2 days of torment, most survivors had come to accept the apocalypse. How they longed for the individuals protected by soldiers to be themselves. Alas, their wishes remained mere thoughts. After departing from the street, darkness enveloped the surroundings completely. The blood-red twilight gradually faded into the horizon. The last rays of sunlight seemed to whisper to the world that night had descended. Roars echoed in the air. The sun had entirely set, and darkness reclaimed its dominion. Terrifying howls resonated from all directions. Were it anyone else, they might have been utterly paralyzed by fear. Yet Guan Li remained remarkably composed. He instructed the elven archer to activate their perception. Should there be any sign of movement, they were to strike immediately. Guan Li recalled that not far ahead lay a municipal football stadium. Many football matches had taken place within its confines. He decided to seek refuge in the stadium for the night. Relying on the memories of his previous life, he knew there had been no recent matches. This suggested that the number of people inside the stadium during the apocalypse was likely minimal. As he traversed the dimly lit street for about 10 minutes, he encountered several waves of mutated creatures. Fortunately, their strength was lacking and their numbers few, easily subdued by his legion of soldiers. Bathed in moonlight, Guan Li spotted a massive structure rising in the distance, illuminated by the moon's glow. 3 enormous red characters proclaimed, "Football Stadium." Yet at that moment, those 3 characters appeared eerily sinister. The quiet stadium exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Let us proceed. Guan Li felt no trepidation, in a world turned upside down. Where could one find absolute safety? At the entrance of the stadium, remnants of popcorn and soda cups lay scattered. Despite the absence of a grand match, numerous enthusiasts still came to engage in casual play. Thus, even during ordinary times, the stadium remained operational, with nothing amiss in its offerings. Under the moonlight, Guan Li noticed bloodstains on the ground, a shocking sight. It seemed that the stadium had not been spared from chaos when the apocalypse erupted. Flanking both sides of the entrance were statues of legendary football stars, their gazes fixed intently upon the entrance. Under normal circumstances, this would be unremarkable, but in this moment, the statues, stained with blood, appeared particularly unsettling. Chapter 45. Terrifying puppets inside the stadium, an unsettling silence prevailed. The entrance hall bore no signs of zombies. However, the bloodstains on the ground indicated that all was not tranquil. The terrors of the apocalypse did not solely stem from the undead. Given the current circumstances, many unknown and mysterious entities remained unencountered by Guan Li. The moonlight failed to penetrate the hall, prompting him to retrieve a perpetual lantern. The bright flame dispelled the surrounding darkness. Casting light over a radius of about 5 meters, Guan Li stepped into the dim corridor. He noticed numerous dried bloodstains on the floor, each handprint leaving a long trace. Something horrifying had undoubtedly transpired here. Throughout the stadium, not a single zombie was in sight. With the possibility of zombies ruled out, only natural disaster monsters remained. Guan Li pressed on without hesitation. The corridor was not overly long, and soon, glimmers of light appeared ahead. He emerged into an open-air football field. The surrounding spectator stands were in disarray, littered with various debris. Clearly, the outbreak had incited considerable turmoil within the stadium. Yet still, no zombies were to be found. It felt as though he and his legion were the sole inhabitants of this eerily quiet space. Bone, I need you to keep watch tonight, Guan Li commanded. Yes, master, Bone nodded, instructing the soldiers to remain vigilant in their surroundings. Guan Li approached the side of the spectator stands and took out a folding bed. A chilling autumn breeze swept through the stadium. September's weather was hot during the day but turned cool at night. Lying on the folding bed, Guan Li quickly fell asleep, initially believing he could pass the night peacefully. However, at the stroke of midnight, a series of strange sounds echoed from within the stadium. Cackling, quacking, giggles. Guan Li jolted awake. Seeing the legion guarding him, he felt slightly reassured. Master, you are awake? Bone approached the folding bed. What is happening? Guan Li nodded. The bizarre sounds had completely robbed him of sleep. He folded the bed, knowing tonight would be a sleepless one. My subordinates have yet to ascertain the situation. Those strange sounds just suddenly erupted, Bone reported. How peculiar. Guan Li was unafraid of powerful creatures. Let us take action. Yet this strange occurrence left him perplexed. He could not find a point of attack. Eileen, have you discovered anything? Guan Li turned his gaze towards Eileen, who possessed perceptive abilities. Master, nothing yet. Eileen shook her head. What about Xin Lian? Guan Li inquired again. No discoveries. Xin Lian also helplessly shook his head. The earlier event had been exceedingly bizarre. The sounds had appeared out of nowhere. The Legion had yet to react before they vanished again. It seemed this entity enjoyed playing hide and seek. Guan Li frowned slightly. An enemy lurking in the shadows was exceedingly troublesome, for one could not predict when it would strike. There must be some mysterious creature in this stadium, and since entering, it had been observing him. Although the eerie sounds had ceased, Guan Li remained unperturbed. Since the opponent had chosen to act, they would not easily relent. As time ticked by, Guan Li sat on the spectator stands. Surveying his surroundings, the entire stadium remained eerily silent. Aside from the sound of the night breeze, only his own breathing broke the stillness. Are you afraid? Guan Li mused silently. Cackling, quacking, giggles. Once more, those strange laughter echoed within the stadium. This time, Guan Li discerned clearly. Those were the laughs of women, the elderly, and children. The eerie laughter drifted, fluctuating from the field, from the corridor, from within the stands, at times clear, at times muffled, sometimes right beside him. Were it someone with a weaker will, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear. Yet Guan Li, resolute and possessing immunity genes, was untouched by the bizarre laughter. All personnel, remain alert. Guan Li stood from the stands, brandishing the bloodthirsty blade, and leaped into the stadium. Your petty tricks hold no sway over me. If this is all you've got, then come forth and meet your demise, with the bloodthirsty blade in hand. Guan Li surveyed his surroundings with pride. The eerie laughter abruptly ceased. From the surrounding corridors came the sound of chaotic footsteps. Subsequently, figures emerged from the 4 corridors surrounding the stadium. Stiff, lifeless humans, their eyes were vacant. Their bodies contorted in grotesque poses that no normal person could replicate. Food. It should resemble food. A woman with her head twisted 180 degrees opened her mouth rigidly. Her voice held no emotion. Akin to a machine. Despite her faint makeup, the extreme contortion of her movements and her ashen, lifeless eyes rendered her almost indistinguishable from normal humans. What a farce! Guan Li swiftly severed her head. Cackling, you will die. The food I desire cannot escape. Even if you are an awakener, you shall perish. The head that rolled on the ground continued to speak, its mouth still agape in a rigid manner. No blood gushed forth from her body. Guan Li, with a swift kick, shattered the head on the ground. Contrary to expectations, there was no splatter of brain matter or gore. The head shattered like ceramic. Puppets? Guan Li suddenly realized something. The headless body lunged at him. From the vacant neck, black threads erupted, attempting to constrict him. Bone armor. Guan Li quickly conjured skeletal armor around him. The threads sliced against the armor but left no marks. He retaliated with a blade, cleaving the headless corpse in two. Upon splitting the body, its insides were revealed. Just as Guan Li had suspected, there was no flesh or blood within. Numerous threads supported the entire body's movements. Kill! Protect the master! Bone shouted, charging towards the puppets. There were at least hundreds of puppets emerging from the 4 corridors of the stadium. To defeat these puppets, the threads within them must be destroyed. Otherwise, they would continue to move. Bone swung the scaled shield, smashing it against a puppet. The immense force instantly flattened the puppet, proving highly effective. The skeletal mages summoned fireballs and lightning, raining down upon the throngs of puppets. The skeletal swordsmen and shield bearers found the task somewhat strenuous, lacking the ability to annihilate the puppets in one blow. They could only attack with all their might. The shadow swordsmen executed their shadow sword techniques, swiftly slicing through the puppets. The elven archers also faced challenges, as their arrows had a limited area of effect. Often, even if they pierced the head of a puppet, the body would still remain animated. Guan Li suggested they target the puppets' legs, as disabling their mobility would significantly reduce their threat level. Chapter 46. The hidden hand. Guan Li continued to wield the bloodthirsty blade, slashing through the puppets. Blood soul slash. He swung his sword forward with great force. The crimson blade aura swept through, cleaving several puppets in half. After executing the blood soul slash, he quickly crushed a supply card to replenish his expended abilities. The soldiers of the Legion did the same, utilizing supply cards to sustain themselves. You wish to engage in a battle of attrition with me? You shall not defeat me, in the face of supply cards. No concept of consumption exists. There was no other choice. They were simply that affluent. They were bold and extravagant. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, hundreds of puppets were swiftly annihilated. The ground was littered with black threads and fragments of human remains, creating a chilling sight. Beneath Guan Li's feet lay a shard of an eye. Your subordinates are hardly impressive. This is a mere glitch. He mustered his lifelong knowledge and managed to utter a phrase in a foreign tongue. He. An eerie feminine laughter echoed through the air, instantly chilling the atmosphere. A figure rapidly appeared in the corridor before Guan Li. It was a tattered humanoid puppet, its face grotesquely stitched with crimson thread. The oversized, sewn-on eyes were continuously oozing blood, clearly extracted from some unfortunate soul. The puppet's head was adorned with a mass of black hair, which writhed on the ground as if alive. The connection to the earlier black threads dawned on Guan Li. This puppet was utilizing those very strands to manipulate its marionettes. Blood trickled from its claws. Evidently, there were other survivors who had entered the stadium after Guan Li, but it seemed those poor souls had already fallen victim to the puppet. This was the true reason for the interruption of the initial assault. Guan Li had thought the enemy was wary of him, but in reality, they were preoccupied with eliminating the later arrivals. He silently mourned for those unfortunate souls for 3 seconds. Guan Li's gaze swept over the humanoid puppet. The system promptly provided information. Name: String puppet potential, 7 stars strength, 4 stars, beginner, Abilities: puppet manipulation, string control, binding, fine strangulation evaluation. A disaster creature from the rift, originally a discarded puppet, transformed by accumulated resentment, now possesses the ability to create and control puppets. Beware of its sharp hair. Guan Li exhaled a sigh of relief. A mere 4-star disaster creature. In terms of strength, the string puppet was considerably inferior to the lionhound beast. However, its abilities were sinister, capable of controlling puppets. Fortunately, it had produced a limited number of puppets. Otherwise, he would have had to avoid confrontation altogether. Your strength is quite commendable. I almost feel reluctant to kill you. The string puppet regarded Guan Li with a gaze that suggested it found him an amusing toy. TSK. And these creatures, they are excellent materials for puppets. The string puppet's voice was shrill. Enough chatter. Take my blade. Guan Li seized the initiative and swung his weapon at the string puppet. This was not a sneak attack. It was a preemptive strike. He. Struggle all you want. The more you fight, the more exhilarated I become. I savor interesting prey slowly. Sharp black threads emerged from the puppet's hands, lunging towards Guan Li to strangle him. The blood-drinking blade cleaved through the black threads effortlessly. What? How is this possible? The string puppet exclaimed in shock, as its own threads were easily severed. Such a sharp weapon. It seems I've struck gold. The puppet's large, sewn-on eyes twitched strangely. Protect the master. Charge. The soldier, wielding a shield, charged at the string puppet. The puppet deftly evaded the collision. It surveyed the Legion soldiers on the field. Excellent. These will all be my toys. Once abandoned, the string puppet continuously created marionettes for its use. String control. The long, writhing hair behind the puppet stood upright and shot out towards the surroundings. What is this creature planning? Guan Li was bewildered. The densely packed threads rapidly ensnared the soldiers' bodies. The limbs of the soldiers were manipulated by thick, black lines. The string puppet forced control over the soldiers' movements. The soldiers instinctively resisted, but were unable to break free. Only 3 commanders managed to struggle against the black lines. Master, quickly retrieve the soldiers. The commanders urged, seeing their troops losing control. In this situation, the only option was to recall the Legion soldiers and forcibly sever the black line's influence. Do not worry, I have a plan. Guan Li reassured the 3 commanders through internal communication. At the same time, he commanded the soldiers, attack the string puppet. Strike with all your might. Ha. Despair now. Your subordinates have all become my playthings. The puppet's stitched mouth contorted into various shapes, its face brimming with arrogance as it awaited Guan Li's expression of hopelessness. Why are you not afraid? The string puppet sensed something was amiss. This human's calm demeanor was unsettling. Impressive tactics, but alas, they are futile against me, Guan Li scoffed, and the string puppet instinctively sensed danger. It attempted to command the soldiers to attack Guan Li, but it was too late. Barrier technique. Guan Li activated the skill, causing the threads on the soldiers to vanish in an instant. A golden halo appeared above the soldiers' heads. The revived soldiers immediately charged at the string puppet. Many of the soldiers had been drawn close for protection earlier. The sound of fabric being pierced echoed through the air as cotton was ejected everywhere. How can this be? Impossible. Why has my string control failed? The string puppet shrieked in agony. Its abilities were indeed peculiar, yet its true form was exceedingly fragile. Had it not been so confident of victory, it would never have revealed itself. Unfortunately, it had underestimated Guan Li. The barrier technique allowed the Legion soldiers to be immune to any negative effects, which was the source of Guan Li's fearlessness. One must admit, the barrier technique was indeed a miraculous skill. Without it, he would have certainly had to recall all his soldiers, facing a cool-down period. During that time, the string puppet might have evaded capture. No? The string puppet's voice grew fainter, its body completely engulfed by the soldiers. The wrath that had been pent up from earlier was now unleashed. Guan Li silently breathed a sigh of relief. The string puppet's abilities were far too strange. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely perished at its hands. Just imagine. If all your companions were controlled, leaving you alone, what a desperate feeling that would be. Chapter 47. Puppet Technique. Killing the string puppet grants 2,000 points. Control String X1. The system's notification sounded as the string puppet was utterly vanquished. The Legion soldiers dispersed, revealing a ground strewn with cotton, tattered fabric, and a blue card. No trace of a crystal core could be found amid the puppet's remains. Instead, a small, milky white bead caught Guan Li's attention. What is this? Guan Li picked up the milky bead, examining it in his hand. Mental bead. Increases mental strength upon use. The system efficiently conveyed the item information to Guan Li. Increases mental strength? This is quite a find. Guan Li's face lit up with delight. Mental strength is a mysterious and potent force. He had read extensively about it in novels from his previous life. Without hesitation, Guan Li grasped the mental bead and began to absorb it. Unlike crystal cores, it did not inundate him with overwhelming energy but instead infused him with waves of mysterious mental power that flooded into his mind. Guan Li shuddered as his awareness of the surroundings gradually sharpened. He could feel a powerful force within his mind, yet he did not understand how to unleash it. This was due to his lack of mastery over the method of wielding mental power. Guan Li did not feel disheartened. He knew it would come in time. The enhancement of his mental strength merely amplified his perception capabilities. He could now sense a radius of 7 meters around him. Though it was only an extension of 2 meters, it was a significant improvement. After all, encountering mental creatures is no easy feat even if one did. Defeating them would prove challenging. The string puppet had been overly confident, revealing its true form. Had it been more prudent and merely controlled puppets to kill, even if it couldn't defeat Guan Li, it could have easily retreated unscathed. This is the tricky nature of mental creatures. If I cannot defeat you, then I will not engage in battle. Killing the string puppet turned out to be a pleasant surprise. Guan Li retrieved the system reward, which consisted of 10 nearly transparent strings. Control string, capable of controlling targets whose strength does not exceed one's own. This was a fine little tool. Although it could only control targets weaker than himself, it was still quite valuable. This control meant complete dominion. Even if commanded to die, there would be no hesitation. Possessing the control string was akin to having a puppet. He stowed the control strings into his system backpack for future use. Guan Li then turned his attention to the blue card. With a gentle squeeze, the card shattered instantly. Acquired Puppet Technique X1. After learning, one masters the methods of creating and controlling puppets. This is an evil skill. Oh, a skill. Guan Li was pleasantly surprised. He disregarded the last sentence of the skill description. There are no evil skills, only evil users. Learning puppet technique. A wealth of knowledge regarding puppets surged into Guan Li's mind. Puppet techniques are categorized into various types. The most common forms of puppet techniques fall into 2 categories. The first is direct control, forcibly transforming a target into a puppet. The second involves creating puppets and controlling them with special tools. Guan Li had already witnessed the former method in action when the string puppet employed its final skill. While this method is convenient, it has significant drawbacks, as forcibly controlled puppets can break free from their restraints. The method of crafting puppets is considerably more reliable. After all, it is a hands-on creation, allowing for complete mastery over the outcome. However, Guan Li lacks the necessary materials and containers for puppet making. Therefore, this skill is, for the time being, of little use. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Moreover, this puppet technique is indeed a commendable skill. Guan Li's spirit soared. Although the quantity of rewards was not abundant, their quality was quite admirable. After vanquishing the marionette, Guan Li felt as if the ominous shadow that had loomed over the football arena had entirely dissipated. The subtle sense of unease had vanished without a trace. He could finally enjoy a restful sleep. Gazing at the hazy moonlight, it seemed there was ample time left. He retrieved his folding bed once more and fell into slumber. The Legion soldiers stood guard around him. Due to the intimidation of the marionette, no monsters dared to approach the vicinity of the football arena. Thus, Guan Li had a peaceful sleep throughout the night. The first rays of morning sunlight cascaded upon his face. Guan Li rose and neatly stowed away the folding bed. Naturally, the first order of business upon waking was breakfast. His stomach was already raising a banner of protest, as his body continued to strengthen. His appetite grew ever larger. Maintaining robust bodily functions required a significant amount of energy. Guan Li crushed 2 food cards in his hand. 2 delectable portions of food materialized before him. Activating the skill, Gluttonous Devourer. Burp. Guan Li let out a satisfied belch. After finishing breakfast, he resumed his journey. If all went well, he would reach the central shopping mall by DZND.AT, the entrance of the football arena. As Guan Li had anticipated, numerous bloodstains marred the ground. Many unfortunate souls had fallen victim to the marionette the previous night. In this apocalyptic world, death was a constant companion. Guan Li paid little heed to it. Stepping out of the football arena under the warm embrace of sunlight, before the XX community, Guan Li halted. He noticed tracks from tank treads at the entrance of the community. Tanks. The familiar words surfaced in his mind. The city defense forces had finally begun their rescue operations. Observing the scattered shells and shattered corpses of zombies, it was evident that a fierce battle had taken place here. The tracks were remarkably clear, indicating they had been made not long ago. Hey brother, are you with the city defense forces? A few figures approached from within the community. I am not. Guan Li shook his head. Too slow. One of them lamented. I told you not to covet wealth. Now look what happened. The city defense forces have left. This group appeared to be a family. The leading man pointed at the woman beside him. She clutched a considerable amount of gold and silver jewelry in her arms. Guan Li felt a bit speechless. Their lives were in peril, yet they were still preoccupied with such trinkets. I don't care. These are my lifelines. The woman tightened her grip on her possessions, casting a wary glance at Guan Li. A typical miser. I have no interest in your worthless items. Guan Li did not linger, following the trail left by the tank tracks. Hey, wait for us, the man called out urgently. But Guan Li paid him no mind, maintaining his brisk pace. Throw away that junk. I'd rather die than part with it. The argument between the man and woman faded into the distance, their voices gradually diminishing until they were entirely inaudible. Guan Li slightly adjusted his plans. He sought to find the city defense forces. He wished to understand the situation in Huagua, with 80% of the global population infected by the zombie virus. The implications of 80% of Huagua's densely packed populace turning into zombies were dire. Chapter 48. City Defense Forces. Following the trail of the city defense forces, fresh blood began to appear on the streets before Guan Li. 2 abandoned armored vehicles were stationed in the middle of the road, each bearing massive gashes. Clearly, they had been attacked by terrifying monsters. Zombies shot down by bullets lay scattered along the roadside. He did not see the creature responsible for the destruction of the armored vehicles. It seemed the firepower of the city defense forces was insufficient to eliminate it. Run! Hurry! It's dangerous here, a faint voice called out. Guan Li scanned his surroundings. Leaning against one of the wrecked armored vehicles was a fully armed soldier from the city defense forces. The soldier's pupils were a ghostly white, indicating the onset of zombification. All the other soldiers around him had perished. Guan Li felt a deep sense of reverence for these defenders of the people. They had sacrificed their lives to ensure the survival of others. He quickly approached the soldier. Blood oozed from the soldier's mouth as he coughed up dark clots. With the last remnants of his consciousness, he urged Guan Li to flee. This was the spirit of the city defense forces. An unwavering will of iron. Guan Li pricked his finger, allowing his blood to flow and drip into the soldier's mouth. He hoped to test whether his immune genes could save the soldier before him. Unfortunately, the soldier's transformation into a zombie did not cease. Guan Li had anticipated this outcome. The effects of the immune gene were only applicable to himself. I am sorry. Guan Li used the bloodletting blade to end the soldier's life. The soldier's visage was forever captured in the moment just before his transformation. He would surely not wish to become one of those grotesque monsters after death. No feeding, Guan Li said coldly. The tendrils of the bloodletting blade immediately retracted. This was a hero worthy of respect. Guan Li hoisted the soldier onto the armored vehicle and set it ablaze. Amidst the raging flames, the bodies of the surrounding soldiers gradually ignited. For them, this might be the most fitting farewell. Although Guan Li felt a pang of sorrow, he shed no tears. In an apocalypse, such occurrences were not uncommon. If he cried every time, he would eventually cry his eyes blind. For the strong, tears were a luxury. After handling the soldier's remains, Guan Li pressed on. About 10 minutes later, distant sounds of cannon fire reached his ears. Finally, he had found them. Guan Li quickened his pace in the direction of the gunfire. A medium-sized shopping mall came into view. City defense soldiers clad in camouflage were firing repeatedly downward. The shopping mall was already surrounded by zombies. 3 tanks were barricaded at the entrance of the mall. The cannon barrels roared, shells raining down into the horde of corpses. In an instant, numerous zombies were blown to bits. However, the breach created was quickly filled. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. The firepower of the 3 tanks was utterly futile. Damn it. There are too many zombies. The soldiers in the tanks were drenched in cold sweat. At this rate, the tanks won't hold out for long. Urgently contact the main force. Within the tank, a few city defense soldiers were sweating profusely. Many zombies had begun to assault the tanks. The signal is cut off. We can't reach anyone. One soldier gripped the communication device tightly, but it only emitted a cacophony of static. Damn it. If it weren't for that monster, we wouldn't have been separated from our unit. The city defense soldier cursed vehemently. Rat-a-tat-tat. Flames licked out from the second-floor windows as bullets rained down, taking out zombies below. This was a scattered squad that had originally been tasked with rescuing nearby survivors. However, on their way to regroup, they encountered a terrifying monster. After paying a heavy price, they managed to repel the creature but lost contact with the main force in the process. Inside the second-floor mall, in addition to over 200 city defense soldiers, there were also 700 to 800 survivors. That moment, the survivors huddled in corners, trembling in fear. "Mom, I'm scared," a little girl exclaimed. "Xin, don't be afraid. The city defense uncles will protect us." The girl's mother comforted her repeatedly. "It's over. We're all going to die. So many zombies. There's no way to escape. Damn it. How did it come to this?" despair spread rapidly among the crowd. Many people began to grab food from within the mall, embarking on a final frenzy. Even if I die, I want to die with a full stomach. The city defense soldiers did not intervene in this behavior, as they were already overwhelmed. The ammunition they carried was nearly depleted. Yet the zombies continued to pour in relentlessly. They knew that once their bullets ran out, they would be forced to engage the zombies in close combat. Although the tanks blocked the entrance to the mall, the number of zombies was simply too great. The glass of the surrounding windows shattered as zombies crashed through. They climbed through the windows into the mall. Damn it! The soldiers inside the tank could only watch helplessly as zombies flooded into the mall. They were powerless to stop them. Even moving the tank would not prevent the onslaught of zombies. Without the barrier of the entrance, even more zombies would surge inside. Explosive shells erupted from the cannon, bombarding the surrounding zombies. This was all they could do. Zombies, they're coming in. We're finished. The zombies charged toward the second floor. The makeshift barricade made of tables could not hold them back. Some survivors near the escalator were directly overwhelmed by the zombies rushing up to the second floor. His blood vessels were bitten through, and blood sprayed forth. Help me! Gurgling sounds escaped as the man struggled momentarily before falling silent. The city defense soldiers reacted swiftly, firing their weapons. Rat-a-tat-tat. The zombies feasting on the man were instantly shot in the head. However, it wasn't too long before more zombies surged up the escalator to the second floor. Retreat. Back to the third floor. With the second floor on the verge of collapse, the city defense soldiers hurriedly organized the survivors to flee to the third floor of the mall. Run! Hurry! In the face of crisis, human nature proved to be selfish. Many survivors ignored the city defense soldiers' commands, only focused on their own escape to the third floor. Those who fled first were overwhelmed by the zombies charging up to the second floor. Rat-a-tat-tat, go, follow me. A dozen city defense soldiers forged a path. They shot down the zombies at the escalator, and the survivors quickly followed behind them. Sheen, don't be afraid. Don't look. A woman covered the eyes of a little girl and swiftly ascended to the third floor. Most of the soldiers remained on the second floor, firing at the zombies that surged into the shopping mall. The cacophony of cannon fire abruptly ceased. Fire! Why has it stopped? A soldier, observing the situation, shouted anxiously. We are out of ammunition. Came the grim tidings, plunging everyone into silence. The tank had exhausted its shells, rendering it nearly useless. Click, click, click. Inside the second floor mall, numerous soldiers pulled the triggers, but no bullets were discharged. They reached for their belts, only to find them empty. No more ammunition, damn it. We're out of bullets, a city defense soldier exclaimed. Faced with the onslaught of zombies, he swung his rifles, but the zombie collapsed to the ground. Thrashing desperately, it attempted to rise, but the soldier swiftly dispatched it with a strike to the head. Do you have any bullets left? After eliminating the zombie, he inquired. I have a few, but not many. Another soldier from the city defense tossed him a magazine. Thanks, Afong. Li Chi expressed his gratitude, hurriedly loading the magazine. The relentless tide of zombies continued to pour into the second floor. The soldiers aimed carefully before firing, as the dwindling ammunition allowed for no waste. The majority of survivors had successfully escaped to the third floor. The soldiers understood that staying on the second floor was futile. Their only option was to flee upstairs for a chance at survival. Damn it! It's a mutated zombie! A soldier by the window shouted urgently. A decaying zombie crashed through the window, its arms covered in a fleshy membrane that extended from its armpits like bat wings. Under the influence of a powerful viral gene, the zombie had evolved wings. This is horrifying. Open fire! Quickly! The city defense soldiers reacted, pulling their triggers. The zombie that had just entered the second floor was immediately riddled with bullets. Its head shattered. Before the soldiers could catch their breath, 3 flying zombies charged in, tackling the soldiers by the window. Vivid blood sprayed forth. Damn zombies, die! 3 fallen soldiers, summoning their last reserves of strength, detonated grenades strapped to their waists. Boom! The 3 mutated zombies were obliterated into a mass of flesh. Retreat. Move away from the windows. Realizing the threat posed by the flying zombies, the soldiers quickly withdrew from the window. The staircase on the second floor was besieged by an unrelenting horde of zombies. Many soldiers brandished their daggers, engaging in close combat. Through their efforts, the majority of survivors were safely transferred to the third floor. The soldiers, however, remained steadfast on the second floor, battling the undead. As time passed, the gunfire from the second floor dwindled to silence. The city defense soldiers had completely exhausted their ammunition. We will fight to the end. A soldier drew out a sharp dagger, piercing through the head of an approaching zombie. Li Chi, I entrust my family to you. A soldier named Afong, having been infected by a zombie scratch, uttered his last words before pulling the pin on a grenade and charging into the horde. No, Ah Feng! Li Qi's heart-wrenching scream echoed, but it was too late to change anything. Ah Feng plunged into the mass of corpses, the explosion scattering numerous zombies. He sacrificed himself in the blast. Why? Die. All of you die. Li Qi swung his bloodied dagger ferociously at the zombies before him. Consumed by fury, Ah Feng had been his childhood companion. They had joined the city defense force together, pledging to protect the people and safeguard their homeland. Yet, due to this damn disaster, this cursed zombie virus, his dear brother had perished before his very eyes. Ah Feng's tragedy replayed on the second floor. Those soldiers infected by the zombies chose to end their lives in a final act of defiance. But the true despair did not end there. A thunderous roar echoed through the air. The very building beneath them trembled. A tank had been rammed into the mall. The soldiers could see the dents on its surface. All of them gasped in horror. What kind of immense force could cause such damage to a tank? Thud, thud, thud. The ground continued to quake. A 3-meter-tall zombie slowly entered the mall, its muscles resembling iron. Its face bared a gruesome grin, showcasing a myriad of muscular tissues. Sharp bone spikes protruded from its thick arms. This was yet another new type of mutated zombie. Roar. The giant zombie emitted a thunderous roar that shattered the surrounding glass. The crowd covered their ears, yet still felt dizzy. The giant zombie charged forward, seizing the incapacitated tank, and plunged its razor-sharp claws into it. The tank's armor was gradually torn apart. Witnessing this, despair engulfed the soldiers. The zombies had evolved to the point of being able to shred tanks at this rate. Was there any hope left for humanity? Several soldiers tumbled out from the tank, resolute in their fatalistic determination as they pulled the pins on their grenades. With a shared sense of defiance, they charged towards the giant zombie. The giant zombie sensed the impending threat and swung its arms, tossing the soldiers aside. But even in midair, the explosions rang out. The force of the blast drove the giant zombie back. The soldiers held their breath, focusing intently on the giant zombie's movements. How is this possible? It's unharmed. The eyes of all widened in disbelief as they beheld a horrifying sight. The giant zombie stood up, brushing off the dust from its body. Remarkably, it had suffered no damage from the grenade explosions. What kind of terrifying defense could allow such resilience? The giant zombie locked onto the soldiers on the second floor, lifting the tank and hurling it towards them. Watch out! Quickly, take cover! Li Qi shouted. The soldiers reacted swiftly, rolling aside. The tank crashed down, shattering the floor of the second floor. Several zombies were crushed into a pulp. Brothers, let us fight this monster! Li Qi brandished a grenade, preparing to fight the giant zombie to the bitter end. If a few grenades wouldn't suffice, then dozens would. Each soldier was equipped with grenades. Let us do this. We're all going to die anyway. I've lived bravely my entire life. I refuse to die a coward. A middle-aged soldier from the city defense declared, Yes, we'll take this creature down with us. More and more soldiers began to echo his sentiments. Meanwhile, the survivors on the third floor were pale with despair. It's over. We're doomed. Wah. I don't want to die. True despair. The city defense soldiers drew their grenades. Each one prepared to face death. They were unafraid of mortality. They upheld their promise to protect the people with their lives, just as the soldiers were about to pull the pins on their grenades. A black feathered arrow struck the giant zombie's back. To their astonishment, the giant zombie's iron-like skin was pierced by the arrow. Such incredible power. The soldiers glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Roar! The giant zombie howled in fury, yanking the arrow from its back. Its blood-red eyes fixated on the entrance of the mall, where a slender figure stood, a longbow drawn taut with a thorn-covered arrow. Whoosh! The giant zombie's shoulder was pierced once more by the feathered arrow. Though this injury was merely a scratch to it, the provocation was severe. Chapter 50. The tyrant Guan Li arrived just in time. The scene before him caused his brow to furrow. The shopping mall was completely surrounded by zombies. He immediately commanded the soldiers of his legion to carve a path. Although the number of zombies was considerable, they were primarily of 1- or 2-star strength, with only a few 3-star zombies present. Utilizing their superior strength, the legion soldiers forged a bloody path through the horde. This was how the earlier scene unfolded. The bloodied path was quickly filled by the advancing zombies. The legion soldiers formed a semicircle, with the outermost ranks consisting of gunmen and shield-bearing skeletons. 20 in number. They held their shields to fend off the zombie onslaught while occasionally retaliating with their weapons. The elven archers positioned themselves at the back, continuously releasing arrows. The shadow swordmasters were tasked with dealing with zombies on the flanks, while the rear was left to the legion soldiers. Eileen stood at the entrance of the mall, searching for an opportunity to shoot. Guan Li, Gu, and Shun Lian charged into the mall. His gaze swept over the giant zombie, and the system quickly provided information. Name: Tyrant Potential, 6 stars Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Ability, Berserk. Barbaric Charge, Iron Skin, Spike Charge, Evaluation. A powerful zombie mutated from a brute, possessing terrifying strength and an iron-like body. Good heavens! No wonder it looks familiar. So, it's an old acquaintance. Guan Li recognized the tyrant at first glance. He had nearly fallen victim to the brute before. Roar the tyrant let out another deafening roar. The audacity of these puny ants to initiate an attack was nothing short of provocation. The tyrant charged toward Guan Li, its every step causing tremors in the ground. Brothers, continue to slay the zombies. Li Qi, filled with hope, promptly turned to fight the undead. He wished to survive. He still had to care for Ah Feng's family. The soldiers of the city defense ignited with hope. If they could survive, who would wish for death? Swift shadow technique. As Guan Li saw the tyrant charging, he quickly employed his skill. His speed surged dramatically, allowing him to evade the tyrant's attack. The tyrant's strike missed, crashing into the ground and sending debris flying. As Guan Li departed from his previous location, a vast pit suddenly materialized. What a terrifying force! The tyrant truly embodies an enhanced version of a brute in terms of sheer power. It undoubtedly reached a 4-star level. Guan Li unleashed the bloodthirsty blade, its razor-sharp edge slicing through the tyrant's flesh, leaving behind a vivid crimson mark. Roaring in fury upon witnessing the bloodstain, the tyrant, though devoid of pain, was enraged by its injury. With skin as tough as steel, the tyrant activated its abilities, the wound instantly sealing itself as a metallic sheen enveloped its surface. The tyrant turned, its robust arm swinging violently towards Guan Li. Bone armor. Guan Li swiftly invoked his skill, a striking white skeletal armor coalescing around him. The bloodthirsty blade was raised defensively. The force of the tyrant's strike was formidable. Propelling Guan Li through the air, he felt his internal energy surging, but thanks to the protection of the bloodthirsty blade and the bone armor, he sustained only minor injuries. Although the tyrant had sent him flying, it had also exposed a vulnerability. Damnable creature, how dare you harm my master? Bone roared, crimson energy emanating from its form as the rage skill activated, significantly amplifying its power. It struck the tyrant, the terrifying force piercing through the steel-like skin. Excellent work, Guan Li exclaimed. Swordsmanship. Shun Lian maneuvered the Xian Tai sword towards the tyrant's wound. With a swift motion, the flesh was severed, dark blood gushing forth. The tyrant swung its arm in retaliation, aiming to crush Bone. Bone raised its shield in defense, yet the overwhelming force still sent it flying. Seize the opportunity, attack its weak point. Guan Li observed as the tyrant's wound continued to ooze blood, its aggression unrelenting. The best strategy against zombies is to target their vulnerabilities. Mere flesh wounds held no significance for them, I understand. Bone and Shun Lian nodded in agreement. Guan Li, adjusting his stance, charged once more towards the tyrant. Due to the horde of corpses, a group assault strategy was unfeasible. Guan Li was left to engage in a direct confrontation. He swung the bloodthirsty blade against the tyrant, its sharp edge breaching the defenses. The blade reached out, yearning to siphon the tyrant's blood and flesh, but it was forcefully shaken off. Seizing the moment, Eileen loosed an arrow, crafted entirely from energy. The arrow of destruction, the arrow, imbued with formidable momentum, hurtled towards the tyrant's head. Crack! The energy arrow struck the tyrant's eye. Blood splattering forth, yet the tyrant clutched the arrow tightly, extracting it along with a massive eyeball. Roaring in response to the threat, the tyrant entered a rampaging state, its 3-meter frame swelling to nearly 4 meters. Presenting itself as a small giant within the mauled in this berserk state, the tyrant's power surged, its speed increasing as it charged directly at Eileen. The tyrant had but one target: Eileen, the one who had dared to inflict harm upon it. Bone, wielding a heavy shield, positioned itself before the tyrant, but the tyrant's punch sent Bone flying. Shun Lian attempted to ensnare the tyrant with shadow bind, black chains coalescing around its body, but the disparity in strength was too great. And the tyrant swiftly broke free. Eileen, witnessing this, refused to remain passive. With agility, she began darting around the mall, blood demon-esque grasp. Guan Li's arm was swiftly ensnared by crimson tendrils as he charged at the tyrant. The bloodthirsty blade slashing forth. With the enhancement of the blood demon-esque grasp, his strength surged. The blade cleaved through several bony protrusions on the tyrant's arm. The tyrant, intent on eliminating Guan Li, swung its arm. Teleportation. Guan Li vanished just as the tyrant's attack landed. As the tyrant pondered this, it suddenly felt a chill at its skull. Guan Li appeared above it, executing the blood soul slash. A terrifying wave of blood-colored sword energy descended upon the back of the tyrant's head. The explosive spike charge. The tyrant sensed the imminent threat of death, raising its arms as a terrifying energy gathered above. In the next instant, bone spikes erupted towards Guan Li. The tyrant leaped high, its fist aimed at Guan Li. The two forces collided, sending Guan Li crashing to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The bone armor he wore was now fractured. Without hesitation, he rapidly crushed several recovery cards, gentle energy flooding into his body, gradually stabilizing his injuries. The tyrant, however, was less fortunate. Its head had been nearly severed by the blood-soul slash, leaving it struggling on its knees. Eileen, not one to miss such an opportunity, gripped her dark branch bough. Slowly forming another energy arrow, whoosh, the energy arrow shot forth, accurately piercing the gap at the back of the tyrant's skull. The tyrant's head was penetrated, its body collapsing to the ground with a resounding thud. P.S. If you enjoy this book, please support it. Thank you all. Chapter 51. News of Annihilation. Slaying the Tyrant grants 2,500 points and the explosive fist skill. The system's voice rang out, and Guan Li breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on, collapsing to the ground, his chest heaving violently. Energy depleted, the blood demon's grasp dissipated. Master, are you all right? The three leaders knelt before Guan Li, expressions filled with guilt, believing they had failed to protect him. It's nothing. Just a minor injury. Compared to that creature, I consider myself fortunate. Guan Li was assisted to his feet by Bone, gesturing towards the fallen tyrant. Its head oozing brain matter. With the tyrant slain, the remaining horde of zombies posed little threat. Eradicating them was merely a matter of time. Guan Li continued to crush supply and recovery cards in succession. Having just overexerted himself with the bloodthirsty blade, he felt as though his body had been drained. Yet, under the influence of the two types of cards, a sense of strength returned to him. No need to support me, Guan Li signaled for Bone to release him, finding the skeletal frame uncomfortable. I'm fine now. Go clear out the zombies outside. Understood. The three leaders nodded in affirmation. Power Aura. Bone activated its skill, enveloping the skeletal soldiers in a yellow light. Their strength surged significantly, pushing back the zombies that had previously overwhelmed them. Beastly Horn. Slumbering giants of the abyss, heed my call. Appear. Bone recited an obscure incantation, summoning a massive bone horn into its hands. Upon sounding the horn, a colossal summoning array emerged within them all, revealing a giant beast composed entirely of bones, standing 4 meters tall, resembling a primate with horns protruding from its skull. The skeletal giant summoned by Bone possessed power equal to its own, plunging into the horde of zombies and trampling them mercilessly. Shun Lian and Eileen exchanged glances, refusing to fall behind. They rallied their soldiers, commencing a fierce assault on the zombie horde. Guan Li observed the second floor, noting that the remaining zombies were few. He had resolved the greatest crisis, with most zombies now held at bay by the army. If they could not manage this small group of zombies, how could they hope to survive in this apocalypse? Guan Li approached the lifeless body of the tyrant, the bloodthirsty blade cleaving its skull in two. White brain matter spilling across the ground. The bloodthirsty blade, intrigued by the tyrant's corpse, did not seem to disdain it, being a 4-star zombie. Truth law, Guan Li plunged the blade into the tyrant's body. Crimson tendrils spread rapidly, enveloping the corpse. A fist-sized crystal core was extracted. The brain matter shaken off. It was nothing short of a perfect masterpiece. Guan Li grasped the crystal core, beginning to absorb its energy. Pure energy surged forth like a fountain, coursing through his veins. Guan Li could distinctly feel every inch of his skin undergoing transformation. With a series of crackling sounds, he stretched his body, releasing a symphony of explosive pops. This is an unprecedented sensation. His power successfully broke through to 4 stars. As he absorbed the energy, the bloodthirsty blade had completed its consumption. The once massive corpse of the tyrant had now deflated into a mere shell. The bloodthirsty blade trembled slightly, signaling its satisfaction. Guan Li withdrew the sword, and the tyrant's body collapsed instantaneously. A deep blue card materialized before him, signifying a bountiful harvest. The tyrant had proven to be quite rewarding, contributing a deep blue card, a skill book, a crystal core, and 2,500 points. Explosive Fist. Unleashes an explosive energy attack within a 3-meter radius. With increasing power, the closer one is to the target. Guan Li wasted no time in learning this skill. A multitude of skills is never burdensome. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have learned Explosive Fist. The system's voice chimed, and Guan Li instantly grasped the Explosive Fist technique. Channeling energy into his arm, he struck the wall 3 meters away, creating a massive hole as the ground cracked beneath. What terrifying power! Guan Li marveled, thoroughly pleased. Meanwhile, the city defense soldiers on the second floor had cleared the zombies. Guan Li temporarily set aside the blue card. Salute. 100 city defense soldiers uniformly saluted. Thank you for your life-saving assistance, they said in unison. No need for formalities. Guan Li waved his hand, harboring a degree of fondness for these city defenders who had bravely stepped forward to rescue the populace in such dire straits. My lord, do your soldiers require assistance? Li Qi beheld the skeletal legion and reluctantly classified them as soldiers. Over the past few days, he had gradually come to accept the grim reality of no, they can be dealt with. Guan Li maintained a strong confidence in his own legion. Who is your leader? I have some inquiries to make, Guan Li inquired, gazing at the disheveled and bloodied city defense troops before him. The captain has already fallen, Your Excellency. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, Li Qi responded, taking on the burden as the deputy captain of the squad for the time being. Very well. Let us speak candidly. I am not interested in hearing platitudes meant to comfort the survivors. Guan Li regarded Li Qi, exuding an intangible authority. Your Excellency, do you truly wish to hear the truth? Li Qi swallowed hard. Indeed, Guan Li nodded. All right. The city defense troops have received word. Due to the widespread outbreak of the zombie virus, the city defense forces are each fighting for themselves. Guan Li fell into silence. What then? Shall the city defense troops of Z City do? Guan Li queried. The president has issued orders to rescue as many survivors as possible, Li Qi replied. Good, Guan Li nodded, having received the answer he sought. Your Excellency, is there anything else you wish to ask? Li Qi inquired. No more. Guan Li shook his head. The battle outside the mall was drawing to a close. With the tyrant gone, the remaining zombies fell like helpless chickens under the relentless assault of the Legion, gradually being eradicated. The ground was littered with corpses and cards. Undoubtedly, this was yet another bountiful harvest. Guan Li did not immediately collect the spoils, instead lost in contemplation. How should these spoils be fairly divided? After all, many of the zombies outside had been slain by the city defense soldiers. His principles dictated that he could not hoard all for himself. Chapter 52. A word of advice. Aside from the cards and crystals of 3 stars or higher, I shall take none of the other crystals. What do you all think? After a moment's thought, Guan Li finally expressed his opinion. Low-star crystals held little value for him, at most. They could be exchanged for supplies or trade points. However, the cards were different. They could yield various items, many of which would be of great benefit to Guan Li, such as advancement cards, supply cards, recovery cards, and so forth. Your Excellency, you have saved us all. These crystals rightfully belong to you. The city defense soldiers clearly understood the value of the crystals. Just tell us if you can accept this arrangement. Guan Li did not answer the question, but instead retorted. Of course, Li Qi nodded. This distribution ratio was already a significant advantage for them, considering that the 1- and 2-star zombies comprised a large portion of the horde. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Having made up his mind, Guan Li instructed Shun Lian to clear the battlefield. The city defense soldiers also sprang into action, aware of the preciousness of these crystals. Without factories, there would be no means of producing ammunition. Firearms would gradually fade from humanity's view, and the future would predominantly feature cold weapons. Becoming an awakened being was humanity's only path forward. Shun Lian's speed was as swift as ever, one by one. 3-star crystals appeared before Guan Li. In addition, there were cards of various colors. He counted them. A total of 34 3-star crystals, 317 white cards, 245 white-green cards, 177 green cards, 50 blue-green cards, and 3 blue cards. Guan Li temporarily stored the crystals and cards away. At that moment, the frightened survivors began to descend the stairs, trembling at the sight of the corpses strewn about, unable to suppress their nausea. Guan Li was not surprised. It was to be expected that these fragile souls would react this way. Several city defense soldiers hurriedly reassured the onlookers. Your Excellency, I have an unusual request. Would you be able to escort us to meet up with the main forces? Li Qi approached Guan Li. I apologize. I have matters to attend to. Guan Li politely declined. While he respected the city defense forces, it was impossible for him to become their servant. Very well. I was being presumptuous. A look of disappointment crossed Li Qi's face. While I cannot escort you, I can exchange some supplies with you. Guan Li's words rekindled hope in Li Qi. What does the squad currently lack? Supplies, ammunition. May I ask if you have any ammunition? Li Qi inquired tentatively, for Guan Li appeared empty-handed, hardly resembling someone who possessed ammunition. Indeed. How much do you require? Guan Li nodded. Standard rifle ammunition hardly costs any points. This would be a profitable transaction. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition, Li Qi cautiously suggested. Satisfactory, Guan Li snapped his fingers. Instantly, wooden crates appeared before him, neatly arranged with magazines inside. Incredible, Li Qi gasped in astonishment. 3,000 rounds of M4 ammunition cost 81 star crystals. Guan Li extended his hand. Li Chi quickly realized and had someone fetch the crystals. Guan Li was pleased as he stored the crystals away. The price of universal bullets is the same as that of standard arrows, both at 0.1 points. Therefore, 3,000 rounds would equate to 300 points. 81 star crystals would guarantee a transaction of 400 points. Even if Guan Li's luck were as dismal as coal, he would still earn a profit of 100 points. This reselling of supplies was indeed a marvelous endeavor. Guan Li traded all the 1-star crystals to the marketplace. Transaction successful, gaining 570 points. Instantly, he earned 270 points. Your Excellency, I would like to exchange for more ammunition, 10,000 rounds of M4 ammunition. Li Chi uttered a figure he scarcely dared to imagine. Satisfactory, Guan Li snapped his fingers once more. Boxes upon boxes of magazines appeared before him. 10,000 rounds of ammunition would cost 241 star crystals. Guan Li extended his hand, and Li Chi readily passed over the crystals. Transaction successful, gaining 1680 points. In the blink of an eye, he netted 680 points. Although these crystals had originated from him, Li Chi continued to exchange for grenades and artillery shells, and Guan Li fulfilled all his requests. As long as you are willing to buy, Guan Li would be willing to sell. Guan Li netted an additional 1230 points, marking the conclusion of this transaction. The previously disheveled soldiers were now fully armed once more. The food within the marketplace had been completely cleared out by the survivors. The soldiers attempted to urge the survivors to distribute the food equally, only to be met with refusal. Why should we? This is the food we found. If you want it, go find it yourselves. Indeed, you city defense troops should protect us well. How could you take our food? The survivors strutted about, entirely forgetting that it was these city defense soldiers who had risked their lives to protect them. Of course, not all survivors were selfish. A considerable portion was willing to offer their food to be distributed among the soldiers. Guan Li stood on the sidelines, observing coldly. He did not feel compelled to say much. This scene was a true reflection of the apocalypse. Li Chi, come here for a moment, Guan Li beckoned. Very well. Li Chi set aside his tasks and hurried over to Guan Li's side. Here, take this weapon. A gleaming long knife appeared in Guan Li's hand, its blade radiating a chilling light, a fine blade. Li Chi praised without reservation. Your Excellency, are you giving this to me? This is too precious. Li Chi instinctively tried to refuse. But Guan Li had already placed the Qingfeng knife into his hands. Thank you, Your Excellency. Li Chi was not one to be overly sentimental. He accepted the Qingfeng knife with gratitude. That will be all. I must take my leave. Guan Li had done all he could. Time was swiftly approaching noon, and he needed to set off for the central shopping mall immediately. Your Excellency, may I know your name? If we meet again, I must repay your kindness today, Li Chi inquired. Guan Li. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to offer Li Chi a piece of advice. Remember this well, excessive kindness will lead you to the abyss. The times have changed. In the apocalypse, one must adhere to the rules of the apocalypse. Do not coddle these survivors. When necessary, one must make an example of them. He made a slicing motion across his throat. In chaotic times, severe punishment is warranted. If one individual jeopardizes the safety of the team, they can be disposed of without hesitation. Do not think me cruel. This is the truth of the apocalypse. Remember these words, and you will be grateful to me. Guan Li did not afford him the chance to retort. He departed without a backward glance, with the soldiers of the Legion following closely behind. Li Chi stood in place, lost in thought, repeatedly replaying Guan Li's words in his mind. Those words seemed to possess a magical quality, lingering long after their utterance. It was not until the voice of a soldier snapped him back to reality. Deputy Captain, the team is all set. 2 armored vehicles are operational. The communication devices have contacted the main forces. Shall we proceed to rendezvous? Li Chi regained his focus, realizing that Guan Li had vanished without a trace. Set out, let us head to the meeting point. He nodded and issued the command. Chapter 53, the 4th Legion. Everyone, prepare to depart. The city defense soldiers organized their ranks. We are setting off again. I have yet to recover my senses. Indeed. My legs are trembling. Did you not see? Trembling? What of it? Look at my pants. They are all wet. We pay so many taxes. Is this how the city defense forces protect us? Exactly. I nearly lost my life just now. If this were in XX country, such things would never happen. Some survivors voiced their dissatisfaction, growing increasingly audacious in their complaints. The expressions of the city defense soldiers darkened upon hearing this. They had risked their lives to protect them, only to be met with such treatment. Everyone, do not speak so. Just now, it was the city defense army that protected us with their lives. Many survivors, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward in unison. Upon witnessing this, the city defense soldiers felt a sense of relief. That is what they ought to do. Those survivors wore expressions of disdain. Everyone, please remain calm. Allow me to speak. Seeing the crowd in turmoil, Li Qi hurriedly stepped forward to intervene. Here is the situation. We have just contacted the main force, so we must proceed to assemble immediately. I understand that everyone has just experienced a shock, but please bear with it. Once we join the main force, our safety will be greatly assured. As soon as Li Qi uttered these words, the crowd fell silent. Really? Will we be safe after joining the main force? Some still voiced skepticism. Certainly, the city defense army boasts formidable heavy firepower. Li Qi responded. Wonderful. Let us depart quickly. The survivors immediately changed their demeanor. A sense of foreboding crept into Li Qi's heart. Guan Li's words had come true all too swiftly. He couldn't help but ponder. What if one day, the survivors were to riot? What should he do, Deputy Captain? We are ready to set off. A soldier stood before Li Qi. Let us go. One tank led the way. Another brought up the rear. Ensure that the survivors walk in the middle of the formation. Regardless of what the future holds, at this moment, Li Qi prioritized the welfare of the people. Yes, the soldier nodded and quickly went to make arrangements. Rumbling, the tanks roared to life, leading the procession. Thus, the convoy set off in grand fashion. In a tidy little room, Guan Li sat on the sofa, instructing the soldiers of the Legion to remain vigilant around the house. The time to accumulate wealth silently had arrived. The first to be opened was the white random card, a total of 317 cards. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened them all. Acquired food card X57, acquired supply card X68, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X26, acquired advancement card X10, acquired regular arrow X50, acquired universal rifle bullets X60, acquired recovery card X30, acquired universal seasoning X10. A sprinkle makes even roasted slippers delectable. Acquired incendiary grenade X4. Explodes and produces flames. Scorching targets within 10 meters, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. The rewards were quite standard, at least devoid of trash. Next came the white-green cards, totaling 245. Acquired food card X37, acquired supply card X45, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X12, acquired advancement card X25, acquired armor-piercing arrow X50, acquired recovery card X15, acquired grenade X15, normal grenade power, no special effects, acquired chocolate cake X46, a delightful cake, a splendid dessert. The system's notifications continued. The rewards from the white-green cards were also basic consumables. Guan Li stored everything in his spatial ring. Basic resources were crucial for ensuring his survival. Next came the green cards, totaling 177. Acquired food card X20, acquired supply card X30, acquired 500 milliliters purified water X15, acquired advancement card X15, acquired intermediate advancement card X2, acquired armor-piercing arrow X33, acquired recovery card X15, acquired frost arrow X30, arrows imbued with frost power that slow the target's movement upon impact, acquired thorn vine seed X17, grows rapidly upon contact with soil. Binding surrounding targets, Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. As long as there was no trash, it was a decent reward. He collected all the rewards, replenishing his stock. Next were the blue-green cards, totaling 50. Cards of this caliber had a certain probability of yielding good items. Acquired intermediate advancement card X5, acquired quality food card X20, acquired intermediate supply card X10, acquired intermediate recovery card X15. The system's voice rang out, all consumables. Guan Li stored the rewards as well. He had 4 cards remaining. Blue quality cards were generally likely to yield good items. Guan Li reassured himself. Acquired Heart of the Dark Wolf X1. Contains immense energy, can be absorbed by the Legion. Acquired Legion expansion card, 5 people, X1. Upon use, can increase the limit of any troop by 5. Acquired Blood Ginseng. Contains potent blood energy, can be used to cultivate blood energy. There was still 1 blue card left. Excellent. Truly good items were all outside. Guan Li exclaimed with excitement. The rewards from the blue cards were all impressive. He handed the Heart of the Dark Wolf to the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. The Shadow Swordmasters were already on the verge of 3-star advancement. With the aid of the Heart of the Dark Wolf, they successfully broke through to 4 stars. Thank you, my lord, for the gift. After Shan Lian's breakthrough, he half knelt before Guan Li in gratitude. Rise. Guan Li raised his hand, signaling him to stand. The blood ginseng appeared in Guan Li's hand, its rich blood energy wafting forth. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The dormant bloodthirsty blade suddenly quivered. It seemed to have sensed a delectable morsel. The tendrils wrapped around the blood ginseng, almost urging Guan Li to offer it. Take it, bandit. Guan Li handed the blood ginseng to the bloodthirsty blade to consume. After devouring it, the blade radiated a crimson glow. Its rank had increased. After consuming so much blood and flesh, The bloodthirsty blade finally broke through to 6-star intermediate. What an arduous journey. The last item, the Legion expansion card, 5 people. Guan Li pondered for a moment and decided to expand the Elf Archer Legion. His range strength was still somewhat lacking. System. Expand the Elf Archer Legion. Ding. Expansion successful. Elf Archer Legion 5. The system's voice echoed. A summoning array filled with the essence of nature appeared. 5 slender elf maidens materialized before Guan Li. Greetings, Master. The elf maidens bowed their heads in respect. Return to formation, Guan Li commanded. The 5 elf maidens returned to the ranks. Guan Li was exceedingly pleased. The Legion's strength had significantly increased, laying a solid foundation for the battles ahead. All cards had been opened. In Guan Li's hand remained a deep blue card. This was a card contributed by the tyrant. Crack. He gently squeezed it, and the card shattered instantly. Acquired random Legion card X1. Chapter 54. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion impressive. Tyrant brother, you're incredible, Guan Li exclaimed in delight. A golden card appeared. One side etched with a mysterious door, and the other side marked with a question mark. Guan Li was thoroughly familiar with the appearance of this card. All the legions he currently possessed had been obtained through opening cards. There was no alternative. The Legion cards in the shop were prohibitively expensive, often costing tens of thousands. Guan Li found them quite burdensome. With such prices, he could only acquire the most inferior legions. For instance, the Chicken Legion, the Husky Legion, the Braid Legion, and so forth. These types of legions possessed no special abilities and could not be upgraded. They were utterly deceptive. Slightly better legions required at least hundreds of thousands of points. A legion like the Nightblade was priced at 200,000 points in the points shop. Guan Li was already being extorted, yet the shop was even more ruthless. He clutched the random Legion card and gently squeezed it. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion. A brand new card appeared in his hand. The backside of the card still displayed that mysterious door, but the question mark on the front transformed into a towering figure clad in iron armor. Guan Li could not discern his features, as he was entirely enveloped in armor, save for a narrow gap for breathing around the eyes and nose. The imposing figure wielded a hefty shield in one hand and a sharp battle axe in the other. One could tell at a glance that his defensive capabilities were maximized. He crushed the card in his hand. A silver-white summoning array manifested within the room. 30 soldiers shrouded in iron armor materialized before Guan Li, causing the room to become crowded in an instant. Greetings, Master! The ironclad shield guards knelt on one knee, performing a knightly salute. Rise! Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Thank you, Master! The leader of the imposing figure spoke. He donned a lion's helmet, while the ordinary soldiers sported barrel-like helmets. Guan Li, filled with anticipation, opened the system to inspect the capabilities of the Ironclad Shield Guard. Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, upgradable, number 30, potential, 7 stars, strength, 3 stars advanced, commander, Leo, skills, Ironclad Shield Formation, Battle Axe Spin, Copper Wall, Iron Shield Charge, Iron Taunt. The Ironclad Shield Guard Legion was a natural meat shield, with nearly all skills related to tanking. Excellent, Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. With the acquisition of the Ironclad Shield Guard Legion, he felt much more confident about the challenges ahead. After a sufficient period of rest, Guan Li promptly ordered the departure. There remained a considerable distance to the central shop. He needed to reach it swiftly to avoid any unforeseen events. After all, the Zombie King would not necessarily wait for his arrival. If he were late, the Zombie King might very well depart. Stepping out of the room, he was met by a horde of calamity creatures. They were a dozen or so pitch-black wolves. Name: Shadow Wolf. Potential: 6 stars strength, 3 stars ability. Shadow Slash, instant pounce evaluation. Calamity creatures descending from the rift, their speed is exceptionally swift to wool. Upon spotting Guan Li, the lead wolf launched an immediate attack. The massive alpha wolf lunged at Guan Li in an instant. The ironclad shield guards quickly formed a defensive line, shielding Guan Li in front. Upon witnessing the scene, the shadow wolves sought to circumvent the ironclad shield guards. However, at that moment, the battle axes in their grasp relentlessly struck against the shields, producing a cacophony that was exceedingly grating to the ears. Howl! The alpha wolf's eyes instantly ignited with a fiery red glow, fixating intently on Leo with an intensity that suggested a fight to the death. With a powerful thrust of its legs, the alpha lunged directly at Leo. Clang! It collided with the iron shield, sending it sprawling back. Yet, undeterred, it valiantly pressed forward, launching an all-out assault on the ironclad shield guards. Well done! Guan Li shouted exuberantly. The remaining soldiers of the Legion charged towards the shadow wolves. And as the taunting period elapsed, the wolves regained their senses. However, at that moment, they found themselves completely surrounded by the soldiers. The alpha wolf emitted a piercing howl, prompting the soldiers to surge forward. Annihilating the entire shadow wolf pack, the bloodthirsty blade quivered slightly, but Guan Li refrained from intervening. Countless tendrils of flesh and blood extended forth, ravenously siphoning the life essence from the fallen bodies. The corpses of the shadow wolves visibly shriveled before his eyes. "Leo, does your taunt skill also affect zombies?" Guan Li inquired. "This taunt skill is incredibly powerful, indeed. Any target within proximity will be affected by the taunt. However, if the target possesses overwhelming strength, it may prove ineffective." Leo explained patiently. "Why, how much stronger?" Guan Li asked. "Perhaps around 2 stars. Leo pondered for a moment before responding. "2 stars, that is sufficient. How long does the taunt last?" Guan Li queried once more. "It can last up to 10 seconds at most. If the target is particularly strong, the duration may be reduced, but it will not fall below 5 seconds, Leo stated. "And the range of the taunt?" Guan Li pressed on. "It affects all targets within 100 meters, Leo replied. "That will suffice. Absolutely sufficient," Guan Li nodded in agreement. This iron taunt can undoubtedly be regarded as a divine skill. Paired with the defensive capabilities of the ironclad shield guards, it can play a monumental role on the battlefield. The bloodthirsty blade quickly finished its feast, coiling 5 crystal cores and presenting them before Guan Li. Grasping the offered crystal cores, Guan Li commenced the absorption process. Waves of energy coursed through his body, rapidly assimilated. After absorbing the cores, he felt a slight enhancement in his strength. The wolf pack did not yield any cards. Guan Li continued onward, leaving a graveyard of corpses in his wake. As time passed, he finally arrived near the central shopping mall. Listening intently to the distant roars, Guan Li located a towering building and ascended to the top floor. He gazed into the distance at the central mall, once a shopping paradise of Z City. The influx of people here during the apocalypse was unimaginable. Now, all those souls had succumbed to the infection. Transforming into zombies, Guan Li inhaled sharply. The square was teeming with swaying heads. Among them, the figures of mutated zombies were conspicuously abundant. These were merely the zombies in the square. Inside the colossal shopping mall, the sheer number of zombies was staggering. Something felt amiss. The density of zombies was far too high. Even Z City's largest shopping mall could not possibly harbor so many undead. Guan Li recalled the journey he had undertaken. Noting the absence of any zombie sightings along the way, it was as if they had been summoned away by some unseen force. The Zombie King. An epiphany struck Guan Li. It appeared that this Zombie King had developed a semblance of intelligence. Otherwise, it would not have summoned the zombies to safeguard its own safety. The difficulty of the challenge had escalated dramatically. He now faced not merely the Zombie King but an entire horde of the undead. The congregation of zombies within the central shopping mall numbered at least 100,000, an utterly suffocating figure. Chapter 55. Preparations before Battle. Master, shall we engage? The bone entity inquired. Not yet. Guan Li took a deep breath. Faced with such a terrifying horde, he too felt a tinge of trepidation. Over 100,000 zombies, nearly all the nearby undead, had congregated here. Let us move closer. Guan Li led the Legion soldiers downstairs. He meticulously cleared the zombies near the shopping center. His movements were swift and efficient, inciting no disturbance. Selecting a suitable building, he ascended to the rooftop. This structure was perfectly situated, boasting ample height and a clear vantage point. Merely 100 meters from the shopping square, the wandering zombies within the building were swiftly dispatched by the soldiers. Dozens of crystal cores and several cards were handed to Guan Li. With the zombies concentrated in the square and the mall, there were hardly any remnants left in this building. This inadvertently facilitated Guan Li's plans. The rooftop was spacious enough to accommodate all the soldiers. As the sun began to set, the evening light bathed the rooftop in a warm glow. With nightfall, the zombies grew increasingly active, emitting restless howls. Guan Li had no intention of launching a night attack. Aside from the Shadow Blade warriors, the other soldiers would be adversely affected to some degree. Daylight, that was the optimal time. Guan Li remained unhurried. Now that he had arrived, the Zombie King could not escape. What harm could there be in letting it linger for another night? I am still quite merciful, Guan Li mused, watching as the mall gradually faded into darkness. After several days of effort, he had accumulated over 40,000 points in total. In his spatial ring, there remained more than 500 2-star crystal cores. Without hesitation, he traded them all for points. The price of 2-star crystal cores fluctuated between 20 to 30. The transaction completed, yielding 13,450 points. Observing his points surge to 50,000, he strategized for the impending battle. The Elven Archer Legion and the Skeleton Mages would serve as the primary offensive force. His plan was straightforward. Melee soldiers would draw fire while ranged units would deliver the main damage output. Star-level Legion expansion card. 10 members allows a Legion with a star rating below 10 to expand its limit by 10 members, priced at 20,000 points. After searching the points shop, Guan Li finally discovered the item he sought. He purchased 2 star-level Legion expansion cards, 10 members, requiring 40,000 points. Confirm purchase. Yes, Guan Li nodded without hesitation. Ding, purchase successful. You have a keen eye. The system's notification sounded, complimenting him. Expand the Elven Archer Legion, 2 summoning arrays, imbued with the essence of nature, materialized in succession. 20 exquisite elven maidens with alluring forms appeared before Guan Li. No need for formalities. Guan Li gestured dismissively as they prepared to bow. The expansion card was undeniably impressive. The summoned soldiers were directly on par with the Legion. The strength of the Elven Archer Legion had now reached 3 stars at an advanced level. Guan Li continued to search. Nature's Silver Branch. Upon use, it can increase the speed of the Legion's enhancement, offering additional effects for nature-affiliated legions, priced at 3,000 points. Purchased. He waved his hand. Ding, congratulations, host, on acquiring Nature's Silver Branch. You are becoming increasingly handsome. Guan Li ignored the system's flattery and presented the Nature's Silver Branch to the Elven Archer Legion. Thank you, Master, Eileen exclaimed joyfully, her voice sweet as honey. After utilizing the Nature's Silver Branch, the strength of the Elven Archer Legion began to ascend rapidly. At this rate, they should achieve a breakthrough to the initial 4-star level by morning. Silver Armor Soul. Upon use, it can increase the speed of the Legion's enhancement, providing additional effects for defensive-type legions with a probability of comprehending the skill Silver Armor Soul, priced at 5,000 points. Guan Li's interest peaked, halting his search. Purchased. Ding. Congratulations, host, on acquiring Silver Armor Soul. It is an honor to bind you. The system's flattery grew increasingly effusive. Guan Li handed the Silver Armor Soul to the ironclad shield guards for use. Ding. Congratulations, host. The ironclad shield guards have comprehended the skill Silver Armor Soul. The system's notification chimed. A smile spread across Guan Li's face. He had approached this with a spirit of experimentation, yet unexpectedly, the skill had been comprehended. Leo, demonstrate your new skill. Guan Li urged eagerly. Yes, Master. Leo complied, activating Silver Armor Soul. A larger-than-life illusion of Leo materialized behind him, capable of actively attacking targets within a 3-meter radius. An excellent skill. Guan Li was quite pleased. This functioned as a sort of clone. Although it could not stray more than 3 meters from the original, it was still quite advantageous. After all, it was a skill acquired without cost. One word, delightful. The Silver Armor Soul lasted approximately 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. Given the current rate of enhancement for the ironclad shield guards, achieving a breakthrough to the 4-star initial level before dawn should pose no issue. After all, the price of the Silver Armor Soul was a hefty 5,000 points. There is a reason for its expense. Following a flurry of retaliatory spending, Guan Li found himself with merely over 7,000 points remaining. It was evidently impossible to further enhance the Legion. Everything related to the Legion was exorbitantly priced. Ordinary arrows. Very common arrows, devoid of any effects. Their sole advantage is their affordability, priced at 0.1 points. I'll take 50,000 of those. Guan Li waved his hand, spending another 5,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, on purchasing 50,000 ordinary arrows. You truly are? The system's flattery was once again disregarded. Low-grade incendiary arrows, capable of igniting a 1-meter radius, economical and practical, priced at 1 point. Low-grade explosive arrows, capable of inflicting explosive damage on targets within a 1-meter radius. Economical and practical, priced at 1 point. I'll take 1,000 of each. Guan Li spent 2,000 points, leaving him with merely 300 points. He concluded his purchases with a telescope. Expending 10 points, closed the shop. He was now utterly bankrupt. For the battle tomorrow, Guan Li was all in. It would either be the death of the Zombie King or his own demise. Gurgle. His stomach protested with hunger. Guan Li retrieved 3 food cards and crushed them, indulging in a hearty meal. 3 portions of delectable food paired with a bottle of pure water left him thoroughly satisfied as he patted his belly. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he retrieved the newly purchased telescope. The moonlight cast its gentle glow upon the square. The swaying zombies rubbed against one another incessantly. Guan Li raised the telescope, searching amidst the horde for something. The Zombie King. This creature evidently possessed remarkable intelligence. Should he fail to locate it, there was a high likelihood it would escape. After scanning the area, Guan Li found no extraordinary zombies. Perhaps the dimness of the surroundings was to blame, as many corners of the square remained obscured from view. Of course, the Zombie King was most likely hiding within the mall. Shifting his focus, Guan Li gazed toward the interior of the mall. However, it was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see anything. Never mind. I shall return at dawn. Guan Li conceded defeat. He descended to the lower level and set up a folding bed. As the saying goes, when faced with difficulties, one should sleep soundly. Chapter 56. The battle commences due to the zombie tide. No creatures dared to approach. Faced with such a massive horde, the calamity monsters also preferred to avoid trouble. Moreover, zombies were exceedingly repugnant, possessing no desire to consume them. Such a thankless task was not one the calamity monsters were willing to undertake. However, if the zombies initiated an attack, it was an entirely different matter. For some subtle reason, Guan Li slept soundly that night. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Guan Li's face. He opened his eyes and folded up the bed. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, his biological clock had been remarkably punctual. After all, at his age, how could he sleep in? Ascending to the top floor once more, he clearly observed the scene below. It was still those adorable little creatures. Guan Li, telescope in hand, surveyed the area but still found no trace of the zombie king. This creature was adept at concealing itself. Guan Li set down the telescope. Searching for its form among the multitude of zombies was no easy task. Since Plan A was futile, he would resort to Plan B. If the zombie king did not willingly reveal itself, Guan Li would force it to do so. Dawn had arrived. Prepare for action. Soldiers, are you ready? Guan Li turned to face the soldiers of his legion. He was conducting a final rallying call. Although their numbers were few, totaling just over 100, they must exude an imposing presence. Ready? Willing to fight for our master? The soldiers' voices, though not loud, resonated with determination. Leo, Bone, you two bear the greatest burden. Do you have confidence? Guan Li looked at them. 50 men, holding their ground against such a multitude of zombies. The pressure was palpable. Even though both legions had reached 4-star low rank, their resolve was unwavering, willing to fight for our master. Until the moment of death, Leo knelt before Guan Li. The heavy armor clanked ominously. Willing to conquer all directions for our master, Bone half knelt as well. Stand up, Guan Li nodded, permitting the two commanders to rise. Shunlian, pay close attention. If you discover the zombie king's whereabouts, report to me immediately. Guan Li issued another command. Understood. Shunlian nodded. Aaron, just focus on your output. Guan Li turned to her. The Elven Archer Legion had also successfully reached 4-star. Yes, master. Aaron nodded. The situation on the battlefield. Adapt as needed. Let us embark on a grand endeavor. Onward. Guan Li felt a surge of adrenaline. Understood. The commanders responded in unison. Aaron's Elven Archer Legion concealed themselves at the edge of the rooftop. The skeletal mages similarly took their positions at the edge. They raised their staffs and began chanting spells. Leo, Bone, and Shunlian led their respective legions swiftly to the ground. Guan Li wielded an AK-47 and hung grenades at his waist. The three commanders reached the lowest level. Outside the door were wandering zombies. Form ranks. Charge. Leo was the first to rush forward. 30 ironclad shield bearers followed closely behind him. The zombies, caught off guard, were instantly cleaved by the battle axes. Iron shields, charge. Upon entering the square, Leo swiftly arranged the formation. The ironclad shield bearers huddled closely together, forming an impenetrable steel line. They then charged at the zombies before them. Under the terrifying force of the impact, the zombies blocking their path were knocked down, subsequently trampled by the ironclad shield bearers. The combination of sheer power and heavy armor resulted in the brains of the fallen zombies splattering. Guan Li observed from the top floor, witnessing a silver torrent of steel rampaging through the horde. The zombies soon realized the threat of the ironclad shield bearers and began to react, emitting foul roars as they swung their claws, striking against the heavy shields. The zombies' attacks left not a scratch. Seeing this, Leo swung his battle axe, instantly cleaving several zombies in two. Ironclad shield formation. Circular formation. Leo had already penetrated the square. With a single command, the ironclad shield bearers cleared the surrounding zombies. The originally aligned formation rapidly shifted. Moments later, a circular iron barrel formation was established. Iron's taunt. Leo activated the skill, striking the heavy shield with his battle axe. Clang, clang, clang. The sound, imbued with taunting significance, reverberated through the zombie horde. Roar. The zombies' aggro instantly shifted toward them, surging forward with the intent to tear them apart. Faced with the terrifying tide of zombies, Leo felt the pressure intensify. Iron wall. The heavy armor of the ironclad shield bearers glimmered momentarily, bolstered by the skill. The ironclad shield bearers stood as immovable as towering mountains. Prepare. Fire arrows. Guan Li deemed the moment ripe and commanded the archers to fire. Aaron released an arrow engulfed in flames. Subsequently, a volley of fire arrows rained down upon the zombie tide, igniting patches of fire across the square. The flames consumed the zombies, yet they felt no pain, continuing their frenzied assault despite the inferno. Explosive arrows, fire. Guan Li realized the fire arrows were not particularly effective. He commanded the elven archers to use explosive arrows instead. One by one, explosive arrows descended, causing the zombie horde to erupt in chaos. Scores of zombies were sent flying. Guan Li also retrieved grenades. Tossing them downwards, boom! A self-made explosive zone. Just one word, exhilarating. Under the influence of explosive arrows, clusters of zombies were reduced to mere fragments. At this juncture, Bone led his soldiers into the fray. He sounded the horn of the colossal beast. Terrifying skeletal giant emerged in the square. With a leap, the giant landed amid the horde, wielding massive bony fists that crushed the surrounding zombies. Any zombie struck by its blows was left deformed. Spear thrusts. The skeletal spear-shield soldiers advanced with shields raised. They thrust their bone spears forward, piercing through the zombies. One after another, the zombies fell to the ground. Whirlwind slash. The skeletal swordsmen swiftly swung their bone swords, cleaving through the zombies around them. These ordinary zombies, with 1 or 2-star strength, posed no resistance against the 4-star Legion soldiers. The skeletal mages had also completed their incantations. Fireballs rained down from the heavens. Crashing into the horde, boom, groups of zombies were transformed into charred remains. The shadow swordmasters followed closely behind the skeletal shield bearers, unleashing their sword mastery. Flying swords darted through the horde, severing the zombies' heads. The central shopping square erupted in chaos. Guan Li raised his AK-47 and activated his precision skill. Rat-a-tat-tat, bullets rained down, each finding its target. Even without the precision skill, amidst such dense clusters of zombies, he could easily eliminate several with random shots. The commotion in the square soon captured the attention of the Zombie King. A pale-faced youth appeared before the transparent window of the mall. Aside from his gray-white eyes, he bore no resemblance to a zombie whatsoever. Chapter 57. The Zombie King. The Zombie King stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, flanked by formidable mutated zombies. All these mutated zombies boasted strength of 3 stars or higher. Beside the Zombie King stood 2 terrifying figures. On the left, the tyrant whom Guan Li had encountered before, and on the right, a mutated zombie encased in a layer of bony exoskeleton. Both of these mutated zombies had achieved 4-star intermediate strength. The Zombie King had gathered its elite within the confines of the mall. Go. Eliminate them. The Zombie King's voice was cold and devoid of emotion. Directed at the soldiers in the square. These fools dared to trespass on its territory. Roar! The tyrant bellowed and leaped from the 4th floor of the mall. Boom! The terrifying mass of flesh created a large crater upon impact, charging forth like a bulldozer and sending ordinary zombies flying. The remaining mutated zombies leaped down from the 4th floor as well. Found you. Guan Li peered through the telescope towards the mall. On the 4th floor stood a gaunt figure, a pale-faced youth with long black hair, unremarkable in appearance, easily overlooked in a crowd. Initially uncertain, Guan Li became convinced when he saw the youth commanding the mutated zombies to attack. This was undoubtedly the Zombie King. With the target revealed, it was time for action. Guan Li stowed away the telescope and vanished from the rooftop. As he descended, he pondered how to approach the Zombie King. Although the mutated zombies surrounding the Zombie King had been dispatched, many ordinary zombies still lingered within the mall. These zombies lacked strength but served as a warning. Approaching the Zombie King silently was nearly impossible. Wait, I can use that thing. Guan Li suddenly had an epiphany. In his hand appeared a piece of shell, mimetic shell. When affixed to the skin, it can mimic the surrounding environment, achieving the effect of concealment. Note, this item is a consumable and can only be used once. This was a trophy obtained from defeating the man-faced mantis. At this very moment, it is precisely of use. Just as Guan Li is about to reach the ground floor, he affixes the shell to his arm. His figure begins to gradually blur until he completely vanishes. Upon exiting the building, he navigates around the square. As mutated zombies join the fray, the soldiers of the Legion find themselves under immense pressure, especially from the tyrant, whose arms swing relentlessly. The indomitable Iron Shield Legion also finds itself forced to retreat under the onslaught. However, the Iron Shield Legion possesses a solid 4-star initial strength. Even a formidable adversary like the tyrant cannot easily breach their defenses. Leo, Bone, hold on for a moment. I have located the Zombie King. Guan Li communicates telepathically. No problem. Leo's voice responds. Master, please proceed. Bone chimes in. Guan Li activates the shadow step technique and heads towards the shopping mall. Eileen's Elven Archer Legion continuously provides firepower. A rain of arrows descends, creating splashes amidst the tide of corpses. You scoundrel! Do not go too far. Leo raises his shield to deflect the tyrant's arm. He lunges forward, crashing into the tyrant. Battle axe spin. The axe in Leo's hand cleaves horizontally. The tyrant hastily raises its arm to defend. The two engage in a fierce clash. Bone's opponent is a zombie clad in bone armor. It can manipulate its armor to shift into various forms for combat. Name: Bone Wielder. Potential: 6 stars strength, 4 stars intermediate ability. Bone armor, form transformation evaluation. A life form evolving in a new direction. Developing malleable bone armor. Guan Li relays the information about the bone-armored zombie to Bone. Clang, clang, clang. Bone braces against the heavy shield, continuously fending off the attacks. The bone chains strike violently against the shield. In rage, Bone activates his skill, refusing to back down. Bone armor, scaled beast charge. He begins his counterattack. The bone wielder, caught off guard, is sent flying in quick succession. Bone's knife strikes toward the bone wielder zombie. A bone shield rapidly forms before the bone wielder. The Legion soldiers also engage in fierce combat with the zombies. Aside from the 2 4-star mutated zombies, the remaining 3-star mutated zombies cannot withstand their assault. Soldier against soldier, commander against commander, king against king. Guan Li stealthily approaches the entrance of the mall. With agile movements, he weaves through the horde of zombies. He soon reaches the second floor. Here, the zombies are even more densely packed. Yet for Guan Li, this poses no significant challenge. The zombie king stands before the shattered floor-to-ceiling window, observing the battle in the square. Its bare feet are cut by shards of glass, yet it remains unfazed. The strength of these creatures is quite extraordinary. It senses the formidable nature of the Legion soldiers, all possessing 4-star initial strength. If it were to devour these beings, it would undoubtedly evolve once more. A cold smile spreads across the zombie king's lips. In the next moment, its smile abruptly freezes. An inexplicable sense of crisis surges forth. Instinctively, it dodges, and a cold glint suddenly flashes. A blood red, alluring longsword materializes before it. The sword slashes into its shoulder, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Who dares? The zombie king bellows. Guan Li appears before it and delivers a powerful punch. Explosive fist. A terrifying force erupts from his fist. The zombie king's chest is penetrated, leaving behind a gaping wound. Crash! The zombie king crashes into a glass counter, scattering shards across the floor. Quite vigilant. What a pity. Guan Li shakes his head. He had initially intended to slay the zombie king with a sneak attack. But unfortunately, its alertness was exceedingly high. Human? How did you get up here? The zombie king exclaims in fury, rising from the ground. The flesh in its chest cavity writhes as the wound visibly heals at a rapid pace. Guess. Guan Li does not respond. Name: Zombie King Suyu, King level, potential, 10 stars strength, 4 stars intermediate ability. Intelligence, command zombies, super healing, flesh transformation evaluation. Rare Zombie King, a newly evolved life form with the ability to control zombies. The system's information materializes. The Zombie King's inherent strength is only 4 stars intermediate. Its terrifying capability lies in its ability to command the horde of zombies. Yet its overconfidence leads it to send away all its zombie bodyguards. Cursed human, are you toying with this king? Zombie King Suyu furiously declares. It possesses an exceptionally high intelligence, hoping to buy time. Enough chatter. Let us battle. Guan Li naturally would not grant it the opportunity. Should it summon the zombie horde, it would spell trouble. Damn human, die. The arm of Zombie King Suyu stretches out wildly towards Guan Li. Is this your ability? Nothing more, Guan Li retorts disdainfully. His arm begins to entwine with blood-red tendrils. Chapter 58. Option completed. Blood Soul's Grasp. Guan Li extends his arm, resembling that of a demon. He lunges forward, seizing the incoming arm. What is this? Zombie King Suyu exclaims in terror. With a surge of strength, Guan Li tears off Zombie King Suyu's arm. Crack! The sound of flesh being chewed resonates. The Blood Soul's Grasp opens a gaping maw, ravenously devouring the severed limb. Damn it! You are the true monster. The expression on Zombie King Suyu's face contorts with sheer terror. It is but a zombie, yet it finds itself frightened by a human. Guan Li does not afford it a moment's respite. Blood Soul Slash, a horrifying blood-red sword energy cleaves toward Zombie King Suyu. Being a zombie king, Suyu quickly regains composure. It swiftly dodges the Blood Soul Slash. Die, human! Zombie King Suyu charges toward Guan Li. Its previously severed arm rapidly regenerates. The new arm emerges, grotesquely twisted, with exposed flesh and bulging veins. ANI is embedded in the palm. Explosive Fist. Guan Li remains unyielding. He swings the Blood Demon Hand toward Suyu. Empowered by the Blood Demon Hand, the Explosive Fist becomes even more terrifying. Two monstrous arms collide, shattering the ground beneath them. Guan Li is forced to retreat. The Blood Demon Hand splits apart, only to heal swiftly. Zombie King Suyu fares worse. Its bloodied arm explodes, revealing the stark white bones within. Brother. Your Kirin arm cannot compare to my own. Guan Li grins. Ah, cursed human. I will kill you. I must kill you. Zombie King Suyu howls. It is utterly humiliated to be so thoroughly bested by a mere human. Yet it finds itself powerless. Its bodyguards are now entangled with the soldiers in the square. Flee! A thought crosses its mind. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the loss of firewood. Let these assets be lost. As long as it can escape, it will soon rally a horde of zombies. At that time, it shall trample the entirety of City Z and shred this human to pieces. No, it shall transform him into a zombie, to serve as its thrall. Come forth, my servants, defend your master. Zombie King Suyu roars. Waves of zombies emerge, charging toward Guan Li. Seizing this opportunity, Zombie King Suyu turns to flee. Think you can escape? Guan Li vanishes, appearing directly behind Zombie King Suyu. It is over. He swings his sword, cleaving Zombie King Suyu in two. Yet the system's alert does not sound. What is happening? Guan Li muses in confusion. However, as he observes Zombie King Suyu's body gracefully descending, realization dawns upon him. It is but a layer of human skin. At this moment, Zombie King Suyu has already reached the edge of the 4th floor. It glances back at Guan Li, its terrifying face filled with malice. Human, just wait. As long as it can merge into the horde in the square, it will be safe. Who told you I came alone? Guan Li suddenly laughs. What? Zombie King Suyu, caught off guard, struggles to comprehend. A glimmer of cold light emerges from the shadows before it. No. It attempts to evade, but it is already too late. Whoosh! The Xian Tai sword pierces through Zombie King Suyu's skull. Shun Lian had long awaited this very strike. The Zombie King is cunning and has a deep instinct for self-preservation. Should it sense it cannot defeat Guan Li, it would undoubtedly seek to flee. He had instructed Shan Lian to lie in ambush, precisely to counter such tactics. Zombie King Suyu killed, earning 10,000 points, skill upgrade opportunity X1, Legion upgrade card X1. Successfully killed the newly born Zombie King. Fully completed option, obtaining Zombie King's treasure, 5-star crystal core. The system's alerts resound in succession, allowing Guan Li to finally breathe a sigh of relief. This signifies that Zombie King Suyu is truly dead. Even after its demise, its body continues to writhe. Wait, do not consume yet. Guan Li halts the bloodthirst blade. This corpse of Zombie King Suyu appears peculiar. The bloodthirst blade trembles slightly, expressing confusion. This body is mine to keep. You may freely absorb the remaining flesh. Guan Li stows the corpse into his spatial ring, denying it any chance to refute. After the body vanishes, a faint, purple card remains in its place. The purple card glimmers with a dreamlike quality, akin to a sea of stars. Guan Li, feeling a surge of excitement, hastily secures the card. A single Zombie King has yielded numerous rewards. Yet, Guan Li does not use them immediately, for he knows the battle is far from over. The slaughter of the Zombie King is merely the first step. Within the central shopping mall, a vast horde of zombies still remains. Shen Lian, follow me as we press onward. Guan Li grips the bloodthirst blade, dispatching the zombies before him. At your command. Shun Lian replies, sword in hand, trailing behind Guan Li. In the square, Leo rises from the ground. His heavy shield bearing several dents, and his armor is similarly battered. Humph, big fellow. You are not so impressive yourself. Leo regards the tyrant before him. Upon its body, there were numerous bloodstains inflicted by the battle axe. The tyrant's eyes blazed crimson as it succumbed to a frenzied rage. With a forceful swing of its arms, it sent Leo hurtling through the air. Crack! A fissure appeared in the once impenetrable armor. Coughing, Leo attempted to rise, but felt an overwhelming heaviness enveloping his body. The tyrant charged forward, intent on delivering a final blow. Suddenly, a robust figure emerged, colliding with the tyrant. Lionhound monster summoning card, capable of summoning a 4-star intermediate Lionhound monster for battle. During the summoning, the Lionhound monster is immune to death and disregards all negative effects for 1 minute. My comrades, you have all worked tirelessly. Guan Li's form manifested in the square. We are honored to fight for our master. The soldiers of the Legion roared. Do not speak of death so readily. We must strive to live. With a swift stroke, Guan Li dispatched several zombies. At your command. Leo rose from the ground. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized a healing card, rapidly mending Leo's wounds. The square was littered with the remnants of explosions. The previously dense horde of zombies began to show gaps, united with the Lionhound monster. Leo pressed the tyrant down, grinding it into the ground. The Lionhound monster's strength was nearly on par with the tyrant's. With Leo's assistance, the tyrant was swiftly vanquished. Tyrant killed, gained 2,000 points, Tyrant's Claw X1. The lionhound monster had half a minute left of its summoning time. Guan Li urged it to eliminate as many mutated zombies as possible. The three captains united, charging towards the bone wielder. Although it possessed formidable abilities, it struggled against the trio. Bone wielder killed, gained 2,000 points. Shape-shifting bone armor X1. Eileen relentlessly loosed arrows. A rain of arrows fell, causing the zombies to topple one after another. As time passed, the number of zombies in the square diminished significantly. The system's notification echoed in their minds. A satisfied smile graced Guan Li's lips. Chapter 59. Sudden wealth thunder rumbled ominously. Dark clouds loomed overhead as the sky rapidly darkened. Silver lightning streaked across the horizon, dancing as if to tear the very fabric of reality. Pitter-patter. Raindrops the size of peas fell in a slanting deluge. This rain arrived just in time, akin to the heavens shedding tears to cleanse the earth of its filth. Guan Li's hair was dampened by the rain, cascading down his cheeks and pooling on the ground. His chest rose and fell slightly, the bloodsucker blade trembling in his grasp. The ground was strewn with corpses and pools of tainted blood. A mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Only 20 or so Legion soldiers remained alive on the battlefield. 20 ironclad shield guards had perished, 15 skeleton spearmen and sword and shield soldiers had fallen. 5 shadow swordmasters had met their end. The 3 captains were also battered and bruised, with Leo bearing the brunt of the assault. He had drawn the attention of most of the zombies, and his armor was riddled with countless claw marks. My lord, the enemy has been completely annihilated. The 3 captains knelt in the blood-soaked ground. Thank you for your hard work, captains, Guan Li addressed them. This battle incurred heavy losses, yet the rewards are equally substantial. Fallen soldiers can be revived, but it requires time. To fight for our master is our honor. The 3 captains replied in unison. Rise, let us first clear the battlefield. Guan Li commanded. At your command. The 3 captains nodded and led their respective soldiers in the effort to clean up the battlefield. Eileen, maintain vigilance in the surroundings. Guan Li issued the order through his mental faculties. Yes, master. Eileen directed the elven archers to disperse atop the surrounding buildings. Guan Li braved the rain, collecting cards from the bodies. Blood-red tendrils spread from the blade of the bloodsucker, leaving no mutated zombies unharvested. The lost flesh of the zombie king must be replenished here. Guan Li did not hinder its actions, as the flesh of the mutated zombies held no value for him. As the bloodsucker absorbed. It also retrieved crystals and cards. The corpses in the square had accumulated to a mountain. Cleaning up was no simple task. Guan Li spent a full 2 hours before the square was finally cleared. After the rain, the sun once again bathed the earth in its light. This rain had been torrential, yet it could not wash away humanity's sorrow. Everyone, rest in place. Guan Li entered the marketplace and selected a set of black athletic wear to change into. The fabric was exquisite, providing comfort against his skin. After consuming a food card to satiate his hunger, Guan Li began to tally the spoils of war. A total of 50,738 1-star crystals, 12,568 2-star crystals, 1,200 3-star crystals, 10 4-star crystals, and 1 5-star crystal. The zombies from the tide were predominantly of 1 and 2-star strength, hence the majority of crystals obtained were of those ranks. Guan Li traded all the 1 and 2-star crystals to the points marketplace. As the lower-tier crystals were no longer of any use to him, transaction successful, gained 380,535 points. Transaction successful, gained 251,360 points. The system's notification resonated, and a substantial sum was credited to his account. Hiss, I've struck gold. Guan Li inhaled sharply. The points accrued from the transactions amounted to over 600,000. Coupled with the additional rewards from slaying mutated zombies, Guan Li now possessed a staggering total of 675,410 points. As expected, fortune favors the bold. The 3-star crystals remained untouched for now, stored temporarily within his spatial ring. He held the 10 4-star crystals in his hand, absorbing their power. Waves of overwhelming energy coursed through his limbs. Phew! Almost there. Guan Li sensed the energy within him gradually dissipating, his strength still stagnating at the initial 4-star level. The ascent of power grew increasingly arduous. Guan Li retrieved the 5-star crystal. Even without absorbing it, he could feel the surging energy contained within. Without hesitation, he clasped it in his hand and began to absorb its essence. Boom! Pure energy surged into his body, causing Guan Li to shudder violently. Clenching his teeth, he endured the excruciating pain inflicted by the energy's onslaught. Pop! Breakthrough to 4-star intermediate. The energy within him showed no signs of depletion. Guan Li dared not relent, fervently consuming the energy within. The magnitude of this energy was immense. If not absorbed promptly, it could spell disaster. This absorption took Guan Li a full half hour. His strength skyrocketed to 4-star advanced. with the sensation of newfound power coursing through him. Coupled with a gnawing hunger, Guan Li produced a food card to replenish his stamina. This time, he crushed a full 10 food cards before his hunger was satiated. After accounting for the crystals, Guan Li's gaze turned to the cards. 23, 001 white cards, 11, 301 white-green cards, 9, 612 green cards, 6, 210 blue-green cards, 205 blue cards, 10 deep blue cards, 1 purple card. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened all 23,001 white cards. Gained food card X 5025, gained supply card X 4564, gained recovery card X 3765, gained advancement card X 310, gained pure water 500 milliliters X 3230, gained universal rifle bullets X 1795, gained ordinary arrows X 4312. The system's notifications rang out in succession. The rewards were quite satisfactory. The recent battle had nearly depleted his supply cards, recovery cards, bullets, arrows, and other supplies. This replenishment was timely. The acquired items were automatically allocated to his system backpack. Guan Li proceeded to open more cards. He opened all 11,301 white-green cards in one go. Gained food card X 3201. Gained quality food card X 564. Gained supply card X 2214. Gained intermediate supply card X 458. Gained recovery card X 2714. Gained intermediate recovery card X 345. Gained advancement card X 230. Gained intermediate advancement card X 12. Gained ordinary arrows X 1563. The system's voice continued to echo as the white-green cards were opened. The rewards were similar to those of the white cards, predominantly consumables, but with a slight increase in quality. The rewards were automatically deposited into the system backpack. Without pausing, Guan Li continued to open the cards. All 9,612 green cards were opened at once. Gained food card X 1230. Gained quality food card X 980. Gained ordinary arrows X 3510. Gained quality fertilizer X 200, capable of accelerating the growth of crops. Gained iron blocks X 300, usable for equipment repairs and crafting. Gained intermediate supply card X 1203. Gained blood recovery pills X 512. Can restore vitality. Though the effect is not significant, gained strength potion X 489. Temporarily boosts strength slightly for 1 minute. Gained recovery card X 1188. The system's notifications resounded in succession. Once again, the rewards were foundational. Yet they introduced several new items. Fortune favored him this time. Next were the blue-green cards, totaling 6, 210. Guan Li felt a sense of anticipation. The likelihood of obtaining superior items from cards of this caliber was rising. Gained quality food card X 501. Gained armor-piercing arrows X 2610. Gained intermediate recovery card X 1560. Gained intermediate supply card X 1440. Gained Molotov cocktails X 30. Can ignite targets within a radius of 10. Gained mini self-destruct robots X 20. Automatically crawl a short distance before exploding. With power equivalent to grenades. Gained explosive arrows X 49. Compared to the green cards, the quality of rewards from the blue-green cards had significantly improved, yet they still lacked any powerful items. Guan Li remained unperturbed, for the main event was yet to come. Given the quantity of cards obtained, it was evident how scarce the blue cards were. From the 100,000 zombies, only a little over 200 blue cards were yielded. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li opened them all. Acquired 50 units of refined iron ore, can be utilized for upgrades and equipment crafting. Acquired 35 units of speed potion. After consumption, it provides a slight boost to movement speed, effect stackable up to 3 times, lasting for 30 seconds. Acquired 30 units of chi pill. Consuming it instantly elevates strength to 2 stars. Effective only for those below 2 stars. Those above may consume it as a sweet treat with an exquisite flavor. Acquired 10 intermediate advancement cards. Acquired 50 units of low-level armor selection cards. Allow selection of any standard 2-star armor. Acquired 30 units of invisibility potion. After consumption, it conceals the user for 5 minutes, becoming ineffective after taking offensive action. With all blue cards unlocked, the rewards are quite commendable. Chapter 60. The Corpse King Puppet after unlocking the blue cards. 10 deep blue cards materialized in Guan Li's hand. These deep blue cards were all contributed by 4-star and above mutated zombies. The cards, as thin as a cicada's wings, were gently crushed in Guan Li's grip. Acquired Cleansing Technique X1. Once learned, it can eliminate abnormalities on clothing, proving to be exceptionally convenient. Acquired 3 Advanced Advancement cards. Acquired Legion Expansion card, 5 people, X2. Acquired Wall Climbing Technique X1. Once learned, it allows free climbing on walls. Acquired Thunder Element Summoning card X3. Upon use, summons a thunder element to fight for 3 minutes. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Truly worthy of deep blue cards. Yielding 2 skill books at once. Although they may seem of little use at present, as the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. What is unnecessary now may prove invaluable in the future. Learning cleansing technique, learning wall climbing technique, Guan Li swiftly learned both skills. With the system's assistance, he grasped them instantly. Cleansing technique, Guan Li activated the cleansing technique. His athletic wear became pristine as if brand new. Devoid of any unpleasant odor, the consumption of the cleansing technique was minimal, almost negligible, a rather practical skill. Mother need not worry about my wardrobe anymore. After testing the cleansing technique, Guan Li approached the wall. He extended his palm and pressed it against the wall. The moment his palm made contact, a wondrous force seemed to firmly adhere him to it. Quite impressive. Guan Li's face displayed an expression of astonishment. He had initially approached this with a mere experimental mindset, but unexpectedly found delightful surprises. The practicality of wall climbing technique skyrocketed. After testing the two newly acquired skills, Guan Li continued to open cards. He had only one card left in hand. The ethereal purple glow captivated Guan Li. This was the highest level card he had obtained thus far. Guan Li gently crushed the card. Crack! A dazzling light radiated from his palm. Although not as brilliant as the Blood Drinker blade, the disturbance it caused indicated that the item obtained was extraordinary. Acquired Demon Wing X1. A biological component from the terrifying Abyssal Demon Clan. Usable for puppet creation, endowing part of the Demon Wing's power. As the light gradually faded, a massive fleshy wing appeared before Guan Li. The wing fully extended, measuring over 3 meters in length. Its skeleton was adorned with sharp barbs, and the flesh membrane was covered in scales. Dark red patterns were imprinted upon the fleshy wing. A powerful and terrifying aura emanated from the wing. A marvelous item, Guan Li's eyes gleamed. He had retained the Corpse King's body precisely to create a puppet. After exhausting all card openings, Guan Li accessed the system's backpack. In the last compartment of the backpack lay a square box, intricately carved with the image of a multitude of corpses. Corpse King's treasure. Bestowed upon the valiant who slays the Corpse King, it can yield generous rewards. This was a reward granted by the selection. Without hesitation, Guan Li opened the gift box. Acquired Devouring Claw, an arm from the Abyssal Devourer clan, usable for puppet creation, endowing part of the Devourer's power. Splendid, Guan Li couldn't contain his joy. It truly seems that what one desires one receives. He had nearly gathered sufficient materials for puppet creation. It was time to commence. He retrieved the Corpse King's body from his spatial ring, even though it had been dead for quite some time. The flesh still writhed incessantly. Even the head, which had been pierced by Shun Lian, had returned to its original state. A skinned blood corpse appeared somewhat peculiar. Guan Li even harbored concerns that this fellow might suddenly resurrect. Of course, such worries were somewhat unnecessary. After all, the system had prompted him, and the cards had dropped. The Corpse King was undoubtedly dead. Guan Li placed the Demon Wing beside the Corpse King. He then took out several other items. The Tyrant's Claw rewarded for slaying the Tyrant. The Shapeshifting Bone Armor rewarded for defeating the Bone Keeper. The Control Threads rewarded for defeating the Puppet Master. Tyrant's Claw, an arm from the Tyrant, usable for puppet creation, endowing part of the Tyrant's power. Shapeshifting Bone Armor, an external shell from the Bone Keeper, usable for puppet creation, endowing part of the Bone Keeper's power. Corpse King Body, contains powerful shapeshifting genes within its flesh, allowing perfect compatibility with any material, an excellent puppet body. After mastering puppet techniques, Guan Li could instantly discern what could be used for puppet creation. Bone, Shunlian, Leo, heighten the patrol around. Ensure no external forces interfere with me. Guan Li issued his command. Creating a puppet is no simple task, especially one that incorporates such powerful materials. Any slight miscalculation could lead to failure. Guan Li would not permit such an occurrence. There was no choice. The materials are too precious. Understood. The 3 leaders responded. The remaining Legion soldiers surrounded Guan Li. Taking a deep breath, Guan Li began the puppet creation process. His hands skillfully explored the Corpse King's body. The methods of puppet creation surfaced in his mind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Guan Li held the control threads. He installed the Tyrant's Claw onto the Corpse King's left arm. This process appeared simple, yet it was anything but. A minor error could result in the complete ruin of the puppet's vessel. Phew, Guan Li exhaled in relief. The Tyrant's Claw was successfully installed. Next, he began sewing the shape-shifting bone armor. The control threads traversed within the Corpse King's body. Suspending it in mid-air, Guan Li's hands moved rapidly, integrating the shape-shifting bone armor into the Corpse King's body. Crackle, crackle. A series of popping sounds echoed as the shape-shifting bone armor seamlessly merged with the Corpse King's body. What a close call! Guan Li breathed a sigh of relief, cold sweat already beading on his forehead. Next came the 2 most challenging parts. After all, their quality was exceptionally high. Guan Li grasped the devouring claw and affixed it to the Corpse King's right arm. His hands moved swiftly, controlling the threads to entwine around it. "Please let there be no issues," Guan Li chanted repeatedly in his heart. Fortunately, the devouring claw cooperated splendidly. The Corpse King's body exhibited a remarkable compatibility. The flesh writhed incessantly, enveloping the devouring claw. No dangers encountered. Guan Li's heart raced. The final component, the demon wing. This was the highest quality material among them. Guan Li focused intently, unwilling to let his guard down. The demon wing integrated into the Corpse King's back. Crack! The Corpse King's body began to tremble violently. The power of the demon wing was too fearsome. The flesh of the body struggled to endure. "Oh no!" Guan Li's expression changed drastically. Just as the Corpse King's body seemed poised to shatter under the strain of the demon wing, the blood drinker blade quivered. The sword emitted an eerie red glow. Blood-red tendrils entwined, wrapping around Guan Li's arm. The blood demon hand coalesced. A terrifying aura permeated the room. Guan Li recognized this as the power emanating from the blood drinker blade. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The once trembling demon wing instantly calmed. Rapidly merging into the Corpse King's body. Chapter 61. Long Chia Fu. That was close. Guan Li gazed at the gradually stabilizing Corpse King body, finally able to relax. Upon regaining his awareness, he realized his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Cleansing technique? He quickly cast the skill. The sweat and odor on his clothing vanished in an instant. Remarkably practical little skill. The blood and flesh of the Corpse King continued to writhe. Those puppet materials integrated into the body at a visibly rapid pace. Ding, congratulations, host, for acquiring the Corpse King puppet. Following the fusion of the Corpse King's body, the system's prompt sounded. Name: Corpse King Puppet Potential. Unknown Power. 4-star Advanced Abilities. Exceptional Regeneration. Perfect Compatibility. Devouring, Demon Wing, Tyrant's Claw, Shapeshifting Bone Armor Evaluation. A puppet transformed from the Corpse King, possessing a flawless body with infinite growth potential. A summary of the Corpse King puppet appeared before Guan Li. Infinite growth potential? Incredible. Guan Li was exceedingly satisfied. It was well worth the materials invested in its creation. This Corpse King puppet far exceeded his expectations. The Corpse King puppet before him was indistinguishable from an ordinary person. Those terrifying organs and tissues had perfectly fused into its body. Attack, Guan Li commanded, pointing at the distant wall. The Corpse King puppet did not hesitate in the slightest, delivering a powerful punch that created a large hole in the wall. This was the Corpse King puppet in its normal state. If it transformed into its complete form, its strength would at least elevate by a tier. It needs a name. Let's call it Long Chia. The Corpse King puppet offered no response. It was merely a shell, devoid of independent thought, acting entirely according to Guan Li's commands. Let us see a more striking appearance, Guan Li instructed. The face of Long Chia began to shift. Moments later, a brand new visage emerged. At this point, Long Chia had transformed into an undeniable heartthrob, the kind that stands out among millions. However, when compared to the readers, it still fell slightly short. All right, a bit of a pretty boy's flair. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. After the completion of the creation of the Corpse King puppet, he began to enhance the strength of his legion. The recently acquired points and cards were sufficient to elevate the existing legion to a higher tier. Legion Expansion Card, 5 persons, x2. After a moment of contemplation, Guan Li decided to allocate them to the Ironclad Shield Guards and the Shadow Swordmasters. System: expand the Ironclad Shield Guards Legion and the Shadow Swordmasters Legion. 2 summoning arrays, 1 black and 1 silver, materialized before Guan Li, revealing 10 figures. Master, my lord. The 10 soldiers knelt respectfully on the ground. Rise. Guan Li gestured for them to stand. Low-level armor selection, card X50. He did not hesitate to utilize it. Various standard armors appeared before him. Shield Mountain Heavy Armor, Moon Wheel Armor, Swift Armor, Courage Plate Armor. System: please provide a suggestion. The plethora of armor types left Guan Li feeling overwhelmed, prompting him to seek the system's advice. Host: please select the legion that requires equipment. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Ironclad Shield Guards Legion. As the main tank legion, they undoubtedly needed superior armor first. The Ironclad Shield Guards officers were characterized by their formidable defense but slightly compromised mobility. This system recommends equipping Shield Mountain Armor, Heavy Iron Armor, and other armors with exceptional defensive capabilities, maximizing the survival potential of the Ironclad Shield Guards Legion. The system provided a reasonable suggestion. Guan Li located the armors mentioned by the system. Name: Shield Mountain Heavy Armor Type. Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent. Sturdy Evaluation. Crafted from superior fine iron, it possesses the might of a mountain with formidable defensive power. Name: Heavy Iron Armor Type. Heavy Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent. Sturdy Evaluation. Crafted from heavy iron. This armor boasts formidable defense, making it impervious to ordinary weapons. The shield mountain heavy armor resembled a colossal mountain, while the heavy iron armor was entirely black, exuding a sense of weightiness. Guan Li favored the shield mountain heavy armor for its grand and imposing presence. A man should be formidable. Acquired shield mountain heavy armor X35. Leo equipped them. Utilizing the system, Guan Li directly replaced the equipment. Except for the resurrecting ironclad shield guards, all donned the new armor. The heavy armor provided an overwhelming sense of security. Thank you, Master, Leo spoke. With 15 low-level armor cards remaining, Guan Li prioritized equipping the skeleton shield guards. Name: Undead Plate Armor Type. Plate Armor Grade, 2-star Advanced Talent. Undead Power Evaluation. A plate armor traversed by abyssal undead, infused with potent undead energy. Attackers will suffer from the invasion of undead power. The plate armor appeared somewhat antiquated, emanating dark auras from its surface. The surviving skeleton shield soldiers, cloaked in the plate armor, transformed into noble knights. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction, noting that this transformation rendered the skeleton soldiers much more discreet. Subsequently, he accessed the points marketplace. The number of Legion members was crucial. Guan Li resolved to invest the majority of his points here. Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, give me 10. With a grand gesture, he spent 200,000 points. There was no other way. He was just that extravagant. Apologies. Having points allows one to act freely. Purchasing Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, X10 will cost 200,000 points. Do you wish to proceed? The system's voice chimed. Purchase. Guan Li nodded without a hint of hesitation. He could certainly afford 200,000 points. Congratulations, host, for successfully purchasing Star-level Legion expansion card, 10 persons, X10. You are truly wise and mighty. The system's voice rang out, thick with flattery. Guan Li chose to ignore it. Ironclad Shield Guards Legion expanded by 20 persons. Shadow Swordmasters Legion expanded by 20 persons. Elven Archers Legion expanded by 20 persons. Undead Legion expanded by 30 persons. The system's notifications sounded in rapid succession. Due to the Undead Legion encompassing 3 types of soldiers, each type expanded by 10, 4 distinct summoning arrays emerged, and 100 Legion soldiers materialized before Guan Li. Greetings, Master. The Legion soldiers saluted in unison. No need for formalities, Guan Li waved his hand. Thank you, Master. The soldiers rose, standing respectfully before Guan Li. Observing the gradually expanding force, he revealed a satisfied smile. Now, this semblance of an army is commendable. Although the current count of Legion soldiers was only a little over 200. It was merely the beginning. Guan Li was not in a rush. As he glanced at Leo's ironclad Legion, a thought struck him. I seem to have an opportunity to extract skills that I haven't utilized. Previously, the ironclad Shield Guards Legion lacked suitable skills, hence the temporary restraint on extraction. The skills of the ironclad Shield Guards were purely tank-oriented, and he had no desire to become a mere tank. However, having now comprehended the Silver Armor Soul, it was the perfect moment for extraction. This is indeed a commendable skill. Chapter 62. Survivor Camp System. Extract Silver Armor Soul. Guan Li selected the Silver Armor Soul. Ding! The extraction of Silver Armor Soul commenced. The system's voice resonated. He activated the Silver Armor Soul, and a phantom appeared behind him, capable of attacking targets within 3 meters. He opened the points marketplace once more. Legion Upgrade Card X1. Using this card will elevate the Legion's power by 1 tier. Applicable only for legions below 10-star strength, priced at 50,000 points. I'll take 8 of these. Guan Li selected the Legion Upgrade card, instantly spending 400,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, host, for purchasing Legion Upgrade Card X8. You are truly extravagant. How ostentatious, how dazzling. Guan Li completely disregarded the system's flattery. His ears were almost calloused from it. System. Upgrade the Undead Legion. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Guards Legion. In one breath, Guan Li upgraded all 4 legions. The strength of the Legion soldiers surged dramatically. The soldiers' auras began to soar, quickly surpassing the mid-4-star level. Then, they ascended to the high 4-star level. The power of the legions experienced a substantial increase. After a spree of spending, approximately 70,000 points remained. Guan Li again spent 40,000 points on items to accelerate the enhancement of the Legion soldiers. He kept the last 3 to 5,000 points for emergencies. It was essential to have some reserves for a sense of security. Guan Li took out a premium food card. A rich aroma of meat wafted forth. Just a whiff left him invigorated. Is this the meat of an evolved creature? Guan Li could distinctly sense the difference in quality. In a wonder, it was more suitable for awakeners to consume. This single premium food card was equivalent to 5 ordinary food cards. He took a bite, and succulent juices flowed forth. Delicious, Guan Li activated the skill. Gluttonous Devour. Moments later, he let out a satisfied burp. A bottle of pure water replenished his vitality instantly. Sated and refreshed, it was time to set out, Guan Li declared, feeling something was amiss. Oh no. It's time to slay some monsters. He quickly corrected himself. Eileen, you may withdraw, he notified Eileen, who was on the rooftop, through mental communication. ASU command. The elven archers and skeleton mages returned to the plaza. The 200-strong legion departed in an imposing manner. Z City Tower. This was a 50-story skyscraper, once the central hub of Z City. Now, it had become a stronghold for the city's defenses. The survivor camp of Z City, thanks to the relentless efforts of the city defense forces. Nearly 100,000 survivors had been rescued within a day. This was already quite an achievement. After all, 80% of the population had been infected by the zombie virus. The total population of Z City was approximately 10 million. That meant 8 million people were at risk of infection. The remaining survivors, battered by zombies and monsters, were dwindling in number. Given the current situation, the survivors in Z City would not exceed 1 million. The outer perimeter of the tower was fortified with makeshift iron mesh defenses. Beyond the iron mesh lay a minefield. Should a zombie-tide assault occur, it would be met with bombardment. Tank vehicles were stationed behind the iron mesh defenses, and fully armed city defense soldiers patrolled ceaselessly. Thousands of rocket launchers were positioned behind the steel defenses formed by tanks. Within the camp, survivors had erected simple tents. Those without tents could only huddle on the muddy ground. Many of their eyes had lost their luster, becoming utterly numb. They had learned from the city defense forces about the fall of Huagua. The apocalypse had truly arrived. Not only were there zombies, but terrifying natural disaster monsters as well. Even local animals and plants had undergone horrific mutations. It seemed that in just a few days, humanity had transformed from the apex predator into the most humble and fragile of ants. Struggling to survive in the crevices, the entrance to Z City Tower was heavily guarded. Inside lay supplies and weapons. Not long ago, many rioting survivors attempted to storm the tower to seize supplies. Ultimately, the ringleaders of the disturbance were shot dead. The remaining survivors, witnessing this, dared not cause further trouble. They understood that the rules had completely changed. With the fall of Huagua, they had lost their protection. It was only at this moment that they realized how magnificent their homeland truly was, brother. When will the food be ready? A rotund man inquired. If Guan Li were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as the vice president of Z University. Chen Xiong, not yet. Please wait a moment, a soldier replied. Oh? Chen Xiong nodded, a look of disappointment crossing his face. He returned to the area designated for Z University, where hundreds of students had gathered. The majority appeared disheveled and weary. Clearly, they had not fared well in recent days. Yet, surviving was already a significant achievement. Chen Xiong, you're back? How does one express city defense? A peculiar-looking young man spoke, his arms adorned with the tattoo of a venomous snake. His hair dyed a striking shade of green. Lin Gu, Chen Xiong exclaimed with a sycophantic smile upon spotting the man. As the vice president of Z University, he had never been in such a disheveled state. Bowing and scraping to a student, alas, those days were gone. Now, even the city defense had announced the grim tidings of Huagua's demise. Chen Xiong understood that there was no turning back. To survive, what harm was there in playing the role of a sycophant? Back in his days at Z University, he had allied with several awakened individuals, ready to showcase his prowess. However, a group of even more formidable students stormed into the performance hall, igniting a fierce confrontation. Huang Xiao, Wang Li, and Li Zichao fell within mere moments, all perishing at the hands of their adversaries. From that day forth, Z University had fallen under the dominion of these students, known for their violent temperaments. Chen Xiong's tactics were utterly ineffective against them. They understood that with strength, nothing was beyond their reach. In just a few short days, all the female teachers and students at Z University had met a tragic fate. Anyone daring to resist was executed, their bodies discarded as fodder for zombies. It wasn't until the city defense forces arrived that they somewhat tempered their actions. You are increasingly resembling a dog, Lin Quan remarked with a smile, his foot pressing down on Chen Xiong's face. He. What do you mean, Lin Gu? It is my honor to serve you. Chen Xiong's face bore a smile akin to that of a blooming flower. Although the city defense had gathered the survivors here, they had taken no measures, merely ensuring daily meals were provided. As for the matters between groups, as long as there were no large-scale disturbances, they turned a blind eye. Searching for survivors was already a headache enough. These trivial matters were hardly worth their attention. Less chatter. When is mealtime? Lin Quan asked, kicking Chen Xiong aside with evident disdain. Due to their extravagant lifestyle, their food supplies had long been depleted. Now, the entire Z University community could only survive on relief provisions. Not yet. Lin Gu, could you bear with it a little longer? Chen Xiong maintained his obsequious demeanor. Get lost. Go fetch that winch Zhang Xian, Lin Quan commanded before striding into the tent. Yes, yes. A flicker of resentment crossed Chen Xiong's face, yet he dared not show it. P.S. Upvote. Everyone, please support. I beg you. Thank you. Chapter 63. The meeting a few minutes later, Zhang Xian swayed her alluring figure as she approached the tent. Chen Xiong walked beside her, stealing glances now and then. This girl, she had become increasingly beautiful lately. How had he not noticed her allure before? Chen Xiong mused silently. Go in. Lin Gu is looking for you. Chen Xiong halted outside the tent, a man and a woman alone in a tent together. Everyone knew what could transpire. I understand, Zhang Xian nodded, showing no sign of resistance. Her complexion appeared more radiant, her eyes exuding a beguiling allure. That wretched harlot, truly seductive. Chen Xiong muttered under his breath, observing Zhang Xian's departing figure. In recent days he had seen her consorting with numerous men, all of whom were awakened individuals. Chen Xiong found a spot to sit down. The surrounding students huddled together in despair, particularly the boys. Their faces etched with pain. Many of their girlfriends had left them for a mere piece of bread and a sip of water. This was a significant blow to them. Damn it. Why am I so cowardly when it comes to killing zombies? I can hit every target perfectly in video games, one bespectacled boy lamented. Stop dreaming. With your pathetic self, you think you can kill zombies? Take a look at yourself. A crisp voice rang in the boy's ears. Causing his body to shudder, he looked up to see a familiar figure, his longed-for girlfriend. Though the man beside her was no longer him. Xiao Shan. The boy stammered. Qian Feng, look at yourself now. You're nothing but trash. Useless. The girl looked down at the boy named Qian Feng from a position of superiority. Xiao Shan, leave that man. Come back to me, and let me protect you. I've overcome my fears. I can face zombies now. Qian Feng stood, his voice tinged with desperation. Ha ha ha, you, a worthless fool? You think you can kill zombies? Do you dare wield a knife? The man beside the girl interjected suddenly. Get the hell away. Give me back Xiao Shan. Qian Feng lunged at the man, but he was no match for him. Scram. You piece of garbage. The man kicked him aside, and Qian Feng fell to the ground, wailing in agony, a toad wishing to eat swan meat. Darling, let's go, Xiao Shan said, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen Qian Feng. Don't go. Xiao Shan. Qian Feng hunched over, watching the two fade away. He could do nothing, for he lacked strength. The surrounding students had long since become numb. Their gazes fixed on Qian Feng without a hint of sympathy. Such incidents were far from rare. This was the apocalypse. The weak were devoured by the strong. Nearby, Zhao Hai crouched in a corner. His fists clenched as he watched Qian Feng. I must grow stronger. The events of these past few days had forced him to confront reality. Once a privileged second-generation rich kid, he had now been reduced to nothing. What use was money? Merely for wiping one's backside. In a concealed corner of the survivor camp, the darkness of humanity was continually magnifying on the top floor of the Z City building. In a spacious conference hall, numerous officers of the city defense, clad in military uniforms, sat at a long white table. The head of the table was a middle-aged man, his chest adorned with several gleaming gold stars. These stars represented past glories and his status within the Z City Defense Forces. President Ling. When Huagua had not yet perished, he had to heed the orders of the provincial governors, but now, he was the supreme commander of the Z City Defense Forces, no longer beholden to anyone. Su Yunjian. He joined the City Defense Forces at 18 and was now 43, having risen to the position of president of Z City in just over 2 decades. Such rapid ascent spoke volumes of his capabilities. Before Su Yunjian sat an elder and a young man, both vice commanders within the Corps, their authority second only to his. The elder was named Wu Hai, while the young man was called Shunling Fei. The purpose of today's meeting was to determine the future plans of the Corps. With Huagua's demise, these individuals were akin to rootless drifters. Relying solely on themselves, everyone. Let us discuss the direction of the City Defense Forces, Su Yunjian announced as he assessed the attendees. President Ling, our Z City Corps still has over 30,000 soldiers. We possess considerable heavy firepower. We can certainly gather survivors and establish a base city. A military officer spoke up. Su Yunjian recognized him as Liu Sandao, Right General under Wu Hai. The hierarchy within the Corps included President, Vice Commanders, Chief Generals, Right Generals, Left Generals, 1,000 leaders, 100 leaders, Team Leaders, and Vice Team Leaders. This meeting was open only to those holding positions of Left General or higher. I support this proposal, a Right General chimed in. I concur. We have no idea what the situation outside is like. It may be worse than Z City. Moreover, if we leave here, we have nowhere to go. The speaker was a chief general, offering his perspective. The majority expressed their agreement, advocating for a steady approach in developing a base city. Su Yunjian remained silent, deep in thought, while Wu Hai and Shun Lingfei also refrained from speaking. I believe staying in Z City may not be wise. There are no defenses to guard. Establishing a base city will be no easy feat. Furthermore, Z City lacks granaries. How will we resolve the food issue? With 100,000 survivors, we consume vast amounts of food daily. A dissenting voice emerged in the silent conference room. Judging by his badge, this was a chief general. His name was Zhao Kuo, a robust man in his 30s, exuding an unusual aura. He was an awakened individual. After Huagua's downfall, the core leaders, having witnessed the prowess of zombies and monsters, permitted their soldiers to absorb crystal cores. In this apocalypse, science could no longer explain the phenomena. For humanity to endure, it must embrace evolution. Stagnation would lead only to demise. Everyone in the conference hall was an awakened individual, yet their strengths varied. Zhao Kuo was among the elite of the core. During a rescue mission, he fortuitously gained an opportunity, rapidly advancing to 4-star low-level strength. Not only that, but he also became a steel warrior, capable of turning his skin to steel, impervious to blades and bullets, a formidable force indeed. Zhao Kuo, please share your thoughts. Su Yunjian valued Zhao Kuo's opinions, recognizing that the latter's strength placed him at the pinnacle of the core hierarchy. Heavy firearm weaponry would eventually become obsolete. These emerging awakened individuals were the future safeguard of the core. As time passed, terrifying monsters would emerge, their defenses capable of withstanding tank assaults. Monsters would continuously evolve, while firearms would not. Chapter 64. The decision of the City Defense Forces. Yes, President. Zhao Kuo rose, saluting Su Yunjian. First and foremost, the food issue must be addressed. Z City lacks granaries. Historically, its food supply has been allocated through the state. Furthermore, there are no existing structures in the vicinity of Z City that could serve as a base city. If construction were to commence now, what would be the required resources? Considering the current temporary encampment, would such a site truly be capable of withstanding a horde of zombies? Zhao Kuo's two inquiries immediately plunged the conference room into silence. Food and defensive structures are indeed pressing issues. Zhao Kuo, what do you propose we do? After a prolonged silence, Wu Hai finally spoke that I believe we should consider relocating south. Zhao Kuo suggested. South? Why? The three queried in unison. Guangnan Province, Yang City. Zhao Kuo uttered just 2 words, and the three instantly comprehended. Yang City. This historic metropolis not only boasts robust city walls but also possesses fertile land and an abundance of food. Moreover, it is home to numerous military legions, armed with weaponry far superior to that of Z City. Aligning ourselves with Yang City would indeed be a commendable choice. General Zhao Kuo, your proposal is quite astute. But how shall we proceed? Yang City is a considerable distance from Z City. Even in peacetime, a flight would take a full day, let alone in the present circumstances, especially with the presence of survivors. It is likely that by the time we leave Min Province, many would perish. A voice of dissent arose. Everyone turned to see a right general, Guan Li is immensely powerful, rivaling Zhao Kuo, and is a 4-star awakened one. He possesses the explosive warrior profession, capable of unleashing devastating damage with his hands, making him a formidable foe. Though he holds the title of right general, in this world where strength reigns supreme, past status holds little value. The Hua nation has fallen, and the city defense army structure has long since crumbled. We are merely adhering to the remnants of the past to maintain order. Following this trajectory, Z City's legion will soon face a significant purge. The strong will rise to power, while the weak will yield. Such is the rule of this apocalyptic era. I concur with General Guo perspective. Rushing to Yang City is indeed fraught with peril. A moment's carelessness could lead to total annihilation. A left general remarked. He shares a good rapport with Guo, and in such times, he naturally wishes to express his support. Furthermore, Zhao Kuo's ideas do seem rather radical. Remaining in Z City to rescue survivors and establish a base city is undoubtedly the most prudent approach. The issue of food can be addressed by scouring the nearby urban areas. I too agree with General Guo. I concur. I agree. The number of supporters for this viewpoint steadily grew. Cowards, in the face of catastrophe, it is utterly impossible to avoid bloodshed. I stand with General Zhao Kuo. A decisive journey to Yang City would resolve our plight once and for all. Those in favor of Zhao Kuo also voiced their support. The clash of differing opinions ignited fervent debate. In the conference hall, no one was willing to concede. This situation clearly illustrated that the Legion was not united in purpose, but rather a disarrayed assembly. Stay to search for survivors. Establish a base city. Advance to Yang City. 2 opposing voices filled the conference room. The soldiers outside displayed anxious expressions, concerned that the discussions might escalate into conflict. If it came to that, which side should they support? Ahem, enough. This bickering is futile. You are all not children. Wu Hai coughed twice, and the room fell silent. As a senior figure in the Legion, the crowd granted him a measure of respect. Since no one is willing to relent, let us resolve this through a vote. Wu Hai, though appearing aged, showed no signs of fatigue. Beneath his frail exterior lay immense strength. It was evident that he too was an awakened one, and not without considerable prowess. Very well, let us proceed as Elder Wu suggests. We shall vote. Agreed. That is a sound method. With Wu Hai mediating, the discord subsided. Continuing this way would yield no resolution. Although the voting method may be conventional, it proves effective. Bring forth the ballot box and writing materials. Su Yunjian called for the soldiers outside. They quickly ran out and returned with an assortment of supplies. The voting commenced. No one may interfere. Su Yunjian declared. He is also a 4-star awakened one, though lacking any special abilities. No problem, fair and just. The generals all nodded in agreement. Soon, white papers were cast into the ballot box one after another. The results are now to be revealed. Zhao Kuo, 1 vote. Guo Xiaotian, 1 vote. Zhao Kuo, 1 vote. Su Yunjian recited the names, recording them on the blackboard behind him. Zhao Kuo, 18 votes. Guo Xiaotian, 18 votes. A tie. At that moment, there remained one final vote in the ballot box. Su Yunjian unfolded the paper, revealing the outcome. This vote had been cast by him, Guo Xiaotian, 1 vote, with 19 votes to 18. Guo Xiaotian emerged victorious. Su Yunjian opted for Guo Xiaotian, believing Zhao Kuo's plan to be too perilous. Given the current state of the Legion, a forced retreat to Yang City would likely lead to total obliteration. Even if they were to arrive successfully, the casualties would be catastrophic. Alas, how foolish. Zhao Kuo felt a pang of disappointment, yet found himself powerless to alter the course. This decision lay with the collective. In light of this, everyone, let us hasten our efforts. Search for survivors. Scour the major malls and supermarkets. Gather any and all edible provisions. Su Yunjian swiftly issued his commands. Understood. The crowd nodded in unison. Regardless of the circumstances, survivors must be rescued and food collected. The city defense army's decisions were unbeknownst to Guan Li, who was presently en route to the southern district. After vanquishing the zombie king Su Yu, the Legion's strength had significantly increased. Thus, Guan Li resolved to seek out the ill fate of the silver-horned python in the southern district. Within the southern region lie several interwoven mountain ranges. Following the apocalypse, the flora within these mountains began to grow wildly, rapidly enveloping the surrounding cities. The tropical rainforest to which Guan Li aims to venture is nestled amongst these mountains. As he delved deeper into the southern district, the architectural landscape dwindled, gradually replaced by dense vegetation. The roars of zombies grew fainter, supplanted by the cries of monsters. The population in the southern district is relatively sparse, rendering it a veritable paradise for wildlife. Prior to the apocalypse, this locale served as a natural tourist attraction for Z City. Following the outbreak, it transformed into a haven for mutated creatures. P.S. Upvote recommended. Readers, please refrain from storing chapters. Thank you for your support. Chapter 65. Southern District. The number of zombies in the Southern District is minimal, yet mutated creatures abound. Shortly after entering the Southern District, Guan Li encountered one such creature. A giant python, as thick as a barrel, sprawled across the cement road. This was once a street, but following the apocalypse, vegetation has burgeoned uncontrollably. The ornamental trees lining the sides have extended onto the roadway. What was once a civilization belonging to humanity is slowly reverting to its primal ecological state. Name: Scaled Python. Potential: 5 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Beginner abilities: Constriction, Tail Whip. Resilient Scales evaluation: a newly evolved species derived from ordinary pythons, possessing formidable constriction capabilities and defensive strength. This creature is a mutation. The giant python measures 7 to 8 meters in length. Its scales, arranged in a distinct pattern, languidly basks in the sun, flicking its tongue as if savoring the warmth. The pronounced bulge in its abdomen indicates it has recently feasted. Guan Li's presence swiftly captured its attention. Its cold, slitted eyes fixated on him. Hiss! The scaled python writhed, lunging toward Guan Li. Long Chia, Guan Li commanded. Long Chia leaped forth, delivering a powerful punch to the python's head. Crack! The sheer force shattered its scales. Blood streaming from the wound. Long Chia, possessing advanced 4-star strength, faced little challenge against the scaled python. Hiss! Whoosh! The scaled python screeched, its massive tail whipping out, generating gusts of wind. When the tail struck Long Chia, it staggered back a few steps but quickly regained its footing. Subsequently, its right arm began to rapidly transform. A terrifying, twisted, indescribable appendage emerged. The devouring demon claw writhed, and a singular eye split open on the back of the hand, scanning the surroundings as if searching for prey. Long Chia swung the devouring demon claw toward the scaled python, its sharp fingers effortlessly slicing through the python's scales. Rip! 5 strips of fresh blood and flesh were torn from the python's body. A gaping maw opened wide, greedily consuming the blood and flesh. The scaled python was momentarily stunned. Who truly is the monster here? Sensing danger, it attempted to flee. With a powerful tail whip, it sought to repel Long Chia. However, this time, it did not succeed. The enormous, twisted, terrifying claw seized the scaled python's tail and began to swing it violently against the ground. The overwhelming force crushed the scaled python to death. Its scales shattered. Blood gushed forth, the blue card fell from the scaled python's corpse. Long Chia retrieved the blue card, dragging the lifeless body before Guan Li swallowed. The crystal core remains. Guan Li pocketed the card. Long Chia understood the cue, and its devouring demon claw opened wide, extending a tooth-like organ. The 7 to 8 meter long python's corpse was swiftly consumed. The organ retracted, and a crystal core was expelled. The remains of the creature seemed to have never existed. After devouring the corpse, Long Chia's strength experienced a slight enhancement, a boon derived from its consuming ability. Guan Li absorbed the crystal core, though his power did not significantly increase. He did not lose heart. With persistent accumulation, a breakthrough would inevitably come. Hello, young brother. Could you possibly assist me? Among the buildings lining the street, there are several survivors. They are peeking out, calling for help towards Guan Li. The city defense forces have commenced rescue operations. Please be patient. However, Guan Li did not respond to their pleas. He was not a benevolent savior. It was impossible for him to lend a hand to everyone. Could you spare some food then? The survivors remained undeterred. The monsters have already been dealt with by me. Those wishing to leave should act swiftly, Guan Li advised, before continuing deeper into the southern district. Upon hearing this, the survivors hurriedly gathered their belongings. The giant python that had trapped them for so long was now slain by Guan Li, and they were eager to escape. The mutated creatures in this area are far too terrifying. They would rather face zombies than these aberrations. Moreover, not long ago, they received news via radio broadcast that the city defense forces had established a survivor camp at the Z-City skyscraper. There, safe spaces and a steady food supply awaited. In any case, they could not remain in the southern district. As they ventured deeper into the southern district, the vegetation grew increasingly dense. Compared to zombies, the mutated creatures were far more aggressive. They do not wander aimlessly but actively seek out targets. Even those hiding in rooms would be easily discovered. Thus, the deeper one goes into the southern district, the more challenging it becomes for survivors to endure. Remain vigilant. Guan Li also assumed a more serious demeanor. The mutated creatures possessed intelligence, making them significantly more difficult to confront than zombies. Cackling, 3 grotesque-headed monsters leapt forth from the surrounding grass. The grass trio? Guan Li immediately heightened his alertness. The skin of these creatures exhibited a healthy green hue. Their faces were ugly, with large noses and pointed ears. They were quite diminutive, their eyes gleaming with greed. Goblins? Guan Li found the creatures before him strikingly familiar. They were none other than the weakest goblins from online games. Such creatures, akin to skeleton soldiers, were mere cannon fodder. Yet here, in reality, goblins belonged to the category of calamity creatures. Their strength was not to be underestimated. In fact, they were quite formidable. Name: Greedy Goblin Trio, Group Monster, Potential, 7 stars Strength, 4 stars Intermediate Ability. Ominous Evaluation: Goblins from a rift in time and space. They are not the weaklings of games, so do not let your guard down. The system scanned, revealing the goblin's profile. Without the system, one might easily grow complacent. After all, who could imagine that the cannon fodder goblins from games possessed 4-star strength? Once again, this is reality. Never compare it to the realm of games. Otherwise, you shall meet a tragic end. Chitter chatter, Karaji fat, Karaji slim. The goblin trio babbled in their incomprehensible tongue. Guan Li could not understand them, yet he could discern their aggressive movements. It was time to teach this young group of goblins a lesson. Show them what a proper thrashing entails. With a command, dozens of soldiers surged forward. Spears were hurled. A flurry of bone spears flew towards the goblin trio. Chitter chatter. The goblin trio screeched in disarray, nimbly dodging the spear attacks. The goblin leader charged forward, swinging a long sword. A skeleton shield soldier was caught unprepared and was directly repelled by the goblin leader. A sword mark was left on the breastplate, showcasing the goblin's strength. Guan Li narrowed his eyes slightly. Truly, they were 4-star intermediate goblins. They certainly had some merit. Yet, one cannot fight against 4 hands. Guan Li held no regard for martial ethics. Dozens of soldiers surrounded the goblin trio. The goblins fought fiercely in retaliation. They coordinated their efforts, managing to withstand the soldiers' assault. This is the power of intelligent beings. They understood teamwork and tactics. Unfortunately, there were only 3 goblins. The encircling soldiers numbered 3 to 4 dozen, a complete tenfold advantage. Even if they repelled a wave of attacks, the goblins sustained multiple wounds, in the early stages. Such a reckless strategy could work. But as time passed, their stamina began to wane, blood flowed from their wounds. Minutes later, the 3rd goblin could no longer hold out. A perfect defensive formation developed. It is over, Guan Li proclaimed. Chapter 66. Goblin Tribe. The soldiers seized the opportunity, pouncing forward. The 3rd goblin was slain. The remaining 2 goblins were gradually defeated. Kill the goblin trio, group monster, reward, 1,000 points, language proficiency skill. The system's notification chimed. Although the points were modest, they granted a new skill. The soldiers took several minutes to eliminate the goblin trio. That remarkable tactic must have been their innate ability. It was precisely this ability that had allowed them to hold off the soldiers for several minutes. Quite impressive. Let us continue to strive for excellence, Guan Li remarked while observing the goblins' corpses. The goblin trio dropped a peculiar blue card, marked with an X3 symbol. In an instant, Guan Li understood. This likely indicated a reward multiplier of 3. No matter what was obtained, it would be tripled. A delightful surprise. He tucked the card away, naturally preferring to save it for a more thrilling reveal. After all, he favored 10 consecutive draws within the goblin's remains. No crystal cores were discovered. The bloodthirsty blade despised such creatures. However, Longqia was more than willing to accept them. The devouring claw blossomed, consuming the 3 goblin corpses. Seizing this opportunity, Guan Li examined the newly acquired skill book. Language proficiency. Upon learning, gain mastery over the languages of various civilizations. An excellent find. Guan Li's eyes sparkled. Given the current circumstances, calamity creatures possess civilized races. Mastering language proficiency could prove invaluable at critical moments. System, learn language proficiency. Ding, congratulations, host. You have learned language proficiency. The system's voice echoed. Guan Li felt a surge of vast intelligence flooding his mind. Bone, communicate with me in the language of the undead, Guan Li instructed. Chitter gurgle. At your command, master. The skeleton spoke a few phrases, all of which Guan Li comprehended. Impressive. System products are indeed of superior quality. Mother no longer needs to worry about my failing English. The consumption of language proficiency is nearly negligible. Even if it remains activated continuously, there will be no issues. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Guan Li prepared to depart. As he lifted his foot, options suddenly appeared before him. Option 1. Proceed straight ahead to acquire a roadside hemostatic herb X1. Option 2. Take the left path, which is very safe, rewarding a 4-star crystal core X1. Option 3. Walk 10 kilometers along the right path to discover the goblin tribe. Eliminate the tribe leader and obtain goblin treasure X1. The options have been triggered. Without hesitation, Guan Li dismissed the first 2. Although rewards could be obtained effortlessly, they were far too meager. Without a doubt, he chose the 3rd option. He simply adored adventure. The rewards were too enticing. Following the system's guidance, Guan Li chose to advance along the right path. To avoid alarming any creatures, he recalled most of the soldiers, leaving only 4 commanders and a handful of 10 soldiers. After all, once the cooldown period elapsed, he could summon soldiers immediately. Guan Li moved forward along the narrow path. This route was overgrown with weeds, resembling a recently cleared area. Throughout the journey, he maintained heightened awareness. After advancing a kilometer, he sensed a massive pit in the midst of the thicket. The pit was filled with sharp iron spikes, each over a meter long, capable of delivering a chilling blow. A trap. Guan Li's heart raced. Fortunately, he had activated his awareness. Otherwise, he would have certainly fallen victim to it. Though such a trap would inflict minimal harm on him, at most causing superficial injuries, he certainly did not wish for his rear to be harmed. This was undoubtedly a trap set by the goblins. Guan Li instructed his soldiers to lower their stances and began to intensely sense his surroundings. The range of his awareness expanded significantly. Indeed, found you. In the thicket 7 meters to the left, 5 goblins were lurking stealthily. They wielded weapons such as spiked clubs, axes, and spears. Even if a target fell into the trap unscathed, they could swiftly finish them off. This intelligent race was truly remarkable. Unfortunately for them, they had encountered Guan Li. Stealthily approach. Let them experience what true surprise feels like, Guan Li communicated through mental energy. The soldiers flanked from the left while Guan Li advanced from the right. These goblins must not survive. Otherwise, they would return to alert their comrades. If that happened, his ambush plan would be in jeopardy. This location was clearly a goblin outpost. Chittergurgle, where are the 3 brothers? I don't know. Forget it. Let us just hold our positions. Several goblins conversed. Their words reached Guan Li's ears. Indeed, these fellows were all in cahoots, Guan Li mused. This language proficiency is truly useful. Thumbs up, definitely a thumbs up. He quickened his pace, gradually closing in on the goblins. The encircling soldiers had also reached their positions. Attack! With a command from Guan Li, he sprang up from the grasses. The 5 goblins were instantly taken aback. What was happening? Had they been ambushed? The foremost goblin, still caught off guard, was cleaved in 2 by Guan Li. Enemy attack! Retreat! The remaining 4 goblins, realizing the dire situation, hurriedly turned to flee. However, as they spun around, they found 10 soldiers charging towards them. The soldiers launched their assault directly. The fleeing goblins were pushed back. Caught in a pincer movement, the 4 goblins were thrown into disarray, utterly lacking the capacity to resist, and were swiftly dealt with by Guan Li. Kill Goblin Sentinels X5. Reward 500 points. The system's prompt echoed in the air. 5 goblins fell, yielding 2 blue cards and a 4-star crystal core. Their bodies were swiftly consumed by Long Chia. Guan Li handled the situation adeptly, leaving no trace behind. Pressing onward, after the recent events, Guan Li became increasingly cautious, his senses keenly searching the surroundings, fearful of any potential harm to his companions. After traversing another 6 kilometers, he spotted 2 rudimentary watchtowers not far ahead. Each tower was manned by 5 goblins. Guan Li divided his forces, sending 10 soldiers to deal with the left tower while he and the legion leaders tackled the right. Suddenly, an ambush. The goblins sensed movement in the underbrush. They hastily loosed their arrows. But in the blink of an eye, a figure soared into the sky. Long Chia unfurled his demon wing and flew directly to the watchtower. Guan Li and 3 of the leaders grasped his feet. Landing atop the tower, the 5 goblins offered a brief resistance before being dispatched. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the other tower swiftly eliminated their 5 goblins as well. Kill Goblin Sentinels X10. Reward 1,000 points. 10 goblins dropped 3 cards and 4 crystal cores. Their remains were dealt with by Long Chia. Guan Li continued his advance, drawing ever closer to the goblin stronghold. In the next 3 kilometers, no goblins were encountered. Soon, Guan Li arrived at the goblin tribe. The narrow path suddenly opened up to a clearing. The goblin tribe sat in a spacious area, surrounded by makeshift encampments constructed of wooden stakes. Within the camp, dozens of tents made from animal hides stood erect. P.S. Readers who enjoy this book, please show your support, thank you. Chapter 67. Camp situation. The entrance to the camp was flanked by 2 wooden watchtowers. These towers were even more imposing and larger in size. Each manned by over 20 goblin sentinels. Within the towers were numerous arrows and falling stones. A wooden bridge connected the 2 towers, where a dozen goblins stood, armed with long spears. The strength of these goblins had all reached 4 stars. The greatest future threat to humanity undoubtedly lay with these invading monsters and mutated beings. Unless the zombies could evolve the ability to reproduce, they would eventually face annihilation. The camp's gates stood wide open, lined with a row of iron barricades, their sharp tips glinting ominously. 5 squads of goblin patrols continuously roamed the camp's periphery, their gear appearing significantly more refined. Each goblin donned leather armor that covered most of their bodies and legs. These hides were not sourced from ordinary beasts, but from mutated creatures, providing a defense comparable to iron armor. Clutching iron blades stained with specks of blood, the goblins stood vigilant. Deep within the camp lay dozens of animal hide tents. These hides too came from mutated creatures, boasting considerable defensive capabilities. Surrounding the tents were stone pots and utensils. Over a campfire, a human thigh was skewered, and half a human corpse dangled from a rack. The ground was littered with remnants of bones, and several skulls were hung as macabre decorations. Clearly, these were the unfortunate survivors from the southern district who had fallen prey to the goblins in addition to the human remains. Numerous corpses of mutated monsters were strewn about the goblin tribe. At the center of the many tents stood a more opulent tent, significantly larger than the others, adorned lavishly. A colossal, unknown beast's skull hung at its entrance. Guarded by 2 rows of goblin soldiers resembling elite guards, without a doubt, this was the tent of the goblin chief. Guan Li's objective on this journey was to confront him. This goblin encampment had been established for some time. Though its facilities were rudimentary, they were remarkably well organized. The strength of intelligent life was evident here. Guan Li had gathered a general understanding of the tribe's layout. There was only one entrance, with no back door. The wooden walls of the camp stood roughly 6 meters high. Current estimates suggested that there were over 100 goblins, all possessing 4-star strength. It was likely that more goblins resided within those tents. Based on this assessment, The goblin tribe could easily boast a population exceeding 500, excluding women and children. At least 400 goblins could engage in combat. This was no trivial number. In terms of sheer numbers, the legion held no advantage. As for superiority in strength, it was not overwhelming either, given that all these goblins had attained 4-star prowess. Moreover, the tribe was home to a goblin chief, as the leader. His strength was certainly formidable. This is somewhat troublesome. Guan Li stroked his chin, lost in contemplation. To fight or not to fight? This is a philosophical dilemma. Curse it. What is there to fear? Fight. Guan Li quickly resolved himself. He accessed the system. There were still about 2 hours until the legion soldiers could be revived. Given this situation, it would soon be dark. Thus, a nighttime assault it shall be. Guan Li instructed 10 soldiers to conceal themselves near the goblin tribe, observing their every move. Any goblins departing or returning were to be reported immediately. Understood. The soldiers replied in hushed tones. After the arrangements were made, Guan Li departed with the leaders. With 2 hours remaining before the operation, he certainly would not squander the time. He wandered around the surrounding area, hoping for any unexpected discoveries. Guan Li vanished into the jungle. The soldiers, following his orders, hid in secret corners to observe the goblin tribe. Fortune favored Guan Li as he stumbled upon a spirit tree. Situated in a clearing, the ground around it shimmered with a thin layer of frost. A cerulean fruit hung from the branches of the small tree, radiating energy that could be sensed from a distance. Just as he reached out to pluck it, a terrifying maw lunged at him, in ambush. Such a lack of chivalry. Guan Li reacted swiftly, employing his teleportation technique. His form vanished from sight just as the monstrous mouth snapped shut in vain. Once grounded, Guan Li caught sight of the creature that had attempted to ambush him. It was a fearsome giant wolf. Stretching over 5 meters long, its snow-white fur emanating a chilling aura. Ice coated its fangs. Name: Frost Wolf. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 5 stars. Beginner. Abilities: Frost Armor, Frost Fangs, Frost Beam. Description: a monster from the rift of another world. It matures alongside the frost fruit, capable of unleashing ice-based attacks. Guan Li's gaze swept over the giant wolf as the system rapidly provided information. Goodness! A 5-star monster. Had it not been for the teleportation technique, he might not have dodged that last attack. The frost wolf's pupils locked onto its surroundings, sensing a threat from Guan Li and the 4 leaders, all of whom possessed advanced 4-star strength. Alongside Long Chia.6 advanced 4-star beings posed a significant threat to the frost wolf. The frost wolf hesitated, its gaze drawn to the frost fruit, yearning to devour it. Though it still required time to fully ripen, the urgency of the situation left no room for deliberation. If it did not eat now, it might lose its chance. Even if its potency would be diminished, it was still its own. Attempting to snatch a bite? Block it. Guan Li immediately discerned the frost wolf's intentions. Aileen acted swiftly, unleashing a piercing arrow imbued with terrifying power. The air around it seemed to tear apart. Whoosh! The sound of the arrow slicing through the air reached the frost wolf, which sensed impending danger. Should it persist in its pursuit of the fruit, it would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. The frost wolf pivoted, swiping a paw to deflect Eileen's assault. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the other leaders had already closed the distance to the frost wolf. Bone swung his blade, striking the beast. The wolf's hide offered resistance, yet under the sheer force, it was cleaved open, blood spilling forth. The frost wolf howled in pain, swatting Bone aside. Bone crashed against a tree. Slightly staggering from the impact, the frost wolf's full might nearly sent him reeling. Blood soul slash. Seizing the opportunity, Guan Li unleashed a crimson sword aura. Frost armor. In response to Guan Li's attack, the frost wolf's body formed a layer of ice armor. The blood-colored sword aura struck the surface, scattering ice shards. Crack! The frost armor shattered, scattering fragments across the ground. Sword control technique? Shun Lian capitalized on the moment, invoking the sword control technique. The Xian iron sword shot forth, embedding itself within the frost wolf's body, die in agony. The frost wolf's flesh tightened, pinning the Xian iron sword in place. A blue glow began to coalesce in its maw. Frost beam. The frost wolf's ultimate attack. Chapter 68. Goblin priest Leo pounded his shield, activating silver taunt. Instantly, the frost wolf's attention shifted to him. The terrifying frost beam struck Leo, instantly encasing his shield in ice. All of the frost wolf's fury was directed at Leo. His taunt had come at the perfect moment. This frost beam, if unleashed, could wreak havoc. While all others were fighting, only Leo bore the brunt of the assault. Kill. Guan Li surged forward once more, having released the frost beam. The frost wolf would be unable to conjure another attack in the short term. Now was the Frost Wolf's moment of vulnerability. Long Xia unfurled his demon wing and launched an aerial assault, landing atop the Frost Wolf's back with a powerful strike from his claws. The tremendous force sent tremors through the Frost Wolf's body. Whoosh! From a distance, Aileen gathered her energy once more, preparing another penetrating arrow. Seizing the opportunity, she released the arrow without hesitation. The energy arrow pierced through the Frost Wolf's left eye, blood gushing forth. A whoa! The Frost Wolf shrieked in agony, its claws thrashing wildly in desperation. The dragon, with its voracious claws, continually tore into the flesh of the Frost Wolf. Guan Li, along with several commanders, kept their distance from the Frost Wolf's attack range. The more the Frost Wolf struggled, the faster its blood drained, rendering it increasingly feeble. A vicious cycle indeed. A gruesome gash appeared on the back of the Frost Wolf. The dragon extended its devouring claws and extracted the heart. How brutal! How bloody! I revel in it. The corners of Guan Li's mouth curled upward. He had long grown accustomed to slaughter. The dragon's performance surpassed all his expectations. Upon losing its heart, the Frost Wolf collapsed to the ground. Kill the Frost Wolf. Gain 10,000 points. Frost Wolf Soul. The system's notification chimed, definitively announcing the demise of the Frost Wolf. Frost Wolf Soul. Upon use, summon a Frost Wolf Soul with power equivalent to its former self. Immune to death during the summoning period, lasting 3 minutes. Guan Li examined the item provided by the system. Rather decent trinket. The dragon, clutching the bloodied heart, approached Guan Li and reverently presented its spoils. Even though the body had perished, the heart still faintly pulsed. Here you go. Devour it. Guan Li found no use for this object. Handing it over to the dragon for consumption was the wisest choice. The dragon's right arm split open, forming a gaping maw that instantaneously devoured the heart. Ding! The corpse king dragon comprehended the frost ray after consuming the Frost Wolf's heart. The system's notification rang out. Oh! A skill has been comprehended. A look of astonishment graced Guan Li's face. The ability of these devouring claws is truly remarkable. By merely consuming flesh and blood, one can enhance their power and potentially acquire new abilities. The dragon's body resembled a flawless vessel, capable of adapting to any power. The dragon's right arm emitted a frost ray, instantly freezing a distant tree. Impressive, Guan Li exclaimed. Although the frost ray has a 3-minute cooldown, it is already quite commendable. After all, it is a free ability. What a delight! The bloodthirsty blade in his hand was already itching with excitement. Guan Li plunged it into the carcass of the Frost Wolf. Countless crimson tendrils spread forth, greedily absorbing the wolf's flesh and blood. The heart was given to the dragon, while the body was offered to the bloodthirsty blade. Fair distribution. Guan Li approached a small tree. The frost fruit had fully formed. The tree supporting the fruit began to wither rapidly, expending its final strength. He plucked the fruit, feeling a chilling sensation as he held it. Frost fruit, a fruit from a rift in another world. Containing potent ice elemental energy, capable of enhancing legion strength, and has a high probability of comprehending ice elemental power. This is a splendid item. Guan Li chose not to consume it himself, but instead handed it to Aileen. If the Elven Archer Legion could comprehend ice elements, it would equate to an endless supply of frost arrows. Just the thought of it feels worthwhile. Thank you, Master. Aileen graciously accepted the frost fruit. Performing a graceful bow, she consumed the frost fruit, and a wave of cold surged within her. Aileen's delicate form shivered slightly. Moments later, a layer of frost enveloped her hair. Ding! Congratulations, host! The Elven Archer Legion has successfully comprehended ice elements. The system's notification sounded, and Guan Li knew it was a success. Aileen drew back her bowstring, swiftly manifesting an ice elemental arrow. Whoosh! The frost arrow struck the tree trunk, instantly freezing a thin layer of ice upon impact. Quite good, Guan Li nodded in approval. Although it couldn't freeze a target 10 meters away, it was still quite impressive. After all, it is a free ability, nothing lost. The bloodthirsty blade finished absorbing the Frost Wolf's flesh and blood, its blade shimmering with a blood hue. The blood-red tendrils coiled around a crystal core and a pale purple card, presenting them to Guan Li. He carefully stowed the purple card and began to absorb the 5-star crystal core. The crystal core vanished in an instant from his grasp. A torrent of energy surged through Guan Li's body. He held his breath, concentrating on absorbing the pure energy. The 4 commanders, sensing the shift, promptly heightened their vigilance. They knew Guan Li was on the verge of a breakthrough. The pure energy washed over Guan Li's form. The 5-star crystal core was indeed different. Its energy was far more refined than that of a 4-star core. Guan Li felt his strength rapidly escalating. 10 minutes later, a powerful aura radiated from him. His strength had reached the initial stage of 5 stars. What a sense of power! So exhilarating! Guan Li unleashed a series of punches, each generating a resounding whoosh. He hadn't anticipated such substantial gains from a mere stroll. Not only did his strength break through to the initial stage of 5 stars, but the dragon and Eileen also acquired new abilities. Additionally, there were 10,000 points, the Frost Wolf Soul, and a purple card. Noticing the sky darkening, Guan Li determined it was time to return. He accessed the Legion system. The soldiers had been revived. It was time to head back. On his way, Guan Li inadvertently discovered a cave. In front of the cave stood several goblins, vigilantly watching their surroundings. Oh, something's afoot. Guan Li halted his steps. He instructed the commanders and the dragon to remain in place. He swiftly downed an invisibility potion. Guan Li's form vanished from sight. The invisibility potion proved to be an excellent trinket. He stealthily approached the cave. Chattering, watch the surroundings closely. Any suspicious individuals approaching, alert immediately. Lulu understood. The goblin's conversation reached Guan Li's ears with clarity. His curiosity about the cave's situation intensified. Utilizing the invisibility potion, Guan Li quietly infiltrated. The cave extended deep. After several minutes of walking, he still had not reached the end as the invisibility potion's duration waned. He consumed another vial. After advancing a bit further, Guan Li faintly heard voices conversing. Rukaburu, Great Priest. Guan Li observed 2 goblins at the cave's deepest point. One was clad in priestly garb. Chapter 69. Conspiracy. The other goblin was armored. Guan Li once more drank the invisibility potion and stealthily exited the passage to the innermost part of the cave. He selected a rock close to the passage to conceal himself behind. This position was ideal for clearly hearing the dialogue between the 2 goblins. Guan Li's gaze swept over them. Name: Goblin Priest, Meyer, Potential, 8 stars Strength, Intermediate 5 stars Ability, Unknown Description, the Priest of the Goblin Tribe, second only to the Goblin Leader. Name: Goblin Warrior, Joss, Potential, 8 stars Strength, Initial 5 stars Ability, Unknown Evaluation, the Warrior of the Goblin Tribe, second only to the Leader and Priest, holds the position of 3rd in command within the tribe. The system rapidly provided information. Goodness! The 2nd and 3rd in command are secretly meeting. This is likely to stir up trouble, Guan Li thought inwardly. Chit-chat. The language art took effect. So, is everything arranged? Priest Meyer inquired. Everything is prepared. We can act tonight. I have already instigated 200 goblins from the tribe. The remaining ones are ardent loyalists of Har. I dare not attempt contact, Warrior Joss replied. Excellent, then we shall act tonight. Har is utterly unworthy of being a leader. If left unchecked, the tribe is bound to face destruction. Priest Meyer spoke with deep disdain. May the great priest lead the way. Your foresight will undoubtedly bring glory to the tribe. Warrior Joss flattered, eager to please. Upon hearing this, Priest Meyer smiled. Rest assured, after dealing with Har, I will nominate you as the leader. The position of warrior will be given to your brother, Buka. The priest's status within the tribe far surpassed that of the leader. Meyer had no desire for such a title. The plan for tonight was entirely due to Har's defiance. A compliant leader was required, and Warrior Joss fit the bill perfectly. Thank you for your trust, great priest. I shall not disappoint you. Warrior Joss expressed his gratitude, immediately kneeling. He bowed his head, indicating his willingness to submit. Rise. It's nearly time. Prepare yourselves. After Priest Meyer finished speaking, he began to walk towards the passage. Guan Li pressed closely against the rock. Thanks to the invisibility potion, Priest Meyer failed to detect him. Soon after, Warrior Joss followed through the passage and exited. Phew, Guan Li's form reappeared. Was this not as thrilling as a palace intrigue? The recent conversation enlightened Guan Li about the general situation. He felt a sense of schadenfreude. The goblin tribe was embroiled in internal strife. He could reap the benefits as a bystander. Guan Li relished such spectacles. A few minutes later, Guan Li returned to the cave entrance. He used his perception to survey the surroundings, ensuring the goblins had departed before emerging from the cave. This splendid show must not be interrupted. The goblin priest was no fool. If he sensed an external threat, he would undoubtedly unify the tribe against it. For internal conflict to proceed, the security of the nest must be assured. If the nest were to be wiped out, what would be left to fight over? Master, are you unharmed? The 4 commanders inquired with concern. I am fine. That group of goblins is about to engage in internal strife. Let us enjoy the show. Guan Li led the commanders back to the goblin tribe's outskirts. As night fell, the tribal camp was illuminated by firelight. The patrolling goblins remained vigilant despite the darkness. Guan Li concealed himself atop a large tree, affording a clear view of the leader's tent at the camp center. All Legion soldiers had been revived by the system. A total of 222 soldiers had been summoned. The elven archers sought high ground while the remaining soldiers concealed themselves around the camp. Guan Li issued his commands. He would not let such a golden opportunity slip away. Due to the treachery of the goblin priest, Guan Li found himself relieved of numerous troubles. The soldiers stealthily navigated through the forest. Swiftly, the camp was surrounded by the soldiers. The elven archers positioned themselves strategically, their arrows glinting coldly beneath the canopy. Once Guan Li was prepared, he spotted the goblin priest returning to the camp. It was now dinner time, and the goblins were gathered around the campfire. Dining as anticipated. There were over 500 goblins in the tribe. Priest Meyer did not linger, making his way directly to the leader's tent, while the goblins along the way bowed respectfully to those who bowed. Priest Meyer merely nodded slightly. Priest. The soldiers outside the leader's tent bowed in reverence. Has the banquet begun? Priest Meyer inquired. Yes, it has already commenced, esteemed priest. The guards replied respectfully. Very well. Priest Meyer nodded and approached the tent. Upon entering, he beheld several goblin maidens performing an alluring dance. However, Guan Li found no appeal in these green-skinned beings. Inside the tent, there were several stone tables adorned with an array of wild fruits, roasted meats, and a viscous red liquid that remained a mystery in its brewing. The esteemed priest has arrived. Please take your seats. In the center of the tent stood an imposing stone table, laden with delicacies far more exquisite than those on the other tables. A tall goblin, revealing a pair of sharp tusks and an ugly countenance, sat there, exuding menace. His ears were pointed and wrinkled, and around his neck hung a necklace of bone teeth. Beneath his green skin, bulging muscles were evident. Clad in a pair of beast-hide shorts, with two goblin maidens in his embrace. Greetings, esteemed leader, Priest Meyer expressed with great courtesy. Now was not the time for discord. His seat was situated to the right front of Har, at a stone table designated for the priest's use. Raising his goblet, Priest Meyer toasted to Har. Esteemed leader, your hard work for the tribe over these past days is commendable. Hearing this, Har's face brightened with satisfaction. You flatter me, esteemed priest. The rich, sanguine liquid flowed down, filling the goblins with a sweet taste. Excellent wine, Priest Meyer sincerely praised. Ha ha, drink heartily. Tonight, we shall not return sober. Har laughed heartily, oblivious to the underlying intentions. Of course, I shall not squander your generosity. Priest Meyer feigned a smile, while secretly contemplating the leader's demise. Har's strength surpassed his own by a considerable margin, and within the tent were Har's trusted subordinates. Priest Meyer quietly awaited the unfolding events. As time dragged on, he grew increasingly bored. Why had the grand performance not yet commenced? After half an hour of waiting, he finished the 10 pounds of sunflower seeds he had purchased at the market, yet the tent remained eerily silent. Chapter 70. Infighting. Could it be that the traitor has lost his nerve? Guan Li pondered. Just as he considered using an invisibility potion to sneak a look, a sudden commotion erupted within the camp. The grand show was finally about to begin. Guan Li quickly took a seat, a bag of seeds appearing in his hand. The patrolling goblins altered their course, heading towards a tent in the corner. Brave one. Our people have taken over the watchtower. Lord Buha has gathered his forces and is ready for deployment. The squad leader of the patrolling goblins reported. This group had been among the earliest targets for persuasion, harboring grievances against the goblin leader. What are Har's subordinates doing? Brave Joss inquired. Heh, they're still drinking, feasting, and enjoying the company of lovely females. A patrol captain replied with a wicked grin. Rest assured. Once Har is slain, we shall revel freely. The tribe's maidens are yours for the choosing. Before the battle commenced, Brave Joss painted a grand vision to ignite the soldiers' spirits. We fight for the brave one. The patrolling goblins proclaimed eagerly. No. We fight for the esteemed priest. Brave Joss smiled. For the priest and the brave one. The morale of the patrolling goblins soared. Onward, Brave Joss commanded, and over 100 goblins followed in his wake. From the treetops, Guan Li observed as two groups stealthily approached the leader's tent. Timing was crucial. Brave Joss should be arriving soon, Priest Meyer thought to himself. Brave one. What do you intend to do? A guard outside the tent initially questioned, followed by a chorus of screams. Clang, clang, the sound of clashing weapons erupted, and cries of battle filled the air. The sudden chaos jolted the goblins within the tent from their stupor, the effects of intoxication fading. Damn it! That scoundrel Joss dares to betray me, Leader Har roared. Pushing aside the goblin maidens beside him and striding toward the tent's entrance, Har passed by Priest Meyer. The latter seized the opportunity, chanting an incantation. A searing fire spell erupted forth. Watch out! Esteemed leader, one of Har's loyal goblins pushed him aside just in time, and the fire spell struck, turning the goblin to ashes. The push had only lightly injured Har. You treacherous Meyer. You too betray me? Leader Har reacted, fury igniting within him at the continuous betrayals. He swung a fist toward Priest Meyer. The priest chanted another spell, conjuring a magical barrier before him. The force of Har's punch smashed against the shield. Shattering it instantly, however, this brief delay allowed Priest Meyer to escape successfully. Har, your doom is upon you. Priest Meyer dashed out of the tent. Damn it, two scoundrels. Leader Har followed closely, a dozen of his loyal goblins in tow. Once outside, Har realized he was surrounded. Hundreds of fully armed goblins brandished their weapons. You all betray me. Leader Har could hardly believe it. We obey the orders of the esteemed priest. Prepare to die. The goblin soldiers taunted. From afar, screams echoed from within other tents, a grim reminder that those were his own subordinates. You worthless scum, do you think you can kill me? Leader Har charged forward, shattering the nearest goblin with a single punch. Exhilaration coursing through him as blood spattered. Kill! Let us eradicate the traitors! Leader Har bellowed, delivering punches that reduced nearby goblins to mere pulp. Even wounded, he remained formidable. Har! Your opponent is me, brave Joss declared, brandishing a large blade and lunging at Leader Har. Humph! A mere 5-star novice dares to oppose me? Leader Har scoffed, countering with a punch that clashed against the blade. Huh? How is this possible? Your strength! Leader Har suddenly realized something was amiss. Meyer, scoundrel! He roared in the distance. Priest Meyer continued to chant, emanating a steady stream of radiant energy that flowed into brave Joss. This was the priest's ability, to amplify his power onto a designated target, and this augmentation could double the recipient's strength. Brave Joss, initially a 5-star novice, now subtly approached the level of a 5-star advanced, equaling Leader Har's prowess. From afar, Guan Li held a telescope. You can't defeat the goblins like this, strike. Are you all starving? Yes, smash its head, he cheered, wanting to commend their efforts. The battle was exhilarating, far more thrilling than any game. He stole a glance at Leader Har. Name: Goblin Leader, Har, potential, 9 stars strength, 5 stars advanced ability. Unknown description: the leader of the goblin tribe. Commanding a clan of hundreds, truly the undisputed leader. The system quickly provided the information. Leader Har was incredibly fierce, and even against the combined might of the priest and the brave one, he remained undeterred. I will tear you apart. Leader Har unleashed a punch, forcing brave Joss back. Humph! You shall surely die tonight. Brave Joss swung his blade, leaving a gash on Har's body. Frenzied slash, brave Joss focused energy into his blade. Cleaving toward Har, smash punch. Leader Har's muscles tensed, energy converging on his fist. Boom! The two formidable energies collided. Brave Joss's armor was shredded to pieces, and Har was not faring much better, covered in wounds and bleeding profusely. Har! I admit you are strong. Even with the combined efforts of myself and the esteemed priest, we may not be able to kill you. Alas. I have the numbers, brave Joss declared. Bua! Kill him! A robust goblin surged toward Leader Har, swinging a large blade that left a bloody mark. Leader Har defended against the relentless strikes, but fatigue from the prolonged battle began to take its toll. Die! Brave Joss and Buha attacked in unison, exploiting the fatigued Leader Har, who revealed a critical opening. With a swift blow, his powerful right arm was severed. Get away! Leader Har, gritting his teeth against the pain, fought back fiercely. Submit to your doom. The valiant hero Joss brandished his great sword. Poised to vanquish Har, Eileen. Intercept him, commanded Guan Li, hastily discarding his sunflower seeds. The chief Har could be maimed, but never slain. This trophy, he was determined to claim. Whoosh, an arrow, imbued with a chilling aura, pierced through Joss's arm. Ah, who dares? He shrieked, casting an enraged glance around him. Warriors, prepare for battle. Guan Li stowed away his binoculars. The curtain fell on the performance. It was his time to shine. Chapter 71. The fisherman enters archers. Ready, Guan Li ordered. Amongst the treetops, elven archers poised themselves. Loose arrows, Guan Li commanded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A barrage of explosive arrows soared towards the goblin encampment. The valiant Joss remained vigilant, until he beheld the dim sky filled with descending arrows. Damn it! An ambush! The realization struck in an instant. The explosive arrows rained down upon the goblin camp, igniting a violent explosion. Cries of anguish erupted. Many goblins were thrown to the ground, their armor shredded. Their green skin bore large, charred marks. Rising from the earth, these goblins appeared grotesque, akin to demons from the abyss. The explosive arrows lacked the power to instantly slay the 4-star goblins, merely inflicting grievous wounds. The enemy is outside the camp. Counterattack! Quickly, retaliate! The valiant Joss quickly regained his composure, urgently preventing the goblins from striking back. He could not afford to pursue the Chief Har just yet. Fending off external threats took precedence. Seizing the opportunity, Chief Har fled. The goblins atop the watchtower swiftly discerned the location of the elven archers, based on the trajectory of the explosive arrows. They drew their bows and began to fire. Arrows rained down upon the woods outside the camp. The elven maidens ceased their shooting, adeptly evading the incoming projectiles. After all, goblins were 4-star creatures, and their attacks posed a significant threat to the elven archers. Guan Li understood that this battle would not be easily won. Intelligent beings were far more challenging to contend with than mere zombies. Fortunately, infighting within the goblin tribe had decimated their ranks. Otherwise, the night would have demanded a heavy toll. Close combat team. Charge. The elven archers were held at bay, allowing the melee forces to enter the fray. Onward, slay. The air was thick with battle cries around the goblin encampment. Valiant soldiers surged into the camp. What is happening? The valiant Joss was taken aback. It had not anticipated such a multitude of foes lying in ambush. Yet, in the current situation, there was no time for contemplation. Gripping his great sword, he charged forward. The goblins atop the watchtower quickly adjusted their aim, targeting the soldiers below. The iron-clad shield-bearers advanced steadily, their shields absorbing the arrows that struck them. Shadow swordmasters concealed behind the iron-clad shield-bearers prepared to unleash their abilities as they neared the watchtower. Like a shadow, from within the shadows of the goblin archers, several shadow swordmasters emerged. Swish, swish, swish. A few goblin archers were swiftly dispatched. Quickly! The enemy approaches. The goblin spearmen shouted, rushing to provide support. The barricade was breached, and soldiers entered the encampment. 10 ironclad shield-bearers ascended the watchtower to aid the shadow swordmasters. The remaining soldiers pressed onward into the heart of the camp. Chaos ensued atop the watchtower. Both sides suffered losses, yet overall, the goblins found themselves at a disadvantage. The elven archers selected new vantage points, releasing a fresh volley of arrows imbued with icy energy into the encampment. 4 commanders followed the troops into the fray. Damn those scoundrels! I will have my revenge. Just wait. In the concealed woods, Chief Har fled with his wounded body. His right arm hung limply, blood flowing incessantly. Thanks to his extraordinary healing abilities, the severed stump had already scabbed over. Yet regrowth was virtually impossible without rare treasures. Rustle sounds of movement surrounded Chief Har, heightening his senses. I did not save you just for you to flee, Guan Li's voice echoed, the effect of his language spell manifesting. Who goes there? Chief Har's expression changed dramatically. Scanning his surroundings warily, a figure descended from the trees, revealing an unsightly human wielding an uncanny long sword. You dare obstruct me, mere insect? Chief Har sighed in relief. In its recollection, humans were feeble and often regarded as prey. Coincidentally, it was famished and intended to replenish its energy with this human. Chief Har swaggered towards Guan Li. You look down upon me? Guan Li felt a surge of annoyance and unleashed his blood soul slashed. A crimson blade of energy coalesced. Chief Har's face paled instantly. Green light fist. A radiant green glow erupted from its left arm. The two attacks collided, sending Chief Har crashing against a sturdy tree. Coughing violently, it expelled blood. Guan Li was similarly thrust back, but emerged unscathed. He crushed a supply card, swiftly recovering his expended energy. A 5-star novice human. Chief Har uttered in disbelief. I in my prime. A 5-star novice would be a triviality to slay. Yet now, I am gravely injured. My arm severed. Its power had plummeted to its nadir. Humph. Even in my wounded state, I still possess the strength of a 5-star elite. Do you truly believe you can kill me? Such a delusion. Chief Har shattered its bone-tooth necklace, a surge of terrifying power coursing through its body. Its weakened form was revitalized, albeit only to half its full strength, yet sufficient to deal with this human. Prepare to perish. Chief Har charged towards Guan Li. Unfazed, Guan Li engaged in close combat, enhanced by his shadow step. His movements agile. Wielding the bloodthirsty blade, he carved a series of wounds upon Chief Har. The one-armed Har was unable to lay a hand on Guan Li. Cursed pest. If you possess any skill, do not evade. Chief Har's irritation grew. It stomped the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Guan Li staggered momentarily. Die, you little insect. Chief Har seized the opportunity. Dragon's claw. Guan Li remained composed. An icy blue ray struck Chief Har's severed arm, significantly slowing its fist's motion. Blood demon hand. Explosive fist. A grotesque arm, imbued with savage power, emerged, crashing down upon Chief Har. Bang. Chief Har was sent flying, its remaining flesh obliterated, leaving only a gory skeleton. Chief Har screamed in agony. The dragon's claw materialized behind it, the devouring claw piercing its heart, a gnawing sound followed. You? Chief Har's eyes widened, as though witnessing a demon. The dragon's claw withdrew, leaving a gaping wound behind. Staggering, Chief Har collapsed to the ground. A purple card appeared upon Chief Har's corpse. Goblin Chief, Har, slain, reward, 30,000 points, Fang of the Savage Beast. Successfully slayed Goblin Chief, Har. Mission complete, reward, Goblin Treasure X1. The system's notification echoed repeatedly. Chapter 72. Leave none behind. Guan Li approached and collected the purple card. After the dragon's claw devoured Chief Har's heart, its power surged, swiftly breaking through to 5-star novice. Guan Li plunged the bloodthirsty blade into Har's corpse. The dragon's claw consumed the heart, leaving the flesh for the bloodthirsty blade. This was what one might call equitable sharing. The crimson tendrils swiftly enveloped the corpse. During this moment, Guan Li examined the system's rewards. Fang of Fury. The wielder's strength will receive a slight boost, effective only against creatures below 10 stars. This was an unremarkable beast's tooth, roughly the size of a finger. Guan Li strung the Fang of Fury on a cord and wore it around his neck. Upon donning it, he felt a surge of mysterious power, a delightful little accessory. Once the bloodthirsty blade absorbed Chief Har's blood and flesh, its blade trembled, emanating a rich crimson glow. Ding! The bloodthirsty blade advanced to 6-star elite. Another unexpected delight. The crimson tendrils presented a crystal core to Guan Li. This core was as large as a baby's fist, covered in irregular facets. Holding the core, Guan Li began to absorb its power. A torrent of energy surged within him. The process of absorption was second nature to Guan Li. Pop! He felt a barrier within his body shattered. 5-star intermediate. The Goblin Chief's crystal core was remarkably potent. Commanders, what is the status of your battle? Guan Li inquired telepathically with several commanders. Master. A small remnant of power remains, disregarding our resistance. Bone's voice responded, Good, continue the assault. I shall return shortly. Guan Li severed the connection and hastened towards the goblin encampment. Within the goblin camp, flames soared skyward. The leather tents were ablaze. Goblin corpses littered the ground. Before the chief's tent, dozens of goblins found themselves besieged. The valiant Joss was battered and panting heavily. Priest Meyer appeared exhausted, as if gravely wounded. The remaining goblin soldiers stood defiantly before them. At the farthest point within, dozens of goblin women and children were huddled together. Slay. The Legion soldiers charged forth in the previous skirmish. The Legion had suffered the loss of over 30 soldiers, yet the outcome was profoundly significant, nearly annihilating the goblin tribe in the face of the Legion's onslaught. The valiant hero, Joss, wielded his great sword, tirelessly fending off relentless assaults. However, the consecutive battles had rendered him utterly exhausted. Amidst the siege by the Legion soldiers, the brave Joss met his demise, his head severed by a single strike from Shan Lian. Goblin hero, Joss, slain, reward, 10,000 points. Just as Guan Li returned to the camp, he heard the system's notification. Long Chia, help. The Legion soldiers are making a final desperate attempt to encircle us. Long Chia nodded and dashed out in an instant. Two terrifying arms swiftly tore apart a goblin soldier. The priest, Meyer, had long since lost the will to resist. He deeply regretted his actions of mutual slaughter. Long Chia pierced his heart, devouring him whole. Goblin priest, Meyer, slain, reward, 15,000 points, curse Dulux 1. The system's voice announced the demise of Priest Meyer. Within the camp, only a handful of goblin women and children remained. Their gazes towards Guan Li filled with animosity. Demon! Exclaimed a young goblin child. This was a war of races. I shall show no mercy. When you hunted humans, did you not foresee this day? Guan Li's tone was frigid, devoid of any compassion. Even with infants among the goblins, what did it matter? Reality is cruel. If the roles were reversed today, and a group of humans were besieged by goblins, what would their fate be? Master, how should we deal with these captives? Bone inquired, wielding his great sword. Kill. Leave no survivors, Guan Li replied indifferently, as you command. The Legion soldiers swung their blades, exterminating the goblin tribe. Was this act brutal? Certainly not. Compared to the atrocities goblins had inflicted upon humans, he had been sufficiently merciful. In this clash of opposing races, it was either their extinction or ours, master. All foes have been vanquished. Here are the spoils. 3 commanders knelt before Guan Li. Shan Lian presented 120 blue cards and 2 purple cards. Bone offered 234-star crystal cores and 2 5-star crystal cores. This battle had claimed over 30 soldiers, consuming 300 supply cards and 200 recovery cards. Yet the harvest was quite bountiful. Guan Li stored the 4-star crystal cores in his spatial ring, retaining the 2 5-star cores to absorb. 2 torrents of energy surged into Guan Li's body, each cell greedily absorbing the influx. Moments later, the energy streams gradually dissipated. Although he did not achieve another breakthrough, the energy within him had significantly swelled. Long Chia, all of this is for you. Guan Li gestured towards the multitude of goblin corpses scattered about. He intended to rest here tonight, and these bodies needed to be cleared away. Long Chia's devouring claws erupted. Processing the remains, Guan Li examined the rewards obtained from slaying Priest Meyer. Curse doll. Inscribe the name of the cursed individual, and they will be subject to the special attention of the god of misfortune. A fine little artifact indeed. Guan Li pocketed it. He took out all the blue cards he had acquired today. It was time for the grand reveal. A total of 126 blue cards. All to be opened. Obtained Intermediate Advancement card X5. Obtained Low-Level Armor card X50. Obtained Fine Iron or X25. Obtained Quality Food card X10. Obtained Seeds of the Fiery Flower X6. Successfully planting yields a fiery flower. Requiring specific professions for cultivation. Obtained Low-Level Weapon card X30. Choose 1 2-star weapon at will. The system's continuous notifications rang out. The rewards were quite decent, with plenty of equipment cards. Just in time to replace the worn-out weapons and gear of the Legion soldiers, in Guan Li's hand appeared a blue card granting triple rewards. Obtained Intermediate Weapon card X3. Choose 1 3-star weapon at will. The reward seemed promising, so Guan Li continued to open more cards. 4 radiant purple cards shimmered with allure. Without hesitation, Guan Li crushed all 4 purple cards. Obtained Legion Expansion card, 10 individuals, X1. Obtained Legion Upgrade card X1. Obtained Disguise Technique X1. After learning, can change one's appearance at will. Obtained Weakness Technique X1. After learning, can inflict a weakened state on a specified target, reducing their power by 10 for 1 minute. The system's announcements continued. Incredible, Guan Li exclaimed, astonished. The purple cards were remarkably powerful, granting him 2 skill books, an expansion card, and an upgrade card. Both skills were exceptionally good, and Guan Li wasted no time in learning them. Ding, congratulations, host, you have learned Disguise Technique. Ding, congratulations, host, you have learned Weakness Technique. The system chimed. Guan Li felt a surge of immense knowledge flooding his mind. The Disguise Technique and Weakness Technique melded seamlessly within him. Chapter 73. Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Disguise Technique. Guan Li's face began to morph, quickly adopting a new visage. My lord. How did you become me? Shen Lian gasped, staring at the figure before him, which bore an uncanny resemblance to himself. Do I not look like you? The impostor Shen Lian replied, though the voice and mannerism still revealed a notable difference. Identical? Shen Lian nodded vigorously. Even he found it difficult to distinguish between the two. Guan Li was immensely satisfied. He activated the disguise technique once more, reverting to his original appearance. Should there be any flaws in this disguise technique, they would lie solely in voice and demeanor. Everything else was nearly flawless. Master, this is truly marvelous. Can you transform into my likeness? Bone inquired. That might be a risky endeavor. Guan Li hesitated, concerned that he might not revert from the skeletal form. Weakness technique. Guan Li selected Bone and cast the weakness technique. Master, I acknowledge my error. Bone lamented, feeling a heaviness in his body, with both strength and speed significantly diminished. After 1 minute, the effect wore off automatically. Guan Li waved his hand, reassuring him that there was no lasting harm. Oh, Bone nodded eagerly. Once all cards were opened, Guan Li retrieved a treasure chest. This was the reward for completing the task. Goblin's treasure, bestowed upon the warriors who annihilate the goblin tribe, capable of yielding substantial rewards. Guan Li opened the chest, a dazzling light emanating from within. Ding, congratulations, host, you have obtained Fantasy Legion card X1. The system's voice resonated. Guan Li paused momentarily, then his expression transformed into one of unrestrained joy. Although he was unaware of the difference between the Fantasy Legion card and the Random Legion card, any Legion card was undoubtedly a valuable asset. A dreamlike card materialized from the chest, which vanished upon opening, leaving only that ethereal card before Guan Li. The card was as delicate as a cicada's wing, shimmering with a silver luminescence. Fantasy Legion Summon. Upon use, grants a fantasy-type legion. So that's how it is. Legions come in various types. Guan Li seemed to grasp the concept. In the point shop, the cheapest legions must be the most ordinary types. For instance, the Braid Legion consists solely of ordinary flesh and blood beings. Incapable of upgrading, with mediocre strength and abilities, he felt fortunate that he hadn't drawn an ordinary legion at the start. Holding the Fantasy Legion card, Guan Li gently crushed it. Crack, congratulations, host, you have obtained Silver Lion Cavalry Legion card. The question mark on the card transformed into a silver-haired man riding a silver lion, with thousands of lion cavalry behind him. Cavalry? Guan Li's spirit soared, as cavalry was indeed a formidable asset. He eagerly utilized the Legion card. A silver summoning array materialized within the camp. 22 figures slowly emerged. As the summoning array dissipated, 11 armored soldiers appeared before Guan Li, each accompanied by a silver lion adorned in protective armor, both safeguarding vital areas and allowing for unhindered movement. I am Kyle, your subordinate. I salute you, my lord. The silver-haired man at the forefront knelt before Guan Li. He was the leader of the Silver Lion Cavalry. Kyle, clad in silver armor, with flowing silver hair and striking blue eyes, Kyle appeared somewhat ethereal. The silver lions behind him were even more imposing. Their bodies, limbs, and necks were encased in silver armor, with strands of silver electricity coursing through their claws. Rise, Guan Li promptly commanded the soldiers to stand. He examined the capabilities of the Silver Lion Cavalry. Silver Lion Cavalry Legion, upgradable, number, 10, potential, 8 stars, strength, 4-star intermediate, leader, Kyle, skills, Silver Lion Roar, War Trample, Thunder Charge, Intimidation. The appearance of the Silver Lion Cavalry perfectly aligned with Guan Li's preferences. Their capabilities on the battlefield were unrivaled. These silver lions were colossal, measuring over 3 meters in length and 2 meters in height, truly monstrous war beasts. If deployed on the battlefield, the pressure they would exert was unimaginable. After all, in the age of cold weapons, cavalry was the undisputed king of warfare. Moreover, these Silver Lion Cavalry were all fantasy beings, far surpassing ordinary steeds in strength. Without hesitation, Guan Li utilized the recently acquired Legion expansion card on the Silver Lion Cavalry. The silver summoning array reappeared, and 10 soldiers mounted on silver lions manifested before Guan Li. System: upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. He also applied the upgrade card to the Silver Lion Cavalry. A powerful aura emanated from the Silver Lion Cavalry, swiftly elevating their strength to 4-star advanced. Kyle, what do these war lions require for sustenance? Guan Li inquired, aware that he must care for these prized assets. Among his existing legions, the skeletal soldiers were undead beings and required no food, while the shadow sword practitioners, as cultivators, also had minimal dietary needs. The elven archers require no sustenance, nor do the ironclad guardians. Master, these war lions are not picky eaters. Mere meat suffices, Kale remarked. Guan Li nodded. This was not a daunting task for him. He produced over 20 premium food cards, which predominantly yielded high-energy meats. Dozens of succulent steaks materialized before him. Roar the silver lion let out a gentle roar, affectionately nudging Guan Li with its large head, resembling a beggar cat. Eat. Guan Li tossed the steak into its mouth. One piece of this high-energy food was enough to satiate their hunger. The silver lion whimpered playfully before Guan Li. The other silver lions soon gathered around, seeking food from him. Naturally, Guan Li was not stingy, tossing steaks into their mouths. After feeding the silver lions, Guan Li retrieved the equipment cards. Acquired Intermediate Weapon Card X3. Choose one 3-star weapon at will. Bone, Shun Lian, and Eileen, the 3 commanders, all possessed 3-star weapons. Thus, Guan Li intended to bestow these 3 intermediate weapon cards upon Leo and Kale. Name: Berserker's Axe Type, Axe Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Frenzied Strike Evaluation, an axe wielded by berserkers. Possessing frenzied power, Guan Li selected a 2-meter-long battle axe, its blade stained with crimson blood yet retaining its sharpness. Leo, here. He hurled the berserker's axe towards Leo. Thank you, master. Leo caught the battle axe and swung it a few times, finding it remarkably comfortable. Guan Li then turned to Kale, who wielded 2 weapons, a spear in hand and a greatsword at his waist. Name: Silverwing Spear Type, Spear Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Silverwing Piercing Evaluation, a spear forged from silver ore. Possessing formidable piercing power. Name: Storm Greatsword Type, Greatsword Grade, 3-star Beginner Talent, Sharp Skill, Storm's Might Evaluation, a greatsword crafted from fine iron, possessing immense storm power. Chapter 74. The Primeval Forest. Kale. Here, Guan Li tossed the spear and greatsword. Thank you, master. Kale accepted the new weapons, kneeling before Guan Li. Rise. Guan Li gestured for him to stand. The ironclad guardians welcomed 20 new soldiers. He activated the low-level armor card and selected Shield Mountain Heavy Armor. Acquired Shield Mountain Heavy Armor X20. Guan Li equipped the soldiers with the new gear. Next came the Undead Plate Armor. Acquired Undead Plate Armor X15. He outfitted the skeletal shield soldiers with the Undead Plate Armor. With 15 initial armor cards remaining, Guan Li prepared to give them to the Silver Lions. The armor cards not only contain soldiers' gear but also mounts protective equipment. Name: Silver Armor Set, Claws, Saddle, neck guard. Leg guards, type. Mount armor grade, 2-star beginner talent. Sturdy evaluation. Armor forged from silver ore, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Guan Li replaced the gear for the Silver Lions. The 30 initial weapon cards were intended for the Shadow Sword Masters. Their weapons were nearing obsolescence, having accompanied him since the beginning of Z. Name. Fine iron sword type. Sword grade, 2-star beginner talent. Sharp evaluation. A long sword forged from fine iron. Exceptionally sharp, Guan Li distributed the fine iron swords to the Shadow Sword Masters. Long Chia moved swiftly, having consumed nearly all the goblin corpses in the camp. All personnel, stand down, Guan Li commanded, turning to enter the leader's tent. The Skeletal Legion took on the night watch. A night of silence passed. The next morning, Guan Li emerged from the tent, stretching lazily and feeling invigorated. Soldiers, prepare to depart, Guan Li announced. Aye, sir, the soldiers replied. Upon leaving the goblin tribe, Guan Li advanced deeper into the southern region. The tropical rainforest lay in the heart of the south. Once the largest primeval forest in Z City before the apocalypse. Compared to ordinary cavalry, the lion cavalry was far better suited for combat in the mountainous terrain. He recalled the Legion soldiers, leaving only the Silver Lion cavalry to pave the way ahead. Charge, kill, Kale commanded the Silver Lion cavalry as they surged forward. The ordinary mutated creatures could not withstand the onslaught of the Silver Lion cavalry. Dozens of mutated wolves attempted to challenge the authority of the Silver Lion cavalry, charging at them. Thunderous charge. Kale raised his spear and charged directly into the pack of wolves. Brilliant arcs of lightning erupted around the Silver Lions. Scattering the wolves, the Silver Lion cavalry turned back and charged once more. The wolves were utterly powerless to defend themselves, becoming mere remnants beneath the charge of the Silver Lions. The Silver Lions began to feast upon the fallen bodies. Moments later, the procession resumed. The recent wolf pack had yielded 23 3-star crystal cores and 12 blue-green cards. As they delved deeper into the southern region, the surrounding mutated creatures grew ever more formidable. Mutated beings below 3 stars were nearly non-existent. Guan Li encountered many mutated plants he had never seen before, such as flowers that emitted freezing air, vines capable of ensnaring mutated creatures, and carnivorous plants with sharp teeth. Fortunately, the strength of the Silver Lion cavalry was overwhelming, crushing through any mutated flora they encountered. The mutations in the southern region only heightened Guan Li's unease. The speed of biological evolution surpassed his imagination. Had it been anyone else, they would have long been devoured by mutated animals or plants. Roar! The path beneath Guan Li's feet was completely obscured by foliage. He activated his perception skill, scanning the surroundings to avoid ambushes from jungle monsters. Roar! In the distance, a terrifying roar echoed. Guan Li stealthily approached the source and witnessed 2 fearsome creatures locked in combat. A colossal black ape stood over 5 meters tall, wielding a thick branch. Its opponent was a lizard, measuring 6 meters long and over 3 meters high, covered in white scales. Name. Mighty Ape Potential. 8 stars Strength. 5 stars Advanced Ability. Earth Armor, Mighty Fist Description. A giant ape with ancestral bloodlines. Possessing unparalleled terrifying strength. Name. Ice Giant Lizard Potential. 8 stars Strength. 5 stars Advanced Ability. Ice Spikes, Tail Whip, Ice Armor Description. Giant lizard with ice bloodlines, capable of launching terrifying ice attacks. The mighty ape swung the branch down onto the ice giant lizard, sending it flying, only for the lizard to retaliate with a tail whip that struck the ape's chest, drawing blood. Roar! Enraged, the mighty ape swung the branch fiercely at the ice giant lizard. How thrilling! Is this something I can witness? Guan Li ordered the Silver Lion cavalry to conceal themselves in the surrounding foliage. Since he had encountered them, he could not let the opportunity slip by. After all, these were 2 5-star monsters. To be safe, Guan Li summoned the Elven Archer Legion, positioning them in the treetops nearby. The 5 commanders were poised, awaiting Guan Li's command. The wounds on the mighty ape multiplied. While the ice giant lizard also sustained serious injuries, its scales cracking under the blows. The mighty ape activated its skill, Earth Armor. A heavy layer of earth armor enveloped its body. With this protection, it was challenging for the giant lizard to penetrate its defenses. Mighty Fist. The mighty ape's arm coalesced with terrifying power as it aimed to strike the ice giant lizard, seeking a decisive blow. The ice giant lizard manifested an ice armor and formed sharp ice spikes in its mouth. The ice spikes shot forth, colliding with the mighty ape's fist. Boom! A terrifying shockwave sent both beasts tumbling. The surrounding forest trembled. The 2 giants fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. They struggled to rise, but their injuries were too severe to continue fighting. A prime opportunity. Attack! Seeing this, Guan Li commanded his soldiers to engage. The Silver Lion cavalry pounced, tearing at the mighty ape. The soldiers maneuvered the lion cavalry, pulling and tugging. The elven archers unleashed ice arrows. The movements of the mighty ape began to slow down. The ice giant lizard, sensing danger, attempted to flee, but a terrifying arm seized its tail, dragging it back. The four commanders rushed forward, relentlessly assaulting the ice giant lizard's wounds. Blood flowed continuously as the ice giant lizard grew increasingly feeble. Roar the mighty ape let out a mournful howl as its flesh was torn away by the silver lions, exposing vast expanses of bone. Mighty ape slain, 20,000 points gained. The system notification chimed as the mighty ape perished. Ice giant lizard slain, 20,000 points gained. Ice armor X1. The system's voice resounded once more. Guan Li examined the rewards. Name: Ice armor type. Armor grade: 5-star beginner talent. Sturdy ability. Ice slow evaluation. Armor crafted from the scales of the ice giant lizard. Imbued with formidable ice power. Chapter 75. The giant tree and the python. The ice armor is a light blue, full coverage suit of armor. The shoulders bear a pair of formidable claw-like scales, exuding an aura of dominance. The body is covered in dense scales, radiating a chilling aura. Even an unenhanced ordinary person would feel a wave of cold merely by approaching the armor. A splendid item. Guan Li nodded in satisfaction. Rather than donning it himself, he entrusted it to Leo. Guan Li was never stingy when it came to his legion. Thank you, Master, Leo exclaimed excitedly as he received the ice armor. Clearly enamored with the equipment, Leo replaced the frost armor, exuding an impressive aura. The corpse of the giant strength ape had been thoroughly devoured by the silver lions. Kyle respectfully presented a 5-star crystal core and a purple card. The body of the frost lizard had been consumed by Longqiet. It bore a crystal core and a purple card, which it offered to Guan Li. Guan Li accepted the card and proceeded to absorb the crystal core. After both crystal cores were absorbed, his power significantly increased once more. Having cleared the battlefield, Guan Li continued onward. He had now ventured deep into the southern region. In just a few days, this place had transformed into an entirely different realm. A burial ground for the remnants of human civilization, concealed beneath the dense vegetation. A towering edifice stood before him, its surface riddled with cracks, as if it had been abandoned for centuries. Thorny vines extended from the windows. Climbing up the structure, such buildings were plentiful in the southern region. As he delved deeper, Guan Li encountered numerous human skeletons, yet not a single survivor remained. This place had become a forbidden zone for ordinary people. Crack! Guan Li crushed several shards of glass beneath his feet. Before him loomed a colossal structure. The tropical rainforest zone. Once a popular tourist destination in Z City, it had now become a haven for mutated creatures. The favorable environment allowed them to evolve unchecked. Guan Li was uncertain whether the silver-horned python still resided here, but having arrived, he felt compelled to take a look, with the silver lion knights leading the way. The troop of soldiers followed closely behind. On the tree before Guan Li, dozens of humanoid figures emerged. They were a group of fierce-looking, long-limbed mutated monkeys. Upon noticing Guan Li's party, they launched a direct assault, hurling rocks imbued with immense force at him. Leo stood before Guan Li, shield raised. Name: Iron Arm Long Ape. Potential: 6 stars. Strength: 4 stars. Advanced ability: Throwing. Evaluation: A mutated ape that prefers to attack in groups, employing rock throwing as its primary means of attack. Eliminate them, Guan Li commanded. The elven archers swiftly shot at the troop of monkeys in the trees. In an instant, several Iron Arm Long Apes were pierced through the skull, their brain matter splattering forth. Woo-woo-oh-oh. They emitted strange cries, realizing Guan Li's prowess. Abandoning their fallen comrades, they fled into the dense forest. The elven archers continued to eliminate a few more Iron Arm Long Apes until they completely vanished from sight. Guan Li did not pursue them. His target was the silver-horned python. These Iron Arm Long Apes were merely minor nuisances. Longqiet consumed the corpses of the Iron Arm Long Apes, and through continuous consumption, its strength had risen to 4 stars intermediate. This was an unexpected delight. Longqiet presented Guan Li with 6 4-star crystal cores and 3 blue cards. Guan Li pressed on. The earlier encounter with the Iron Arm Long Apes was merely a minor interlude. He summoned all his legion soldiers, organizing them into teams of 10 to commence a search through the tropical rainforest zone. Time passed, and 2 hours slipped away in an instant. Guan Li still had yet to find any trace of the silver-horned python. Alas! It seems I have arrived too late, Guan Li sighed, shaking his head. Just as he prepared to depart, a squad discovered the trail of the silver-horned python. Upon receiving the news, Guan Li swiftly summoned his soldiers to head over. Approximately 10 minutes later, Guan Li arrived at the squad's location. He beheld a massive trench in the ground, resembling the tracks of a serpent. Found you. Guan Li's lips curled into a smile. The creature that left such marks could only be the silver-horned python. That creature is injured. Guan Li noticed several blood-stained scales within the trench. These scales were clearly not naturally shed. Although the silver-horned python was the apex predator of the tropical rainforest zone, the southern region was vast. And other terrifying creatures undoubtedly existed. Move! Pursue along the trail. Guan Li commanded decisively. An injured silver-horned python was not something he could afford to let slip away. It was a moving treasure trove. As Guan Li followed the trail, he encountered numerous corpses of mutated creatures along the way. These twisted bodies appeared to have been struck by some immense force. Analyzing the scene, Guan Li deduced that these mutated creatures had likely been slain by the silver-horned python. However, the python's injuries were severe, leaving it no time to attend to the bodies before hastily departing. Kyle, let your war lions feast. The corpses were still quite fresh, and Guan Li had no intention of wasting them. The flesh and blood of mutated creatures contained energy, making it the best sustenance for the war lions. They preferred raw meat to cooked fare, relishing the thrill of the hunt. With Guan Li's approval, the silver war lions began to devour the remains voraciously. Something feels off, Guan Li pondered, gazing at the multitude of corpses. Logically, the blood and flesh of mutated beasts should aid in recovery, yet the silver-horned python had abandoned them. What could have compelled it to flee in such haste? Guan Li found himself perplexed. The silver war lions quickly consumed the bodies, presenting Guan Li with several 4-star crystal cores, since they were slain by the silver-horned python. No cards dropped. Guan Li stored away the crystal cores and continued along the ground's trail, as long as he could locate the silver-horned python. The mysteries in his heart would surely unravel. Following the trail for about 10 minutes, Guan Li gradually exited the tropical rainforest zone. The visibility around him began to dim. At this moment, Guan Li felt as if he had entered a fantastical forest. The surrounding vegetation exuded an aura of enchantment. With glowing buds towering above like corals, trees resembling vibrant corals, and luminous insects fluttering about. The ecosystem here seemed distinctly different. Guan Li sensed something amiss. Everyone, be cautious. Although he had yet to discover any traces of mutated creatures, he did not dare to let his guard down. The more unfamiliar a place, the more vigilance it warranted. The trail left by the silver-horned python remained clearly visible. It seemed this locale was its lair. Guan Li pressed onward, following the trail on the ground. Suddenly, he halted. Everyone conceal yourselves, Guan Li commanded telepathically. The Legion soldiers swiftly concealed themselves within the surrounding foliage. Guan Li crouched low, moving forward with utmost caution. Before him lay an open expanse. In the shallow lake, a colossal tree stood tall. A gigantic python was coiled around it. Chapter 76, Silver-horned python. Wow, this is truly magnificent, Guan Li marveled internally. Before him lay what seemed like an independent world. The sky was obscured by dense foliage, and beneath the canopy was a crystal-clear lake spanning several thousand meters. At the lake's center stood a towering tree, its diameter reaching 30 meters. Its dragon-like roots twisted and coiled intricately within the lake. At that moment, the silver-horned python was entwined around the massive tree. Its body was riddled with wounds, with many areas exposing stark white bones. Just as Guan Li had suspected, the silver-horned python was grievously injured. Guan Li scrutinized the enormous creature coiled around the tree. This silver-horned python was at least 5 meters wide and over 80 meters long. Its scales shimmered a silvery hue, with faint currents of electricity coursing across its surface. For tiny claws, roughly the size of a human arm, adorned its body. In comparison to the python's immense form, these claws were nearly insignificant. Yet Guan Li understood the significance of these 4 claws. He noticed a small bulge atop the silver-horned python's head, as if something within was striving to break free from the earth. This silver-horned python was on the verge of transformation into a dragon. Perhaps it was about to undergo another evolution. Guan Li utilized the system to inspect the information on the silver-horned python. Name: Silver-horned python, king level, potential, 10 stars, strength, 6 stars intermediate, ability, unknown, evaluation. A serpent whose bloodline has evolved to its utmost. On the brink of metamorphosis into a new life form. Hiss, 6 stars intermediate, Guan Li gasped in astonishment. He had not anticipated such rapid evolution in the silver-horned python. A sense of relief washed over him. He was grateful that he had not acted recklessly in his earlier choices. Had he sought out the silver-horned python without caution, he would surely have faced dire consequences. However, the situation was different now. The strength of his legion had grown, coupled with the fact that the silver-horned python was gravely wounded by an unknown entity. Even with its terrifying 6-star intermediate power, Guan Li might still possess a fighting chance. This was a creature on the verge of transformation. Should he succeed in slaying it, the rewards would be unimaginable. Fortune favors the bold. Taking a gamble could turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Guan Li suddenly noticed a gentle aura emanating from the branches of the colossal tree. Under the influence of this aura, the silver-horned python's injuries began to gradually heal. Not only that, but the python's aura was also steadily increasing. The 4 tiny claws were slowly growing, and the bulge atop its head appeared even more pronounced, poised to burst forth at any moment. This giant tree is remarkable. Guan Li quickly utilized the system to examine the giant tree's information. Name: Azure Giant Tree. Potential: Gold. Strength: 8 stars. Beginner. Ability: Unknown. Evaluation: a plant from the Azure realm, possessing considerable intelligence and harboring terrifying life force. Hiss! Guan Li gasped in astonishment. The shock that the Azure Giant Tree imparted upon him far surpassed that of the silver-horned python. However, given the current situation, it appeared that the Azure Giant Tree lacked offensive capabilities. Otherwise, its 8-star beginner strength would be more than sufficient to eliminate the silver-horned python. This revelation brought Guan Li a measure of comfort. With the presence of this Azure Giant Tree, it was time to take a risk. Guan Li swiftly opened the points shop. He currently had around 110,000 points. Legion Upgrade Card. Upon use, it can elevate the Legion strength by 1 level. Applicable only for those below 10-star strength, priced at 50,000 points. Without hesitation, Guan Li purchased 2 cards. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully purchasing 2 Legion Upgrade cards. You are truly remarkable. He directly flattered the system, which had been silenced. The strength of the 5 legions remained stagnant at 4-star advanced. He now had the opportunity to elevate 2 legions to 5-star novice, or to upgrade 1 legion to 5-star intermediate. After a moment's contemplation, he concluded that enhancing 2 legions to 5-star would be more advantageous. System: upgrade the Elven Archer Legion. System: upgrade the Shadow Blade Legion. After selecting the legions, the upgrades commenced without delay. Moments later, both the Elven Archers and the Shadow Blade Legions had successfully advanced to 5-star novice. Tio vanquished the Silver-Horned Python. The long-range firepower of the Elven Archers was indispensable. The Shadow Blade Legion possessed the skills of Sword Mastery and Shadow Binding, which would prove remarkably effective against the Silver-Horned Python. Thus, he resolved to upgrade these 2 legions first. He then utilized his remaining points to purchase powerful armor-piercing arrows. Powerful armor-piercing arrows possess exceptional penetration effects, priced at 5 points each. He swiftly acquired 3,000 powerful armor-piercing arrows. After all, the silver-horned python was a 6-star intermediate creature, and ordinary arrows would be utterly ineffective against its defenses. He took a few minutes to complete the enhancements, unwilling to delay any further. The wounds of the silver-horned python had already begun to heal significantly, with some starting to scab over. At my command, archers, prepare. Taking several deep breaths, he readied himself for the assault. The elven archers aimed their arrows at the silver-horned python perched in the tree, targeting the unhealed wounds. Fire! With his command, dozens of chilling armor-piercing arrows soared through the air. The silver-horned python, initially caught off guard, only reacted when the arrows breached a 10-meter radius around it, opened its eyes wide, revealing a pair of chilling vertical pupils. With a furious roar, the silver-horned python began to thrash its massive body. The powerful armor-piercing arrows struck its scales, but most were deflected, with only a few penetrating through the gaps and into its flesh. However, the frigid elemental energy had little effect on the formidable creature. Kill! He had not anticipated the silver-horned python's swift reaction. Since the ambush had failed, they would have to confront it head-on. Though the creature's wounds had healed considerably, it remained in a weakened state, capable of exerting only 50% of its peak strength. Debilitate! Without hesitation, he activated the skill. The silver-horned python's power diminished by another 10%. The Silver Lion Knights led the charge, swiftly approaching the massive tree. The silver-horned python seemed provoked, leaping from the tree towards Kyle. Facing the gaping maw, Kyle showed no fear, thrusting his spear upward. The silver lion beneath him reacted quickly, dodging to the side. The silver-horned python missed its target, and its scales bore a white mark from the spear's strike. Silver wing penetration? Kyle unleashed the weapon's ability, thrusting forward with such force that his spear pierced the silver-horned python's pupil. The creature emitted a pained hiss. Kyle, well done. He rejoiced at the fortuitous turn of events, as the silver-horned python had lost an eye. A significant advantage for the ensuing battle. Chapter 77. A fierce battle. The silver-horned python howled in agony, writhing as its colossal tail lashed out. Nearby silver lion knights who could not evade were sent flying. They crashed to the ground, blood spurting from their mouths, their armor dented, a testament to the creature's terrifying strength. Despite its grievous injuries, it retained formidable power. Without hesitation, he employed recovery cards on his wounded soldiers. After enduring intense pain, the silver-horned python regained its composure. Its remaining vertical pupil fixated on him, and it began to thrash its body, casting off nearby soldiers before lunging directly at him. The dragon's arm emitted a chilling ice beam, piercing the creature's scales. Yet, this level of injury was negligible for it. The silver-horned python opened its gaping maw, intent on devouring him. Teleportation, in an instant. He vanished from sight. A barrage of chilling armor-piercing arrows shot into the creature's mouth. The silver-horned python hissed in protest. Compared to its formidable scales, the interior of its mouth was far more vulnerable. The icy power coursed through its blood, impairing its mobility. The skeleton mages conjured fireballs, hurling them at the silver-horned python. Boom. The creature's scales turned charred black, and previously healed wounds were once again torn open. Seeing this, Guan Li quickly employed sword mastery, directing his flying sword towards the wounds. The silver-horned python emitted another mournful cry in a fit of rage. It swung its tail, sending nearby ironclad shield guards flying, leaving massive dents in their shields. The Shadow Blade warriors unleashed their sword mastery, driving their flying swords into the creature's wounds in pain. The silver-horned python became increasingly frenzied, crashing into its surroundings. Blood staining the water below. The skeleton shield guards and ironclad shield guards were thrown aside, yet they left new wounds on the silver-horned python's body. Though these injuries were minor, their sheer number would accumulate into significant damage. The elven archers relentlessly targeted the creature's wounds with armor-piercing arrows while the ironclad shield guards drew its attention. The Silver Lion Knights were forced to engage first. However, the silver-horned python was equally fearsome. In mere minutes, it had slain over a dozen shield guards. As time passed, the creature sustained more and more wounds. It could have chosen to flee, but it did not. He discerned that the silver-horned python held the ancient tree in high regard. This was advantageous, sparing him considerable trouble. Had the creature attempted to escape, he might not have been able to restrain it. The elven archers and Shadow Blade warriors utilized their ranged capabilities to assail the creature's wounds. The consumption of various cards reached an astonishing rate. Yet he knew that capturing the silver-horned python would render all these efforts worthwhile. Employing the shadow sprint technique, he swiftly maneuvered around the silver-horned python, seizing every opportunity to strike. The sharpness of the blood-sucking blade was sufficient to breach its defenses, leaving several wounds with each assault. His debilitate spell never ceased, and he always managed to renew its effects just before it expired. The dragon utilized its flight ability, landing on the silver-horned python's back, gradually devouring its flesh. Under the relentless assault of the Legion soldiers, the silver-horned python grew increasingly feeble. However, it was still a 6-star intermediate monster, and despite the myriad of weakening effects, it retained formidable power. With a furious roar, the silver-horned python thrashed about, violently dislodging the dragon from its back. Crackling silver electricity flickered around the creature. It realized that if this continued, its demise was inevitable. Yet, the ancient tree was the key to its evolution, and it could not afford to abandon it. Thus, it prepared to make a desperate last stand. A terrifying aura erupted from the silver-horned python as its 4 diminutive claws rapidly grew. From the bulge on its head, a silvery horn emerged, exuding a dreadful energy. With a roar, the silver-horned python reared up, standing on its 4 claws, as thick bolts of silver electricity danced around its horn. This creature is attempting to forcibly evolve. He furrowed his brow, realizing the silver-horned python was making its final struggle. Kill. He chose not to continue evading but to confront it directly. If the silver-horned python successfully completed its evolution, he would undoubtedly perish. At this juncture, there was no turning back. It was either the silver-horned python or he, Guan Li, who would meet their end. Faced with the terrifying silver-horned python, the Legion soldiers exhibited no fear. The Silver Lion Knights charged forward, Cal raising his spear high to thrust at the creature. Boom! A bolt of silver lightning struck from the horn. The electricity spread through the nearby waters. Barrier aura? He reacted swiftly, enveloping the Legion soldiers in a protective aura. The electrical discharge that touched them failed to paralyze. The Silver Lion Knight spears pierced the silver-horned python's body, blood gushing forth. The skeleton soldiers relentlessly drove their bone spears into the creature, while flying swords assaulted it mercilessly. The elven archers reached the peak of their firing rate, releasing arrows in rapid succession. The Legion soldiers launched a frenzied assault on the silver-horned python. In turn, it unleashed bolts of silver lightning from its An ironclad shield guard was struck, instantly killed, his body vanishing and returning to the Legion system, entering a countdown. Roar! The silver-horned python continued to spew forth silver lightning. Any soldier struck by it was instantly annihilated. Damn it! I'll destroy you. Guan Li's eyes burned with fury as the blood-sucking blade relentlessly struck the silver-horned python. His right arm, adorned with the blood demon claw, had reached its peak, with blood-colored tendrils coiling around his shoulder. Summoning a blood shadow clone, he assailed the silver-horned python with fervor. Die, die. Under his relentless onslaught, the silver-horned python's blood, energy, and life force steadily diminished. Its condition became dire, unable to sustain its evolution any longer. With an anguished roar, the silver-horned python unleashed a surge of terrifying silver lightning from its horn. Oh no! Guan Li's pupils constricted sharply. A profound sense of crisis surged forth. The bone armor, in an instant, he conjured the white skeletal armor. The blood-drinking blade in his hand was raised defensively before him. Thunderous roars echoed as several silver bolts of lightning struck him. With a gasp, Guan Li spat out a mouthful of blood, his body hurled away by the electric force, crashing into the flooded area. The bone armor shattered, and blood flowed continuously from his arms. The silver-horned python's evolution was abruptly interrupted as it unleashed all the energy it had gathered. All soldiers in proximity to the silver behemoth were mercilessly struck down by the terrifying silver lightning. The ground was strewn with remnants, and the scene was utterly tragic. Chapter 78. Heart of the Flora, my lord. Are you unharmed? Several surviving commanders hastily inquired. They had managed to withstand the silver lightning due to their formidable strength. Yet their condition was dire. They had all lost their combat capability, and even rising was a challenge. Guan Li crushed a mid-level recovery card, initiating the healing of his own wounds and those of the commanders. The situation of the silver-horned python was equally dismal. Due to its failed evolution, the silver horn atop its head had shattered, its newly formed limbs lay in tatters, and its body was riddled with wounds. Devoid of any intact area at that moment, it erupted with a desperate will to survive, dragging its broken body towards the great azure tree, where it sought the energy it craved. Long Chia, use the blood-drinking blade and slay it. Guan Li stammered. Long Chia had narrowly escaped disaster using his flight ability moments ago. Though he had sustained some injuries, they were not severe. He picked up the blood-drinking blade from the ground and charged towards the silver-horned python. Eileen, skeleton mage, stop it! Guan Li shouted urgently as he saw the python nearing the great azure tree's vicinity. The silver-horned python must not be allowed to recover. Ice arrows and lightning strikes fell upon the silver-horned python. Although they couldn't kill it, they successfully hindered its advance, buying time for Long Chia. With a body akin to a small mountain, Long Chia raced forward, thrusting the blood-drinking blade into the python's flesh. Crimson tendrils spread instantly. Long Chia located the heart and pierced it with his devouring claws. From the gaping maw, a terrifying appendage extended, gnawing at the silver-horned python's pulsating heart. With a fierce tug, he extracted a vibrant red heart from the python's body. A final, mournful cry escaped the silver-horned python as its massive form fell silent. Kill silver-horned python, gain 100,000 points, silver dragon blood, thunderous, might X1. The system notification rang out, announcing the demise of the silver-horned python. With a sigh of relief, Guan Li collapsed into the water, feeling the soothing sound of the lake's flow beside him. Although he had slain the silver-horned python, it had been a Pyrrhic victory. Over 200 soldiers had dwindled to merely 70 remaining ranged fighters. Fortunately, the soldiers could be revived. Otherwise, he would have lost everything. My lord. Are you all right? Eileen helped Guan Li to his feet. He felt a gentle warmth emanating from her touch. I'm fine. Guan Li shook his head. Have your soldiers remained vigilant? He did not allow himself to become complacent. Yes, my lord. Eileen nodded in affirmation. Long Chia was devouring the heart of the silver-horned python, which contained immense energy. The blood-drinking blade was also absorbing the python's remains. The once mountainous carcass rapidly shriveled before their eyes. Moments later, Guan Li's injuries stabilized. He gestured for Eileen to release him and walked towards the great azure tree. Standing before the towering tree, he felt insignificantly small. Gazing upward, he saw the dense foliage above. Standing in front of the great azure tree, he experienced a sensation akin to being bathed in the spring breeze. A force representing rebirth. His internal wounds began to heal at an astonishing rate, even surpassing the efficacy of the mid-level recovery card. Guan Li was astonished. The great azure tree was indeed extraordinary. No wonder the silver-horned python had been willing to risk everything to seize it. The branches of the great azure tree swayed gently, and an ancient voice resonated in Guan Li's ears. The language of trees was manifesting. Incredible! It can even translate tree speech. Guan Li exclaimed in awe. Young hero, please do not kill me, the great azure tree pleaded. Kill you? Why would I do that? Guan Li asked in confusion. Aren't you after the heart of the flora within me? The great azure tree hesitated, soon realizing it had spoken too freely. The heart of the flora? Upon discovering this, Guan Li was determined not to let the opportunity slip away. This was something the silver-horned python had long coveted. Alas, it matters not to reveal this. After all, I owe you my life. The great azure tree spoke languidly. I saved you. Guan Li was bewildered. Whether intentional or not, you indeed saved my life. This python guarded me solely for the heart of the flora. The great azure tree continued, clarifying Guan Li's doubts. Our lineage, the great azure trees, harbors immense life force. When this life force accumulates within, it forms the heart of the flora. The heart of the flora can facilitate evolution and restore the essence of life. The silver behemoth you killed sought to consume it to transcend the limits of life. Had it been given 2 days, it would have surely breached my defenses. Alas, it met its end at your hands. The great azure tree explained slowly to IC. Guan Li nodded. If he had not slain the silver-horned python, the great azure tree would have faced a dire fate. Are you not afraid that I might covet the heart of the flora by sharing this with me? Guan Li smiled at the great azure tree. To be honest, such a treasure was hard to resist. Brave warrior. As long as you do not destroy my form, I can grant you the heart of the flora. The great azure tree's words piqued Guan Li's interest. Tell me more, he urged. The heart of the flora is a product of accumulated life energy. Even if it is taken, it will not cause significant issues. However, if my form is destroyed, I shall perish entirely. I approach this with a mindset of experimentation, never expecting you to comprehend my kin's language. The great azure tree explained. Very well. You shall grant me the heart of the flora, and I shall not harm you. Guan Li was not overly demanding. He was not a greedy person. If pushed too hard, it might yield unfavorable results. As for whether there was truly only one heart of the flora within the great azure tree, it mattered not. The heart of the flora was already a delightful surprise. Even without it, he would still have slain the silver-horned python. Thank you. You are a good soul, the great azure tree replied. The roots that spread across the flooded area began to tremble. The entire lake quivered in response. A wooden heart slowly emerged from the base of the great azure tree. This heart was only the size of a fist. Yet it radiated a potent life force. Thump, thump, thump. The powerful beats reverberated across the lake. Young warrior, I hope you honor your promise, came the voice of the great azure tree. The heart of the flora landed in Guan Li's hands. He could distinctly feel its rhythmic pulsing. Fear not. While I may not be a virtuous man, I am no villain either. If I promise not to harm you, I shall certainly uphold my word. Guan Li affirmed. Chapter 79. The Celestial Scale Python Legion. Having lost the heart of the flora, I must enter a period of slumber. This place is relatively safe. You may rest assured. The great azure tree's voice faded into silence. The life force emanating from its branches gradually diminished, as if the towering tree had transformed into an ordinary one. This was also a means of self-preservation for the great azure tree. After all, who would seek trouble with a tree out of sheer boredom? Guan Li utilized the system to examine the heart of the flora in his possession. Heart of the flora, a spiritual entity forged from the life force accumulated over millennia by the great azure tree lineage. Imbued with a rich essence of life, feeling the energy radiating from the heart of the flora, he understood why the silver-horned python had been unwilling to relinquish it. Unfortunately for the python, it had ultimately fallen into his hands. After devouring the heart of the silver-horned python, Long Chia had formed a blood cocoon. The cocoon pulsated as if nurturing a brand new life. Guan Li refrained from interfering. He sensed that Long Chia's condition was excellent. This time of consumption would significantly enhance its power. Once the blood-drinking blade had absorbed the flesh of the silver-horned python, only a thin layer of snake skin remained of the once mountainous carcass. The entirety of its blood and flesh had been consumed. The blade's form became increasingly sinister, achieving the rank of 7 stars intermediate. Having absorbed the flesh of the silver-horned python, the blood-drinking blade ascended 2 levels. The blood-red tendrils coiled around a 6-star crystal core and a deep purple card, presenting them to Guan Li. The crystal core of the silver-horned python was unique, with a miniature silver-horned python coiling within it. Formed from condensed energy, the deep purple card shimmered with vibrant hues, its surface adorned with mysterious gilded patterns at the corners. From its appearance alone, one could discern that it was something of high value. The heart of the flora, a 6-star crystal core, 100,000 points, silver dragon blood, thunderous might, and a purple card. Though the quantities were few, each item was incredibly precious. Guan Li accessed the Legion system to check the revival time for his soldiers. It would take 12 hours. This meant that for the next 12 hours, The only soldiers at his disposal would be the elven archers and the skeleton mages. It was the perfect opportunity to digest his spoils. He was in no hurry to depart. The great azure tree had proclaimed that this place was exceedingly secure. Guan Li inspected his surroundings and, after vanquishing the silver-horned python, received 2 rewards from the system. Silver dragon blood, the essence of blood from within the silver-horned python, containing a trace of dragon lineage, thunderous might. Upon learning, one gains mastery over lightning, enabling the release of thunder elemental attacks against targets. What a splendid treasure! Guan Li's eyes sparkled with delight. System, I wish to learn thunderous might. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately commenced the skill acquisition. Information surged into his mind like a tidal wave. The skills rewarded by the system required only learning to be seamlessly integrated. Even a fool could wield them without any innate talent. Crackling with energy, silvery currents danced in Guan Li's hands. He intensified his energy output, unleashing a bolt of silver lightning that struck the ground. Boom! The spot where the lightning struck was left charred and blackened. How impressive! Guan Li endeavored once more. He extended his arms, and the silver currents flickered within his palms. Zzz, multiple arcs of lightning, resembling silver serpents, struck the surface of the lake. In an instant, the lake erupted, and silver lightning crackled wildly. After several attempts, Guan Li gradually mastered the execution of thunderous might. The more energy he expended, the more formidable the skill became. This was indeed a commendable ability. Once he had completed his learning of thunderous might, he retrieved a deep purple card. With a slight exertion of his palm, the card was instantly crushed. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have obtained the Heavenly Scale Python Legion card. A purple luminescence dispersed, revealing a golden card within. The front of the card depicted a coiling giant python. Incredible! A Legion card? Guan Li was taken aback, never expecting this purple card to yield a Legion. After all, he had only recently acquired the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. Surely, luck was on his side. Unstoppable. Guan Li crushed the card in his hand. A summoning array slowly materialized before him. 6 massive pythons coiled within the summoning array. We greet you, our master. The leading heavenly scale python spoke. Although it was awakened, it could not articulate human speech. Guan Li understood its meaning due to his comprehension of the tongue of beasts. It seems you needn't rise. He glanced at the 6 pythons coiling on the ground, retracting his words of command. This was the first time Guan Li had acquired a beast legion, and fortunately, they were not of the ordinary type. The heavenly scale pythons were impressively large, clearly evolved beings. Guan Li examined the information regarding the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Heavenly Scale Python Legion can evolve. Number 5 potential. 4 stars. Strength 4 stars. Beginner. Leader. Songlin. Skills. Tail whip. Constrict. Strangle. Their capabilities seem rather modest. Guan Li nodded in acknowledgement, harboring no disdain. The Skeleton Legion had also started off weak, yet it had flourished after several evolutions. Therefore, Guan Li was unperturbed by the Legion's initial weakness. What he feared was a Legion incapable of advancement. Fortunately, the Heavenly Scale Pythons were not of the ordinary type. They had the potential to evolve. That was sufficient for Guan Li. The nurturing aspect was what made it intriguing. Guan Li gazed at the silver dragon blood in his possession. A bold idea emerged in his mind. The Heavenly Scale Pythons were just reaching the conditions for evolution. System. If I were to add the silver dragon blood during their evolution, would that be possible? Guan Li inquired. Yes, it requires an evolution card. The system replied with a smug tone. No problem. I have plenty of evolution cards. Guan Li nodded readily. After a period of diligent effort, he possessed over 600 evolution cards. System. Evolve the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Include the silver dragon blood. Guan Li selected the Heavenly Scale Python Legion. Ding. Evolving the Heavenly Scale Python Legion requires the expenditure of 200 evolution cards and 1 silver dragon blood. Do you wish to proceed with the evolution? The system's voice rang out. Evolve. Guan Li nodded without hesitation. Ding. The Heavenly Scale Pythons began their evolution. A flash of white light enveloped the Legion, which was retracted into the system's space. Guan Li felt a surge of anticipation, wondering what the Heavenly Scale Python Legion would evolve into. Although the silver dragon blood was included, the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. The silver dragon blood was merely an auxiliary item. This evolution was quite a spectacle, creating considerable commotion that could not be completed in a short time. Guan Li was in no rush. Ding! Long Chia absorbed the heart of the silver-horned python. Acquiring the silver dragon claw, the system's prompt sounded. Guan Li turned to observe. The blood cocoon formed by Long Chia began to rupture. A claw, covered in silver scales, extended from within. Rip! The blood cocoon was completely torn apart, revealing Long Chia, with its well-defined muscles and silver-white hair. A terrifying aura emanated from its being 0.5 stars, advanced. The heart of the silver-horned python contained the silver dragon bloodline. After devouring it, Long Chia's strength surged by 2 levels. Not only that, but it also obtained the silver dragon claw as an organ. The surprises brought by Long Chia were becoming increasingly profound. Chapter 80. Rainbow of Colors. Long Chia, test your new abilities. Guan Li grasped the blood drinker blade and charged toward Long Chia. His speed was remarkable, crossing 100 meters in an instant. Long Chia obeyed Guan Li's command, vanishing from its location. The two figures met in the lake. The claw, adorned with silver scales, lunged fiercely toward Guan Li. Just in time. Excitement flickered in Guan Li's eyes. He swung the blood drinker blade, striking the silver dragon claw. Clang, sparks flew. The defense of the silver dragon claw was formidable. That strike merely left a shallow white mark. It was worth noting that the blood drinker blade could slice through the defenses of the silver-horned python. Although the silver-horned python was gravely injured, this still attested to the prowess of the silver dragon claw. Zzz. Silver currents crackled across the silver dragon claw. Immediately thereafter, a terrifying lightning attack surged toward Guan Li. Goodness, it can also control lightning. Guan Li was thoroughly pleased. He utilized his teleportation technique, vanishing from sight. That will suffice, Guan Li commanded, and Long Chia ceased all actions. The silver dragon claw was retracted back into its body. Long Chia's form was indeed capable of accommodating all abilities. Whether it was the tyrant's claw, the devouring claw, or the silver dragon claw, it could switch between them seamlessly, Guan Li pondered, finding this reasonable. After all, it was a rare corpse king, with only one such being birthed in the entirety of Z City. Its rarity was evident. Had Guan Li not discovered it early and eliminated it promptly, it would undoubtedly have become a nightmare for Z City. How terrifying would a grown corpse king be? Guan Li had no idea, but it surely wouldn't be trivial. After all, it could command a horde of corpses. Just the thought of the number of zombies in Z City sent shivers down his spine. In Guan Li's hand appeared a 6-star crystal core. The energy contained within had coalesced into a tangible form, the miniature silver-horned python. He took a deep breath and began the absorption process. Guan Li trembled all over. He felt a torrent of terrifying energy raging within him. The miniature silver-horned python seemed to have found an opportunity for revenge, relentlessly battering against the organs within Guan Li's body. Indeed, was this too much of a strain? Guan Li gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain radiating from within. The crystal core of the silver-horned python far exceeded that of an ordinary 6-star crystal core. It was forcefully evolving, striving to transcend its biological limits. Even if it ultimately failed, the residual energy was all concentrated within the crystal core. The energy of this 6-star crystal core was sufficient to rival that of a 7-star. Guan Li was essentially absorbing energy 2 levels above his own. The energy emanating from the silver-horned python was exceedingly violent. In mere moments, it wreaked havoc upon Guan Li's body. Cough, cough. He spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. His skin ruptured under the strain of the terrifying energy, blood streaming forth. Master! The several leaders were taken aback at the sight. The Guan Li they had just seen was now transformed into a bloodied figure. I am fine. No need to come closer. Guard the perimeter and ensure no external forces interfere with me. Guan Li gritted his teeth, expending his final reserves of strength to command. Understood. The leaders would not defy Guan Li's orders. Thankfully, he had prepared in advance. Guan Li could not afford to absorb blindly. In his hand appeared a pulsating wooden heart, radiating a green glow, symbolizing the power of rebirth. The heart of nature. Guan Li dared to forcefully absorb the energy precisely because of the heart of nature. He swallowed it whole. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of powerful beats resonated. The heart of nature melted, forming a rich life energy. The previously ravaged organs gradually began to mend under this life energy. Within Guan Li's body resided 2 forms of terrifying power. One was derived from the crystal core of the silver-horned python, and the other from the heart of nature. At this moment, these 2 energies reached a point of equilibrium, neither able to dominate the other. This was precisely the effect Guan Li desired. Only in this manner could he successfully absorb both forms of terrifying energy. Guan Li acknowledged that there was an element of risk involved. Yet, it appeared that he had indeed made the right gamble. As Guan Li absorbed the 2 energies, he continually reinforced his own body. Gradually, his strength broke through to the advanced 5-star level. However, the energy within him remained abundant. Guan Li did not cease. He continued to absorb both forms of energy. During the absorption process, life energy gradually coalesced, forming a green cocoon around Guan Li's body. The 5 leaders, witnessing this, expressed anxiousness, yet they found themselves powerless to act. For Guan Li had commanded that no external force disturb him. This was an order that the leaders could not defy. Outside the South District Forest, a sudden deluge broke the tranquility of the survivors' camp. They were horrified to discover that the sky was showering a vibrant rainbow of light. They instinctively sought refuge, believing this to be a harbinger of misfortune. Yet, it did not take long for them to realize their error. Some frail elders, upon absorbing the colorful light, miraculously regained their youth, their once white hair gradually turning back to a rich black. Though merely a few decades younger, it remains astonishing. Ultimately, people discovered that this was not a mere return to youth, but rather an awakening of these elderly individuals. Their bodies underwent an evolution, naturally regaining a youthful state. These inexplicably awakened elders rose to their feet, stretching their limbs and demonstrating a series of fluid and agile fitness techniques. Moving with the grace of flowing water, devoid of any obstruction, my old leg pain. It has vanished entirely. My cataracts have disappeared. My herniated disc is no more. My Parkinson's is cured. How miraculous, thank the heavens. The elders, whose bodies had evolved, believed that this radiant shower of light was a divine blessing. It was not only these seniors. Many young individuals, after absorbing the vibrant shower of light, also experienced a fortification of their physical prowess. In comparison to the elderly, the youth had a greater chance of awakening. Among 10 individuals, 3 succeeded, nearly a third probability. Wow! I think I can control earth and stone, exclaimed a bespectacled man with excitement. With a flick of his hand, the soil before him surged upward. I think I can unleash flames, a seemingly ordinary girl exclaimed as fire erupted from her hands. How astonishing! I can manipulate gravity, proclaimed a tech-savvy young man, levitating 10 centimeters off the ground. Those who absorbed the vibrant light either enhanced their physical abilities or gained extraordinary powers. However, not everyone was fortunate. Many survivors, after absorbing the vibrant light, experienced no significant changes in their bodies. Even if there were changes, they were merely slightly stronger. A single shower of vibrant light granted humanity wondrous powers, but unbeknownst to them, this light also affected other creatures. After absorbing the light, zombies underwent tremendous transformations, evolving in a terrifying direction. Mutated creatures that absorbed the light became increasingly formidable. Even the weakest organisms began to evolve frantically. The calamity monsters that descended also absorbed the light. On the 5th day after the apocalypse erupted, the world faced yet another dramatic change. All these events were unknown to Guan Li, who was immersed in a fantastical forest, fervently breaking through his limits. Chapter 81. 6-star power thump, thump, thump. Guan Li listened to the sound of his own heartbeat, unaware of how much time had elapsed. The two energies within him gradually diminished. Crack! A fissure appeared in the tree cocoon. Guan Li reached out and peeled it open, inhaling several breaths of fresh air. Refreshing. Guan Li let out a long, triumphant howl. The surroundings dimmed slightly as the luminous plants illuminated the entire lake, creating a dreamlike, ethereal scene akin to a fairyland. He recalled that when he absorbed the crystal core, the light around him had not been this dim. Master, are you all right? Several leaders rushed forward upon seeing Guan Li emerge from the cocoon. I am fine. Guan Li waved his hand dismissively. How long have I absorbed? He inquired. Approximately 12 hours, the leaders replied. So long. Guan Li was slightly taken aback as he quickly assessed his condition. Intermediate 6-star. Guan Li was instantly astonished. In just over 12 hours, he had remarkably jumped 3 levels, ascending from intermediate 5-star to intermediate 6-star. Moreover, judging by the energy accumulated within him, he was likely to break through again soon. The heart of the forest and the silver-horned python's crystal core were simply extraordinary. Not only that, after absorbing the heart of the forest, Guan Li also comprehended a new skill, limb rebirth. Limb rebirth. You possess an exceptional self-healing ability, capable of even regenerating severed limbs. Incredible, absolutely astounding. Guan Li's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed. This heart of the forest is truly powerful. No wonder it could help the silver-horned python transcend the limits of life. Guan Li had truly stumbled upon a great fortune this time. Not only did he break through to intermediate 6-star, but he also acquired the spectacular skill of limb rebirth. He made a cut on his arm. And in the next moment, the wound visibly healed at an astonishing speed, fully recovering in mere seconds. Guan Li discovered that healing injuries required an equivalent amount of energy. The more severe the injury, the more energy was needed for recovery. This was understandable, as limb rebirth could be considered a skill. With his current strength, healing wounds posed no issue. However, to achieve limb rebirth, he would likely need to pair it with a supply card. Otherwise, he would lack sufficient energy. Nevertheless, this was more than enough for Guan Li. With limb rebirth, his survival capabilities had significantly enhanced. Guan Li accessed the Legion system and discovered that the revival time for soldiers had reset to 0. He summoned the Silver Lion Riders. The Heavenly Scale Python Legion was still undergoing evolution. It seemed they would need to wait a while longer. Guan Li instructed the Silver Lion Riders to lead the way as they prepared to leave. After a dozen hours of rest, the Legion leaders had also returned to peak condition. The Silver Lion Riders marched at the forefront, and there were no signs of monsters in the dreamlike forest, which felt entirely isolated from the world. Guan Li surmised that the silver-horned python had only stumbled upon this place by chance. He traveled in the same direction for half an hour, and the surroundings gradually darkened, the luminous, peculiar plants disappearing from sight. "We are out." Guan Li heard terrifying roars echoing around him, realizing he had left the fantastical forest. "Everyone, be on guard." Guan Li activated his perception. With his enhanced strength, his perception range expanded from 7 meters to 10 meters, naturally increasing energy consumption. Thus, he only focused on sensing the movements around him, reducing energy expenditure significantly. The team advanced towards the southern mountain range. Rustle, rustle, from the nearby grass, the sound of creatures crawling reached his ears. Something is amiss. Guan Li signaled his soldiers to form a defensive formation. The grass stirred, revealing a massive beetle before Guan Li. The beetle, entirely crimson, bore patterns resembling flames and stood out starkly in the darkness. Its body was the size of a car, its 8 robust legs covered in spiky armor. A single horn protruded from its head, adorned with colorful intestines, and its compound eyes emitted a faint glow. Guan Li scanned the beetle as the system quickly provided information. Name: Crimson Flame Beetle. Potential: 6-star strength, intermediate 4-star abilities, flame armor. Charge: Gore evaluation. An insectoid monster that emerged from the crevice, possessing terrifying charging capabilities. Its flesh is filled with acidic toxins, with the only tender meat found in its legs, boasting protein 10 times that of beef. Insectoid? How intriguing! The so-called calamity monsters are indeed creatures from alternate dimensions. Rustle, rustle. The sounds of crawling multiplied around them. Dozens of crimson flame beetles surrounded Guan Li's team. Swarm tactics. If memory serves me right, this is the insectoid's specialty. However, the dozen crimson flame beetles were clearly insufficient. He instantly summoned the Legion soldiers. Over 200 soldiers quickly surrounded the swarm of crimson flame beetles. The current situation was one where the Legion soldiers surrounded the swarm, while the swarm surrounded Guan Li. "Attack! Eliminate them," Guan Li commanded. The Legion soldiers launched a fierce assault. The Silver Lion Riders charged outward, while the Shadow Swordmasters, Skeleton Legion, and Ironclad Shield-bearers attacked from the periphery. The Elven archers fired from the outermost line, effectively encircling the swarm of crimson flame beetles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The crimson flame beetles were no pushovers either. Their 8 sturdy legs scraped against the ground, and in the next moment, they charged forward fiercely. The Silver Lion Riders barely avoided being toppled. Fortunately, they dodged just in time. Thunder charge. Kal swiftly adjusted direction and continued to charge at the crimson flame beetles. The crimson flame beetles boasted formidable charging strength, but their agility was lacking. After charging, they often needed to realign before continuing their assault. The Silver Lion Riders seized the opportunity and pounced onto the crimson flame beetles. Their sharp claws tore at the beetle's armor. Kyle thrust his spear downward. Thud. The beetle's head was penetrated, and green insect blood sprayed from the wound. The central nervous system was destroyed. The crimson flame beetle twitched a few times before collapsing lifelessly. The other 3 legions had also arrived. The formation of the crimson flame beetles was instantly disrupted. Several soldiers besieged a single crimson flame beetle. With comparable strength, they created an overwhelming situation, even in the darkness. The crimson flame beetles were too conspicuous. Their bright red armor made them impossible to overlook. As time passed, the number of crimson flame beetles dwindled significantly. Guan Li swung his sword, dispatching the last crimson flame beetle. The battle was over. "Save those insect legs for me." Guan Li instructed the soldiers to dismantle the corpses of the crimson flame beetles. Sturdy insect legs were removed. The battlefield was cleared. The crimson flame beetles yielded 24 intermediate 4-star crystal cores and 14 blue cards. Half of the beetle corpses were fed to Long Chia for consumption, while the remainder was absorbed by the bloodthirsty blade. Nothing was wasted. There was no choice. Sustaining these 2 gluttons placed immense pressure on Guan Li. Chapter 82. New breed of zombie. After cleaning the battlefield, Guan Li recalled the Legion soldiers into the system, leaving only the Silver Lion Riders to clear the path. 18 midnight. Guan Li finally emerged from the southern mountain range. Structures belonging to human civilization gradually came into view. The path he had taken was not the original one. The southern mountain range was intricate, making it easy to lose one's way. Guan Li glanced back at the continuous southern mountain range and felt that in just half a day, it had become even more terrifying. The roars emanating from its depths sent shivers down his spine. This southern mountain range was undoubtedly far from simple. Many terrifying entities lurked within. Although Guan Li had not encountered them, it did not mean they were absent. The being that had severely injured the silver-horned python was exceptionally formidable. Guan Li returned to the city, seeking out a clean dwelling where he intended to rest for the night. He ventured into the kitchen, discovering it to be functional, and retrieved some insect legs from his spatial ring. After cracking open their exoskeletons, he revealed the translucent, glistening insect meat. Although the scarlet flame beetles were not particularly impressive in appearance, their flesh was undeniably exquisite. Guan Li set about preparing the dish, tossing the insect meat into a pot and sprinkling it with a universal seasoning. Instantly, a rich and savory aroma wafted through the kitchen. Once it seemed nearly ready, he added a few pieces of flatbread to round off the meal, resulting in a bowl of fragrant scarlet flame beetle instant noodles. Though the food from the ration card was palatable, he often found himself yearning for the flavors of real food, such as this bowl of noodles. Due to the confined space, his silver-white lion steed was temporarily stored away in the system's space. After replenishing the stamina of his legion soldiers with the food card, he sat at the table and began to feast. "Would any of you care to join?" Guan Li inquired, holding up the bowl of noodles as he glanced at the legion commanders. "Sir, we are not hungry." They all shook their heads in unison. "Very well. This delicacy is beyond your reach," Guan Li replied with a slight shake of his head, continuing to savor his noodles. Under the influence of the universal seasoning and insect meat, the previously unremarkable noodles transformed into an extraordinary dish. Especially the insect meat, which was remarkably tender. Guan Li soon found himself sated and retired to the bedroom, collapsing into sleep, while the commanders also took their rest, and the night passed in silence. As dawn broke the following morning, Guan Li's biological clock woke him promptly. Rising from his bed, he felt invigorated from a night of restful slumber. Exiting the bedroom, he found the commanders waiting patiently. After a brief visit to the restroom for his morning routine, he enjoyed breakfast before stepping out into the street. His attention was quickly captured by an oddly shaped zombie. Upon noticing Guan Li, the creature lunged towards him, its head grotesquely split in two, with a tendril extending from the fissure. Guan Li scanned the zombie, and the system promptly provided information. Name: New evolutionary zombie, splitter, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars, beginner, ability. Unknown description. The life form has undergone an unknown mutation, evolving in an entirely new direction. What is going on here? Guan Li furrowed his brow, realizing that he had only been in the southern district mountains for 2 days, yet these zombies had undergone such drastic changes. The splitter charged at Guan Li, its tendril aiming to strike him in the head. Seeking death, Guan Li coldly remarked. Regardless of how the creature had evolved, it was still merely a 4 stars, beginner, strength. To ordinary survivors, it might be a terrifying existence, but before Guan Li, it was nothing more than a trivial foe. With a single punch, he sent the splitter flying, the force of his blow causing its body to explode into a shower of flesh and blood. A crystal core rolled out, which Guan Li casually picked up. The commotion attracted nearby wandering zombies. At the street corner, several distorted zombies charged towards Guan Li. The first to approach resembled a beast, crawling on all fours, its head akin to a battering ram. It had no eyes, only ears and a mouth. Following closely was another zombie, equally grotesque, with tendrils sprouting from its arms and a massive single eye gaping from its chest. Name: New evolutionary zombie, impactor, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars, intermediate, ability. Unknown description. The body approaches that of a beast, breaking free from its original genetic shackles. Name: New evolutionary zombie, eyeballer, potential, 8 stars strength, 4 stars, intermediate, ability. Unknown description. Abandoning its original genes? It evolves in a more terrifying direction. Guan Li surveyed the zombies before him. The system quickly provided information. They were all, without exception, new evolutionary forms. He was certain that during his time in the southern district mountains, something significant had occurred in the outside world. The new zombies soon closed in on Guan Li. Gripping the blood-sucking blade, he swiftly struck forward in an instant. All the new zombies before him were dispatched. Someone's here? Guan Li's senses heightened. He perceived the presence of survivors approaching nearby. At the end of the street, several survivors materialized before him. Oh, the zombies had been eliminated? One of them exclaimed in confusion, turning to regard Guan Li. Brother, I see this rather unethical. These zombies were clearly our prey. Why do you claim them for yourself? A young man said, visibly displeased. Shueping, be quiet. A slightly older man in the group admonished. Clearly the leader, my lord. This young man is simply ignorant. Please do not take offense. The zombies you defeated are all yours. The spoils belong entirely to you. The man quickly put on a smile, his heart racing as he spoke. He realized that the zombies had been dispatched with a single strike, a 4-star strength zombie. Even he would have to exert considerable effort to kill one. Yet the man before him could eliminate them effortlessly. This revealed just how terrifying his strength was. In this apocalyptic world, should the man take offense, he could easily annihilate their entire group. Xueping? Is it? You possess quite the audacity, yet your strength is regrettably lacking. Guan Li vanished and charged towards the group so fast. Wang Liang's heart raced. Guan Li stood before Xueping, seizing him by the throat. MMPH. Xueping's face flushed crimson, the terrifying strength at his neck rendering him nearly breathless. He struggled desperately, but to no avail. My lord, I implore you to spare him. I am willing to relinquish all my crystal cores and cards. Wang Liang quickly interjected. Remember, words can bring calamity. This is the apocalypse. Even if I were to kill you, none would dare to speak a word against it. Guan Li released his grip, and Xueping collapsed to the ground. Panting heavily, his gaze towards Guan Li filled with terror. Thank you, my lord, for your mercy. I am willing to offer all my possessions. Wang Liang rushed to say, I spare him not for your possessions. Do you understand? Guan Li replied, a smile gracing his lips. He found this display of dominance utterly exhilarating. Yes, yes. Wang Liang nodded fervently. These spoils can be yours. You need only answer a few questions, Guan Li. Sensing the atmosphere had shifted, wasted no time and got straight to the point. What does my lord wish to know? I shall reveal everything without reservation. Wang Liang hastily replied. Clearly, Guan Li's display of power was remarkably effective. In this apocalypse, strength dictated authority. In recent days, have any strange occurrences transpired? Guan Li was eager to learn what had happened in the outside world during his time in the enchanted forest. Particularly why the zombies had suddenly evolved. This was undoubtedly unusual. You are not aware? Wang Liang expressed surprise, his expression incredulous. You possess such formidable strength, yet remain unaware of the matter of the colorful light rain. I have just returned from the Southern District Mountains, Guan Li explained. You actually ventured into the Southern District Mountains. The members of the group were all taken aback. The Southern District was teeming with mutated creatures. Those lacking sufficient strength would not dare approach, my lord. Please forgive my ignorance. The previously arrogant Xueping immediately wilted under Guan Li's presence. Continue. Do not digress, Guan Li ordered, ignoring Xueping as he urged Wang Liang to proceed. Xueping understood he could say nothing further. Before Guan Li, he was but an ant. Wang Liang composed himself and recounted everything that had transpired the previous day. Absorbing the colorful light rain can awaken and grant extraordinary abilities? Indeed, I was merely an ordinary person. After absorbing the light rain, I acquired the power to manipulate rock. Wang Liang proclaimed, demonstrating his ability as heavy earth armor enveloped him. I gained the power of lightning. Spoke a young man of about 17 or 18, purple lightning crackling between his palms. Zap! The purple lightning shot forth, striking a wrecked car and leaving a charred mark. I can control flames, a beautiful young woman said, conjuring a ball of fire in her hands. The squad consisted of 7 members, 3 of whom possessed extraordinary abilities, while the remaining individuals were also awakened. This revealed the remarkable efficacy of the colorful light rain. However, Guan Li felt no sense of regret. These opportunities were of little consequence to him. He had come to understand that the zombies absorbing the colorful light rain had undergone a further evolution. Transforming into these new evolutionary forms, from Wang Liang's account, he learned that these new mutated zombies possessed the most basic form of intelligence. They no longer aimlessly wandered a particular area, but actively sought out humans hiding in safe zones. Mutated creatures had also undergone evolution. The beneficiaries of this colorful light rain were not solely humans. Enough. These items belong to you. Having obtained the answers he sought, Guan Li saw no reason to linger. He departed with his commanders. The squad watched Guan Li's retreating figure, exchanging glances. From now on, when encountering other survivors, be on your best behavior. Wang Liang warned. Understood, Captain Wang. Xueping nodded vigorously, aware that Wang Liang was alluding to him. Good. That's what I like to hear. The apocalypse is upon us. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable ruin, Wang Liang reiterated. On the street, thousands of zombies congregated, many of which were of the new variety. Their forms were contorted, wholly beyond the realm of humanity. Even the infamous licking elder would appear more appealing in comparison. Not every zombie absorbed the light rain would evolve into a new form. Zombies still abound, retaining their original forms. General Guan Li summoned the soldiers of the Legion, immediately drawing the horde's attention. Wails echoed. Several new types of zombies lunged directly at the armored shield guards. They possessed 4 arms, with their eyes connected by a single tentacle that stood atop their heads. The armored shield guards swung their axes, but these new zombies astonishingly evaded the blows. The axe grazed their heads, striking their shoulders instead, severing half of one shoulder with immense force and stripping away much of their facial skin. Yet, these new zombies showed no signs of reaction, lunging to bite the armored shield guards. Clang! The armored shield guard raised his shield, sending the approaching zombie flying. Subsequently, the axe in his hand decapitated them. Once beheaded, the new zombies ceased their struggles. An ever-increasing number of zombies charged towards the Legion soldiers. The armored shield guards stood resolutely in their path, pressing forward. Elven archers, stationed behind, continuously loosed arrows, while skeletal shield guards safeguarded the archers, ensuring that no new type of zombie could breach their defenses and harm them. Soldiers, charge! At the other end of the street, Kyle led the Silver Lion Knights into the fray. The new type of zombies, distracted by the armored shield guards, completely exposed their rear. The Silver Lion Knights surged onto the battlefield, encountering no zombies to impede their advance. Although these new zombies had evolved to a 4-star strength, they were still comparable to ordinary humans in the face of the Silver Lion Knights. Once toppled, they were met with trampling from colossal beasts, leaving them no chance to rise. Guan Li stood at the back, observing the battle's progression. Despite the overwhelming number of zombies, their coordination was lacking, primarily rushing at any perceived prey. The Legion soldiers, in contrast, utilized the terrain to their advantage, employing clever tactics. With mutual cooperation, overcoming a numerical disadvantage was not an issue. A competent leader is of utmost importance. As evidenced by the historical exploits at Ziajin, where Zhang Liao defeated 10,000 with merely 800 men, the Legion gradually took shape. Guan Li found himself less in need of direct involvement. After all, as the supreme commander, one must enjoy some leisure time in the rear. Otherwise, how could one be called a commander? The Legion soldiers exhibited remarkable synergy, swiftly clearing away the majority of the thousands of zombies. With the Silver Lion Knights charging into the battlefield, the zombie horde was decisively fragmented. The armored shield guards initiated a charge, shattering the zombie formation. Moments later, the Legion soldiers annihilated the remaining zombies, with no casualties reported and only a handful of soldiers sustaining injuries. Due to the system's mechanics, Legion soldiers remained immune to viral infection, even when scratched by zombies. Guan Li utilized recovery cards to heal their wounds. Once the battlefield was cleared, they collected a total of 347 3-star crystal cores, 248 4-star essence cores, 233 blue-green cards, and 130 blue cards. These exceedingly distorted new zombies were particularly repellent to the bloodthirsty blade. Yet Long Chia was unfussy, devouring them all. With the zombie horde eradicated, Guan Li continued onward. The sudden downpour of colorful light had granted mutations to zombies and other creatures, compelling Guan Li to hasten his own strengthening. Who knows what surprises this apocalyptic world might still hold? Perhaps in a few days, a rain of darkness would descend, followed by another of crimson hue. Guan Li vanished at the end of the street. Shortly after his departure, a new type of zombie appeared on the street. This zombie was grotesquely deformed, with bulging muscles covered in countless single eyes. 3 twisted faces of a man, a woman, and a child emerged from its head, pressed together as if they were a loving family. Gurgle, food, eat. The child's face wriggled, emitting a garbled voice. Baby, eat. The faces of the man and woman cooed affectionately, yet, this scene appeared eerily bizarre. The new type of zombie had developed a semblance of intelligence. Ahead, go, capture, eat, the child stuttered. The new type of zombie, with its 6 arms, dashed along the ground. Tentacles sprouted densely from its back, while its abdomen split open to reveal sharp little claws. After a few strides, the new zombie scaled the wall, beginning its ascent. Guan Li walked through the street, unaware that he had caught the attention of a new type of zombie. At this moment, he stumbled upon a swarm of insectoid creatures. Name: Scythe Beetle. Potential: 7 stars. Strength: 5 stars. Initial abilities: Scythe Slash. Charge. Description: insectoids that descended from the rifts, equipped with sharp scythe-like forelimbs. This group of scythe beetles was as large as a fully grown adult. Their black exoskeletons shimmered ominously. With their formidable scythe-like forelimbs, they viciously attacked humans, instantly cleaving them in half, spilling colorful intestines across the ground. The scythe beetles seemed to revel in their gruesome feast. Lowering their heads to savor the entrails, as the Legion soldiers approached, the beetles failed to react in time. Crack! A shadowy swordsman struck, his blade slicing through the back of a scythe beetle. The exoskeleton shattered, green insect blood splattering everywhere. The scythe beetles emitted furious shrieks, turning to retaliate. Unfortunately, their agility left much to be desired. Before they could pivot, The shadowy swordsmen pierced their skulls. A few scythe beetles were swiftly dispatched by the Legion soldiers. The remaining humans huddled on the ground, trembling and feared. As Guan Li approached, they finally reacted. "Young man, we owe you our lives," a middle-aged man hastily expressed his gratitude. Just as Wang Liang had said, not all humans who absorbed the colorful light rain gained miraculous abilities. Such fortunate individuals were still a rarity. Wang Liang's team consisted solely of carefully selected members, the least among them being awakeners. Only such a team could boast a higher survival rate. In stark contrast, the group before him comprised over 30 individuals, with merely 5 being awakeners, an alarming deficiency in the presence of the scythe beetles. They were nothing more than prey waiting to be slaughtered. "Young man, you are awakeners, right? Could you assist us in returning to the survivor camp?" The middle-aged man, noticing Guan Li's silence, felt a flicker of annoyance but dared not voice it. The past few days had taught him that to survive, one must learn to be humble. Regardless of past status, without strength, one was merely ordinary refuse. Eat, eat. Not far away, a terrifying monster lurked atop a building. Guan Li sensed impending danger and swiftly dodged. However, the middle-aged man before him was less fortunate. A bone spike pierced through his chest in an instant. The horrific force caused his torso to explode, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. The middle-aged man could not comprehend how he had met his demise. What terrifying power! Guan Li's pupils constricted. The remaining survivors, witnessing the scene, scrambled in all directions. "Food! Don't run!" More bone spikes shot from the building, instantly decapitating the fleeing survivors. New type. Following the trajectory of the bone spikes, Guan Li spotted a new type of zombie perched upon a billboard. This zombie bore 3 distorted faces and 6 robust arms. Scaling the advertisement with its many eyes, the creature's back was covered in tentacles, while its abdomen sported small claws reminiscent of a child's hands. This new type of zombie appeared to be a grotesque amalgamation. Guan Li's gaze swept over it as the system rapidly provided information. Name: New type zombie, Convergence Beast. Potential: 9 stars, Strength, 6 stars, Initial. Abilities: Bone Spike Eruption, Eye Bombs, Tentacle Binding, Climbing. Description: A new life form evolved from zombies, possessing even more twisted genes. Eat. The Convergence Beast expelled a bone spike from its mouth. Guan Li gripped the bloodthirsty blade, effortlessly cleaving the spike in 2. The terrifying power emanating from the blade attested to the formidable strength of this new creature. Guan Li refrained from summoning the Legion soldiers. The disparity in strength was too great, rendering a swarm tactic ineffective. He had no intention of sending his soldiers to their deaths unnecessarily. Roar. The Convergence Beast too realized it was understaffed. It emitted a howl, summoning the surrounding zombies. Thud. New types of zombies, their bodies enveloped in muscle, appeared on the street. It bared its teeth, revealing sharp fangs, followed by a new type with massive arms. Then came a 4-limb type, its tailbone extending like that of a hyena. Finally, the last zombies to emerge were 2 tyrants. All of these zombies possessed 5-star strength. Without hesitation, Guan Li charged straight at the Convergence Beast, while the Legion leaders sought their own opponents. Long Chia, poised to strike, was intercepted by a new type of zombie, one covered in scales. Its fearsome fangs protruded menacingly, and bat-like wings sprouted from its back, exuding a terrifying aura. 5-star advanced. Long Chia launched an attack, unleashing lightning from his silver serpent claw towards the new type of zombie before him. The bat-winged zombie flapped its wings, evading Long Chia's assault, before pouncing on him, igniting a fierce battle. Guan Li continuously slashed. Deflecting the incoming bone spikes, he positioned himself beneath the billboard, exerting force beneath his feet to leap upward. Explosive fist. A surge of terrifying energy erupted instantaneously. The billboard beneath the Convergence Beast shattered into fragments. Guan Li's fist struck the Convergence Beast's abdomen, sending it flying. Wow! Pain! The child's face shrieked. The faces of the man and woman immediately contorted with rage. Die! The Convergence Beast lunged at Guan Li, its eyes launching projectiles. Boom! The eye bombs detonated upon contact with objects. Caught off guard, Guan Li's arm was charred. Damn it! How disgusting! He exclaimed, feeling a wave of revulsion. Who knows what lay within those eyeballs? The wound on his arm healed rapidly. Returning to normal in mere moments, Guan Li charged once more at the Convergence Beast, channeling the blood demon hand. Under the terrifying power bestowed upon him, a colossal gash was instantaneously cleaved into the body of the amalgamated monster. Wow, that hurts! The creature emitted a shrill cry of agony. Damn it! How annoying! Guan Li unleashed his full strength, aiming a strike at the creature's head. Blood soul slash. A crimson sword aura swiftly coalesced, slicing towards the creature's cranium. Whoosh, a head rolled to the ground. The headless amalgam lost all semblance of power in an instant. Kill the amalgamated monster, earn 30,000 points. The system's notification chimed. Chapter 85. The intelligent zombie. A deep purple card burst forth from the amalgam's body. The crystal core tumbled from its head and landed on the ground. Guan Li collected both the crystal core and the card. The blood-drinking blade disdainfully refrained from absorbing the amalgam's corpse. While Long Chia eagerly accepted it, his voracious claws opening wide, creak. The unsettling sound of flesh being chewed sent shivers down one's spine. The enormous body of the amalgam was swiftly devoured. A powerful aura emanated from Long Chia. 6-star beginner. After consuming such an abundance of flesh, Long Chia finally broke through. This was an unexpected delight. Kill the tyrant, earn 5,000 points. Kill the hunter, earn 7,500 points. The remaining new types of zombies were also dispatched by the leaders. In total, they contributed 45,000 points, along with 2 5-star crystal cores and 1 purple card. Guan Li surveyed the battlefield and noted that all the survivors had been slain by the amalgam. He did not leave immediately but instructed the legion leaders to remain vigilant. After hoarding rewards for so long, it was time to utilize them. As zombies continued to evolve, the strength of the legion must be hastily enhanced. At present, apart from the elven archers and shadow swordmasters, the rest of the legions were merely at 4-star advanced strength. This level of power posed no challenge to ordinary new types, but against a formidable amalgam. It became somewhat strenuous. He retrieved all the crystal cores from his spatial ring. The price of 3-star crystal cores ranged from 30 to 50 points, while 4-star cores fell between 50 to 70 points. 5-star cores were valued at 70 to 90 points. For Guan Li, 6-star and below cores had little significance. He decided to convert them all into points to bolster the legion's strength. Ding, trading 1. 573-star crystal cores for 59,660 points. Ding, trading 489 4-star crystal cores for 26,895 points. Ding, trading 2 5-star crystal cores for 165 points. With all crystal cores traded, Guan Li amassed a total of 86,720 points. Along with his previous points, he now had nearly 280,000. Although this was a considerable sum, it was certainly not excessive. After all, an upgrade card required 50,000 points. Purchasing 5 Legion upgrade cards would cost 250,000 points. Would you like to proceed with the purchase? The system's voice inquired. Purchase. Guan Li did not hesitate and chose to buy. Congratulations, host. Successfully purchased 5 Legion upgrade cards. Your decisiveness is truly admirable. Guan Li ignored the system's flattery. He opted to retain the remaining 30,000 points for unforeseen circumstances. System. Upgrade the Ironclad Shield Legion. System. Upgrade the Silver Lion Cavalry Legion. System. Upgrade the Skeleton Undead Legion. Guan Li upgraded all 4-star advanced legions. Moments later, the strength of the 3 legions had all risen to 5-star low. System. Upgrade the Shadow Swordmaster Legion. He utilized the last 2 upgrade cards on the Shadow Swordmasters. Their strength surged 2 levels. Directly reaching 5-star advanced, the Shadow Swordmaster Legion possessed the potential for 6-star advancement. This signified that with just one more upgrade, they could evolve. While Guan Li was upgrading the legions, Long Chia had consumed all the new types of zombies. Long Chia was not picky. It devoured any flesh infused with energy. Boom. Guan Li wandered through the city streets, slaying zombies and monsters. Suddenly, he heard the distant sound of intense artillery fire. A cloud of smoke soon enveloped the sky. The deployment of such formidable heavy firepower could only indicate the presence of the city defense forces. The earlier explosion was no small matter. It seemed the city defenders were in trouble. Without a moment's hesitation, Guan Li headed towards the source of the explosion. On the smoke-filled streets, a terrifying tide of corpses surrounded a 1,000-strong team. The squad hastily formed a defensive position, encircling themselves with armored vehicles and tanks. The horde of zombies relentlessly attacked. Rat-a-tat-tat. The fire god cannons mounted on the armored vehicles continuously spat flames. A barrage of large-caliber bullets rained down upon the horde. With the zombies so densely packed, precise aiming was hardly necessary. Bullets pierced through the skulls of numerous zombies. Boom. Several rockets soared into the throng of corpses in an instant. Many zombies were toppled by the scorching blast. However, the gaps were quickly filled. Soldiers stationed on the front lines never ceased pulling their triggers. The rifle fire became frantic, yet its efficacy had diminished significantly. After absorbing the radiant shower of colors, the zombies had evolved once more. 3-star and below zombies were now a rare sight. Ordinary firearms had considerably reduced power against 3-star zombies, and even a headshot could not guarantee instant penetration, as for the newly evolved types. They exhibited agility in evading bullets. Even when struck, the resultant damage was negligible. The radiant shower awakened abilities in humans, but it also bestowed even more terrifying evolution upon the zombies. This was not salvation. It was the beginning of a nightmare. Damn. The numbers of the undead horde are overwhelming. There is no possibility of breaking through. They had originally received orders to go to a certain residential area in the west of the city to rescue a group of survivors while scavenging for supplies along the way. Initially, everything was proceeding smoothly, and they were close to reaching their destination. Yet, a new type of zombie had plunged them into crisis. This was an intelligent zombie capable of summoning its kin nearby. It understood basic tactics and could direct the horde in combat. While its abilities did not match those of a zombie king, it was nonetheless terrifying. Ability user team, break through first. The rest of you provide cover. A stern middle-aged man quickly made a decision. His name was Luo Wintao, a captain of 1,000. Among this 1,000-strong team, there were 20 ability users, the most precious combatants of the city defense forces. They absolutely could not perish here. Becoming an awakened one is not difficult. Just a single crystal core is sufficient, but to become an ability user is far more challenging. Either you receive heaven's favor during the radiant shower and awaken your abilities directly, or you rely on a very slim chance of acquiring abilities from cards. Either way, it is exceedingly difficult. This is why ability users are significantly rarer than awakened ones. Captain Luo, do you know what you're saying? If we leave, we all leave together. If we stay, we all stay together. I refuse to betray my comrades. Lei Quan, a middle-aged man exuding an air of iron-blooded resolve, interjected. A 1-inch scar marred his arm as electricity surged within. Striking at the approaching zombies, the terrifying lightning instantaneously obliterated several zombies. Old Lei speaks the truth. I am not one to abandon my comrades. Let us fight. Better to die fighting than live as a coward for life. Chapter 86. Iron-blooded will you lot? Luo Wintao was moved. Although his soldiers often engaged in playful banter, they proved to be utterly reliable in critical moments. Listen to me, survive, and you can contribute even more. You possess abilities, and your chances of breaking through are still significant. Although Luo Wintao was touched, he remained rational. Damn it, spare me the nonsense. I usually listen to you, but not now. Lei Quan unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, annihilating the zombies before him. That's right, Captain Luo. Want to be a lone hero? We won't allow it. Besides, there are so many brothers here. A young soldier interjected. His name was Dong Chun, capable of manipulating metal for attacks. At this moment, several daggers relentlessly shot toward the zombies. Of course, this manipulation had a range limit. Beyond 50 meters, it would lose efficacy. All right then, to hell with the orders, since you all want to die alongside me. Then let it be. Luo Wintao leapt from the armored vehicle, wielding 2 heavy machine guns. ASA 4-star intermediate awakened one. Handling 2 heavy machine guns was hardly a challenge. Kill. Annihilate these scum, Luo Wintao bellowed. Pulling the triggers of the machine guns. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bright tongues of fire danced as bullets swiftly penetrated the zombies rushing toward him. What a thrill! Luo Wintao swept the heavy machine guns, reveling in the sight of zombies being blown to pieces. Though ordinary bullets could not instantaneously kill 3-star zombies, large-caliber rounds could still manage to do so with some effort. If one shot wasn't sufficient, he would fire several more. There was no need to conserve ammunition. After all, there was no retreat. Leading the charge, Luo Wintao elevated the morale of his team to its zenith. Kill. The soldiers stood atop the armored vehicles, continuously firing at the distant zombies. The fire god cannons roared with fury. Shells raining down. Tanks blasted shells, sending zombies flying. The soldiers' assault was fierce. Yet, the new types of zombies were no pushovers. Within the horde, zombies with arms evolved into shields appeared, advancing while absorbing bullets. Even the fire god cannons could not penetrate their shields, only leaving behind a trail of bullet holes. A newly evolved zombie, diminutive in stature yet armed with razor-sharp blades protruding from its arms, lunged directly at a soldier. The blades sliced through his throat, and blood gushed forth. Damn it, die! Luo Wintao shouted, clutching his machine gun and unleashing a barrage of fire. The new type of zombie was instantaneously riddled with bullets. Meanwhile, the cunning zombies concealed within the horde relentlessly directed the assault. The perimeter of the stronghold was gradually submerged by the encroaching tide of undead. For every soldier who fell outside the defenses, another took their place within, a grotesque melange of mangled flesh. Blood and severed limbs filled the air, the acrid stench of blood overpowering even the scent of gunpowder. The battle raged on for 10 minutes, claiming the lives of over 300 members of the city defense force, depleting their ammunition reserves significantly. Yet, the relentless tide of zombies showed no signs of abating. Luo Wintao had long forsaken his heavy machine gun, wielding a combat knife as he tirelessly hacked at the zombies before him. The prolonged skirmish had left him utterly exhausted, his garments drenched in blood, unable to discern which was that of the zombies and which belonged to his fallen comrades. 3 of the 20 empowered individuals had also perished. Lei Quan's lightning aura had dimmed considerably. He retrieved a supply card, crumpling it in his grasp, replenishing a portion of his spent energy. Old Lei, break through. This is our last chance. If we don't leave now, we truly won't escape, Luo Wentao declared, dispatching another new type of zombie. Leaning against Lei Quan, he urged, damn it, enough with the chatter. If we are to die, let us die together. Lei Quan unleashed a bolt of lightning, obliterating the zombie before him. Suddenly, a colossal zombie appeared before them. Its massive form crouched on the ground, the back arched grotesquely with a gaping wound. With a resounding roar, a torrent of green liquid erupted from the gash. Splattering onto the defenses, cries of agony echoed as soldiers caught in the spray felt their skin rapidly corrode, exposing their white bones to the air. Beware of that green liquid, Luo Wentao bellowed. The giant zombie was not yet prepared to unleash a second corrosive projectile. It required time to recharge. Soon after, 3 more gigantic corrosive zombies manifested on the battlefield, their backs spewing forth the noxious liquid. A dozen soldiers fell victim to the corrosive onslaught. No. We must eliminate those zombies. Luo Bin, Lin Ji, Yang Ming, you 3, follow me, Lei Quan commanded, selecting 3 empowered individuals. Luo Bin, a Geo warrior with formidable defensive capabilities. Lin Ji, capable of transforming into a lizard man with immense strength. And Yang Ming, a soundwave warrior capable of unleashing devastating sonic blasts. Each possessed a strength comparable to Lei Quan, all at the intermediate 5-star level. Old Lei, how do we proceed? Luo Bin inquired. You create a path for Lin Ji, Yang Ming and I will seek an opportunity. First, we must eliminate those zombies that spew corrosive liquid. Understood. Luo Bin stomped the ground, unleashing a wave of earth that toppled the zombies ahead. Charge, he shouted, barreling toward the nearest zombie. Lin Ji transformed into a towering lizard man, his body covered in black scales. He seized a zombie and hurled it forward, crushing a dozen more in the process. The duo forged ahead, with Lei Quan and Yang Ming right on their heels. Observing their progress, Luo Wentao followed suit. The intelligent zombie, hidden amidst the horde, recognized their intentions, letting out a roar as it commanded the surrounding undead to protect the colossal corrosive creatures. The 5 were a mere 20 meters from the giant corrosive zombies, yet they found their advance thwarted by the relentless tide of zombies. The monstrous zombies accumulated their corrosive projectiles for a second assault, now targeting the armored vehicles and tanks. With a fizz, the potent corrosive liquid instantly melted through the metal, and those unfortunate soldiers caught unawares were reduced to mere sludge. Damn it! Lei Quan's eyes blazed with fury. Without the armored vehicles and tanks to provide firepower, their situation grew increasingly dire. With no choice left, Lei Quan resolved to eliminate the giant corrosive zombies. Through the combined efforts of Luo Bin and Lin Ji, they finally reached the 4 colossal corrosive zombies. Yang Ming, finish them off, Lei Quan commanded, channeling lightning energy towards the giant zombies. A distance of 3 meters was ample for his lightning to reach its peak potency. With a thunderous crack, the bolt surged forth, piercing through the body of the giant corrosive zombie. A mournful wail escaped its lips as it collapsed lifelessly. Yang Ming unleashed a powerful sound wave, puncturing the remaining giant corrosive zombie. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the colossal threats were vanquished. The tide seemed to be turning favorably, as Lei Quan concentrated energy to annihilate the remaining giant. A sudden twist of fate occurred. With a swift motion, the giant corrosive zombie opened its maw, launching a spray of corrosive liquid. Old Lei. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Wentao pushed Lei Quan aside. The corrosive liquid splashed onto him, rapidly eroding his flesh. Old Luo, foolish zombie, die! Lei Quan roared, radiant lightning erupting from his body, incinerating the giant corrosive zombie into charred remains. Chapter 87. The Arrival of Celestial Warriors. Yang Ming unleashed a sonic attack, obliterating the final giant corrosive zombie. Old Luo, Lei Quan collapsed to the ground, cradling Luo Wentao in his arms. His body was now more than half corroded, ribs and organs devastated. Survive. You must survive. Luo Wentao clung desperately to Lei Quan's arm, summoning his last vestiges of strength to speak. But soon, the grip of his arms slackened, devoid of any power. Damn it! Those accursed zombies. All of you shall perish. Lei Quan radiated brilliant lightning, instantly cleaving through several nearby zombies. Old Lei, stay calm. The others urged in unison. Kill. Lei Quan was consumed by madness, driven solely by the desire to eradicate the zombies before him, even at the cost of his last ounce of strength. Very well. I never intended to leave alive anyway. Lin Ji crushed the skull of a zombie. The death of Luo Wentao ignited a fierce rage in all present, compelling them to fight with reckless abandon against the undead. Determined to take as many as possible with them, as time wore on, soldiers began to fall. The once 1,000-strong contingent dwindled to fewer than 400. Their ammunition had long since run dry, and the soldiers engaged in close-quarters combat with the zombies. Suddenly, a feathered arrow arced through the sky, instantly piercing through the skulls of several zombies. Following that, a rain of arrows descended. What is happening? Reinforcements? Lei Quan pondered, momentarily bewildered. Though the identity of the newcomers was unclear, it was evident they were allies. Otherwise, the arrows would have struck him instead. Brothers, support has arrived. Hold on, Lei Quan shouted, reigniting their morale. He had promised Luo Wentao to survive, and he would seize this newfound hope with unwavering resolve. Charge! The soldiers, witnessing the arrows raining down from above, found their fighting spirit rekindled. If given the choice, none wished to perish. They had families to protect. The human instinct for survival ignited boundless strength within them. Many soldiers, once pale and despondent, now reignited their hope, wielding their blades against the zombies, driven solely by the will to live. Roars echoed in the distance as the sound of lions reverberated through the streets. The group, through the sea of corpses, beheld an unforgettable sight. A band of cavalry riding majestic silver lions charged toward the horde of zombies. These riders were like divine warriors descended from the heavens. The zombies before them reduced to mere insects. Knights, charge! Kyer commanded his soldiers forward, raising his long spear and piercing through several zombies in one swift motion. The silver lions barreled through, their terrifying momentum turning 3-star zombies into mere mush. The valiant silver lion cavalry surged against the tide of undead, closely followed by the armored shield guards. The surviving zombies, trampled underfoot, were dispatched by their war axes. On the opposite end of the street, Bone led a battalion of skeletal soldiers into the fray. The skeletal gun and shield soldiers, clad in armor, braced their long spears against their shields and charged forth. The zombies ahead were swiftly impaled by their long weapons. The skeletal mage stood at a distance, conjuring necromantic spells. Fireballs and lightning strikes rained down upon the horde. The skeletal sword and shield soldiers defended the mage, while Bone activated a power aura. Bolstering their ranks, with a mighty blast of the beast horn, a skeletal drake emerged on the battlefield, its massive bony tail sweeping through the ranks of zombies. Shun Lian led the Shadow Sword Masters in pursuit of the skeletal army, their swords cutting through the undead surrounding them. Though their numbers were few, the soldiers possessed formidable strength, each at the 5-star level. While the horde was vast, the majority comprised 3- and 4-star zombies, with only a scant few being the new 5-star variants. Guan Li observed the situation alongside AI Lin, refraining from engaging directly. This level of zombie horde was manageable for the Legion S soldiers. How formidable! Lei Quan exclaimed as he watched the soldiers on both ends of the street battling the zombies. He had once believed that possessing lightning powers and being a 5-star awakened individual placed him among the strong. Yet now, he realized he was still woefully inadequate. There are always greater beings beyond oneself. Today's events humbled Lei Quan's once arrogant spirit. The appearance of the Legion soldiers instilled hope within the city defense force. They fought desperately to break through, and with the combined assault, the zombie horde began to falter. The intelligent zombie, hidden within the horde, sensed the shift. Possessing considerable intellect, it prepared to flee. Should the horde crumble entirely, escape would be impossible. A few giant shield zombies surrounded it, gradually making their way toward the outskirts of the battlefield. Guan Li, observing from above, had already taken note of its attempt to escape. You wish to flee? Not a chance, Guan Li remarked, patting Long Chia's shoulder to go. I know you yearn for it. Long Chia leapt from the window, descending upon the wise zombie on the street. Bang! It landed atop the colossal shield zombie. The terrifying force shattered the shield into fragments. Eek! The wise zombie emitted a piercing scream, commanding the surrounding horde to safeguard its own safety. Long Chia twisted off the head of the giant shield zombie. It extended its devouring claws towards the wise zombie. The giant shield zombie, summoned by instinct, positioned itself directly in front of Long Chia. Long Chia's eyes remained as tranquil as water, betraying no emotion. The claws of the tyrant coalesced, instantly shredding the shield. The dreadful force tore the giant shield zombie asunder, splitting it in two. Long Chia exerted its strength, launching forward like an unbridled arrow. The wise zombie found no refuge. Its neck grasped firmly. Despite possessing 5-star attributes, its intellect was its sole enhancement, rendering its physical strength alarmingly feeble. Without the horde's protection, even an ordinary survivor could potentially end its life. Long Chia lifted it and soared to the rooftop. No! Please don't kill me. The wise zombie sensed the presence of a kindred spirit within Long Qi. Knelt upon the ground, pleading incessantly. Long Qi paid no heed, releasing its devouring claws. The horrifying jaws swiftly engulfed the wise zombie. The sound of flesh being chewed emanated from its arm. Ding! Long Qi devoured the wise zombie, acquiring the enlightenment talent. The system's notification echoed within Guan Li's mind. Long Qi returned to the room through the window. Respectfully kneeling before Guan Li, Master, Long Qi spoke with a thick accent, stuttering yet managing to convey words. Rise, Guan Li waved his hand. Long Qi stood up, silently retreating to the side. Although it had attained sentience, Guan Li harbored no concerns of betrayal. Within Long Qi resided the mark he had left behind, a testament to the benefits of crafting a puppet with one's own hands. Once the wise zombie perished, the horde was left in disarray, no longer coordinating tightly but resorting to instinctive attacks. Newly liberated in their nature, the zombies behaved like bloodthirsty beasts, disregarding their own kind. Each assault bore a high probability of slaying several fortunate zombies. The soldiers of the Legion launched a fierce offensive, ruthlessly exterminating the undead. Chapter 88. Invitation. They're all dead. Every last one of them. Lei Quan collapsed onto the ground, surrounded by corpses. I actually survived. Luo Bin gasped for breath, his rocky armor long vanished. Thanks to those mysterious individuals. Linji returned to his human form, observing the soldiers handling the bodies on the battlefield. The battle is over. Over 300 city defense soldiers have miraculously survived. Kyle rode his silver lion, approaching Lei Quan. Greetings, esteemed knight. Lei Quan and the others quickly rose, bowing respectfully. Without these individuals, they would have met their demise. I'd like to propose a matter. The 3-star crystal cores belong to you. The rest will be ours. Any objections? Kyle inquired from his elevated position, conveying Guan Li's intent. None, they replied, shaking their heads. Without this enigmatic team, their lives would have been forfeit. They dared not voice any dissent. Very well, Kyle nodded, acknowledging their understanding. Esteemed knight. May I have a few words with you? Lei Quan hastily interjected, mistaking Kyle. Mounted on the silver lion, for the leader of the group, if he could invite him to join, the strength of the base army would undoubtedly soar. What is it? Kyle asked on behalf of the base army. I extend a sincere invitation. I hope you will consider joining us, Lei Quan earnestly stated. The country of Hua has fallen, and thus the city defense no longer exists. What was once the city defense has transformed into the base army. Su Yunjian plans to establish a base city centered around the Z building. The base army alone cannot accomplish this task, hence the recruitment of survivors. Those who join will receive favorable treatment. Firstly, their families will be protected by the base army, ensuring food and shelter. Secondly, by completing designated missions, they can earn rewards from the base army. This resembles a hired relationship. Of course, if one wishes to attain an official position within the base army, that is entirely feasible. It ultimately depends on how the survivors choose. Currently, the base army has recruited numerous capable survivors. This is why Lei Quan extended the invitation. He believed that with Kyle's capabilities and his subordinates joining, he could at least become a right general. Such a position carries significant weight. I'm sorry. I'm not interested, Kyle replied without hesitation, resolutely refusing. He would never betray Guan Li. Esteemed knight. Are you truly not considering it? Our base army has rescued many survivors. If you have family, we can provide a good living environment. Moreover, your activities will not be overly monitored by the base army. You may view it as a hired relationship. Joining the base army offers numerous advantages. Lei Quan, sensing the opportunity slipping away, attempted to persuade further. If I were you, I wouldn't waste any more time. The commotion here will attract unwanted attention. Hurry, Kyle stated, turning his back and departing without a glance. Sigh. Old Lei, let it go. How could such a powerful being submit? Luo Bin clapped Lei Quan on the shoulder. Indeed. We should hasten to collect the crystal cores. Our mission must continue. We need to move lightly. Linji chimed in. Such a pity. Lei Quan accepted reality with a sigh. Had he been in Kyle's position, he too would not have acquiesced, asked the leader of the group. Why would he lower himself to others? Master, that fellow just wanted to invite me to join the base army. I turned him down. What do you think? Kyle reported the situation to Guan Li through their mental link. No interest. Your refusal was correct. Focus on clearing the battlefield. Guan Li had no intention of engaging with the base army for the time being. Enjoying his freedom, why would he seek unnecessary trouble? As you command, Kyle, mounted on his silver lion, began gathering cards from the battlefield. Old Lei, they've left. Luo Bin nudged Lei Quan, speaking up. We must hurry. If we encounter another horde, it will truly be the end. Lei Quan commanded his subordinates to swiftly collect the crystal cores, believing that such good fortune would not come often. With Luo Wintao's demise, he, the leader of the capable team, took command of the group. Once they distanced themselves from the street, Guan Li finally made his presence known within the team. Master, here are all the spoils. Each of the 5 leaders held a cloth bag filled with crystal cores and cards. Guan Li accepted the bags and scanned their contents using the system. 1230 4-star crystal cores, 23 5-star crystal cores, 32 10 blue-green cards, 11 25 blue cards, 12 light purple cards. Despite the horde's vast numbers, most were merely 3-star zombies. The crystal cores had mostly gone to the base army, as they had also dispatched many zombies. Ding. Successfully traded 12 34-star crystal cores, earning 70,110 points. Ding. Successfully traded 23 5-star crystal cores, earning 1817 points. He converted all the crystal cores into points, then opened all the cards. Obtained supply card X 861. Obtained food card X 547. Obtained recovery card X 368. Obtained common arrow X 1430. The system's notification resonated as the blue-green cards were all opened. There was no surprise. They were merely basic consumables. Obtained advancement card X 50. Obtained intermediate supply card X 452. Obtained premium food card X 245. Obtained intermediate recovery card X 224. Obtained explosive arrow X 55. Obtained armor-piercing arrow X 99, even after opening all the blue cards. There remained no surprises. Guan Li pinned all his hopes on the 12 purple cards, which were contributions from the 5-star new type zombies. Obtained skeletal longbow X1. Crafted from a century-old skeleton in the abyssal bone lands. Obtained intermediate advancement card X5. Obtained advanced advancement card X2. Obtained legion expansion card, 1 person, X4. The rewards were standard, lacking in excitement but not disappointing either. Guan Li's original black iron crossbow had long been outdated. A standard bow and crossbow lacked the power to slay zombies above 3 stars. The skeletal longbow was perfectly suited for him. As for the legion expansion cards, Guan Li chose to hold on to them for the Tianlin Python Legion. A day had passed, yet the advancement remained uncompleted. Guan Li was not anxious. The longer the time required for advancement, the stronger the power. On the top floor of Z City building, in the conference room, the number of participants was significantly greater than last time. Due to the colorful rain of light, many fortunate individuals had experienced tremendous boosts in strength. Su Yunjian, aiming to consolidate loyalty, naturally had to offer power. Everyone, I have some unfortunate news to share. Su Yunjian began, dropping a bombshell. Z City may not be suitable for establishing a base. Chapter 89. Space Rift. What's going on? The crowd was utterly bewildered, clearly unaware of the circumstances. Just days ago, they had been discussing the establishment of a base in Z City, and everything had been proceeding smoothly. Many defensive structures had already been erected. Lord President, we hope you can provide us with an explanation. Guo Xiaotian suddenly stood up from his seat. The vibrant light rain of yesterday has once again facilitated his evolution. He has ascended to the status of a 5-star advanced awakener. Coupled with his profession as a berserker, his strength is undoubtedly within the top 10 of the base army. As a staunch conservative, he fervently supports the establishment of the base. Yet, the sudden halt of the plan by Su Yunjian has left him utterly perplexed. He demands a reasonable explanation. General Guo Xiaotian, please, do not be agitated. Allow me to finish, Su Yunjian said, somewhat helplessly. Although he is the nominal leader as the president, much of the actual power has been significantly undermined. I apologize, I have become a bit overly emotional. Guo Xiaotian acknowledged his indiscretion, realizing that Su Yunjian is the figurehead leader. Unless someone can confidently seize control of the base army, no one would dare to openly confront him. This is a photograph taken by the Spirit Wind team. Everyone, take a look, Su Yunjian said without further comment, instructing his aide to attach the photograph to the board. Hiss! What is this? The crowd gasped in shock. The image depicted a tall building, but the building itself was not the focal point. The highlight was a 3-meter-long fissure above the structure, from which monstrous entities were attempting to force their way through. Even witnessing it through the photograph was suffocating. This is a spatial fissure discovered by the Spirit Wind team during their mission. If nothing unforeseen occurs, City Z will soon fall. Su Yunjian's voice was soft, yet it bore the weight of a mountain upon the shoulders of those present. Should the monsters from the fissure succeed in emerging, they would be as powerless as a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. President, I deeply regret my earlier recklessness and hope for your forgiveness. Guo Xiaotian, ever adaptable, stood to apologize. General Guo, you acted with the best interests of all in mind. Su Yunjian offered him a way out. Guo Xiaotian nodded and resumed his seat. Initially, we were unaware of the existence of the spatial fissure and believed that establishing a base in City Z was a prudent choice. But the situation has changed. Should we reconsider the plan to move to Yang City? Su Yunjian addressed the assembly. Is there truly no way out, President? Can we not attempt to close the fissure? A young officer suggested, albeit naively. Do you think this is merely a door that can be shut at will? Retorted a middle-aged officer, seemingly dismissive of the younger recruits. What did you say? The young officer bristled at the provocation evident in the other's tone. Ahem, enough. Su Yunjian quickly interjected to halt the exchange. General Qiu Ziliang. I have long had experts investigate this matter. Given humanity's current capabilities, it is utterly impossible to close the spatial fissure. In fact, external influences could accelerate its opening. Su Yunjian shook his head, having consulted specialists upon receiving the news. The assembly fell into a heavy silence. No one wished for the fissure to open smoothly. Even the slightest possibility warranted a desperate attempt. Yet Su Yunjian's words doused their hopes with cold reality. How long until the spatial fissure is fully opened? Shen Fei posed the critical question. Rather than discussing how to close the fissure, we should prioritize gathering supplies and rescuing survivors. We must evacuate before the fissure opens. Some may wonder why rescuing survivors is essential. To some extent, survivors are a form of valuable resource, for instance. In ancient warfare, people were considered crucial strategic assets, and the same applies in the apocalypse. 5 days. That is the most conservative estimate. If we are fortunate, it may fully open in 4 days. Su Yunjian's pronouncement once again plunged everyone into silence. For days, that is an exceedingly tight time frame. Ladies and gentlemen, this meeting must yield a decision today. Will we hold our ground, or will we retreat? Su Yunjian articulated, personally leaning towards the latter. Although the journey to Yang City was fraught with peril and the likelihood of total annihilation loomed large, there remained a glimmer of hope. Conversely, the nature of the monsters emerging from the spatial fissure remained a mystery. Should they choose to hold their ground, there would be no escape. They would either repel the monsters or be consumed by them. The probability of successfully fending off the monsters was, evidently, nearly non-existent. I choose to retreat. If you all refuse to leave, I shall depart alone. Shen Fei declared firmly. I too choose to retreat. Su Yunjian voiced his agreement. Retreat. Zhao Kuo, already an advocate for withdrawal, echoed the sentiment. Minutes later, all votes were cast. The outcome was a resounding victory for retreat. The number of those in favor of holding their ground was exceedingly sparse. Very well. Since we have reached a decision, the entire assembly shall evacuate City Z and proceed to Yang City in 3 days. Su Yunjian announced the directive. Yes, the crowd nodded in unity. Spread the word. Those wishing to evacuate may gather at the Z City building, collect as much food, medicine, and various supplies as possible. Su Yunjian contemplated briefly before continuing. Before long, news of the spatial fissure circulated throughout the camp. Survivors, upon hearing the news, hastily began packing their belongings, eager to leave that very night. The base army disseminated the information via radio. Due to the emergence of a spatial fissure at XX building, the base army would organize an evacuation in 3 days. Survivors were urged to gather at Z City building without delay. Many survivors, upon receiving this news, hurriedly packed their belongings. No one wished to remain in City Z awaiting their demise. The entire City Z now found itself ensnared in the crisis of the spatial fissure. Guan Li traversed the streets, where a drone whizzed past him. Attention! Attention! In 3 days, the base army will organize an evacuation. Survivors, please make haste to gather at Z City building. The drone's loudspeaker repeated the announcement, a spatial fissure. Guan Li felt a surge of curiosity. He was not far from the location of the fissure. Long Chia, go take a look, Guan Li commanded. Yes, master. Long Chia leaped into action, spreading his demonic wings. Guan Li entered Long Chia's perspective, soaring over the towering skyscrapers. From above, City Z resembled a jungle of steel. Among the intricate streets, zombies roamed, occasionally seizing a few survivors to rend them into shreds. Such scenes had long since ceased to faze Guan Li. Long Chia did not linger, heading directly toward the fissure. Guan Li's primary concern remained the spatial fissure.